This is a world where the virtual and the real intertwine, and everyone possesses the potential to awaken and ascend. With calamities rampant and monstrous creatures rampant, only the strong can secure their place of power. Reborn after enduring immense suffering in his previous life, Zhou Jun vows to carve a unique path for himself. He defies fate from the outset, awakening dual talents. Though his first talent is merely of D rank, his second talent soars to an astonishing SSS-rank. SSS-rank infinite sublimation, unique, capable of elevating all things. Consequently, Zhou Jun promptly sublimates his first talent. You have successfully utilized infinite sublimation, reallocating your D rank talent to SSS rank. You have gained an additional 1 million attribute points. Thus, a resource-rich, invincible being of unparalleled numerical prowess emerges, consuming top-tier elixirs like water, donning immortal equipment, discarding it at will, endless skills and attribute points at his disposal. What can you possibly contest against me? At the cosmos's edge, Zhou Jun, having fought his way to the pinnacle of existence, gazes upon the trembling deity before him, revealing a smile imbued with nuclear benevolence. Chapter 1. The Weeping of the Goddess of Time. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV2 99. Strength: 30. Agility: 25. Spirit: 43. Constitution: 31. Talent: Unawakened. In the Happiness Garden community, Zhou Jun, having examined his attribute panel, finally confirms the truth of his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he had painstakingly cultivated to level 54, gaining the qualification to join the core guard of the Star Ring group, ushering in a future bright with promise. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he was betrayed by his own kin, Zhou Wang, in an extremely challenging dungeon in the northern region, meeting a bitter end in the desolate, snow-capped mountains, leaving no trace behind. He can never forget the moment of his death, the grotesque image of Zhou Wang wielding a blood-stained bone knife, stabbing him repeatedly. The excruciating pain lingers, sending chills through his very being even in this reborn life. Zhou Wang, you have already taken everything from me. Why must you pursue my annihilation? Memories surge forth, and Zhou Jun's eyes turn crimson, his teeth gritting in fury. Once a student from Earth, he tragically succumbed to cancer, only to be reincarnated in this world, which bears a striking resemblance to Earth that in this realm. Everyone possesses the ability to ascend and awaken, becoming formidable celestial warriors, attaining extraordinary power and status. This time around, he is reborn into an illustrious lineage that he is the direct descendant of the Zhou family, the foremost aristocracy of the Human Federation's Daxia Kingdom in Linyuan City. The Zhou family, a prestigious lineage that has flourished for centuries, dominates the region, renowned and respected. Zhou Jun's father, Zhou Xianrong, is the eldest son of the Zhou family's patriarch, possessing a rare SSS-level talent. He is the foremost heir of the Zhou family. As Zhou Jun, the direct grandson of the Zhou family and the future young patriarch, he has enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood. Peers can only gaze up at his splendor. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by adoration and admiration. Undoubtedly, Zhou Jun would grow to become the next prodigious son of the Zhou family, inheriting the patriarchal mantle and shouldering the family's legacy. However, fate is unpredictable. Just as Zhou Jun celebrated his 15th birthday, on the brink of embarking on his cultivation journey, devastating news struck the Zhou family. He will never forget that day. The top enforcement agency of the Federation, the White Tiger Hall, brazenly invaded the Zhou family estate. They publicly declared that Zhou Xianrong and his wife, Dan Taijing, had betrayed humanity on the starry battlefield, siding with dark creatures. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community in this world. Those who wield extraordinary power, humans, and the race known as dark creatures are sworn enemies, locked in a relentless struggle. Dark creatures emerge from the depths of the universe, thriving on the consumption of star domains. For millennia, they have kept a watchful eye on Blue Star. The so-called starry battlefield refers to the front line where humanity confronts dark creatures. According to Federation regulations, any celestial warrior above level 100 willing to participate in the starry battlefield to repel external foes would be generously rewarded, both for their family and personally, with numerous honors. The Zhou family's rise to prominence in Linyuan is profoundly linked to their continuous contributions to the starry battlefield over generations. This time, Zhou Xianrong and his wife represented the Zhou family in battle. The elder patriarch placed great importance on this expedition, as Zhou Xianrong was the most gifted descendant the Zhou family had seen in centuries. Rumors had long circulated within the family that upon Zhou Xianrong's triumphant return from the starry battlefield, the elder patriarch would host a grand ceremony to appoint him as the new patriarch and grant him control over the Zhou family. Regrettably, no one anticipated that, after years of waiting, the Zhou family would not welcome back their proud son in glory, but rather a charge of betrayal. According to the commander of the White Tiger Hall, Zhou Xianrong and his wife had defected to the dark creatures on the battlefield, slaughtering their fellow humans before. vanishing into the depths of space. The Federation's high command has issued an SSS level wanted notice against them, soon to be disseminated throughout Blue Star. This heinous act of treachery should have implicated the entire family. However, considering the Zhou family's long-standing contributions to the starry battlefield and the fact that the rebellion was solely Zhou Xianrong's decision, the Federation refrained from imposing substantial penalties on the Zhou family. Instead, they initiated a 3-month period of confinement for investigation. This outcome, regardless of the opinions of the Zhou family members, had already been sealed. After the departure of the White Tiger Hall, the elder patriarch sat alone in the hall for what felt like an eternity. Months later, he announced his retirement, relinquishing all matters concerning the family, with Zhou Jun's second uncle assuming the role of new patriarch. Though Zhou Jun was still young, his soul bore the weight of 2 lifetimes, and he had already sensed the peculiarities of the situation. His father, Zhou Xianrong, was a man of integrity, utterly incapable of betraying humanity. His mother, also from a noble family, possessed an upright character. It was far more credible that she died heroically in the starry battlefield than that she would align with dark creatures. Regrettably, despite his awareness of the underlying issues, Zhou Jun felt powerless. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy at the time. His voice was insignificant, and he had no opportunity to meet the higher-ups of the Federation. Simultaneously, the internal dynamics of the Zhou family began to shift quietly. With the elder patriarch's retirement and Zhou Jun's second uncle's ascension, Zhou Jun's identity as the young master of the Zhou family became increasingly precarious. After all, his uncle had children of his own. That child was none other than Zhou Wang, Zhou Jun's cousin. Zhou Wang, once merely Zhou Jun's shadow, obediently following his every command, had concealed his true nature until now. Zhou Wang had long been envious of everything Zhou Jun possessed. This jealousy had seeped into his very bones. He understood that as long as his father, Zhou Xianrong, remained standing, Zhou Jun would always be his elder cousin, the leader of their generation and the future successor of the Zhou family. Thus, he endured in silence, bowing and scraping, daring not to reveal a hint of his ambition. However, once the incident involving Zhou Xianrong transpired and his father ascended to the position of family head, Zhou Wang could no longer maintain the facade. He brazenly displayed his fangs before Zhou Jun. Attempting to reclaim the dignity he had lost, he employed various overt and covert means to seize everything that belonged to Zhou Jun. The other members of the Zhou family turned a blind eye, none daring to intervene. After all, it was evident to all that Zhou Wang was now the true young master of the Zhou family, while Zhou Jun was merely the son of a traitor, unworthy of comparison. The harshness of the world and the fickleness of human hearts were laid bare in that moment. In the vast Zhou family, after his father was unjustly accused, a mere 15-year-old child found himself without a place to belong. At last, the weary Zhou Jun distanced himself from his family, moving alone to reside in the old district. In my previous life, I had thought that leaving the Zhou family would grant me the freedom to soar to great heights. Little did I realize that my dear cousin had long orchestrated a scheme, secretly concealing a mythical great artifact, the falling star stone, within my rented abode. This led to a significant degradation of my awakened talent, resulting in the mere awakening of a degradability reallocation, thereby condemning me to eternal stagnation. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune that later bestowed upon me certain opportunities, I might have never surpassed level 30 yet. Despite this, Zhou Wang still regarded me as a thorn in his side, relentlessly obstructing my path to advancement, ultimately leading to my brutal demise in the dungeon. Alas, my dear cousin, you could never have fathomed that I possessed a rare, singular immortal grade artifact, the tears of the goddess of time. The shadows of the past flickered in his mind, yet a sudden cold smile crept across Zhou Jun's lips. The immortal grade artifact, the tears of the goddess of time, was an unexpected find during one of Zhou Jun's explorations of a secret realm. Its sole effect is to reverse the flow of time. This is also the reason behind Zhou Jun's rebirth. When he was slain by Zhou Wang, the tears of the goddess of time was passively activated, allowing his consciousness to return to the present day. Now he stands at the age of 18, on the verge of completing his first awakening in life, destined to become a skybreaker. Chapter 2, Awakening. In this life, I am determined not only to uncover the reasons behind my parents' disappearance, but also to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from the Zhou family. In the confines of the room, Zhou Jun gazed intently at his attribute panel, mere one experience point away from leveling up to level 3. His eyes ignited with a fierce flame of vengeance. In this world where anyone can cultivate and ascend, reaching level 3 would automatically trigger an awakening, bestowing upon him a formidable talent. In his previous life, Zhou Jun was unaware that a starfall stone was concealed within his home, resulting in his awakening of only a D-grade talent. Now, reborn, he was resolute in avoiding the same fate. In truth, given Zhou Jun's lineage, even awakening an S-grade talent would not be surprising. After all, his father, Zhou Xianrong, was a paragon of brilliance. the sole possessor of an SS-grade talent in the family's centuries-old history. His mother, too, was a celestial prodigy, endowed with a powerful S-grade combat talent. Scholars of the Federation have long established that the level of a child's talent awakening is significantly correlated with the talent levels of their parents. Thus, with such extraordinary parents, Zhou Jun's talent was bound to be exceptional. The immediate priority was to locate the Starfall Stone, the source of his misfortune, which Zhou Wang had concealed. Memories surged in his mind as Zhou Jun hastily made his way to the bathroom. The Starfall Stone was not hidden deeply. In his previous life, shortly after his awakening, he had discovered it within the toilet tank. He still vividly recalled the rage and despair he felt upon that discovery. After all, the level of one's talent is pivotal to their entire life. Zhou Wang's actions had effectively severed his future, leaving him with no glimmer of hope, a truly insidious move. Now, as Zhou Jun lifted the toilet lid once again and retrieved the red gemstone, no larger than a broad bean, from the water tank, a smirk of derision played upon his lips. This so-called Starfall Stone was of mythic quality. Its effect was to significantly diminish the talent level awakened by individuals within its vicinity. With a radius of 50 meters, it encompassed the entirety of the dilapidated old room Zhou Jun had rented. Zhou Wang. Oh Zhou Wang, how cunning you are in your attempts to thwart my rise. Yet, you could never have fathomed my ability to be reborn after death, could you? This Starfall Stone is now mine to claim. A cold smile graced Zhou Jun's lips. As a mythic-level artifact, its value was immense. It could easily fetch tens of millions of Federation coins on the black market. Even if Zhou Wang had become the heir to the Zhou family, procuring such a sum would prove exceedingly difficult for him, likely necessitating the liquidation of numerous assets. But at this moment, it was all a boon for Zhou Jun. After all, there is truly no better gift of rebirth than a treasure worth tens of millions of Federation coins. With a mere thought, he placed it into the space backpack of the Harbinger of Heaven. This space backpack, a gift from the world's will to humanity, functions similarly to the storage artifacts found in novels, creating its own realm. Even mythic-level artifacts cannot penetrate the confines of the space backpack to affect reality. Thus, the threat posed by the Starfall Stone was now nullified. Having completed this task, Zhou Jun returned to the sofa, settling cross-legged in meditation, resolved to break through to level 3 and complete the awakening ritual today. In this realm, experience points needed for leveling up can be acquired through two primary methods. The first involves slaying wild monsters, absorbing their energy to convert it into experience. The second method entails meditative breathing, naturally harnessing the energy of the world around. The former is the most expedient and rapid means, albeit fraught with peril. The ferocity of monsters is not something an ordinary person can contend with. Prior to awakening, few would dare to choose the method of monster slaying for experience points unless accompanied by formidable protectors, a practice colloquially known as power leveling. Were Zhou Jun still the heir of the Zhou family, he would have numerous experts eager to accompany him outside the city to hunt monsters. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Having left the Zhou family, Zhou Jun must rely solely on his own abilities. Therefore, he opted for the second method to level up. Since the age of 15, he had diligently practiced his breathing exercises after returning home from school, and now, at 18, he had finally reached the threshold of level 3 awakening. This was not a matter of Zhou Jun's lack of effort. Rather, the experience gained through meditative breathing was minuscule compared to that obtained from slaying monsters. Ordinary individuals, without the guidance of powerful mentors, accumulate their experience in this gradual manner. Fortunately, once he reached level 3, he could undergo the awakening ritual and acquire a powerful talent. Should he awaken a high-tier combat talent, it would catapult him to new heights, granting him the means to venture outside the city to hunt lower-tier monsters even without the protection of strong allies. Regrettably, high-level talents are rare. Most individuals in this world awaken to nothing more than mediocre C or D-grade talents. Awakening an A-grade talent is sufficient to be considered an elite among humanity. Thus, talents starting at S-grade, like those of Zhou Jun's parents, place them far ahead of 99% of the Federation's populace, undeniably marking them as geniuses. With such illustrious parents as a benchmark, Zhou Jun eagerly anticipated what talent he would awaken. As he continued his breathing exercises, time slipped away unnoticed. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, as Zhou Jun sat in focused meditation, a radiant white light suddenly enveloped him. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 3. Talent awakening initiated. A series of notifications resonated in his mind, and as the white light dissipated, a stronger golden radiance surged forth. Zhou Jun instantly opened his eyes, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of anticipation. He understood that this was the harbinger of his talent awakening following his ascension to level 3. Even though he had experienced this once in his previous life, he felt an extraordinary tension at this moment. Within his consciousness, the golden glow shimmered, continuously enveloping his entire being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, a notification rang out. Congratulations! You have awakened a D-grade talent. Redistribution. You have received an additional 100 attribute points. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhou Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Redistribution was precisely the talent he had awakened in his previous life, influenced by the Starfall Stone. Yet in this life, he had effectively nullified the stone's impact. How could he still awaken redistribution? Was it possible that, regardless of the Starfall Stone's influence, his innate talent was destined to be degraded? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, struggling to accept this hypothesis. However, the reality before him left him with no alternatives. The degrade talent of redistribution was widely acknowledged as subpar. It belonged to the combat category. Yet its sole effect was to grant an extra 100 attribute points upon awakening, which could be freely allocated among the 4 primary attributes. This ability was essentially trivial, offering no potential for growth. The extra 100 attribute points would amount to little more than a drop in the ocean when it came to enhancing his combat prowess in the later stages. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had ascended to level 54 solely through his intellect, with no reliance on redistribution whatsoever. Now, awakening this seemingly inconsequential talent once more left him feeling increasingly vexed. Just as he took a deep breath, attempting to adjust his mindset to confront the reality before him, he suddenly realized that the golden radiance surrounding him was still persisting. At that moment, as Zhou Jun stood in bewilderment, the resplendent golden glow transformed into a spectrum of colors, bursting forth with boundless radiance, illuminating the entire small room with an otherworldly sanctity. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of supremacy surged from within him. Congratulations! You have awakened a second talent, SSS grade Infinite Sublimation, unique. Your first talent has automatically sublimated. Your D-grade talent redistribution has perfectly sublimated into SSS grade talent redistribution. You have received an additional 1,000,000 attribute points. As a cascade of notifications descended, the astonished expression on Zhou Jun's face was swiftly enveloped by a profound sense of delight. Chapter 3. I am a genius. Remarkably, he had awakened a second talent in the form of infinite sublimation, and moreover, his first talent had been elevated to the illustrious SSS rank. Zhou Jun's breath grew heavier. As all previous frustrations were swept away, he meticulously inspected the system panel's notifications, ultimately confirming that he had not misread anything. He was, indeed, a rare dual talent bearer. Although his first talent was merely rated D, his second talent soared to an impressive SSS. It had even forcefully elevated his first talent to the SSS level. The sheer ability to transcend one's talent in such a manner left Zhou Jun, with 2 lifetimes of experience, utterly astounded. He found himself too captivated to consider how extraordinary the 1,000,000 attribute points granted by the system after the reallocation were. All his focus was fixated on the description of this talent, infinite sublimation. After a brief moment, Zhou Jun took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. He had truly hit the jackpot. This so-called infinite sublimation was unheard of because it was a rare talent possessing the unique attribute. In other words, he was the only individual in the world to have awakened this talent. Its ability, as the name suggests, was to elevate all things. The opportunity for sublimation was singular, randomly triggered among 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Each tier had an equal probability of 25%. Among them, perfect sublimation offered the highest rewards, promising astonishing effects upon activation. Just moments ago, infinite sublimation had automatically elevated his first talent, and by sheer luck, Zhou Jun had drawn the perfect tier. This resulted in the reallocation of his previously D-ranked talent, instantly leaping several levels to become a formidable SSS talent. It was akin to a sudden leap across the Dragon's Gate. Only at this moment did Zhou Jun have the mental capacity to examine the effects following the reallocation to an SSS talent. You have gained an additional 1,000,000 attribute points. The dazzling numbers flashed before him, and Zhou Jun reviewed them repeatedly, ensuring he was not hallucinating. Indeed, it was a staggering 1,000,000. This astonishing figure made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The reallocation itself was merely a D-ranked talent, devoid of any extraordinary capabilities, merely providing additional attribute points for allocation. Therefore, after the infinite sublimation, it did not bestow any new effects. It simply increased the number of points available for allocation. However, the question remained, was this not an excessive amount? As Zhou Jun knew, even among the higher echelons of humanity, those formidable beings reaching hundreds of levels likely did not possess a total of 1,000,000 in their 4-dimensional attributes. With such a plethora of attribute points at his disposal, should he allocate them all, even at just level 3, devoid of any combat-related enhancements, his sheer physical strength alone would suffice to easily topple the entire Zhou family. Of course, this was merely a thought. He could not possibly allocate all the attribute points. Researchers on Blue Star had long confirmed that each level's 4-dimensional attributes had an upper limit. However, the precise limits for each level remained unclear, as no one had ever maximized their 4-dimensional attributes within a single level. Scholars had only hypothesized an approximate figure, suggesting that the limit for level 3's 4-dimensional attributes should be around 250 for each. Each individual's physique varied, resulting in different four-dimensional attributes. Besides the feedback received from leveling up, the remaining attributes could be increased either through rare items or through the training of one's physical capabilities. Additionally, the higher the four-dimensional attributes at the same level, the more solid the foundation. Thus, piling up four-dimensional attributes in the early stages was a pursuit for every formidable individual. I recall that in the history of the Federation, there are records of the highest four-dimensional attributes for every 10 levels. The first 10 levels mark the conclusion of the novice phase, holding significant meaning. Thus, competition is fierce, with individuals striving daily to break the highest records. Currently, the record holder for level 10 is Yen Lai, the owner of the SSS talent, Flame Dominance, who emerged 50 years ago and is now a 500-level God King. At level 10, his average four-dimensional attributes reached 3,000 points, an unprecedented feat. The title of God King is the highest honor in the Human Federation, conferred only upon those who reach level 500. Each God King possesses the ability to shatter stars with their bare hands, capable of delving millions of miles into the cosmos to battle dark creatures, representing humanity's true pinnacle of combat strength. That flame God King Yen Lai is indeed the record holder for the highest four-dimensional attributes at level 10. It is truly terrifying. How could an average of over 3,000 points be achieved? It is akin to a divine being descending to the mortal realm. Zhou Jun marveled at this. Yet his hands remained in motion, directly opening his personal panel, selecting attribute allocation, and began to allocate points fervently. Each plus sign next to his foundational attributes was relentlessly clicked by Zhou Jun. In that instant, his four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. His slender physique visibly transformed. He stood taller, with more pronounced muscle lines, and a terrifyingly solid strength lurked beneath his sinews. Your strength has reached the maximum value for this level. Your agility has reached the maximum value for this level. Time seemed to slip away, and a series of notifications suddenly chimed in his ears. Zhou Jun paused his thoughts and glanced at his personal panel, discovering that all four-dimensional attributes had reached 300 points. The plus signs thereafter turned gray. So, the maximum for level 3's four-dimensional attributes was 300? Zhou Jun stroked his chin. The four-dimensional limits that the researchers on Blue Star had failed to calculate had been empirically verified by him. Upon examining the remaining available attribute points, he found an astonishing 998, 800 points still unallocated. At that moment, Zhou Jun fell into silence. Such an abundance of attribute points was sufficient for him to mindlessly max out every level. The terrifying potential of having fully maximized four-dimensional attributes across all levels was almost incomprehensible to Zhou Jun. Yet, one thing was certain: his future self would be formidable. With this thought, Zhou Jun smiled wryly, a sense of relief washing over him. The tumultuous experiences of that night, from rebirth to the awakening of a D-rank talent and its subsequent reallocation, had led him to doubt his own potential. Such doubts would have made his quest for vengeance against Zhou Wang and the truth behind his parents' wrongful accusations exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the emergence of his second talent had turned the tide. Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. He had not brought shame to his father, Zhou Xinrong. In fact, he had far surpassed expectations. After all, possessing dual SSS-rank talents was indeed unprecedented in the present age. I am a genius, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Jun rose to his feet, an inexplicable notion surging within him. With the rise of this thought, an unprecedented aura began to emanate from him. It was a powerful confidence, the brilliance in his eyes surpassing even that of his days as the young master of the Zhou family. Chapter 4, Epic Equipment. In the early morning, residents of the old city gradually awoke. The happy community began to buzz with life, with elderly individuals engaging in their morning exercises visible throughout. Zhou Jun jogged along the cobblestone path, acclimatizing himself to his body after the surge in four-dimensional attributes. He paused only upon passing a breakfast shop, ordering 2 baskets of large meat buns and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. Finding a corner table, he sat down, fiddling with an unassuming red stone in his hand. It was indeed the Starfall Stone. He hesitated on whether to part with this item. After all, as a mythical-level artifact, selling the Starfall Stone to a shop could fetch him between 10 to 20 million Federation coins. Selling it at an auction would only yield more. Such substantial financial resources would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for Zhou Jun's early path of advancement. However, on the day following his awakening of a second talent, Zhou Jun found himself consumed by new ambitions. The infinite sublimation has the potential to elevate all things. Given that the quality of the falling star stone reaches a mythical level, what transformation might it undergo after sublimation? Is it possible for it to evolve into a formidable epic artifact, perhaps even into the legendary immortal relics? With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun felt a tingling excitement within his heart. The immortal level represents the pinnacle of all equipment and items in this realm. Every immortal existence is priceless and can easily provoke battles between 2 top-tier powerhouses. For instance, the sole immortal artifact that brought him back to life, the Tears of the Goddess of Time, would surely incite madness among all the divine kings if revealed. Of course, Such a top-tier existence as the tears of the goddess of time among immortal relics is something one can only hope to encounter. Thus, Zhou Jun did not dare to wish for the falling star stone to be sublimated into something so dazzling as an immortal level. He would be content with it merely advancing to the epic level. With this determination, Zhou Jun resolved to take a gamble. He silently chanted sublimation, activating the power of his second talent. In an instant, an infinite sensation of profundity surged from his heart. Zhou Jun felt a resounding thud in his head, as if a significant portion of his vitality had been siphoned away, causing a brief bout of dizziness. At that moment, Zhou Jun realized that invoking his second talent, infinite sublimation, also came at a cost. His average attributes, which soared to 300 points, caused waves of dizziness. Had his attributes been merely 2 digits, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Shaking off the discomfort, Zhou Jun fixed his hopeful gaze upon the center of his palm. Congratulations. Your falling star stone has been advanced to the falling star pendant. Before him, the small red gemstone transformed into an exquisitely designed pendant of a deep, muted hue. Its matte texture exuded an extraordinary quality, akin to a luxury item. Name, Falling Star Pendant. Grade, Epic. Type, Accessory. Agility, 66. Spirit, 102. Active skill, Blade of Falling Star. Consumes 5 spirit points to unleash a guaranteed strike, with a 1 chance to permanently reduce the opponent's talent level, racial class, or any of their 4-dimensional attributes. Gazing at the pendant's description, Zhou Jun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although the Falling Star Stone had not evolved into an immortal relic, the newly added effect was indeed extraordinary. After all, an equipment skill capable of actively diminishing an opponent's talent level was something Zhou Jun had never encountered in either of his lives. Just imagine if the opponent was a prodigy with an S-level talent. In battle, if Zhou Jun's strike triggered the special effect, reducing the opponent's talent to an A level, wouldn't that leave them utterly devastated? Moreover, the effect of the Falling Star Pendant clearly wasn't limited to just the human race. The term racial class in the description evidently pertains to monsters. Monsters differ from dark creatures. They descended upon Blue Star alongside dungeons and secret realms and have been battling against humans with leveling panels for millennia. Monsters exhibit a rich diversity of races and a strict hierarchy. Particularly, those capable of serving as elite bosses in dungeons are among the best of their kind, wielding formidable abilities. Thus, the effect of the Falling Star Pendant could be said to be a bane for all Lord-level monsters. Once triggered, it would directly lower their racial class by 1 level. A Necromancer King would be reduced to a mere skeleton soldier. A Goblin King would instantly downgrade to a lowly goblin. Such a terrifying effect begs the question, which monster could withstand it? It would be more unbearable than death itself. Truly, Zhou Jun had struck gold. If this Falling Star Pendant were to be auctioned, it could easily fetch billions. Zhou Jun donned the Falling Star Pendant, silently reflecting on its significance. He would never engage in the folly of auctioning it for money. For this Falling Star Pendant not only offered immense assistance in dungeon explorations, but also served as a potent weapon against Zhou Wang. In his previous life, Zhou Wang had cruelly diminished Zhou Jun's awakened talent using the Falling Star Stone. This time around, he would utilize the sublimated pendant to systematically strip Zhou Wang of his talents. If memory served him correctly, Zhou Wang possessed a rare S-level talent. The lowest tier in the talent classification is E-level. The gap between S-level and E-level encompasses 5 levels, providing ample opportunity for Zhou Jun to strike multiple times. One could only imagine how exquisite Zhou Wang's expression would be during that moment. Zhou Jun indulged in this vision, eagerly anticipating the day of reckoning. Of course, all of this hinged on his own need to grow stronger before he could confront Zhou Wang. Half an hour later, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Zhou Jun appeared at the entrance of 5th High School in Linyuan City. Reborn, and at the age of 18, he remained a third-year student. Gazing up at the school's gilded plaque, he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Linyuan City boasts 6 high schools, with their prestige arranged in simple order of naming. The first school is the strongest, while the 6th is the weakest. Zhou Jun's 5th high, naturally, ranked lower. However, he had once been a student at the first school. As the most prestigious institution in Linyuan City, the first school was home to either prodigies from humble beginnings or scions of the city's elite. Zhou Jun, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, had initially studied at the first school. Yet, as Zhou Wang rose to power, he lost his eligibility to continue his education there. In his second year, he was forced to transfer to 5th high. In his previous life, he had harbored resentment over this matter for quite some time. But now, with a fresh start, he found that the first school no longer held the same importance to him. High school, after all, was merely high school. What truly determined the future of a celestial warrior was the university. In his past life, Zhou Jun had enrolled in an unremarkable university. This time, however, he had but one goal: to gain admission to the top-tier institution known as Kunlun University, reputed to be the strongest in the Federation. Kunlun University, nestled in the Kunlun Mountains of the Great Xia Kingdom, has stood for a millennium. Not only does it boast the most elite faculty in all of Blue Star, but it has also nurtured numerous level 500 divine kings. The previously mentioned SSS-level flame body, Yen Lai, was a graduate of this institution. Only by entering Kunlun University could one truly step into the sacred hall of cultivation for celestial warriors, thus gaining the power to reclaim his position within the Zhou family. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with determination. The Zhou family, no matter how formidable, remained merely a local force in Linyuan City, incomparable to the globally esteemed Kunlun University. If he were to gain admission to Kunlun University, it would be a leap towards greatness. At that point, upon returning to the Zhou family, he would be free to act as he pleased, for behind him would always be the formidable backing of Kunlun University. Chapter 5 Class Teacher, Chu Shuyan, Jungu. Just as Zhou Jun pondered the matters regarding Kunlun University, a joyful voice suddenly rang out beside him. Turning his head, he saw a tall, robust man swiftly approaching him. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 198 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, his imposing figure drew attention at the school entrance. Yi Changshan. Zhou Jun immediately recognized him. In his previous life, Yi Changshan was one of his few close friends. Their profound friendship had been forged during their time at 5th High. Even after learning that Zhou Jun had awakened only a D-level talent, Yi Changshan had not distanced himself in the slightest. In fact, he had remained by Zhou Jun's side until the very moment of his demise in the ultra-difficult northern dungeon. What are you, a grown man, doing running around like that? As Yi Changshan arrived before him, Zhou Jun chuckled lightly and playfully punched his shoulder. The towering figure revealed a silly grin at that moment. Jungu, I'm just so happy. Did you awaken successfully yesterday? Indeed. And I awakened A. You awakened an A-level talent. How do you know everything, Jungu? As Zhou Jun was twice interrupted while attempting to articulate his thoughts, Yi Changshan's expression abruptly transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Zhou Jun merely smiled in silence. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware that Yi Changshan had awakened an A-grade talent called Furious Buddha just yesterday. A talent that stood as one of the pinnacle existences among A-grade abilities. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had ascended to level 54, largely thanks to Yi Changshan's support. Without it, he would have struggled to vanquish even the weakest monsters with his D-grade talent. Noticing Zhou Jun's feigned mystery, Yi Changshan refrained from probing further, attributing it to his astute guessing. With an unmistakable excitement, he exclaimed, Brother Jun, I recall that your awakening is imminent as well, right? We should partake in the college entrance examination together. In this world where the vanquishers reigned supreme, the college entrance examination naturally diverged from that of the former Earth. Beyond the cultural written assessments, there existed a significantly weighted martial arts evaluation. This martial arts assessment essentially gauged the self-level, awakened talents, and overall prowess of the vanquishers. The minimum threshold for enrollment was the completion of the awakening ceremony at level 3. Failure to awaken before the examination would result in a year of stagnation, rendering student years exceedingly precious for those on Blue Star. Aside from daytime cultural classes, evenings were consumed in the relentless pursuit of training and leveling up. Otherwise, the shame of being ineligible for the entrance examination would be too great to bear. Now, with merely half a month remaining until this year's college entrance examination, everyone was racing against time to reach level 3. It was no wonder Yi Changshan would express such sentiments to him. It served as an indirect reminder for him to hasten his advancement. However, Zhou Jun had already completed the awakening ceremony the previous day and simply smiled as he revealed his level panel. Name, Zhou Jun level, LV31. He only displayed the first 2 pieces of information, intentionally withholding his 4-dimensional attributes. After all, possessing individual attributes of 300 points was rather astonishing. Having lived anew, Zhou Jun understood the significance of retaining a trump card. Furthermore, 4-dimensional attributes were personal privacy, and many chose to conceal them. Thus, Zhou Jun's decision was entirely justifiable. Congratulations. Brother Jun, it turns out you have also awakened. By the way, what is your talent? Yi Changshan inquired, genuinely pleased upon seeing Zhou Jun reach level 3. His curiosity piqued regarding Zhou Jun's talent. As a close friend, he was well aware of Zhou Jun's past, setting aside whether Uncle Zhou Xianrong had betrayed humanity. In terms of talent, Zhou Jun was undeniably a peerless prodigy who once overshadowed the entirety of Linyuan City. With such a father, Yi Changshan firmly believed that Zhou Jun would not fade into obscurity. Being expelled from the Zhou family was merely a temporary setback. A divine dragon would never be confined to shallow waters. One day, it would soar through the clouds. My talent is formidable. You'll find out during the registration test shortly. Zhou Jun teased, smiling as he stepped toward the campus. To participate in the college entrance examination, one must undergo an official assessment to verify their awakening status and subsequently register their awakened citizen information. This has been a long-standing tradition in the Federation, unalterable by anyone. Within the school, there existed a designated area for students preparing for the college entrance examination to register, which opened every noon. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with anticipation, following Zhou Jun into the classroom. Zhou Jun performed admirably academically, and his class, the senior grade 8, was a key class. However, It was merely a notable class within the 5th school. In the 1st school, it would hardly stand out. Fortunately, in the Blue Star College entrance examination, martial arts assessments were the main event. As long as one performed adequately in cultural assessments, it sufficed. Upon entering the classroom, many students were already present, most of whom had completed their awakenings. Being a key class, everyone was diligently devoted to their training. Naturally, there were also some wealthy students who directly hired experts for assistance. In comparison, Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan were considered late awakeners. When their classmates noticed Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan entering together, there was little attention paid to them. However, from the back corner of the room, 2 boys glanced over with a sense of amusement. Suddenly, one tall boy with dyed red hair and a rather unruly demeanor shouted, "Oh, isn't that young Master Jun? It's been a weekend since we last met. You haven't managed to awaken yet, have you? How about this? If you kneel and call me grandfather, I'll take you out to level up in the wild." His words immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Another similarly dyed-haired, muscular boy chimed in with a mocking tone, "Peng Yu, you've gone too far. After all, he is still the young master of the Zhou family. Why would he need lowly commoners like us to lead him? Oh, I almost forgot. The current young master of the Zhou family is young Master Zhou Wang. He's merely a stray dog now." Ha! The 2 laughed raucously, their provocative gazes unmasked. The other students in the class frowned in distaste, casting glances of disdain at the duo, but remained silent. These 2, named Peng Yu and Wang Tong, were infamous bullies within the 5th school. It was said that they had both transferred from the 2nd school, but the exact reasons were unclear. However, it was evident that they hailed from powerful families, making them beyond the reach of ordinary students at the 5th school. Thus, the classmates could only harbor resentment and silence regarding their bullying, except for Yi Changshan. Upon hearing Peng Yu and Wang Tong speak disrespectfully to Zhou Jun, Yi Changshan rolled up his sleeves, glaring fiercely, "You little brats. Do you dare to step outside and have a go? If I don't tear your mouths apart, I won't share my surname with you." Towering nearly 2 meters, Yi Changshan exuded an imposing presence. At that moment, both Peng Yu and Wang Tong fell momentarily silent. Yet, they were not entirely intimidated by Yi Changshan, for both had long completed their awakening ceremony and had risen to level 5, becoming formidable vanquishers. If a fight ensued, even if Yi Changshan revealed his awakened strength, he would likely face significant disadvantage. Thus, Peng Yu sneered, "Yi Changshan, today I will let you witness the stark difference between a true vanquisher and an ordinary person." The atmosphere grew tense, and the other students fell into a stifled silence. Yet Zhou Jun, the subject of the confrontation, remained utterly unperturbed. Indeed, in his previous life, Peng Yu and Wang Tong had caused him considerable trouble during high school. At the time, he had been perplexed as to why they targeted him so aggressively, given that they had no interactions or conflicts of interest. It was only later that he understood that all of this had been orchestrated by Zhou Wang behind the scenes. The so-called bullies of the 5th school, Peng Yu and Wang Tong, were merely lackeys of Zhou Wang. They had been transferred from the 2nd school to the 5th school through Zhou Wang's machinations, with the sole intent of antagonizing Zhou Jun. He sought to ensure that Zhou Jun's high school experience was fraught with incessant ridicule and scorn. However, such petty tactics, in the eyes of the reborn Zhou Jun, were utterly inconsequential. With 2 SSS-grade talents and all 4-dimensional attributes reaching the maximum of 300 points, if Zhou Jun truly desired to confront these 2, it mattered not that they had awakened earlier and reached level 5, they were far from his match. Enough of this ruckus. Are we not attending class? Just as the situation in the classroom escalated, a crisp reprimand echoed from the doorway, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of authority. Everyone hastily lowered their heads to focus on their textbooks. Peng Yu and Wang Tong's expressions shifted dramatically, begrudgingly returning to their seats. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan likewise resumed their positions, turning their gazes towards the source of the formidable pressure. Before them stood a young female teacher, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, adorned in professional attire, a pristine white fitted blouse complemented by a snug pencil skirt and sheer black stockings, all elevated by striking deep purple stiletto heels. With an austere expression, she surveyed the entire class. This was none other than their homeroom teacher, the formidable level 61 Harbinger of Heaven, Chu Xiuyan. In Chapter 6, Talent Registration, Class 8 of Senior Year 3, Chu Xiuyan, with one hand resting on her slender waist, and the other wielding a ruler directed towards the blackboard, patiently elucidated key points of knowledge. She spoke of the origins of the upgrade panel, the perennial examination questions, emphasizing that mastering them was akin to effortlessly acquiring points. "Xiaoya, please elucidate." From the front row, a petite girl rose to respond earnestly. A millennium ago, the wills of the 7 goddesses of the Blue Star awakened. The Earth Goddess expanded the landmass of Blue Star 1,000-fold, while the Creation Goddess bestowed upon humanity the upgrade panel, and the Forging Goddess crafted innumerable divine artifacts. However, the Fallen Goddess deviated from the path, creating dungeons and rifts, summoning countless monstrosities in a bid to devour the entire Blue Star and the other 6 goddesses. In their struggle for survival, humanity retaliated against the creatures, igniting a millennium-long conflict. Chu Xiuyan nodded approvingly and encouraged further discussion. Well said. Now, elaborate on the relationship between the harbingers and dark creatures. Certainly, dark creatures are pure cosmic locusts, their origins unknown, sustained solely by the consumption of star domains. When humanity first discovered them, they had already reached the galaxy's edge, moving at astonishing speeds, soon approaching the solar system. The overwhelming threat of death united humanity like never before. Our ancestors constructed steel fortifications on the surface of Blue Star, forming the Human Federation. Countless hundred-level powerhouses, undeterred by the prospect of death, charged into the depths of the cosmos, engaging in unprecedented battles against the dark creatures. This war persisted for 2 centuries and has yet to fully conclude, now known as the War of the Harbingers. Consequently, those who awakened their powers were henceforth titled harbingers. As the familiar recitation of facts droned on in his ears, Zhou Jun felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. He idly twirled his pen, casting his gaze over his homeroom teacher, Chu Xiuyan. This instructor was no ordinary figure. At only 26, she had attained level 61. In his past life, he had been blissfully unaware of the significance of such accomplishments, only later realizing how arduous subsequent upgrades would prove to be. Chu Xiuyan's innate talent would have qualified her to lead a prestigious class even at the top-tier academy. Could she be from the illustrious Chu family of the Heavenly Abyss City in the northern region? Zhou Jun pondered, recalling fragmented information about Chu Xiuyan and speculating on her origins. The northern region's Heavenly Abyss City was a vast metropolis, even larger than the Limbo City where Zhou Jun resided. The Chu family reigned supreme there, their power rivaling that of the Zhou family. If Chu Xiuyan were indeed a member of the Chu clan, what could compel her to journey thousands of miles to Limbo City? The distance between the 2 cities was substantial, exacerbated by the fact that the landmass of Blue Star had expanded 1,000-fold, thus extending the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom correspondingly. Yet, this only heightened the suspicion surrounding Chu Xiuyan's actions. Stroking his chin, Zhou Jun resolved to pay closer attention to this captivating homeroom teacher. Perhaps unexpected revelations awaited him. As Zhou Jun's thoughts wandered, 2 class periods slipped by. At noon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and a throng of students exited the teaching building, chattering animatedly as they made their way to the gymnasium across the playground. This was the designated venue for the Federation's talent registration within the school. With the college entrance examinations looming, students who had awakened their talents busily registered, while those who had already completed their registrations gathered daily to witness if any peers had awakened exceptional abilities. Freshmen and sophomores, driven by mere curiosity, accompanied them to witness the spectacle. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan found themselves among the crowd, both having completed their awakenings the previous day. Naturally, they were eager to register. From a distance, they spotted a massive black platform erected at the center of the gymnasium. Suspended above it was a luminous white orb. Name, Divine Sphere. Quality, Mythical. Type, Identification Artifact. Passive skill. Upon contact with a harbinger, it automatically identifies the talent level and matches it with recorded talents. The Divine Sphere radiated a sacred glow. Beside it stood a middle-aged man in formal attire, overseeing each senior student approaching for registration. As Zhou Jun arrived at the scene, he noticed a boy from a neighboring class undergoing testing. The boy placed his palm upon the Divine Sphere, which flickered with a violet light. Moments later, a line of text materialized in the air. The middle-aged man glanced at it, and, with an impassive expression, declared, Class 7 of Senior Year 3, Lu Xiaodian, Level 3. Awakened Talent C-Grade Battle Roar, qualifies for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodian could not contain his excitement and pumped his fist in triumph. After countless days and nights of effort, he had finally secured this qualification for the examinations. Though only possessing a C-grade talent, and thus unlikely to enter a prestigious institution, he remained hopeful for 2nd or 3rd tier schools. As for the onlookers, upon learning of Lu Xiaoyan's talent level, their interest waned. After all, a C-grade talent was rather commonplace, even if most of them held talents of similar caliber. Will our 5th middle school produce even 1 or 2 S-grade prodigies this year? Someone wondered aloud. Do you think this is the first middle school? S-grade? If we can get a few A-grade talents, that would be a stroke of luck. Another retorted. Indeed. As of today, the most talented registered this year is Senior Class 2's Liang Yu, and she only possesses a B-grade talent. Sighs of resignation filled the air. The onlookers engaged in animated discussions, echoing their sentiments. Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan absorbed these exchanges, noting the evident pride in Yi Changshan's demeanor. Did you hear? This year's most talented, Liang Yu, only has a B grade. I, however, possess an A grade. Wait until my results are announced. I will surely astonish them. Yi Changshan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Very well. Once your awakening results are revealed, I shall be the first to applaud you, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Though a thought lingered unspoken, Yi Changshan was not the strongest talent this year. According to his memories from his previous life, 5th middle school indeed had an S-grade prodigy this year. If he recalled correctly, that girl would also be registering for the college entrance examination today. With this thought, Zhou Jun felt a sense of intrigue and awaited the events to unfold. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, Peng Yu and Wang Tong peered in with furrowed brows. Brother Yu, that Zhou Jun never comes to the gymnasium. Why is he here today? Could it be that he has completed his awakening and reached level 3? Wang Tong, a robust figure, expressed his concerns. Peng Yu shot him a cold glance and scoffed. Are you afraid? Regardless, Zhou Jun is the son of that person. With a pained expression, Wang Tong finally voiced his worries. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. If Zhou Jun awakens an S-grade talent, what will we do when he seeks revenge? Can young Master Zhou really protect us? Hearing this, Peng Yu fell silent for a moment before suddenly clenching his teeth. There's no turning back now. We've already offended him, so we might as well go all in. Besides, didn't young Master Zhou say he has already taken measures? Zhou Jun is unlikely to awaken any top-tier talents. Once this was said, Wang Tong, who had been hesitant, resolved to act. The two strode toward the gymnasium with fierce determination. In Chapter 7, Wei Duoer. Next. From Class 8 of Senior Year 3, Yi Changshan. As the middle-aged man's voice rang out from the central black platform, Yi Changshan promptly stepped forward. The imposing figure, as grand as an iron tower, elicited waves of astonished gasps from the surrounding juniors. Even the middle-aged man could not help but cast several glances in admiration. Such a presence, undeniably masculine, he mused silently, a smile gracing his face as he said, Student Yi, place your hand upon it. Certainly, teacher, Yi Changshan replied enthusiastically, nodding his head as he pressed his robust palm against the spirit pearl. Although he was already aware of his innate talent, showcasing it before such a crowd was a first, and thus Yi Changshan felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, as his hand moved, the spirit pearl radiated a brilliant light. The violet glow that emanated was more intense than anyone before him, casting a hazy luminescence across the entire gymnasium. This spectacle, at the very least, must be classified as an A level. The middle-aged man was visibly invigorated by the sight. He was not a teacher from the 5th high school, but an official from the Linyuan City Federation, specially invited to register examination data. Besides this task, identifying students with exceptional talents was also part of his duties. The Federation never hesitated in nurturing young prodigies, a key reason for the enduring prosperity of humanity. After a few breaths, the violet radiance began to wane. The middle-aged man joyfully announced, Class 8 of Senior Year 3, Yi Changshan, Level 3, Awakened A-level talent, Furious Buddha. He meets the criteria to participate in the college entrance examination. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Heavens, an A-level talent. How enviable. Isn't Yi Senior the first A-level prodigy from our 5th high? Indeed. Moreover, the Furious Buddha talent ranks among the finest, even rivaling S-level to a certain extent. Yi Changshan has brought honor to our 5th high. Listening to the exuberant cheers from below, Yi Changshan stood straighter than ever, his posture uncharacteristically proud. Student Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young heroes. From now on, cultivate diligently and do not betray the Federation's trust in you. The middle-aged man smiled gently, handing Yi Changshan a card. This is a universal bank card from the Federation, with a limit of 2 million. Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy, clearly taken aback by the unexpected reward for merely registering his talent. After bowing, he descended the platform under the kind gaze of the middle-aged man. I must be the second most talented person in 5th high. After Jungo, Yi Changshan thought, returning to Zhou Jun's side, his face radiant with pride. Zhou Jun merely smiled, gesturing for Yi Changshan to continue observing the platform. For upon Yi Changshan's departure, a figure from Zhou Jun's memory seemed to take the stage in a relay-like manner. It was a somewhat slender girl, standing just over 1.60 meters, with twin ponytails. Dressed simply in a black hoodie, casually walking towards the spirit pearl with her hands in her pockets, a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Wei Duoer. Zhou Jun's only significant interaction with her was having served as flag bearers together. However, this did not diminish the impression she left on him, for she was the sole S-level talent registrant from 5th high in his previous life. Moreover, she completed her registration just after Yi Changshan had stepped down. While everyone was still immersed in the astonishment of the A-level talent, effectively stealing his thunder, much to Yi Changshan's chagrin, who later consoled himself with 8 bowls of rice that evening. At this moment, Wei Duoer raised her delicate hand high, touching the bottom of the spirit pearl. Unsurprisingly, a dazzling red light burst forth. Many students were captivated by this scene. Why is this senior's spirit pearl red? Aren't they all purple? The crowd was unaware that the red glow indicated an S-level talent detection by the spirit pearl. The middle-aged man responsible for the registration was, at that moment, utterly dumbfounded. An S-level. 5th high actually produced an S-level. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was worth noting that even the 1st high had only registered 2 S-level talents up until today. Yet, this underdog school, 5th high, had somehow birthed such a prodigy. What extraordinary fortune. Simultaneously, an intense wave rippled through the air above the gymnasium. Suddenly, an elderly man in his 50s appeared out of thin air, landing directly before the spirit pearl without a word. Principal's son, The middle-aged man gasped, not expecting that the registration of senior year 3 students would even attract the attention of this esteemed 80-level principal. The elderly principal gestured for silence, indicating that he should not disturb Wei Duoer. His seasoned gaze remained fixed upon the spirit pearl. After a few breaths, they finally discerned Wei Duoer's talent information. S-level shadow. In that moment, the middle-aged man inhaled deeply. The usually inscrutable principal's expression revealed rare astonishment. The reason was simple. This S-level shadow talent was purely born for combat. Its potential for growth was exceedingly high, if developed properly. Its effects could rival even S-level talents. To illustrate, among the many divine kings safeguarding the starry skies for humanity, one is an S-level shadow wielder. This showcases the formidable nature of the shadow talent. Student Wei, this is the Federation's congratulatory gift for your awakening of an S-level talent. Utilize these resources wisely and strive to cultivate, aiming to produce another divine king for our Federation. The middle-aged man stepped forward, retrieving 3 cards from his spatial pouch. One was a Federation bank card with a limit of 5 million. The second was a VIP card for Linyuan City, granting priority access to numerous amenities within the city. The final card bore no name, but could be exchanged for a set of exceptional quality equipment usable up to level 20 within the Federation. Faced with such generous rewards and the astonished exclamations of her fellow students, Wei Duoer did not exhibit the same pride as Yi Changshan. Instead, she maintained her composure, lollipop still in mouth, as she made a victory gesture with her right hand before her forehead, cheerfully saying, "Thanks, uncle. When I become a divine king, I'll treat you to hot pot. Ha ha ha, I shall hold you to that." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. At this juncture, the principal cleared his throat and approached as well. He waved his hand, producing a radiant belt of mythic quality. With a warm smile, he said, "Little girl, this mythic quality, Dragon Roar Radiance Belt, will double the experience points you earn from slaying monsters over the next 5 days. A gift from 5th high for your awakening of an S-level talent. Make sure to level up and aim for an outstanding score in the college entrance examination." The principal's gesture immediately underscored a different caliber of reward. The mythic quality belt prompted astonished gasps from the surrounding students. After all, equipment of such caliber was not something many could even dream of encountering, let alone possess. Wei Senior has soared to great heights. I never expected our 5th high would produce such a true phoenix in Wei Senior. An S-level. We might only witness something like this once in our lifetime. Wei Senior has a chance to attend Koen University. Countless students from 5th high were filled with excitement, sharing in the glory. Yi Changshan, however, gaped, casting envious glances at the bountiful rewards in Wei Duoer's hands, then looking down at the tightly clenched bank card in his own, suddenly feeling it lacked luster. Zhou Jun, witnessing his good friend's flustered demeanor, found it amusing. Just as he was about to tease him, the middle-aged man's voice rang out, the final one. Class 8 of Senior Year 3, Zhou Jun. Chapter 8, Zhou Jun's Talent. Within the gymnasium, upon hearing the middle-aged man's call, Zhou Jun took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly from the crowd. "Jungu, dazzle them with your brilliance." Yi Changshan winked from the side. Although Zhou Jun had not disclosed the nature of his awakened talent, Yi Changshan harbored no doubts about Zhou Jun's genius. As Zhou Jun steadily made his way forward, the surrounding gazes converged upon him. Not far away, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were intently observing the unfolding events. One of the tasks entrusted to them by Zhou Wang was to closely monitor Zhou Jun's awakening level. According to Zhou Wang's assertions, he had employed certain means to ensure that Zhou Jun would not awaken any top-tier talents. Nevertheless, Peng Yu and Wang Tong dared not fully relax until they witnessed Zhou Jun's talent level with their own eyes. Is this truly the son of Zhou Xinrong? As Zhou Jun approached, the old principal's murky eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. After all, the name Zhou Xinrong resonated with immense prestige, a paragon who had dominated an era. His brilliance was not only renowned in Linyuan City, but could also be regarded as one of the foremost figures across the entire human federation. And Zhou Jun, as Zhou Xinrong's offspring, undoubtedly carried the weight of everyone's expectations regarding his talent level. Perhaps he would emerge as this year's most formidable student from our school. The old principal watched as Zhou Jun strolled leisurely toward the divine pearl, contemplating quietly. "Young Zhou, place your hand upon it." The middle-aged man, evidently well-informed about Zhou Jun, felt a strange warmth in his demeanor as he considered the possibility that this youth might awaken a talent surpassing the S-grade. Zhou Jun, however, offered no response and simply raised his hand high. The moment his palm made contact with the divine pearl, an enigmatic energy surged into his body, coursing through him. Simultaneously, the surface of the divine pearl erupted in resplendent light, radiating a brilliance far surpassing that of anyone who had awakened before him. It was neither violet nor crimson, but a dazzling array of colors, 7 hues in total. The 7-colored radiance cascaded like a galaxy descending from the heavens, enveloping the atmosphere with an overwhelming and exalted aura that swept across all directions. The multitude of students gathered below had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving them utterly speechless in astonishment. Yi Changshan, his face alight with excitement, fervently raised his fists in cheer. In a corner of the elevated platform, Wei Duoer stood with her hands in her pockets, her previously indifferent expression now replaced with seriousness. As she gazed upon Zhou Jun, ensconced in boundless luminescence, she instinctively took 2 steps back. A keen observer would notice that the fine hairs on her exposed skin were standing on end, akin to a cat's instinctual response to danger. What the hell? Zhou Xiao claimed he had employed means to ensure this boy would not awaken any top-tier talent. Didn't he? Wei Duoer's peculiarity went unnoticed, yet Wang Tong amidst the crowd could not help but curse. Peng Yu, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, remained silent, fixated on the stage. The 7-colored radiance. It was unquestionably an SSS-grade talent. The usually composed old principal now bore an expression of shock, visibly trembling with excitement. The middle-aged man, too, was utterly astounded. In his years of overseeing this position, he had encountered countless prodigies, but while S-grade was the pinnacle, he had only ever witnessed one SS-grade talent. Yet now, he was about to register an SSS-grade talent. How could he maintain his composure in such a moment? An SSS-grade prodigy, surely destined to reach level 500. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his face betraying a whirlwind of emotions, shock, joy, and pride. His role extended beyond mere registrar. He bore the responsibility of scouting for talent on behalf of the Federation. Discovering a genius of S-grade or higher under his watch would not only allow him to forge early connections, but also earn him substantial rewards at the year-end performance review. The prospect of registering an SSS-grade talent was even more staggering, with commissions amounting to several million Federation coins. Thus, he was filled with fervent anticipation, eager to ascertain which specific talent Zhou Jun would awaken. Not only he, but the old principal and all the surrounding spectators shared the same sentiment. What talent had Zhou Jun awakened? Each individual brimmed with curiosity. At that moment, as the ethereal radiance illuminating the venue gradually dissipated, the divine pearl's surface began to coalesce into a line of text. As the audience deciphered the words, the clamor around them abruptly ceased. There, in radiant golden letters, stood the words, SSS grade, reassignment. Beneath the kaleidoscopic glow, the SSS grade talent shone brilliantly. Yet no one cheered. Instead, they exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. What was there an error with the divine pearl? Reassignment. Wasn't that indicative of a D-grade talent? When had it transformed into an SSS grade? The onlookers erupted into frenzied discussions. The Federation had long compiled textbooks detailing various known talents, and nearly everyone was intimately familiar with the classifications. Among them, the compendium of D-grade talents was a staple of the senior year's final exams. The talent labeled reassignment was indeed the lowest of the D-grade talents. Yet now, the Divine Pearl had displayed it as SSS grade, leaving many in a state of perplexity. The middle-aged man on the elevated platform was equally flabbergasted. His gaze flickered, uncertainty etched across his features. Even the old principal, initially brimming with expectations, found himself grappling with disbelief. The atmosphere grew palpably strange. Peng Yu and Wang Tong, witnessing this turn of events, collectively exhaled in relief. Peng Yu, unable to contain his mockery, scoffed. What a laugh. After all this fuss, I thought you'd truly turn the tide, but it's merely a D-grade talent. Zhou Jun, you've truly disgraced your father Zhou Xianrong. At the sound of his derisive laughter, those around fell silent. Had Zhou Jun truly awakened an SSS grade talent, they would have rallied to support him wholeheartedly. Yet, with the situation still murky, no one dared to take a stand against Peng Yu and Wang Tong, who possessed genuine B-grade talents and came from influential families. Commoners would not dare to provoke them. Among the crowd, only Yi Changshan appeared incensed, glaring at the two with fury. What are you so pleased about? With my brother's bloodline. How can you be certain that the latter part of the Divine Pearl's display hasn't aired, showing the names of other SSS grade talents as reassignment? While Yi Changshan remained uncertain of the situation, it did not hinder his defense of his friend's honor. Dream on. Peng Yu retorted coldly, incisively pointing out, high-level talents possess myriad mystical abilities. If he truly had an SSS grade talent, he could demonstrate it publicly. Do you think he dares? The crowd buzzed once more, deliberating. High-level talents indeed manifested extraordinary abilities, such as fire manipulation or summoning, flaunting their brilliance. Yet Zhou Jun stood alone on the stage. Apart from the brief flash of 7-colored radiance from the Divine Pearl, he exhibited nothing extraordinary. He appeared rather ordinary. Could it be that the Divine Pearl had truly malfunctioned? The gathered students, pondering this, felt a sense of regret. They had anticipated that their school would finally produce a transcendent prodigy, only to realize that fate had played a cruel jest upon them. On the elevated platform, Zhou Jun paid no heed to the tumult below. He was instead engrossed in contemplating the evaluation from the Divine Pearl, deep in thought. While others believed there was a malfunction in the detection, only he, as the subject, understood that the Divine Pearl's assessment of the primary talent was, in fact, remarkably precise. His current curiosity revolves around why the second talent, infinite sublimation, did not manifest the following day. Could it be that an SSS-level talent with a unique attribute falls outside the detection range of the Divine Pearl? Or is there a possibility of some form of delay? Just as Zhou Jun was enveloped in confusion, a voice filled with hope emerged from beside him, belonging to a middle-aged man. Little Zhou, do you have anything further to prove yourself? His gaze bore into Zhou Jun, clearly unwilling to let his future slip away in vain. Even the old principal turned his attention towards him. Given that the Divine Pearl is a mythical-grade artifact, the chances of error are minimal, yet certainly not non-existent. In such circumstances, the individual's self-verification becomes imperative. A slight demonstration of one's talent would allow others to discern the truth. No, Zhou Jun replied decisively, shaking his head. After all, his first talent merely amplified the effects of his previous D-grade ability, offering little to showcase. It would be absurd to claim that his reallocation possessed a staggering 1 million attribute points. Such assertions, devoid of evidence, would not be believed by anyone. Witnessing his reaction, the middle-aged man felt his heart gradually grow cold. What a misfortune! You have truly dampened my spirits. The eagerness in his eyes diminished, and he silently complained. His voice low, yet audible enough for Zhou Jun to hear. He then coldly declared, Zhou Jun, D-grade, you may step down. The tone was palpably more distant than before. Fortunately, having lived through 3 lifetimes, Zhou Jun was accustomed to the vicissitudes of human sentiment and felt no significant anger. He calmly descended from the platform, disregarding the myriad gazes of curiosity, regret, or schadenfreude directed towards him. He did not exit the venue but instead returned quietly to stand beside Yi Changshan, knowing that the principal had an important announcement to make. As anticipated, the principal cast a deep glance at Zhou Jun, sighed, and refrained from further comment. Deliberately avoiding the matter, he raised his hand and gently pressed down, silencing the clamorous crowd. After a moment's pause, he spoke. Students, my presence here today is not only to celebrate the emergence of our S-grade prodigy, Wei, but also to announce another joyous event. Just moments ago, the Federation has granted our school a new novice realm, intended for intensive preparation for the upcoming college entrance examination. This realm will only be accessible for 3 hours. So the senior class will not have classes this afternoon. All registered students are to gather on the playground. We will enter the realm for training in 20 minutes. Chapter 9, Preliminary Sequence. Heavens, am I hearing this correctly? The principal has actually secured a novice realm for us. Wasn't it reported that this year, novice realms are in short supply? It seems even the second school failed to obtain one. Long live the principal. The innumerable third-year students in the gymnasium buzzed with excitement, their minds reeling from this sudden delight. It is no wonder everyone was so exhilarated. Realms are notoriously difficult to come by, particularly novice realms. Across Blue Star, countless dungeons and realms have emerged over the millennia, each varying in difficulty. Dungeons are fixed locations in the wilderness that are perpetually accessible, while realms are rare and require special artifacts for summoning. Compared to dungeons, realms offer significantly greater experience points for defeating monsters and higher drop rates for equipment. Most importantly, within a realm, one enjoys a single immunity to death. Thus, the artifacts used to summon realms are immensely popular and often in short supply. Novice realms, in particular, are highly sought after, as the monsters within typically do not exceed level 10, making them ideal for newly awakened individuals. The only drawback is their fleeting existence. They usually dissipate after a few hours. Among the countless institutions of higher learning throughout the Federation, those possessing a realm are exceedingly rare. In Linyuan City, such treasures are typically prioritized for the first and second schools. To think that the 5th school has been allocated one this time is indeed a once-in-a-century occurrence for its third-year students. More than 10 minutes later, the students in the gymnasium had mostly dispersed. Freshmen and sophomores returned to class, while the seniors gathered on the playground. The entire gym now hosted only the middle-aged man responsible for registration. After confirming the gathered information once more on his tablet, he intended to reach for the hovering Divine Pearl to complete the day's tasks. However, when his gaze fell back upon the Divine Pearl, he suddenly froze in astonishment. Almost immediately, a voice quivered as it spoke. What is happening? The middle-aged man struggled to articulate his words, his astonished finger pointing at the Divine Pearl, his pupils widening uncontrollably. Before him, the pristine Divine Pearl radiated an unprecedented 9-colored brilliance, dazzling beyond compare. Above it, the gradually emerging text captured his undivided attention. Student name, Zhou Jun. Second talent level, SSS. Talent information, unmatchable. Talent attribute, unique. 3 keywords, though not elaborately inscribed, now bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. 4 SSS signifies the pinnacle of talent. Unmatchable indicates that the Divine Pearl is incapable of detecting the specific details of this talent. Unique denotes that this talent is singular, possessed by none other in the world. With a thud, the tablet in the middle-aged man's hand fell to the ground. The Divine Pearl could not possibly malfunction twice in such a short span, which meant he swallowed hard, gradually regaining his composure, though the shock on his face remained palpable. Oh no! In the next moment, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dashed out of the gym. Meanwhile, at the center of the playground, a space fissure towering over 3 meters, emanating a faint aura of danger, stood upon the ground. This was the entrance to the novice realm summoned by the principal. Under the guidance of the 5th School's teachers, a throng of senior students queued to enter. Remember, the realm will only last for 3 hours. During this time, strive to defeat monsters and gain experience. Weaker students can form teams. However, do not take risks by venturing too close to the realm's core, as the monster levels increase the nearer you get. At the deepest point, there are monsters of level 10, which you cannot handle. If you inadvertently trigger a death immunity, make sure to exit the realm proactively, for should you die again, it will be permanent. The director reiterated, holding a loudspeaker. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun also approached the entrance of the realm. Brother Jun, did something go wrong with the Divine Pearl? Yi Changshan inquired in a hushed tone. Even now, he was reluctant to accept that Zhou Jun had only awakened a D-grade talent. Zhou Jun, seeing his concern, did not conceal the truth and smiled lightly. Mythical-grade artifacts are not so easily flawed. You only need to know that I indeed possess an SSS-level talent. As for the rest, do not concern yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with joy, his worries dissipating. I knew it. How could my brother possibly have a D-grade talent? An SSS-level talent, the future God King. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, his rugged face breaking into a silly grin. Haha, my brother will be a God King. My brother is invincible. Zhou Jun sighed inwardly. How did I end up with such a foolish younger brother? He exhaled softly, placing a hand on Yi Changshan's shoulder, and the two strolled into the realm together. Just as they entered, the middle-aged man responsible for registration rushed in like a whirlwind. Principal son. He completely disregarded the greetings of the teachers from the 5th middle school along the way, breathlessly standing before the old principal. His face still etched with profound regret and astonishment. The Divine Pearl shone once more. Young Zhou possesses a second talent, and it is an SSS level, one-of-a-kind gift. What? The old principal, initially perplexed by the situation, reacted even more dramatically upon hearing the full statement. Quickly, tell me what transpired. The middle-aged man, unable to conceal his trepidation, hurriedly recounted the events that had just unfolded. He then expressed his concern. Principal son, as you know, whenever an SSS-level talent from the human race enters a secret realm, all the attributes of the magical creatures within double. If young Zhou has yet to enter, I would like to present him with 2 pieces of equipment for protection and sincerely apologize for my earlier underestimation of him. It's too late. The old principal interjected bluntly. Just a second before your arrival, Zhou Jun stepped into the secret realm. The middle-aged man's face immediately contorted with bitterness. However, the other students were still unaware of this news. He seemed to want to struggle for a moment, hoping to cancel the secret realm. Yet the old principal snorted coldly. There's nothing to fear. Consider it an early training session for these youngsters. After all, they still have 1 life to spare. Clearly, he did not regard the doubling of the magical creature's attributes within the secret realm with great concern. His true focus remained on Zhou Jun's dual talents. A smile spread across his face uncontrollably. An SSS level with a unique attribute. I never anticipated that our 5th middle school would one day boast such a genius. I always believed that Zhou Xinrong's lineage could not be so mediocre. Humph, those old fools from the 1st middle school still look down on us. With their trifling S-level talents, they are unworthy to carry young Zhou's shoes. The old principal looked triumphant, as though years of pent-up frustration had been released in that moment. By the way, have you registered young Zhou's second talent? After the laughter subsided, the old principal stroked his beard and inquired. Failing to register awakening information for a senior student is considered a serious blunder. Most importantly, it could adversely affect Zhou Jun's reputation. The old principal was keen to ensure that this minor issue did not tarnish the 5th middle school's standing in Zhou Jun's eyes. Thus, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately paid close attention. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the principal mention this, wore an expression of extreme complexity, tinged with disbelief. To be honest, I had already reported young Zhou's matter to the federal authorities while en route. I just received a response. The higher-ups indicated that the Divine Pearl would never malfunction twice in a short span. I was advised to verify this thoroughly. If young Zhou's talent is indeed legitimate, he will be directly included in the federal preliminary selection list, with his personal file encrypted to the Azure Dragon level. Moreover, due to this miscommunication, the federal government will provide compensation, which will be distributed alongside the rewards for awakening an SSS-level talent. From the leadership's tone, it seems they are preparing a complete set of mythic-level novice universal gear for young Zhou in addition to the usual resource cards. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old principal appeared momentarily stunned, remaining frozen in disbelief. The federal preliminary selection. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the significance of this, but as the principal of the 5th middle school, a veteran of decades in the education sector, he understood the weight of these 5 words. The term selection was a concept proposed by the federal leadership a century ago. It represents the gateway to the realm of top-tier powerhouses. Every 20 years, the Federation selects only 1 individual for this honor, granting them supreme authority and boundless resources to assist in their ascension to the pinnacle of humanity. The competition for the selection has always been brutal, with countless prodigies falling by the wayside in each generation. Yet they continue to press forward, striving to carve a path to greatness. However, even the threshold for becoming a preliminary selection candidate has soared to unprecedented heights. Ordinary talents are simply unqualified to contend. Only those exceptional individuals who surpass millions can even aspire to such a title. This is no exaggeration. Among the 5 billion humans in the Federation, each preliminary selection cohort comprises no more than 50 individuals. What a staggering ratio. Truly, 1 in a billion. To consider the city of Linyuan, a relatively sizable city in the southern territories of Daxia, it has produced only one preliminary selection in the past 500 years, Zhou Jun, the divine dragon of the Zhou family. Now, with the emergence of another prodigy, Zhou Jun, the son of Zhou Jun, is directly listed among the candidates for the preliminary selection. How astonishing is this? It is no wonder the old principal reacted as he did. Furthermore, the Federation is not only bestowing a title, but also generously offering a complete set of mythic-level novice gear. This matter is worthy of careful contemplation. Understand that while the Federation does provide rewards for ordinary S-level awakenings, they pale in comparison to this bounty. The concept of mythic-level equipment needs no elaboration. The rarity of a complete set is what makes it particularly precious. Equipment comes in 2 forms, individual pieces and sets. While individual pieces are common, assembling a set provides additional attributes. The enhancement to combat power is far from negligible. Top-tier sets wield significant influence even in the starry battlefields governed by the God King. The Federation, in this instance, has pulled out all the stops, presenting an entire set of mythic-level gear suitable for novices, a truly remarkable gesture. This completely exceeded the old principal's expectations and offered him a newfound appreciation for the value of an SSS-level talent with a unique attribute. Chapter 10, The Shadowy Forest. Bang! The dull thud of a fist echoed through the dim forest, accompanied by the wails of magical creatures. A wild boar-like magical creature, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a small mountain, collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust around it. You have slain a level 4 magical creature, barbaric fierce boar. Experience gained, 26. 2 notification boxes floated before him as Zhou Jun casually dusted off his hands and calmly stepped over the creature's corpse to continue on his way. This marked the 3rd magical creature he had slain since entering the secret realm, 2 level 3 and 1 level 4. Perhaps due to Zhou Jun's exceptionally high attributes, he encountered little difficulty along this path. With a staggering speed of 300 points, before these low-level magical creatures could even react, his heavy fists had already descended upon them. Moreover, Zhou Jun deliberately targeted their weaknesses, and should luck favor him with a critical hit, a second blow was often unnecessary. His experience was on an entirely different plane compared to the other students who had entered the secret realm. After all, Zhou Jun had reached level 54 in his previous life, making him well-versed in dealing with these low-level creatures. He wondered where Old Yi had gone and if he needed assistance. With his hands in his pockets, Zhou Jun strolled while scanning his surroundings. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone would randomly arrive at some peripheral location, so Zhou Jun was not together with Yi Changshan. However, he felt no urgency. The area of the secret realm was not vast, and the outer region was particularly limited. As long as he moved toward the core, he would inevitably encounter others. If only I had mastered some skills, I could rely on my attributes to brute force my way through. Otherwise, even if I faced level 5 or 6 elite magical creatures, I could dispatch them with a single strike. After dispatching an LV4 striped magical tiger that attempted to ambush him with 2 powerful punches, Zhou Jun shook his head. In this world, the methods employed by the celestial slayers to combat magical creatures were certainly not limited to merely relying on awakened abilities. Much like in an online game, when defeating magical creatures, one could also obtain loot in addition to experience points. Various quality equipment, items, secret medicines, and even skill books could potentially drop. However, the probabilities were relatively low. Low-level magical creatures below level 5 were destined not to drop any loot unless they were of the elite tier, where a slim chance existed. Fortunately, the novice realm that Zhou Jun has entered is home to elite-level magical beasts. This realm is known as the Gloomy Forest, and it is relatively commonplace among novice realms. Consequently, information regarding this realm has long been thoroughly explored. The periphery of the Gloomy Forest is exceptionally safe, inhabited solely by low-level magical beasts of level 5 or below. However, as one ventures deeper into the core, the level of the magical beasts increases correspondingly. The minimum standard for the emergence of elite-level magical beasts is a level exceeding 5. Thus, by delving into the core of the realm, there exists a substantial likelihood of encountering elite-level magical beasts. Given Zhou Jun's prowess, it is natural that he would not confine himself to the periphery. His objective is crystal clear, to penetrate directly into the core and challenge monsters of a higher level. This approach not only yields abundant experience points, but also presents opportunities to obtain valuable loot, a true win-win situation. as Zhou Jun advances toward the core. At a certain point in the periphery of the gloomy forest, Peng Yu, enveloped in an ethereal blue flame, casually dispatches a level 3 magical beast with a fireball before turning to Wang Tong. Any luck tracking down that brat? He inquires. Before him, Wang Tong, wielding a deep purple longbow, his pupils glowing with a crimson light, appears to pierce through the darkened forest, gazing into the distant expanse. After a brief pause, he shakes his head. Not yet. However, as long as he remains within this realm, even if he retreats deep into the core, I shall inevitably discover him. Upon hearing this, Peng Yu nods, a glimmer of greed flashing across his visage. Young Master Zhou has already instructed us that if we can ensure Zhou Jun remains trapped in this realm forever, we shall each be rewarded with a silver-grade weapon upon our return. Both of us possess B-grade talents and have already ascended to level 5, while Zhou Jun, being merely a D-grade waste, shall find it impossible to escape today, even with that A-grade protector, Yi Changshan, by his side. Both Peng Yu and Wang Tong hail from second-rate families in Linyuan City, having awakened their powers earlier than others and attained higher levels. Among them, Peng Yu boasts the B-grade talent of Azure Ghost Fire, which allows him to restore a portion of his condition each time he employs a fire-based attack. Wang Tong, similarly endowed with a B-grade talent known as Spirit Eye, gains vision akin to that of a hawk, possessing an X-ray-like effect that enables him to see through obstacles. Since Spirit Eye leans towards auxiliary capabilities, Wang Tong has gone to great lengths to acquire a bronze grade, bow to bolster his combat prowess. Together, their combined strength allows them to dominate the periphery of this realm, and they are confident enough to venture even slightly closer to the core. As for how Zhou Wang learned of the opening of the novice realm, it was indeed the result of a tip-off from the two. In fact, the moment Zhou Jun registered with a D-grade talent, the astute Peng Yu promptly reported this to Zhou Wang, even through the medium of a phone call. They could distinctly sense Zhou Wang's exhilaration and fervor. It was then they realized that Zhou Wang's so-called means of influencing Zhou Jun's awakening talent involved the use of starfall stones. In that instant, both were compelled to admire Zhou Wang's audacity to ensure his cousin's eternal downfall. He had the audacity to utilize starfall stones worth several million federal coins to orchestrate this scheme, offending young Master Zhou Wang. Zhou Jun was destined to meet a tragic end. So be it. Let me, Peng Yu, send him on his way. The two of them initially expressed their sentiments, but soon afterward, a cold smirk graced their faces as they plunged into the vast forest with murderous intent. They were wholly unconcerned about the repercussions of committing murder within the realm, for the Blue Star has never known peace. Each day, countless lives are extinguished within dungeons and realms. Not to mention, no one would pay heed to the demise of a mere D-grade waste. Even if the 5th high school were to investigate, they would find themselves powerless. After all, the crime scene lies within the realm. Once the realm closes, all evidence vanishes. They could simply shift the blame onto the magical beasts, and even federal law would be rendered impotent. The realm is indeed a prime location for murder and pillage. Should I perhaps find an opportunity to eliminate Peng Yu and Wang Tong? As Zhou Jun approaches the core area along a shaded path, he ponders to himself. Being a reincarnate, he is well aware of the true nature of Peng Yu and Wang Tong. In his previous life, once the novice realm opened, these two pursued him relentlessly like rabid dogs. Were it not for Yi Changshan awakening his A-grade talent and risking his life to protect him, Zhou Jun might have truly perished in that cursed forest. Given the chance to start anew, he is determined to avenge this grievance. However, he lacks the luxury of time to specifically seek out these two. The realm is only open for 3 hours, and grinding for experience points is paramount. When he inevitably encounters Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he shall dispatch them swiftly. After all, he is no longer the powerless individual he once was in his past life. Chapter 11, Skill Shatterbone. Within the realm, time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has elapsed. During this time, Zhou Jun has achieved commendable success. He has focused solely on slaying magical beasts that exceed his level, propelling his experience point acquisition at an astonishing rate. He now requires only 5 more experience points to reach level 4. Just one more magical beast to defeat will suffice. Coincidentally, ahead of him lies a magical python coiled upon a tree branch. As Zhou Jun's gaze falls upon it, he notices the LV5 label floating above its serpentine body. It appears he has indeed entered the core region of the realm. Yet, he has yet to encounter Yi Changshan. The two had agreed before entering the realm that regardless of where they were teleported, they would together advance toward the core. Given that the gloomy forest is circular in shape, the closer they draw to the center, the more their available space diminishes. As long as they both head toward the center, they are bound to cross paths eventually. That old Yi, surely he hasn't gotten carried away grinding monsters at the periphery? Zhou Jun muses to himself, expressing his frustration over Yi Changshan's unreliability. Meanwhile, he remains undeterred, picking up a fist-sized rock and hurling it at the magical python's vulnerable spot. Whoosh! The unremarkable stone in his hand transforms into a projectile akin to a sniper's bullet, unleashing a blazing wind as it strikes the magical python's vital area. The colossal tree trembles, and a flurry of grayish-white leaves cascades down as the python's health bar plummets by 1/5. Zhou Jun raises an eyebrow in surprise. It seems this magical python can withstand a fair amount of punishment. This world is peculiar, while it resembles an amalgamation of online gaming and reality. The integration is far from complete. Humans possess an upgrade panel, showcasing visible four-dimensional attributes. Yet, no matter how high they level up, there is no concept of job advancement. Furthermore, the panel does not display a health bar. In contrast, the magical beasts mirror those wild monsters found in online games, with their health points clearly visible. Based on years of research conducted by federal experts and scholars, a set of conclusions has been drawn. Although humans lack a visible health bar, their damage resistance is most significantly correlated with their physical attributes, independent of equipment and talents. If one were to quantify it using a health bar analogy, their health would be approximately double their physical constitution attribute. The evaluation of damage, however, is considerably more complex, involving numerous factors. In simple terms, physical damage correlates with strength attributes, while magical damage relates to mental attributes. Naturally, the precise calculation of damage does not solely rely on the heights of the four-dimensional attributes. The individual's talents, weapon quality, and even skills exert significant influence on the damage inflicted upon magical beasts. Moreover, magical beasts themselves possess various resistances, defenses, immunities, and other mechanisms. Though Zhou Jun possesses dual SSS grade talents, the infinite sublimation is not a combat-oriented ability. His reallocation merely brushed against the fringes of combat capabilities. Coupled with the fact that he has yet to master any skills, Zhou Jun currently relies solely on his astonishing four-dimensional attributes and sheer physical prowess to dominate. He can effortlessly annihilate magical beasts of level 5 and below. However, once he encounters a beast above level 5, it becomes a more challenging endeavor. The magical python before him serves as a prime example. With a single strike, he only lost 1/5 of his health. This indicated that it would take 5 punches to bring his opponent to death, somewhat tarnishing the reputation of his SSS level talent. He was indeed suffering from a lack of skills. Zhou Jun sighed, increasingly eager to uncover a skill book. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked the ground with his right foot, causing the fragments of rock before him to explode into the air, repelling the dark serpent that had intended to launch a surprise attack. In the next instant, Zhou Jun, whose speed attribute soared to 300, darted forward like a flash of lightning, delivering an elbow strike to the top of the serpent's head, completely depleting its health bar. Kill LV5 Elite Monster, Dark Serpent. Loot dropped, X1. Experience points, 58. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 4. A series of notification windows flashed before him, and a rich glow enveloped his body. Zhou Jun felt all his fatigue dissipate. He stretched his limbs slightly, then fixed his gaze on a cluster of white light beside the serpent's corpse. Loot. This serpent was an elite monster, which explained its formidable resilience. Furthermore, it had dropped a piece of loot for him. Although there was only one, it was still quite commendable. Zhou Jun eagerly reached towards the white light. The nature of loot dropped by monsters remains a mystery until it is picked up. Whether it contained equipment, potions, or skill books was all left to chance, akin to unboxing a mystery box. Thus, collecting loot was undoubtedly one of the most beloved activities among all adventurers in Blue Star. It was all about the thrill. As Zhou Jun placed his hand inside, the unique light surrounding the loot dissipated, revealing a thin, tattered book before him. It was indeed a skill book. Zhou Jun's face lit up with delight. It seemed that his desires were being fulfilled. As long as it was a combat-related skill book, he would be satisfied regardless of the skill itself. With his exaggerated four-dimensional attributes, even the most mediocre skill would yield unparalleled effects. After all, even his casual stone throws had the power comparable to a fellow adventurer's awakened skill at the same level. At this moment, the true form of the skill book was unveiled before him. Name, Strong Kick. Grade, Bronze. Type, Hand-to-hand combat skill book. Effect, concentrates power to deliver a powerful low kick to the enemy, inflicting double the damage based on one strength attribute. Cooldown, 300 seconds. This simple skill description instantly captivated Zhou Jun. It was a hand-to-hand combat skill with no weapon requirements. Although its grade was merely bronze, it was important to note that the Dark Serpent was only a LV5 creature. It was already quite rare for such novice monsters to drop loot. One could hardly expect high-grade items. Moreover, bronze level was not weak by any means. During the novice phase, most individuals had yet to even catch a glimpse of what a skill book looked like. One could see that many were still teaming up to grind monsters in the outer regions of the secret realm. Thus, acquiring a bronze-level skill at this stage already placed Zhou Jun ahead of the majority. As for the 5-minute cooldown, it was not long at all. In fact, it was quite short. It should be understood that Blue Star was the real world, and completing a dungeon was not as simple as sitting at a computer and navigating through the map with a few keystrokes. A normal dungeon could take at least 3 to 4 hours to complete, and some high-level, large-scale secret realms could take 3 to 5 days to fully explore. The sheer size and the sparse distribution of monsters meant that encountering a creature could take up to half an hour, which was considered quite normal. Therefore, the cooldown time for skills could not be compared to the fast-paced nature of computer games, where cooldowns were mere seconds. Legends spoke of the most elite immortal level skills having cooldowns of over 10 minutes, even starting from half an hour. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Jun ceased to ponder over such matters. He resolved to utilize his transcendence power on this skill book. Infinite Transcendence could elevate anything to a higher state. The moment he awakened this talent, it was destined that Zhou Jun would never possess the most inferior equipment or items. The same applied to skill books. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he activated his ability on Strong Kick. A sensation akin to having his insides hollowed out surged through him once more, and the skill book before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The book ceased to appear tattered and instead became pristine. Zhou Jun's gaze filled with anticipation. Name: Bone Shatter. Grade: Gold. Type: hand-to-hand combat skill book. Effect: concentrates power to deliver a powerful low kick to the enemy, with a certain chance to put the enemy in a defense-breaking state. A successful attack can repel the enemy and trigger a shockwave, damaging multiple foes ahead. Cooldown: 120 seconds. With a single transcendence, the bronze skill had directly transformed into gold, advancing by 2 grades. The value of this skill book had thus doubled. If the previous Strong Kick could fetch several tens of thousands of federal coins on the market, then now, Bone Shatter could easily command a price of 1 million, with many vying for it. Such was the rarity of gold-level skill books. Zhou Jun's face radiated satisfaction. He had finally made the right choice to learn it. A series of dazzling lights flickered around him, and then a wealth of martial knowledge flooded into his mind. His sturdy and powerful legs felt as though they had trained in kicking techniques for many years, now exhibiting remarkable agility. Skill acquired: Bone Shatter LV1. The system notification appeared before him, and joy sparkled in Zhou Jun's eyes. He was now among those who possessed skills. Oh, and he had yet to allocate his attribute points. After learning the skill, Zhou Jun remembered that he had just leveled up to LV4, which had significantly increased his attribute limits. Without further ado, he opened his personal panel and clicked on the plus sign next to each attribute once more. Moments later, an exceedingly luxurious personal panel materialized before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV4 2. Strength: 700. Agility: 766. Mentality: 700, 102. Constitution: 700. Skill: Bone Shatter LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant Epic. Talent: SSS level reallocation, SSS level Infinite Transcendence, unique. After leveling up, the limit for each of his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 400 points. With the freedom to allocate his attributes, Zhou Jun, feeling extravagant, naturally maxed them out. Among them, agility and mentality were even higher due to the enhancement from the epic level equipment, Starfall Pendant. If this panel data were to be revealed, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Federation. After all, at merely LV4, his total 4-dimensional attributes reached nearly 3,000 points. While one could not claim there would be no successors, it was undoubtedly unprecedented. Chapter 12. Encounter with Wei Duoer. As Zhou Jun ventured into the heart of the dark forest, the atmosphere of danger thickened considerably. LV5 monsters were ubiquitous, and Zhou Jun had already slain numerous creatures along the way. His experience points surged by 20, akin to riding a rocket. In his past life, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a scenario. After once again utilizing the skill, Bone Shatter, to defeat a lion-like monster, Zhou Jun found himself before a dark, cold pool. Was this the territory of the boss-level monster, Bloodthirsty Crocodile? With his ample experience, Zhou Jun immediately recognized his location. The Dark Forest was a popular novice secret realm, and having spent considerable time in the novice phase during his past life, he was well versed in the environment and monster information within it. The Bloodthirsty Crocodile was a LV8 monster and a boss-level creature, with tough skin and high attributes. Among monsters, the classification of tiers was as follows. There exist 7 ranks of magical creatures: ordinary, elite, leader, lord, king, supreme, and demon god. The higher the rank, the more formidable the creature. Within the enigmatic depths of the Dark Forest, the most powerful of these beings is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard. Residing at the heart of the realm, the Bloodthirsty Crocodile stands as the sole leader-level creature apart from the multi-eyed demon lizard. For most novices, facing an LV5 elite creature is already a daunting challenge. To recklessly seek out the leader-level Bloodthirsty Crocodile is akin to courting death, as not only is the creature itself formidable, but it commands numerous lesser creatures within its chilling lair. This implies that those wishing to conquer the Bloodthirsty Crocodile must be prepared to contend with a horde of magical beings. During this particular opening of the secret realm, the entrants are all high school seniors who have recently undergone their awakening. Even in the outer regions, they require teams to tackle monsters, let alone venturing into the core area. Thus, nearly an hour into the realm's activation, the vicinity of the cold pool remains eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Zhou Jun stretches his limbs, contemplating whether to push his limits and conquer this chilling pool alone. With his formidable attributes, he is confident that he could engage the LV8 leader-level creature, even without any equipment. However, he knows that such a confrontation would significantly deplete his condition, hindering further exploration of the central core, unless the experience gained from the bloodthirsty crocodile could elevate him to LV5 and restore his state. As Zhou Jun ponders this audacious challenge, he suddenly senses something amiss and instinctively leaps back 5 or 6 meters, his gaze fixated on the spot he had just vacated. There, unexpectedly, stands a little girl with twin black pigtails, clad in a black hoodie and knee-length denim shorts, casually sucking on a lollipop, her hands buried in her pockets and her eyes regarding him with an unsettling calmness. Wei Duoer. Zhou Jun recognizes her instantly, a wave of surprise washing over him, for he had felt no trace of her presence before she appeared. Would you like some candy? Wei Duoer inquires flatly, producing a string of lollipops from her pocket and tossing one towards him. Zhou Jun, somewhat taken aback, catches it and hesitantly puts a piece in his mouth. Ugh. Strawberry flavor, how dreadful, he grimaces, just as Wei Duoer preempts his question. Let us team up to clear the cold pool. You'll get the majority of the experience points, and if any loot drops, you can choose first. Not if you agree, and I'll charge in with you. Her calm demeanor and straightforward proposal leave Zhou Jun momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he questions, are you sure you want to team up with someone with only a D-level talent? Upon hearing this, Wei Duoer laughs. A D-level talent made it this far? You must at least possess an SS-level talent, perhaps even an SSS level 1. Don't play tricks with me. I'm not one to be underestimated. As she speaks, she lifts her chin with an air of pride, her small stature resembling a little potato, unable to even look Zhou Jun in the eye despite her bravado. Moreover, Wei Duoer's certainty about Zhou Jun's exceptional talent stems not from her so-called cleverness, but from her awakened ability, Shadow, which grants her the passive skill, danger perception. This skill allows her to sense the presence of targets stronger than herself. From the moment she registered in the gym, she felt a formidable aura among the crowd. And once Zhou Jun took the stage, she recognized him as the source of that unsettling energy. When she saw the D-level talent displayed on the divine orb, disbelief filled her heart. All of them were merely high school seniors who had recently awakened, yet she, with her S-level shadow talent, stood far ahead of the rest. Yet, even she could not help but trigger her danger perception in Zhou Jun's presence, clearly indicating that his talent was superior. Zhou Jun remained silent, gazing at the twin-tailed girl before him with a mix of curiosity and contemplation regarding her proposal. After a moment, he nodded in response to her eager expression. All right, I agree to team up with you. Wei Duoer is indeed a capable ally, and although Zhou Jun and she had not interacted much in their previous lives, he had heard of her reputation, rumored to attend a prestigious university post-exams. Additionally, Zhou Jun harbored another reason for joining forces with Wei Duoer. He aimed to clear this secret realm. It is well known that the most bountiful rewards lie in the final completion bonuses of any dungeon or secret realm. In a time-limited secret realm like the Dark Forest, failure to clear it within 3 hours results in all participants being expelled upon its closure. To Zhou Jun, this would be a foolish waste of an opportunity. Thus, from the moment he entered the secret realm, he resolved to complete it, which is why he had arranged to meet with Yi Changshan. As for why he didn't attempt to tackle it alone, the risks associated with his current strength were too great, with a significant chance of failure. Despite his maxed-out attributes making him resemble a superhero, he possessed no equipment and had nearly zero magical resistance, an exceedingly perilous situation within a realm teeming with magical creatures. Moreover, his LV4 status posed a considerable disadvantage, for the ultimate boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard, is a formidable LV10 Lord-level creature, commanding numerous lesser minions of LV9 and LV10. The disparity in strength is far too vast. Even dual SSS-level talents could only partially bridge that gap, and the inherent risks remain significant. Having navigated through numerous dungeons in his past life, Zhou Jun understood a crucial principle. Anything can transpire in a dungeon, until one can secure absolute dominance and strength. The only path to survival is extreme caution. One should not wait until the moment of death to comprehend the weighty cost of hubris. By then, regret is futile. Chapter 13, The Handy Duo. In the heart of the dark forest, amidst the tall grasses surrounding the cold pool, Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer lay concealed, their eyes wide as saucers, scanning the cold pool ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the ever-present lollipop lodged in her mouth, Wei Duoer counts on her fingers, exclaiming after a moment, a staggering 16 LV, 5 magical pythons. The bloodthirsty crocodile sure knows how to gather a workforce of elite creatures. 16? If we defeat them all, wouldn't that grant enough experience to level up to LV5? Zhou Jun's focus drifts slightly upon hearing her. Wei Duoer, caught off guard by his response, furrows her attractive brows. Wait, you actually want to kill all the pythons? Are you for real? We could just go after the bloodthirsty crocodile directly. Once the leader falls, the rest will scatter. There's no need to engage them. As she speaks, her gaze suggests disbelief, as if questioning whether Zhou Jun has ever played a game before. Who starts a dungeon by tackling the minions first? To speedrun, you must eliminate the leader. Wei Duoer, puzzled, even stands on her toes, as if trying to peer into Zhou Jun's mind to understand his reasoning. Isn't it reckless to be so greedy for experience? Are you trying to throw your life away? However, Zhou Jun appeared oblivious to the underlying issues, confidently proclaiming, "These magical pythons are hardly formidable. 1 punch each, 16 punches for 16 of them. What's so difficult about that?" Wei Duoer was taken aback by his words, her lollipop falling from her mouth. "Could you please refrain from boasting?" she exclaimed, her expression one of disdain, her tone laced with disbelief. "Even if you possess an SSS-level talent, I might buy it if the attributes of the magical creatures in this secret realm hadn't doubled. But now, their health points seem patched up, and you expect me to believe you can take them down with a single punch?" Although this was Wei Duoer's first venture into a secret realm, she had learned about the typical health points of various magical creatures in her cultural studies. However, upon entering today, she immediately sensed something amiss. Regardless of whether they were level 3 or level 4, every creature she encountered had doubled health points. Other attributes, such as attack power and resistance, were similarly inflated, almost absurdly high. Had it not been for her formidable shadow talent, she might not even have been able to enter the core area of this secret realm. Yet, at this moment, the man before her had the audacity to claim he could take them down with a single punch? Did we enter the same secret realm? Wei Duoer found it hard to believe. Little did she know, Zhou Jun's thoughts were even more chaotic. The attributes of magical creatures have doubled? How was I unaware of this? He picked up a piece of rubble beneath his feet and discreetly flicked it towards the nearest magical python. Upon being struck, the creature immediately revealed its health bar. Zhou Jun was taken aback to discover that the elite-level python, which should have had merely over 1,700 health points, now possessed a staggering 3,400. The attributes of magical creatures truly had doubled. How did he only just realize such crucial information? Yet, he couldn't entirely blame himself. Every magical creature he had previously encountered had fallen to him in a single blow. Checking health bars? They simply vanished before his eyes. At this realization, he found himself torn between laughter and tears. If all attributes of magical creatures are doubled, does that not imply that the final boss will be far stronger than anticipated? This is rather troublesome. I must find old Yi quickly. Despite possessing only an A-level talent, Yi Changshan's abilities were immensely powerful, leading many to claim that Angry Buddha Luo was a veiled S-level talent. Especially in the context of dungeon expeditions, his skills were indispensable to the team. While Zhou Jun contemplated these matters, Wei Duoer could no longer contain herself. Noticing Zhou Jun's silence, she assumed he felt embarrassed after being called out for his boasting. She boldly patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all good, buddy. No one will laugh at you for a little bragging." As she spoke, she nonchalantly produced a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Zhou Jun, before unwrapping one for herself. With a grand gesture, she commanded, "You will lure the monsters away, divert those pesky pythons, and create a one-on-one scenario with the bloodthirsty crocodile. I'm confident I can take it down within 10 rounds." Although Wei Duoer was squatting in the grass, her petite waist stood tall, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, Zhou Jun firmly shook his head. "No. You will lure the monsters, bringing all the pythons to me. After I take them out in one flying kick, we will jointly dispatch the bloodthirsty crocodile. Just help me draw out its magical skills, and I'm confident I can defeat it in 5 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Duoer turned to him with a blank expression, a question mark slowly materializing above her head. "What kind of convoluted nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Jun's words sounded like an enigma, leaving Wei Duoer utterly perplexed. She wished he would tone down his tendency to boast, but before she could voice her thoughts, a shout of "Let's go!" echoed, followed by her petite form being propelled like a cannonball from the grass. She stood dazed at the edge of the cold pond, confronted by a multitude of magical pythons, their tongues flicking as they locked eyes with her. Clearly, the pythons were not welcoming this unexpected intruder. "Zhou Jun, you scoundrel!" Realizing the danger, Wei Duoer's danger sense went into overdrive, and without hesitation, she turned to flee. As she moved, the tenacious pythons, as thick as water barrels, responded, slithering swiftly from the pond. An unusual scene unfolded. A petite girl, lollipop in mouth, with her dark twin tails streaming behind her, sprinted in frantic circles around the cold pond, pursued by monstrous serpents that resembled prehistoric giants. As she ran, she cursed, dark shadows beginning to emanate from her, trailing behind her with each frantic step. Clearly, in her exasperation, she had inadvertently activated her awakening ability. "Go for it, twin tails." Zhou Jun remained crouched in the grass, enthusiastically cheering her on. At this moment, Wei Duoer had completed her second lap around the pond, successfully attracting all the magical pythons behind her. "Zhou Jun, if you don't act soon, prepare to hold a wake for me," she panted, her pace gradually slowing, her face flushed. The fastest python behind her was perilously close to snatching at her clothes. Fortunately, she was nearing the concealed grass. Zhou Jun, no longer hesitating, sprang forward. He caught Wei Duoer in mid-flight, shielding her behind him, and then unleashed a powerful sidekick. A tremendous force akin to a mountain erupted instantaneously. Crunch! The skull of the first magical python collided with Zhou Jun's kick, shattering upon impact. With an overwhelming force of 700 points, the creature's health bar visibly evaporated. Yet, That was not the end. As a golden tier skill, Shatter possessed multiple bursts of power. The moment Zhou Jun struck the first python, waves of powerful shockwaves surged outwards, enveloping all the gathered pythons. The next moment, boom, a deafening crash reverberated through the forest as the pythons were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. Only a few managed to escape, but they were left with barely a sliver of health. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted from behind Zhou Jun. She resembled a specter from the underworld, or perhaps a reaper walking among the living. In the blink of an eye, she swept past the few surviving pythons. Shadows entwined, dark mist enveloping the area. The pythons, unaware of their assailant, let out chilling cries before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Jun's expression stiffened at this sight. With his keen eyesight, he had caught a glimpse of how Wei Duoer had attacked. A dagger. She wielded a blade as dark as ink, appearing rather extraordinary. Seemingly a formidable piece of equipment. With every swing of her dagger, the ethereal shadows that clung to her also executed strikes. The power of the shadow was approximately 130 of the damage I dealt. As if sensing Zhou Jun's confusion, Wei Duoer flicked a stray lock of hair from her forehead, a smug smile gracing her lips. Then, suddenly lowering her face, she glared at him fiercely, silhouetted by the shadows. From now on, do not toss me around like a bowling ball. Understood, I promise it won't happen again, Zhou Jun replied dismissively. Yet his sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the numerous python corpses, landing on the cold pond. There, an enormous crocodile had stealthily approached, its imposing figure looming ominously. It was none other than the level 8 boss-level creature, the bloodthirsty crocodile. Without needing a reminder from Zhou Jun, Wei Duoer, endowed with a keen sense of danger, had already detected the presence of her adversary. The shadows enveloping her grew increasingly dense, and her grip on the dagger tightened. Both were level 4 celestial slayers, having just dispatched over a dozen magical pythons in one breath. However, even after the vast experience points were divided between them, they still fell short of ascending to level 5. Zhou Jun felt a pang of regret, although according to their agreement, he was to receive the lion's share of the experience for slaying monsters. He still lacked that crucial bit. Otherwise, as a level 5 Zhou Jun, dealing with the bloodthirsty crocodile would have been remarkably effortless. At present, the skill, Bone Crush, was cooling down, and he could only rely on Wei Duoer to hold her ground for a moment longer. Wei Duoer wasted no time, crunching down on the lollipop in her mouth before discarding the stick, her gaze instantly sharpening to a razor's edge. Shadows coiled around her like a tempest, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before the bloodthirsty crocodile. Without a trace of hesitation, she unleashed the awakening technique of her shadow ability. In an instant, countless shadow clones manifested around her, all launching a coordinated assault on the massive beast. The air shimmered with the glint of blades, as though a deity of death had descended. The bloodthirsty crocodile let out a thunderous roar, its gaping maw snapping wildly. Yet it failed to graze even the hem of Wei Duoer's clothing. Simultaneously, its health bar plummeted by a third. Zhou Jun, observing from the sidelines, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This was the essence of high-tier combat talents, crafted solely for warfare, devoid of any superfluous skills. With 2 more casts of Shadow Fist, Wei Duoer could easily solo the giant crocodile. After all, having spent lifetimes grinding monsters, it was time for her to reap the rewards. Just as Zhou Jun contemplated slacking off, he saw Wei Duoer dart back, beads of sweat trickling down her delicate face. The dark mist surrounding her noticeably diminished. I can't go on, it's your turn, she gasped, squatting down to catch her breath. Zhou Jun was momentarily perplexed. After such an impressive display, he had assumed she would finish the job solo. Instead, she was already tapping out? Perhaps sensing Zhou Jun's silent bewilderment, Wei Duoer replied, somewhat exasperated, that was my awakening technique. It consumes a significant amount of mental energy. I've already taken down a third of its health, with your strength. The rest should be a piece of cake. Zhou Jun glanced at his nearly recharged Bone Crush and sighed. Inflicting damage alone won't suffice. You need to bait out its ultimate ability. As a leader-class magical creature, the bloodthirsty crocodile had access to a formidable ultimate skill. Its power was both ferocious and magical in nature. Without any gear, Zhou Jun's magical resistance was virtually non-existent. Relying solely on his physical constitution for health and resistance, he would be unable to withstand the crocodile's ultimate attack. Evading it would also be a challenge since the crocodile's ultimate was a lightning-fast laser breath emitted from its maw. Thus, Zhou Jun needed someone to lure it out. Once the ultimate was drawn out, they could engage in close combat. Of course, his suggestion for Wei Duoer to do the baiting was not intended to send her to her doom. In his past life, although he had not interacted deeply with Wei Duoer, he had heard of the renown of her shadow talent, which included a skill allowing her to substitute another in a state of apparent death. This was why he proposed the strategy. Upon hearing this, Wei Duoer made a face of annoyance and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the black mist around her expanded, and a fragment of shadow settled onto Zhou Jun's shoulder. Go. When you face a lethal blow, my shadow clone will teleport you to my side, taking the hit for you. Zhou Jun was taken aback. The shadow's substitute death skill could be utilized by others? How convenient. Without further hesitation, he launched himself like a released arrow, engaging in fierce combat with the formidable crocodile. Its attacks were primarily bites, but its massive size rendered it incapable of matching Zhou Jun's speed. With his formidable strength and agility, every punch he delivered bore the weight of thunder, rapidly reducing the crocodile's health to a third in mere moments. With a piercing roar, the enraged crocodile finally succumbed to the onslaught, entering a frenzied state. At once, it unleashed its breath, a beam akin to a laser cannon. Zhou Jun was momentarily blinded, and before he could regain his composure, he found himself beside Wei Duoer. The laser's might dissipated over the icy waters, and the shadow clone intended to protect him was obliterated, revealing a prominent damage notification. 2,700. Zhou Jun's heart sank. With a constitution of 700. Based on the calculations provided by federal scholars, his health amounted to only 1,400. Without any resistance gear, he could not withstand such a blow. Indeed, once magical creatures ascended to the leader class, they underwent a qualitative transformation. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun's movements remained swift as he delivered a powerful kick. Bone Crush. The Golden Tier skill activated, and without its ultimate ability, the bloodthirsty crocodile was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, emitting a pained howl. Above it, a fractured shield symbol appeared. This was the special effect of Bone Crush, which breached defenses. Once the crocodile's defenses were compromised, Zhou Jun's subsequent attacks were unnecessary. The shockwaves alone obliterated its health bar. Wei Duoer, watching from behind, felt her eyes sparkle. This guy truly had a remarkable skill. The damage from a single ability rivaled that of her awakening technique. As she marveled at this, the rewards for slaying the leader-class magical creature materialized. A cascade of white light flickered around them, indicating their simultaneous ascent to level 5. Chapter 15, Astonishing Loot. Kill level 8 leader-class magical creature, bloodthirsty crocodile. Treasure dropped. X2. Experience points, 219. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 5. A series of notifications appeared before them. Zhou Jun was enveloped in a radiant glow. His stats restored to their zenith due to the level increase. In an instant, he appeared revitalized, gazing at the corpse of the magical creature beneath his feet. The dazzling orb of loot was exceptionally captivating. Behind him, Wei Duoer hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing towards him. Although, after their alliance, she was entitled to only a small portion of the experience, she possessed the mythic-grade equipment, Dragon's Roar Radiant Belt, gifted by the old principal. Its trait of doubling experience acquisition meant that she did not lag far behind Zhou Jun in levels. Coupled with the prior slaying of numerous magical pythons, the accumulation of experience had allowed both of them to ascend together to level 5. Twin ponytails, how's your luck? Zhou Jun inquired, not surprised by Wei Duoer's level up. His focus remained fixed on the treasure orb. Without turning back, he asked, go ahead and touch it. If you don't find anything good, I'll mock you for all eternity. Humph. Wei Duoer scoffed, unperturbed, as she approached the treasure orb confidently. I'll touch it, I'll touch it. Saying this, she extended her fair hand into the luminous orb. Instantly, the blinding white light dimmed, revealing 2 pieces of equipment radiating a chilling gleam. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened as he quickly focused on them. Name, Shadow Conqueror Boots. Tier, Silver. Type, Leather Armor, Footwear. Restrictions, Level 5, Level 20. Agility, 32. Strength, 27. Physical Defense, 329. Description, the spoils of conquering the bloodthirsty crocodile signify that you have ventured into the heart of the dark jungle. When equipped, it enhances the damage of awakening skills by 1. The first item of loot is a piece of leather armor. In this world, all armor is categorized into 3 types: heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The distinction among these 3 types is most intuitively experienced through the allocation of attributes. For instance, heavy armor provides the highest percentage of attribute enhancement across the board, though its significant weight is a glaring drawback, creating a palpable sense of burden that severely impacts agility. Typically, it is donned by robust individuals with high physique attributes. Leather armor, on the other hand, imposes no burden but consequently offers considerably less defense than heavy armor, while providing substantial boosts to agility and strength, making it ideal for those who wish to pursue a high-damage burst playstyle. As for light armor, it occupies a middle ground, achieving a delicate balance without any pronounced weaknesses or remarkable strengths. Upon witnessing the attributes of these boots, Wei Duoer found herself unable to tear her gaze away, nearly drooling in admiration. If one were to describe her in terms of an online game, with her shadow talent, Wei Duoer resembles a high-burst assassin. Conversely, Zhou Jun displayed little interest in the boots. He had mindlessly maxed out all his attributes, destined for a path akin to that of a fleshly saint. If he were to choose an armor type, it would undoubtedly be heavy armor, as it stands as the most superior among the 3 in terms of attribute enhancement. The burden's drawback, while a significant concern for an ordinary individual, was rendered trivial in the face of Zhou Jun's fully maxed attributes. The notion of collecting armor felt still too distant for him. His attention was now captivated by a second piece of equipment. It was a pitch-black broadsword. Name, Refined Crocodile Tooth Broadsword. Grade, Silver. Type, Blade Weapon. Restrictions, LV5, LV20. Agility, 31. Strength, 47. Physical attack, 211. Description, forged from the teeth of the boss-level monster. The bloodthirsty crocodile, this broadsword cuts through iron like mud. Each attack has a 5 chance to unleash a chain lightning effect, potentially paralyzing up to 3 units and inflicting a degree of damage. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable attribute description, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement. This refined crocodile tooth broadsword was indeed a true treasure. In his previous life during the novice phase, he had overheard numerous discussions about this weapon. It wasn't its damage that was particularly high, but rather its chain lightning characteristic that delivered a formidable paralysis effect, rendering it a powerful control tool. Once triggered, it could immobilize targets for at least 3 seconds, an invaluable boon for novices who struggled with limited offensive and survival options. In the black market, its price had once soared to 300,000 federal coins, and even then, it was often sold out. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had lingered in the novice phase for an extended period, yearning to possess such a weapon, only to find that the drop rate of this broadsword was notoriously low. A formidable player had to grind the frozen pool 100 times just to obtain one. Zhou Jun had never laid eyes on this broadsword even once before transitioning out of the novice phase, a regret that lingered for many years thereafter. Yet, astonishingly, having been reborn, he had effortlessly acquired this once coveted weapon during his very first excursion into the frozen pool. He was left pondering whether it was fate's caprice or merely Wei Duoer's extraordinary luck. Ahem. Little gentleman, dear sister is in a good mood, so you may choose first. Just as Zhou Jun was fixated on the pitch-black broadsword, he heard Wei Duoer's affectation of grandeur. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, clearly exasperated by her endearingly pretentious term of little gentleman. He glanced at Wei Duoer, whose head barely reached his chest, her 2 ponytails bobbing as she moved. He found it utterly incomprehensible how she dared to refer to herself as sister. Firstly, I have already claimed this broadsword. Secondly, per our team agreement, all spoils should rightfully belong to me for the initial selection. Zhou Jun replied coolly, pointing out her clumsy attempt at leveraging goodwill. Wei Duoer, caught in the act, blushed furiously. Flustered and unable to retaliate, she huffed and picked up the gleaming short boots, seeking a secluded spot to examine them with delight. Observing this, Zhou Jun retrieved the obsidian broadsword, his eyes gleaming with determination. The infinite enhancement of his talent activated. In an instant, a familiar void sensation enveloped him. Yet the pitch-black broadsword was enveloped by a wondrous divine light, its appearance dramatically transformed. In addition to its completely black surface, deep purple patterns now adorned the blade, as if a supreme being had embedded bolts of heavenly lightning within it. Congratulations! Your refined crocodile tooth broadsword has been perfectly transcended into the extreme blade of thunder calamity. Name, Extreme Blade of Thunder Calamity. Grade, Mythic. Type, Blade Weapon. Restrictions, LV5, LV20. Agility, 69. Strength, 101. Physical attack, 498. Description, a mythic equipment formed from the transcendence of the refined crocodile tooth broadsword, retaining its lightning properties. Now, each attack has a 30 chance to unleash a chain of divine lightning, potentially paralyzing up to 8 units and inflicting damage equivalent to the attack's power. As the new panel appeared, Zhou Jun's eyes gleamed with unprecedented brilliance. He had evidently not anticipated triggering yet another perfect transcendence. Chapter 16, Furious Gaze at Floros. By the frozen pool, Zhou Jun stood tall upon a heap of monster corpses, brandishing the pitch-black broadsword entwined with violet lightning before him. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he meticulously observed it. The perfectly transcended ancient broadsword bore a striking resemblance to its former self, now adorned with domineering and extraordinary purple lightning patterns that proclaimed its status as a mythic weapon. Each attribute had not only been significantly enhanced, but the effects were also worlds apart from its predecessor. The chance of triggering chain lightning had risen to 30, and the number of paralyzed units had increased to a staggering 8. Furthermore, it could now inflict damage equal to the attack's potency. If the original, refined crocodile tooth broadsword was akin to a plastic toy, then the transcended, extreme blade of thunder calamity was forged from tempered steel, a weapon that would elicit admiration from all who beheld it. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, a look of profound joy illuminating his face. With a mere thought, he equipped it. Following the customary procedure, he maxed out the enhanced attribute limits. To Zhou Jun's astonishment, upon reaching LV5, his attribute limits increased by an additional 500. He seemed to have uncovered a pattern regarding the limits of attribute values at each level. Of course, this was merely a preliminary observation. Whether this trend would persist at levels 10 and 20 remained to be seen. Moments later, Zhou Jun's personal panel underwent yet another splendid upgrade. Name, Zhou Jun. Level, LV5, 10. Strength, 1247. Agility, 1297. Spirit, 1200, 102. Physique, 1200. Skill, Bone Crush LV1. Equipment: Falling Star Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade of Thunder Calamity, Mythic. Talent: SSS level Redistribution, SSS level Infinite Transcendence, Unique. Although he was only at level 5, Zhou Jun's panel was superior to that of any level 10 player. His 4 core attributes were undeniably exceptional, surpassing all prodigies throughout history. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him at the same level. The formidable attribute of strength signifies that his offensive power is extraordinarily remarkable, even without mastery over swordsmanship skills. Merely relying on brute strikes can unleash unfathomable effects from the mythic quality Thunder Calamity in his grasp. At this moment, Zhou Jun truly felt confident in his ability to confront the final boss at the heart of the secret realm. Even if that boss had all attributes doubled, he felt no fear whatsoever. It could be said that everything was in place. They merely needed the final piece to initiate the raid. Twin Tails. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun stowed the Thunder Calamity into his backpack and turned to Wei Duoer, who was engrossed in examining her new shoes, and called out, "Are you interested in conquering the secret realm?" His resounding voice, imbued with an indescribable confidence, reached the young woman's ears. She paused, slightly taken aback, then lifted her round little head, her expression one of surprise. "Little Junzi, are we really going to play this big? Is the illustrious S-rank, Shadow, afraid to take on a mere novice secret realm boss?" Zhou Jun cast her a mock, disdainful glance. It was proven that, though the provocation was clumsy, it was effective. Wei Duoer's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, hands on her hips, "Who says I'm afraid? Just to be clear, I'm not scared. I just think it's a bit presumptuous for just the two of us. As those who defy the heavens, we must act with caution." Hearing her affectation of wisdom, Zhou Jun couldn't help but smirk. "Rest assured, I've also invited Yi Changshan, who awakened with an A-rank talent. You should know about him, right?" The name Yi Changshan momentarily startled Wei Duoer, conjuring an image of the towering man in her mind. Though she had never interacted with him, she remembered him vividly as the only A-rank awakener in her registration group, a fact that left a strong impression on her. Most importantly, Yi Changshan's talent, Furious Buddha, boasted formidable damage resistance. In gaming terms, he was a top-tier tank with a certain presence on the battlefield. If Yi Changshan joined them, they could indeed challenge the final boss of the Dark Woods. With this in mind, Wei Duoer resolutely declared, "Since you managed to recruit Yi Changshan, I'll accompany you." After a brief pause, she produced a lollipop from her pocket, tilting her head mischievously. "But you'll have to wait a moment. I need to take care of something first." "What is it?" Zhou Jun asked instinctively. "Are you implying that I lack dignity?" Wei Duoer suddenly grinned slyly, narrowing her eyes like a cunning little fox. Zhou Jun fell silent, then shook his head helplessly. "Whatever you plan to do, I hope you do it quickly. The secret realm will close in an hour and a half at most. You're so boring." Wei Duoer pouted in disdain at Zhou Jun's unexcited response, expecting something more entertaining from him. She crossed her arms and huffed. "Actually, it's fine to tell you. My main goal in entering the secret realm, aside from leveling up, is to acquire some agility-enhancing potions. These potions can only drop from the LV6 monster, thousand-legged demon centipede, in the Dark Woods. So, I'm going to try my luck. But don't worry, regardless of whether I obtain the potion or not, I'll find you within an hour." Zhou Jun regarded Wei Duoer with mild curiosity. He didn't ask, yet she volunteered the information. Human nature, indeed, is fascinating. He nodded in understanding, choosing not to say more. It was not easy for the secret realm to open, and if one possessed the capability, they should strive to maximize their combat prowess. With all attributes at their peak, Zhou Jun had no other desires, merely focusing on leveling up. However, others were different, to lay a solid foundation during their novice period. Every increment in basic attributes was a hard-fought battle. Wei Duoer's talent, Shadow, aligned perfectly with agility, so it was entirely reasonable for her to seek opportunities to enhance her agility upon entering the secret realm. After estimating the time, Zhou Jun decided without hesitation, "All right, let us split up. I'll find Yi Changshan, and you go hunt monsters. We'll meet at the core area in an hour." "Okay." Wei Duoer confidently gestured with her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she seemed to meld into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Truly a born assassin, Zhou Jun muttered, astonished by her stealth capabilities. He wasted no more time, and quickly ventured deeper into the forest after orienting himself. Compared to the outskirts, the area of movement in the core zone was rapidly diminishing. In theory, as long as Yi Changshan also made it to the core area, they would soon encounter each other. However, in reality, after nearly half an hour of traversal, Zhou Jun still sensed no trace of Yi Changshan. What could be happening? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, a hint of worry creeping in. Just as he pondered whether to return to the outskirts, an earth-shattering sound erupted nearby. Following the source of the noise, he beheld a sight that sent chills down his spine. Towering trees, one after another, crashing down, as if a fearsome battle was erupting in that very spot. Could it be? Zhou Jun's expression shifted, and he immediately dashed in that direction. The distance of 200 to 300 meters could be traversed in mere moments with Zhou Jun's speed. However, before he arrived, a sinister laugh reached his ears. "Yi Changshan, didn't you want to kill me? Why are you forced to transform now?" The arrogant voice echoed through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight. Zhou Jun's gaze pierced through the dense foliage, revealing the scene ahead. In a relatively open space, Peng Yu and Wang Tong stood proudly, their faces adorned with mischievous expressions, mocking the figure before them. Opposing them was a colossal being of astonishing appearance, standing approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, with dark red skin, 6 arms sprouting from its back, eyes like copper bells, a chest adorned with golden patterns, and a necklace of skulls around its neck. It appeared as if an evil deity from the west had descended, or a malevolent monk had emerged from the depths of hell. A single glance inspired trepidation, were it not for the glimmer of human-like intelligence in its eyes. No ordinary person would dare stand before it without trembling in fear. Yet, Zhou Jun was no stranger to this Buddha-like giant. In fact, he felt an innate closeness to it, for this was none other than his good brother, Yi Changshan. Chapter 17. The pressure intensifies. Furious Buddha, an A-rank transformation talent. Upon activation, it transforms the user into an ancient evil Buddha 3 times their original size. At the same time, it grants a remarkable 60 damage reduction, double the total attribute resistance, and an unparalleled boost in strength. It is precisely due to this astonishing transformation trait that Furious Buddha is hailed as the most resilient tank. Among A-rank talents, it ranks among the best, and to some extent, it can rival S-rank. After all, for those who frequently delve into dungeons, a tank with outstanding damage resistance is an exceedingly coveted presence. When Yi Changshan awakened his Furious Buddha, it signified that he would never lead an ordinary life. Even if he did not reach the pinnacle, his existence would undoubtedly surpass that of 99 of the inhabitants of Blue Star. Yet in his past life, Yi Changshan relinquished such a privileged existence. With unwavering loyalty and passion, he stood by Zhou Jun's side, never abandoning the brother he had wholeheartedly chosen. Zhou Jun's ascension to level 54 was largely due to Yi Changshan's contributions. Countless times, had it not been for Yi Changshan's selfless protection in dungeons, Zhou Jun would have long since perished. This debt of gratitude, in his previous life, Zhou Jun had been unable to repay, nor had he possessed the means to do so. In this lifetime, he would never again allow Yi Changshan to suffer even the slightest grievance. Just as memories entwined in Zhou Jun's mind, the battlefield before him underwent yet another transformation. Tell me, where's Zhou Jun? The deep blue flames, akin to the size of a basketball, ignited in Peng Yu's hands, his expression fierce as he hurled it with great force toward Yi Changshan's massive form. The searing fireball swiftly traversed the air, crashing heavily into the latter's body. A sound reminiscent of meat sizzling filled the air as Yi Changshan's chest visibly charred after enduring Peng Yu's fiery assault, releasing plumes of smoke. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift death. If you remain silent, I shall rain arrows upon your bones until you perish from the agony. With eyes gleaming with malice, Wang Tong, grasping a bronze-grade longbow, tightened the bowstring and aimed at Yi Changshan, a cruel smile adorning his face. The two appeared as triumphant hunters, toying with their prey. Meanwhile, before them, Yi Changshan, transformed into an ancient malevolent Buddha, glared with blood-red eyes, consumed by rage. How dare you presume to kill me? Such brazen arrogance. Had it not been for your sneak attack, you would have become corpses the moment you approached me. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating through the dense forest. Only 10 minutes prior, he had been locked in combat with a level 7 elite monster. Just as victory was within his grasp, he was ambushed by Wang Tong's hidden arrow, causing him to fail to evade the monster's dying counterattack, leaving him severely weakened. Peng Yu and Wang Tong proceeded to engage in a wheel-like assault, continuously depleting Yi Changshan's stamina, resulting in the current predicament. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-grade talent, he would never be cornered in such a manner, despite being of a lower level than Peng Yu and Wang Tong. Sharp-tongued and cunning. In this world, there are no what-ifs in the face of victory or defeat. Quickly tell me where Zhou Jun is, and perhaps I might spare your life. Peng Yu snorted heavily, as if his patience had been exhausted, conjuring a serpent of fire that advanced menacingly toward Yi Changshan. Yet Yi Changshan laughed heartily, unafraid. You think you can make me betray my brother? You are unworthy. To kill Jungo? You are even less deserving. Jungo is a prodigy of unparalleled greatness, destined to make his name resonate throughout the world. How could he fall to the hands of such insignificant creatures like you? If you have the courage, attack. Let us see if I dare to retaliate before I perish. As he spoke, 6 arms unfurled behind him, despite his grievous injuries. An indescribable aura of bloodlust emanated from him, as though a deity or demon was gazing down upon humanity. The expressions of Peng Yu and Wang Tong shifted, momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to advance. Witnessing this, Yi Changshan's lips curled into an unabashed smirk, his laughter growing louder. Realizing they had been played, the two men's faces turned ashen. Damn it, if I do not kill you today, I shall not be called Peng Yu. With an expression of icy resolve, Peng Yu unhesitatingly hurled the fire serpent, which transformed into a streak of radiant light, hurtling toward Yi Changshan's heart. Come on, Yi Changshan roared, readying himself for battle. However, Just as the two sides were about to clash, the air suddenly exploded, and an indescribable streak of light surged forth, colliding violently with the ethereal blue fire serpent. Obliterating it midair, the sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Then, a voice, imbued with fury and dominance, echoed from the depths of the forest. Changshan, you may rest. With me here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Changshan's grave expression instantly softened, replaced by waves of joy. At the same time, Peng Yu and Wang Tong perked up, fixated on the direction of the voice. They are a figure, not particularly robust, yet exuding an air of calm composure, approached step by step. One hand was tucked into his pocket, while the other gripped a pitch-black long knife. His gaze profound and tranquil, halting before Yi Changshan. Jungu. The defiant aura that had enveloped Yi Changshan dissipated in an instant, and he sighed in relief as his enormous form vanished, reverting to his human shape. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, a simple, honest smile gracing his lips as he gazed skyward. He needed not worry about anything anymore, for his elder brother had arrived. His brother with the SSS talent. Zhou Jun, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Peng Yu and Wang Tong exchanged glances, their faces betraying their uncontainable elation. I have never hidden. How could there be any talk of revealing myself? Zhou Jun's gaze was as frigid as ice as he scrutinized the two of them. These two petty clowns had persistently provoked him since he entered the 5th Academy. Across both lifetimes, it had been 3 years, and it was high time for them to repay the interest on their loose tongues. With this thought, Zhou Jun's expression grew even colder. Yet Peng Yu and Wang Tong were evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to insult him. You have a D-grade talent, yet you still act so high and mighty. I had initially considered granting you a quick death, but I have changed my mind. I shall slice you into pieces and feed you to the monsters. Peng Yu's eyes glinted with malice as he conjured another fire serpent, preparing to teach Zhou Jun a lesson. Wang Tong, meanwhile, pulled out his phone, activating the recording mode, eagerly capturing the moment. This was not out of some perverse interest, but rather to provide an account for Zhou Wang. Otherwise, without evidence, even after years of following Zhou Wang, the latter might still deny their claims. After all, offering 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment as a reward was no small sum. With their own agendas in mind, the two began to envision the grandeur that awaited them once they had slain Zhou Jun and claimed the promised equipment from Zhou Wang. Entirely oblivious to the fact that it was just moments ago that someone had obliterated that ferocious fire serpent with a mere streak of light. Only Yi Changshan, lying on the ground, wore a satisfied grin. Chapter 18. Slaying you as one would slay a dog. Since you yearn for my demise so desperately, then come and attempt it. In the heart of the forest, Zhou Jun stood serenely at the center of the clearing, his brow furrowed and gaze lowered, completely disregarding the presence of the B-grade talents, Peng Yu and Wang Tong. Opposite him, the fire serpent conjured by Peng Yu coiled around his wrist, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to shimmer. With a chilling glare, he fixated on Zhou Jun. Kid, I truly do not understand where you draw your confidence. If you were still the young master of the Zhou family, I would turn and leave. But now, you are merely the descendant of a sinner, a stray dog, with a mere D-grade talent. What gives you the audacity to challenge us? The Peng family was a second-tier family in Linyuan City. And although Peng Yu was not a direct descendant, he had awakened a B-grade talent, ethereal blue fire, ranking among the elite of the younger generation, his status rivaling that of direct descendants. Additionally, he had awakened early and had already reached level 5 before entering the secret realm. As they progressed, he and Wang Tong's cooperation had been seamless, achieving consecutive victories and successfully advancing to level 7. Thus, he found it utterly incomprehensible how Zhou Jun, possessing only D-grade capabilities, dared to speak so confidently in his presence. This kid must be scared silly by Yugo, still thinking of himself as the young master of the Zhou family. Little does he know the true terror of Yugo. Wang Tong, observing from behind, also wore a cold smile. Many believed that Peng Yu was merely a reckless bully, but few understood the depth of his cunning and ruthlessness. To ensure the successful completion of Zhou Wang's task, he had specifically procured a bottle of silver-grade elixir before entering the secret realm. The secret potion is known as the demon summoning incense, and its effects are not directed towards humanity, but rather towards demonic creatures. Simply sprinkling the potion upon the ground will incite all nearby demonic entities within a 2-kilometer radius to enter a frenzied state, thus triggering a beast tide. The original purpose of this potion was to assist high-ranking hunters in drawing monsters during dungeon raids. However, due to concerns that Zhou Jun had the protection of the A-class expert Yi Changshan, Peng Yu resolutely decided to use it as a contingency plan, intending to incite the monsters within the secret realm to turn against their adversaries. Yet, Yu Ge was overly cautious. Dealing with the foolishly large Yi Changshan did not require the use of the demon summoning incense at all. Wang Tong cast a derisive glance at the incapacitated Yi Changshan and shook his head in disbelief. He had spent half a day preparing for this, even placing the potion specifically in the quiver of his archer's backpack. To think that Yi Changshan would prove to be so utterly ineffectual, allowing events to unfold with astonishing ease. Now, with the greatest obstacle, Yi Changshan, gravely wounded and exhausted, eliminating Zhou Jun, a mere D-class talent, would be a trivial task. Not only Peng Yu, but even Wang Tong himself could easily slay him with a single arrow. You go. I have commenced, Wang Tong thought. Feeling a profound sense of boredom, he pressed the record button, eager to expedite this tedious task. As the recording commenced, the camera revealed Peng Yu grinning malevolently. He ceased to speak, his gaze towards Zhou Jun akin to that of a man eyeing a corpse, unleashing a robust fire serpent from his grasp. The eerie blue ghost fire, though only B-class, was a rare natural elemental talent. This category of talent provides the highest damage amplification, with each attack possessing tremendous destructive power. Although Peng Yu was merely at LV7, this fire serpent attack could instantaneously obliterate an ordinary LV9 demonic creature. In his eyes, Zhou Jun, with his paltry D-class talent, could not possibly possess much combat prowess, even if he had fortuitously leveled up a few times within the secret realm. Being struck by this attack was tantamount to a death sentence. It is over, Wang Tong scoffed from the rear, his disinterest becoming increasingly apparent. He only hoped that upon slaying Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan, he might uncover some valuable loot among their corpses. After all, Zhou Jun was once the young master of the Zhou family. As the saying goes, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. There must be some treasure upon him. Jun Gu. As the fire serpent danced wildly, Yi Changshan, lying incapacitated behind, felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Although he had faith in Zhou Jun's abilities, he had never witnessed him in action since awakening, and was entirely unaware of the nature of Zhou Jun's SSS class talent, inevitably leading to a degree of concern. This entire sequence, though it may seem prolonged, transpired with astonishing speed. Just as the thoughts of the three individuals coalesced in their minds, the robust fire serpent had already reached within half a meter of Zhou Jun. The previously composed Zhou Jun finally sprang into action. He took a step forward, seemingly indifferent, while the dark horizontal blade in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning slicing through the dim forest, decisively cleaving towards the front. Swish! The wildly violent blade light, entwined with electric brilliance, stirred up gusts of wind as it howled through the air. Did he intend to sever my fire with a blade? At the moment Zhou Jun made this move, a thought flashed through Peng Yu's mind, a thought so absurd. To cut fire with a blade, how could that possibly be achieved? What strength and speed would be required to extinguish flames? Even those divine kings of level 500 would find it challenging to execute such an attack in their youth. And Zhou Jun, a mere discarded scion of the Zhou family with D-class talent, how dare he attempt to sever fire with a blade? Peng Yu was about to mock Zhou Jun for his hubris when, in the next instant, his lips froze in disbelief. For he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. His once invincible eerie blue ghost fire, upon crossing paths with the unremarkable black horizontal blade, was extinguished mid-air as if blown out by a breath, like a candle snuffed out in an instant. He truly accomplished the impossible feat of cutting fire with a blade. This is inconceivable. How could you be so formidable? As realization dawned, Peng Yu staggered back several steps, his face a mask of horror, drained of color. That recent strike, although still in the form of a fire serpent, had employed his utmost strength, leaving him nearly devoid of mental energy. Yet, Zhou Jun had effortlessly dispelled it with a casual slash, his expression remaining unchanged, as if that astonishing blow was merely a mundane swing. There was nothing impossible about it. Zhou Jun, devoid of joy or sorrow, advanced steadily towards him. His physique, not particularly robust, nonetheless terrified Peng Yu into retreating repeatedly until he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, who had initially found the situation tedious, was now utterly stunned. His recording phone clattered to the ground, unnoticed. Could this truly be the Zhou Jun who was merely believed to possess D-class talent? Wang Tong found it hard to believe, yet reality compelled him to accept the truth. If anyone dared to claim that Zhou Jun was D-class talent, he would retaliate with a slap. It was a mistake. Surely, the divination pearl must be faulty. Zhou Jun possessed talent above S-class. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Wang Tong, sending chills through his entire being. Even more despairing was the sight of Zhou Jun, once regarded as a mere joke, now standing before Peng Yu, blade in hand. The blade's gleam was chilling, instilling dread. Peng Yu, seated on the ground, was now acutely aware of his impending demise. His eyes burned crimson with rage, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "You clearly possess such strength. Yet you have always held back. You are far more terrifying than Zhou Wang. Now you revel in your triumph, finally able to slay two long-standing rivals. But I tell you, young Master Zhou Wang will avenge us." He felt humiliated, filled with bitterness. However, in the face of Peng Yu's hysteria, Zhou Jun maintained an expression of indifference. He merely shook his head lightly, stating, "You think too much. From the beginning, you and Wang Tong have been nothing more than clowns in my eyes, your sole purpose being to add a touch of amusement to my otherwise mundane existence. Rivals, you are not worthy. If I truly wished to slay you, it would be no different than dispatching a stray dog by the roadside." As these tranquil words fell, They pierced through Peng Yu's self-righteous dignity like a sharpened sword. He grimaced, staring at the approaching blade light, until his vision spun and consciousness plunged into darkness. Peng Yu was dead. Chapter 19, The Beast Tide Rages. Peng Yu is dead. In the shadowy forest, Peng Yu's lifeless body lay sprawled, his massive head rolling to Wang Tong's feet, his blood-red eyes wide open until death, staring blankly ahead. Although everyone in the secret realm possessed a one-time immunity to death, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, even 10 times would be in vain. For Zhou Jun, it was merely a matter of delivering another strike. Witnessing the once formidable Peng Yu fall lifelessly, Wang Tong trembled in terror, shaking uncontrollably. The arrogance he had once wielded during school bullying was entirely stripped away. Especially upon seeing the man before him, brandishing a blade like a demonic deity, he crumbled completely. Zhou Jun Jungu, I beg you, spare my life. I will do whatever you say. My family is wealthy. I can offer you a great deal of money. Look, I have a bronze-level bow and arrow. I can give it to you right now. Please spare me. I do not wish to die. Overwhelmed by immense fear, he knelt before Zhou Jun, pleading for mercy. All notions of dignity and pride were cast aside in that moment. Spare your life? Very well. First, let me hear you bark like a dog. A playful smirk suddenly graced Zhou Jun's lips. In response to his words, Wang Tong, without a moment's hesitation, began to bark like a dog. Indeed, it was amusing. However, I must admit, I harbor no fondness for canines. Zhou Jun chuckled in praise, but swiftly shifted the conversation, wielding his sword with even greater speed towards Wang Tong. Zhou Jun, you are forcing my hand. Realizing he had been toyed with, Wang Tong's expression twisted into a grimace of fury. With a thunderous roar, he scattered the prepared secret potion, the demon-summoning aroma, all around. Ha ha ha, if I perish, you shall not escape either. In a frenzied state, Wang Tong completed his act and met the same fate as Peng Yu, being slain by Zhou Jun in mere moments. Simultaneously, the scent of the aroma wafted through the air, spreading in all directions. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed. His extensive experience from past encounters allowed him to immediately recognize the origins of this substance, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. He had not anticipated that Peng Yu and Wang Tong would resort to such underhanded tactics, even when their overt strength was superior. Summoning a beast tied within the instance was exceedingly perilous. Without prior preparation, an ordinary team of adventurers would stand no chance. Wang Tong's actions indeed posed a significant complication for Zhou Jun. After all, they were situated in the very heart of the dark, dense forest, and the creatures drawn by the aroma would be no less than level 6 or 7 elites, with some even reaching levels 8 or 9. A tide composed of such formidable beasts could unleash devastation, a threat few could withstand during their novice phase. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened. Despite having traversed 2 lifetimes as a slayer, he was encountering such a scenario for the first time. Yet, he remained unperturbed, feeling an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. As if on the cusp of adventure, a beast tide, though a crisis, also represented an opportunity. In the secret realm, monsters were typically scattered, and for top-tier powerhouses, the challenge often lay not in slaying them, but in locating them. The beast tide would forcibly congregate creatures within a certain radius. Thus, from a particular perspective, it could be seen as a rare chance for a leveling spree. What others dreaded, Zhou Jun perceived as a veritable treasure trove of experience. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhou Jun anticipated, the ground beneath him began to tremble, small stones bouncing into the air. In the lush thicket ahead, enormous trees swayed, and countless birds took flight, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending cataclysm. Roar. Accompanying this terrifying spectacle were the savage roars of beasts echoing around him. Suddenly, innumerable creatures of various kinds appeared from all directions, rushing towards him in a frenzied stampede. The sheer magnitude of the scene was horrifying, enough to send ordinary individuals trembling in fear, rendering them immobile. Yet Zhou Jun stood resolute, raising his sword, thunder catastrophe, with deliberate calmness, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Come forth, he bellowed, charging headlong into the oncoming tide of beasts. At that very moment, Yi Chanshan, collapsed on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, a team invitation from Zhou Jun materializing before him. Brother Jun, he murmured hoarsely, instantly grasping Zhou Jun's intentions. In his current state of injury and exhaustion, the only way to recover swiftly was through leveling up. Zhou Jun's invitation was clearly an offer to share experience points, aiding his recovery. Realization struck, and the towering man found himself misty-eyed. Meanwhile, the battle had already commenced. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Jun's vitality surged, his attributes exceeding 5,000 points, transforming him into a relentless force amidst the beast tide. With a powerful kick, he activated the Bone Shatter skill, sending a level 8 magic horned rhinoceros staggering backward. The ensuing shockwave swept through a multitude of surrounding creatures, depleting their health significantly. Zhou Jun, refusing to grant the bloodied monsters a moment's respite, surged forward, his sword dancing with lethal grace, causing carnage in an instant. The mournful wails of the beasts echoed through the dim sky. As the mythically ranked thunder catastrophe, proved insurmountable for them. Each strike was a palpable descent of power. Particularly, the chain lightning effect triggered every 3 strikes, delivering not only immense damage but also stunning effects. With as many as 8 targets struck, the frenzied beast tide momentarily staggered in confusion. Killed LV5 elite monster, Shadow Python. Experience gained, 58. Killed LV7 magic horned rhinoceros. Experience gained, 71. Killed LV8 elite monster, poisonous bee beast. Experience gained, 99. Loot dropped, X1. Countless notifications flashed before him. Flooding the screen, Yi Changshan, watching from a distance, stood dumbfounded at the spectacle. In his eyes, Zhou Jun appeared as a war god wielding the power of thunder. Invincible amidst the beast tide. With every swing of his sword, a deep blue electric net formed, incapacitating any creature that dared approach. Is this truly the might of Brother Jun? Yi Changshan was struck with awe, finally grasping the essence of a prodigy. At that moment, Zhou Jun was indeed terrifyingly powerful. As long as no leader-level monsters emerged, the remaining creatures, be they level 5 or 10, were all mere fodder to him. In what felt like mere moments, the loot orbs began to coalesce at his feet. Yet Zhou Jun remained oblivious to these distractions, his focus solely on slaying monsters. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 6. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him. Zhou Jun had leveled up. The fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished, and his attribute point cap expanded once more. Without hesitation, he seamlessly combined his actions, continuing to slay monsters while mentally summoning his personal panel to allocate points. Each of his 4 core attributes surged by an astonishing 600 points, reaching an impressive 1,800. His total attributes now approached 7,000. This exponential growth fueled Zhou Jun's fervor, rendering him an unstoppable force within the beast tide. Just moments after his upgrade, another burst of light signaled Yi Changshan's own elevation. With a vigorous leap, the massive man landed heavily on the ground, fully restored to his peak condition. Notification: Yi Changshan has exited the team. Zhou Jun glanced at the notification in surprise, only to see the towering figure offer a hearty smile. Brother Jun, you are dispatching enemies too swiftly. I cannot take advantage of your experience points. It would hinder your leveling speed. Moreover, I have fully recovered and wish to level up on my own. Hearing these words, Zhou Jun felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of past or present, this man was forever genuine, treating others with unwavering sincerity. He nodded, refraining from further words, and instead intensified his ferocity. With each swing of his blade, he claimed the lives of numerous monsters. Little Junzi, the monsters are in an uproar. We must hurry. Just as Zhou Jun wreaked havoc, a familiar voice called out to him. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed a ghostly black figure swiftly approaching from the thicket, ultimately revealing Wei Duoer. However, upon arriving and witnessing the chaos before her, she found herself at a loss for words, swallowing the unfinished sentence. How have you grown stronger again? She exclaimed in disbelief. At that very moment, a radiant light descended from above, capturing her attention. Instinctively, she turned to see a colossal Buddha, towering 5 to 6 meters. Manifesting out of thin air, its 6 arms extending and plunging into the beast tide. Was that the furious Buddha, Furo? Wei Duoer blinked her eyes, observing Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan as they not only refrained from fleeing in the face of the beast tide, but instead plunged eagerly into the fray, their excitement palpable. In an instant, her heart raced with exhilaration, causing her petite face to flush a rosy hue. With a path cleared, what was there to fear? The corners of her mouth curled upwards as she popped a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth, and with a swift motion, a dagger materialized in her palm. In the next moment, she transformed into a shadow, diving into the sea of beasts. Chapter 20. Stepping into level 10. Unbeknownst to them, 2.5 hours had elapsed since the secret realm's opening. Within the principal's office of the 5th high school, the elderly principal sat comfortably in the main seat, cheerfully brewing tea, while a middle-aged man occupied the sofa opposite him. Before them stood a striking young woman, her face a mask of astonishment. Principal, did you say our class has produced an SSS-level talent? The woman spoke with incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom that such a prodigy could emerge from a modest institution like theirs, and particularly from her class. The old principal smiled and, with a gracious gesture, poured a cup of tea, handing it to the young teacher, Chu Shuyan. Ah, Xiao Chu, to be precise, it is a dual talent holder. However, Zhou Jun's first talent is rather unimpressive. It may be disregarded. The woman summoned to the principal's office was indeed Chu Shuyan, the homeroom teacher of class 8 in the 3rd year, and Zhou Jun's mentor. As she accepted the tea, disbelief still lingered in her eyes. Zhou Jun awakened an SSS-level talent? She murmured softly, her astonishment deepening. Zhou Jun had transferred to her class in the 2nd year, and in her recollection, he was a quiet student, resembling a muffle, with only Yi Changshan in close proximity. Academically, he was of an average caliber, neither a standout achiever who garnered the teacher's attention nor a mischievous troublemaker who left a lasting impression. Such students, throughout one's high school years, were the most easily overlooked. The teachers hardly remembered them, and the classmates barely acknowledged them. Thus, Chu Xiuyan had never anticipated that the most gifted student in her class would turn out to be him. Congratulations, Xiao Chu. This year's Outstanding Teacher Award is undoubtedly yours. The old principal chuckled heartily, revealing another significant piece of news that left Chu Xiuyan utterly convinced. After all, even though Class 8 was a key class, the award for outstanding teachers would typically not fall to her, given her youth and lack of experience. However, Chu Xiuyan did not place much importance on the so-called outstanding teacher accolade. She was not a local of Linyuan City. Her arrival at 5th High was merely a FAOD, as she had other pressing matters to attend to. Yet her astonishment at Zhou Jun's awakening of an SSS-level talent was genuine. She had an inkling that with Zhou Jun's emergence, the last few days of this year's cohort would become extraordinarily thrilling. Yet, she pondered what type of SSS-level talent Zhou Jun possessed. If it were combat-oriented, humanity might gain another unparalleled supreme being. The old principal took a sip of tea, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, expressed envy. An SSS-level talent with a unique attribute is never weak. Even if Xiao Zhou does not possess combat capabilities, he will surely carve out a remarkable reputation in the future. The upcoming secret realm should reveal much. As these words fell, the three within the room fell into contemplation. This secret realm of the Dark Forest would serve as Zhou Jun's debut. His true capabilities would become evident from the levels he achieved upon exiting the realm. After all, high talent must still be accompanied by the owner's courage, skill, and temperament. Throughout the Federation's millennium-long history, there have been instances of individuals awakening talents of extraordinary levels, yet possessing excessively weak characters, resulting in the squandering of their exceptional gifts, never reaching even level 100, and becoming lost in the vast sea of humanity. Typically, a competent SSS-level prodigy, upon their first foray into a dungeon, could expect to elevate their level by approximately 5 levels. After all, they were all third-year students. Achieving such a level during their initial hunt against magical creatures was truly commendable. Zhou Jun appears far more composed than his peers. I believe he should find it easy to rise 5 levels, Chu Xiuyan elegantly remarked from her seat on the opposite side of the sofa, her delicate hand cradling the tea. I concur with Teacher Chu's assessment. Aside from the ultimate boss and the giant crocodile in the icy pool, the other magical creatures in the Dark Forest are not particularly formidable. As long as Xiao Zhou does not provoke them, he should easily ascend 5 levels. The middle-aged man chimed in. However, upon hearing this, the old principal shook his head, resolutely stating, 3 levels. If Xiao Zhou can reach 3 levels, that would suffice. At this pronouncement, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man frowned. Principal's son, are you perhaps underestimating Xiao Zhou? I do not underestimate him. Rather, I hold high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, pouring himself another cup of tea before elucidating. Have you forgotten? Other SSS-level talents enter dungeons. But Xiao Zhou is venturing into a secret realm. According to the rules of Blue Star, SSS-level talent holders face creatures with doubled attributes within secret realms. Xiao Zhou is indeed a genius, but to encounter creatures with doubled attributes upon his first taste of battle and manage to elevate 3 levels under such circumstances is, in my view, a remarkable feat. Upon hearing the old principal's explanation, the others in the room finally grasped the situation. The middle-aged man ceased his doubts, while Chu Xiuyan smiled. Then, as his homeroom teacher, I shall place greater expectations on him, betting that he can ascend 4 levels. Patience. There are still half an hour until the conclusion of the secret realm. We shall soon see whether Xiao Zhou rises 3 levels or 4. The old principal laughed heartily, gazing out the window towards the playground, where the swirling rift of the secret realm beckoned with promise. Meanwhile, within the core area of the secret realm, a tempest of murderous intent soared skyward. 3 figures darted amidst the endless beast tide, harvesting the lives of magical creatures. Even when fatigued from combat, they showed no fear. For with each level gained, their exhaustion and injuries would vanish, allowing them to rejoin the fray. It was a case of fighting to thrive, growing bolder with each battle. The result was a forest strewn with the carcasses of magical beasts, nearly forming towering mounds. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 10. As the dazzling blade light cleaved through the sky, Zhou Jun, drenched in blood, found the area within 100 meters devoid of any magical creatures. His level naturally ascended to LV10. He casually thrust his sword into the earth before him, his palms swirling through the air to unveil his personal status panel. Allocate points. Max out all 4 attributes. With his thoughts stirring, the 4 core attributes on his panel began to swell at an observable rate. Simultaneously, his physique underwent transformation. His height, already at 6 feet, increased slightly, and his seemingly slender frame grew more robust. His arms became increasingly powerful, his abdominal muscles sharply defined, and his musculature appeared remarkably pleasing. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and his body ceased its transformation. His gaze fell upon the panel before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV10-3. Strength: 5,247. Agility: 5,297. Mentality: 5,200, 102. Constitution: 5,200. Skill, Bone Crush LV1. Equipment, Starfall Pendant Epic, Thunderblade Cataclysm Mythical. Talent, SSS level reallocation, SSS level Infinite Ascension, unique. Gazing at the panel before him, Zhou Jun felt his blood surge with exhilaration. Although he had long anticipated that the escalation to SSS level reallocation would become increasingly fierce in the later stages, the moment he truly beheld the panel's numerical values, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. Individual attributes exceeding 5,000. A total of all attributes amounting to 20,800. What astonishing data this was. Even during the youthful days of those divine monarchs, he was far superior at the same level. Chapter 21, The Lord Appears. Boom. Just as Zhou Jun was savoring his surging power, a tremendous sound reverberated in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Yi Changshan, transformed into a colossal Buddha, striding heavily towards him, with not a single monster remaining behind him. Little gentleman, I've leveled up to 9. In a tremor of the void, Wei Duoer, her form entwined with shadows, materialized before Zhou Jun, her lovely face brimming with excitement. A terrifying beast tide that could have resulted in numerous fatalities had, in their hands, morphed into a feast for garnering experience points. Not only had the three of them quelled the entire beast tide, but each of them had also reaped substantial rewards. Wei Duoer was utterly delighted. Her gains from this expedition into the secret realm had far exceeded her initial expectations. She tossed her lustrous black pigtails, her sharp gaze landing on Zhou Jun's face, yet the next moment, it froze slightly. You're level 10? A spontaneous exclamation escaped her lips, as if she had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Subsequently, her pearly teeth bit down on her rosy lips, and her gaze toward Zhou Jun resembled that of someone staring at a monster. She had reached level 9 due to possessing a Dragon Roar illuminating belt awarded by the old principal, which allowed her to double her experience gains. But Zhou Jun? He bore no such treasure to hasten his experience acquisition, yet his level far outstripped everyone else's. This could only indicate that, in the recent slaughter, Zhou Jun had vanquished the most monsters among the three. You must possess SSS level talent, Wei Duoer stated with utmost certainty. Previously, there had been doubts regarding whether Zhou Jun was indeed of SSS level talent. But now, Wei Duoer could confidently assert, thumping her flat chest, that this lad was undoubtedly exceptional. His extraordinary combat prowess had transcended the realm of ordinary prodigies. Classmate Wei, my brother is burdened with deep-seated enmity. I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking recklessly about his talent once we are outside. Yi Changshan's somber voice resonated from above. Wei Duoer glanced up at the fearsome ancient Buddha and coldly retorted, naturally, I am not one to indulge in idle gossip. By the way, Changshan, how many levels have you gained? Zhou Jun inquired at that moment. Yi Changshan shook his massive head and grinned. Brother Jun, I'm now at level 7. His transformed appearance was already quite fearsome, and when he smiled, revealing his sharp fangs, paired with the string of human head prayer beads around his neck, he resembled a monstrous monk from the depths of hell, causing Wei Duoer to shiver. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. The expedition into the secret realm had yielded bountiful rewards for the three of them, and they had also managed to eliminate Peng Yu and Wang Tong, achieving a flawless outcome. Now, only the core central boss remained. Before the beast tide erupted, the three of them had to devise a strategy to conquer the final boss. At this point, the boss was bold enough not to flee upon seeing them. In the ensuing time, the three took a brief respite, distributing the spoils strewn across the ground. Then, they proceeded towards the core center. Along the way, they formed a party. Without forming a party, whoever dealt the final blow would claim the entirety of the boss's experience points. After forming a party, they would distribute according to agreement. This time, Zhou Jun did not take more. They shared equally, each receiving 333 experience points. Perhaps due to the beast tide, Zhou Jun and his companions chatted and laughed along the way, encountering almost no monsters. They traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the area where the boss resided. This location lay at the very heart of the secret realm, shrouded in darkness and silence, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Both Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer, being first-time challengers of a secret realm lord, could not help but adopt serious expressions. Zhou Jun, however, maintained his composure, leading the way ahead. As they traversed through dense foliage to the end, their vision suddenly expanded. A clearing, as large as a football field, appeared before them. The ground perfectly flat with not a single obstacle. At the center of the clearing stood an astonishing structure, a throne, similar to the dragon chair in an ancient imperial palace. It was elevated high above, surrounded by steps, with a jet-black chair commanding the view of all directions. Brother Jun, is there someone sitting on that chair? Yi Changshan exclaimed, pointing at the throne in astonishment. Wei Duoer smacked his head, pouting, stop being so loud. That is clearly a statue. What kind of eyes do you have? Huh? Yi Changshan blinked, scrutinizing closely. Indeed, he discovered that the figure atop the high throne was not a living person, but rather a meticulously carved statue. It depicted a male figure, elegant like an ancient Western noble, sitting calmly, holding an archaic greatsword in his left hand, while his right grasped a black chain. At the end of the chain, it led to a creature resembling a western dragon. This creature was indeed real. It lay resting at the statue's feet, eyes closed, and only stirred when Zhou Jun and his companions approached within 50 meters of the throne, rising impatiently. Is that a dragon? Yi Changshan was taken aback. No. Zhou Jun shook his head, slowly drawing forth his obsidian blade. That is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed demon lizard. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had accompanied many teams of sky conquerors into this secret realm. He was thoroughly familiar with this ultimate boss. Perhaps due to some peculiar backstory associated with this realm, every time they entered, they would see the multi-eyed demon lizard resting at the statue's feet, or rather, guarding it. Only when challengers approached within 50 meters would it awaken. Hiss. As Zhou Jun and his companions drew nearer, the multi-eyed demon lizard stood upright, as if issuing a warning, revealing its abdomen covered in countless eyes. Those eyes were all vertical pupils, densely packed, creating an unsettling sight. Yikes! Wei Duoer involuntarily shivered, forcing herself not to gaze into its eyes. Yi Changshan and Zhou Jun, however, felt no trepidation. In fact, they were filled with eagerness. Big brother, let me take the lead with this abomination. Yi Changshan was the first to step forward, activating his awakening ability, and in a burst of light, his form instantly enlarged. The ancient evil Buddha descended, startling the multi-eyed demon lizard into taking a step back. As a lord-level monster, the multi-eyed demon lizard was not small, comparable to a bulldozer. Yet, compared to the furious Buddha, it appeared as a mere child's toy. Thousand Prison Arhat's hand. Yi Changshan let out a long cry. Witnessing the colossal figure of the ancient evil Buddha rumble, 6 arms extending behind it, wielding formidable strength, transforming into a phantom as it struck towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. This technique was, unmistakably, the awakening skill of the furious Buddha. Chapter 22. A sudden change. Much like Wei Duoer's awakening skill, Shadow Flicker Slaughter, Furious Buddha was a top-tier tank-type talent, yet its power augmentation was equally unmatched. Its awakening skill, Thousand Prison Arhat's hand, maximized the strength advantage of the ancient giant Buddha, famously known for its ability to shatter myriad laws with sheer force. At this moment, upon activation, its might was astounding. The 6 arms carved through the air, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind, bombarded the multi-eyed demon lizard like a torrential downpour. 722, 691, 778. The Thousand Prison Arhat's hand inflicted continuous damage, prompting a series of notifications to emerge above the multi-eyed demon lizard's head. After several breaths, this wave of assault subsided, and Yi Changshan stood firm, his chest heaving violently. As the dust settled before his imposing figure, the true form of the multi-eyed demon lizard was revealed, emitting a painful howl as its total health, once at 20,000, plummeted by a quarter. What a formidable creature! Wei Duoer's eyes sparkled with excitement, unperturbed by the multitude of vertical pupils on the demon lizard. Her face alight with exhilaration as she extracted a chocolate-flavored lollipop from her hoodie pocket, preparing to pop it into her mouth. Zhou Jun, noticing this, found it peculiar and inquired, "Why do you always choose different flavors of lollipops? Does it hold some significance?" Wei Duoer paused at his words, her cheeks lifting in a playful smirk as she replied, "Of course. Observe." She dramatically pulled out a string of lollipops in various colors from her pocket, holding them up with one hand as she elaborated. Strawberry for good moods, grape for bad ones, lemon when I'm bored, and chocolate? That signifies I'm fired up and ready for battle. Gazing at Wei Duoer's proud expression, along with the chocolate lollipop she was about to taste, Zhou Jun was rendered speechless. If there were levels to candy, Wei Duoer would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle, just as she had stated. The moment the chocolate lollipop touched her lips, her demeanor transformed, her gaze resolute. Behind her, a swirling black mist roiled, with shadowy phantoms drifting within. In that moment, Wei Duoer resembled a merciless reaper, her playful demeanor vanishing as she gripped her dagger tightly and transformed into a blur, charging at the multi-eyed demon lizard. Instant shadow slash. She unleashed her awakened skill without a hint of hesitation, as shadows engulfed the multi-eyed demon lizard, each attack aimed directly at its vulnerabilities. 5,600. A vivid red number emerged, and the shadow talent, truly born for battle, unleashed an absurd amount of damage instantaneously. The multi-eyed demon lizard's health was reduced to half. As a level 10 Lord-class monster, it had never felt so constrained, losing over 10,000 health in merely 2 rounds. At that moment, its icy vertical pupil shifted, likely recognizing the formidable strength of the Avenger squad before it, and it let out a thunderous roar, entering a state of frenzy, determined to fight back. The multi-eyed demon lizard rose on its hind legs, its myriad eyes glaring furiously at the trio, a sight that evoked an unsettling chill. This boss was about to unleash its ultimate move. With his keen experience, Zhou Jun immediately discerned the multi-eyed demon lizard's intent and swiftly drew his thunderblade, transforming into a blur as he executed a slash in midair. though the three of them were high-level and possessed exceptional strength. Underestimating the frenzy-fueled ultimate move of a Lord-class boss would undoubtedly come at a cost. It was crucial to remember that even the level 8 bloodthirsty crocodile in the cold pond could deal 2,400 damage with its ultimate move. How much more fearsome was the multi-eyed demon lizard, with its higher level and rank? Its ultimate move, Thousand-Eyed Demon Light, was notoriously difficult to counter among novice monsters. Not only was its range extensive and damage high, but its casting speed was also remarkable. If allowed to unleash it, everyone present would be in dire straits. Thus, the best course of action was to anticipate the moment it would cast its ultimate move and strike preemptively. Zhou Jun, despite his impressive attributes, found his offensive capabilities lacking. His sole skill, Bone Shatter, was merely of golden tier, adequate for clearing minor foes but insufficient against a Lord-class boss. Hence, he had no choice but to rely on the second method of disruption, utilizing strong control to interrupt the casting of the multi-eyed demon lizard. The paralysis effect of Thunder Catastrophe, reaching a staggering 30, was no trifling matter, and combined with Zhou Jun's 5,200 agility that granted him rapid attack speed, he could deliver 3 strikes in a heartbeat. Clang! His first strike landed on the multi-eyed demon lizard's abdomen with a dull thud, akin to striking heavy armor. Simultaneously, a surge of formidable lightning erupted from the blade, indicating a fortunate trigger of the chain thunder. The multi-eyed demon lizard's roars ceased abruptly, its body frozen in place as boundless electric currents enveloped it. The paralysis took effect. Zhou Jun's eyes gleamed with determination as he unhesitatingly swung his blade again. Seizing the moment, he aimed to deal a decisive blow. With the enhancement of his 5,200 strength attribute, a massive gash appeared in the multi-eyed demon lizard's abdomen, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. 6,100. The terrifying damage figures hovered above the monster's head. Observing this, Wei Duoer clenched her teeth in frustration. The renowned high-damage awakening skill of the shadow talent paled in comparison to Zhou Jun's casual strike. Who would believe such a thing? An SSS-level talent truly wielded such overwhelming power? Stubbornly, Wei Duoer resolved to one day catch up to Zhou Jun. Meanwhile, Yi Changshan, witnessing Zhou Jun's ferocity, could only chuckle foolishly, his form reverting from that of a colossal Buddha to a human size. The outcome was all but decided. Immovable and unable to unleash its ultimate move, the multi-eyed demon lizard was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Jun dispatched it with ease. Killed Lord-class monster, multi-eyed demon lizard. Experience points, 201. Loot dropped, x2. A similar notification appeared before all three of them. As a Lord-class boss, defeating the multi-eyed demon lizard granted over 600 experience points. Even when divided among the group, each received 201. One could hardly deny such a generous reward. Yi Changshan, who was on the brink of leveling up, immediately ascended to level 8. Wei Duoer remarked, I thought clearing this secret realm would require considerable effort, but it turned out to be so effortless. Zhou Jun bent down to collect the loot, his mind acutely aware that the ease of their success was largely due to that wave of beast tide. The experience from quelling a beast tide was overwhelmingly generous, nearly annihilating all the monsters in the core area of the shadowy forest. For a powerhouse like Zhou Jun, this was indeed a prime opportunity. Why haven't we exited yet? Just as the trio conversed while awaiting the settlement of their rewards, Yi Changshan noticed something amiss. Normally, after clearing a secret realm or dungeon, the rewards would be processed simultaneously. However, the entire shadowy forest lay eerily quiet, devoid of the usual post-clearance commotion. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. His gaze shifted to the towering throne, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. In a fleeting moment, he felt as if the stone statue's eyes had moved. Little Junzi, something is off here. Wei Duoer, typically carefree, adopted an unusually serious demeanor. Also fixated on the statue as she remarked, I feel like that statue has come to life. Hearing this, Zhou Jun's heart sank, realizing that his earlier intuition had not been mistaken. Although Yi Changshan, typically unobservant, had not perceived the anomaly, he too felt a shiver down his spine upon hearing Wei Duoer's words, instinctively crossing his arms to ward off the goosebumps. You two don't scare me. Isn't the boss of the shadowy forest dead? In such an eerie scenario, even the strongest of men would feel fear. Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer exchanged no words, their expressions gravely serious. Suddenly, both stepped forward, adopting defensive stances. At that moment, the stone statue atop the high platform slowly lowered its head. Its gray-white visage seemed to gain life, its pupils rapidly enveloped in a strange golden hue. The corners of the mouth, initially devoid of any curvature, now exaggeratedly stretched towards either side, revealing an unsettling smile that sent chills down one's spine. The divine hand of judgment loomed, ready to assess the sins of the condemned. To seek redemption, one must fulfill the divine test. The statue's mouth opened, emitting a distorted and piercing sound, eerily unsettling. Chapter 23. Make your choice. In the heart of the secret realm, as the statue's words echoed, The entire jungle was enveloped in a thick white mist that seemed to surge from nowhere. The fog spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its path in the blink of an eye. The trio, Zhou Jun and his companions, suddenly found themselves in an expanse of blinding whiteness. In this bizarre realm, aside from the three of them and the imposing statue, there were no flowers, trees, or even a glimpse of the sky, as if they had been severed from their original world. Thud! Yi Changshan, in a moment of panic, took a step back. The sound of his footfall echoing far into the vast whiteness, yet no reverberation returned to him. What on earth is happening? Yi Changshan was utterly bewildered. Zhou Jun remained silent, quietly surveying their surroundings, while the eerie statue regained its stillness. The golden hue in its eyes swiftly faded, and the exaggerated grin retracted completely, leaving only the ancient, colossal sword it held, now ominously pointed at the trio. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhou Jun and the others were engulfed in confusion, a resounding roar reverberated through the surrounding space. Subsequently, 7 circular symbols materialized on the ground before them, each distinct in color and shape, resembling totems. Yi Changshan, perplexed, crouched down to examine these symbols, discovering that they were perfectly sized for a person to stand upon. The typically silent Wei Duoer suddenly spoke. It seems we have triggered the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. The statue just mentioned completing some sort of trial, which must pertain to this. However, the significance of these totems remained unclear. In certain dungeons and secret realms, when a party of Skyward challengers meet specific criteria, hidden bosses can indeed be summoned. Yet, the Dark Forest, explored countless times over millennia, had never been reported to harbor such hidden entities. In other words, Zhou Jun and his companions were likely the first on Blue Star to activate the hidden mechanisms of the Dark Forest. This left them without any strategies to reference, relying solely on their instincts. Zhou Jun scrutinized the intricate carvings within the symbols. They depicted various animals: a bear, a goat, a pig, a fox, a lion, a snake, and a unicorn. The peculiar arrangement of these 7 creatures ignited a sense of familiarity within Zhou Jun. He felt an inexplicable connection to the meanings behind these animals. Just as he was ruminating on the hidden mechanism of the secret realm, a sudden anomaly occurred near Yi Changshan. A green beam of light unexpectedly enveloped him from above. Sinner, make your choice. The statue, its sword aimed at Yi Changshan, intoned in a cold voice, resonating throughout the white expanse. Choice? What choice? Yi Changshan exclaimed in bewilderment, scratching his head as he regarded the peculiar totems. Sinner, make your choice. The statue's voice rang out once more, this time with a sharper tone, as if urging him on. Yi Changshan, growing increasingly irritated by the repetition, scowled and nonchalantly stepped toward the goat totem. Fine, I'll choose, all right. But just as he placed his foot upon the totem, Zhou Jun's mind sparked with a sudden realization. He opened his mouth to speak, but alas, he was a moment too late. Yi Changshan had already positioned himself atop the goat symbol. Thud! A dull sound reverberated, and the green light above Yi Changshan's head abruptly turned red, enveloping him within its glow. Not feeling any immediate harm, he scratched his head, still confused. Jun, did you figure something out? Zhou Jun frowned, his expression grave as he nodded. If I'm not mistaken, these 7 symbols represent the 7 deadly sins, and the so-called judgment requires us to select our own transgressions. His gaze swept over the totems, and Wei Duoer exclaimed in realization, I see. The bear signifies sloth. The pig represents gluttony. The fox stands for greed. The lion embodies pride. The snake symbolizes envy. The unicorn denotes wrath, and the goat signifies lust. You, big guy, have definitely chosen incorrectly by standing on the goat. The 7 deadly sins are well known. Zhou Jun's hint triggered an immediate response from Wei Duoer. Each animal's representation was easily discernible. Given Yi Changshan's hot-tempered nature, it would have been most fitting for him to choose the unicorn, while the goat was clearly an ill-suited match. The transformation of the overhead light from green to red further confirmed that Yi Changshan had indeed made a mistake, though the nature of the punishment remained unknown. Sinner, make your choice. Another cold reprimand echoed, as the statue's colossal sword slowly pivoted, now directing its attention towards Wei Duoer. Simultaneously, a green beam descended upon her. Is it my turn now? She blinked, glancing at the 7 symbols before reluctantly approaching the pig totem, which represented gluttony. Both Zhou Jun and Yi Changshan exchanged puzzled looks, for Wei Duoer's petite frame seemed incongruous with the concept of gluttony. However, after she made her choice, the green light above her did not change, confirming that she had indeed selected correctly. Did she actually choose right? Yi Changshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the red light above him and the green light enveloping Wei Duoer, his head nearly spinning in confusion. He was intensely curious about the differences between making a correct choice and a wrong one. Yet before he could discern anything further, a booming notification suddenly echoed through the white expanse. Fallen Holt's overall attributes decreased by 1/7. At this revelation, while Yi Changshan remained in a daze, Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer exchanged knowing glances, quickly grasping the hidden mechanism of the secret realm. Choosing a sin that aligned with one's true desires could diminish the boss's power, It was as simple as that. Wei Duoer inhaled deeply, astonished that the seemingly convoluted hidden trial was, in fact, so straightforward. If they were a party of 7, they could avoid combat entirely, simply ensuring that each member selected the correct sin. After 7 correct choices, the boss's attributes would be entirely nullified, allowing for a seamless victory without a single blow. Regrettably, this realization came too late. After all, they were merely a trio. Even if they selected all 7 sins correctly, they could only reduce the boss's attributes by 3/7. Moreover, Yi Changshan had already erred once. Zhou Jun sighed, aware that his turn was imminent. Sure enough, the green light soon descended upon him. Sinner, make your choice. The statue continued its relentless refrain. Both Wei Duoer and the belatedly aware Yi Changshan turned their gazes towards him, eager to see how he would decide. No one is perfect. Possessing the 7 deadly sins is inevitable. The question lingered. What sin would Zhou Jun embody? Chapter 24, The Terrifying Statue. Prideful lion? Greedy fox? Envious snake? Surrounded by the totems, Zhou Jun pondered his own transgressions. He soon realized that he seemed to possess a hint of each. Zhou Jun had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. On the contrary, he harbored every flaw of human nature. He was greedy. Otherwise, he would not have dared to charge into the fray against the horde of beasts. He was arrogant, seemingly ordinary in appearance. Yet he had never regarded his peers with any semblance of respect. He viewed himself as invincible, looking down upon all. He was envious, having lamented more than once in his past life that fate had not bestowed upon him formidable talents. He was quick to anger upon learning of his parents' baseless accusations. He longed to eliminate all who slandered them. His transgressions were numerous. Thus, when one is consumed by all 7 deadly sins, how should one choose? Zhou Jun stood, hands bound, his mind racing at lightning speed. Sinner, make your choice. The voice from the statue above echoed again, its urgency unmistakable. Yet, Zhou Jun stood unfazed, aloof at the edge of the 7 images. Sinner, hasten your choice. This time, the statue's tone grew more pressing, its script altered. Brother Jun, why do you hesitate? Yi Changshan, beside him, was filled with anxiety. Wei Duoer shot him a glance, gesturing for silence, indicating he should refrain from speaking. Time flowed slowly, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The statue's tone became increasingly urgent and severe. Sinner, make your choice. Sinner, make your choice. Zhou Jun remained oblivious, and after several fruitless repetitions, the statue's voice abruptly ceased, plunging the entire white space into an unprecedented stillness. Below, Zhou Jun's lips curled slightly. The green light enveloping him had not transformed into red. It seemed he had wagered correctly. When one is entirely overtaken by the 7 sins, choosing nothing is tantamount to choosing everything. The fallen halt. All attributes decreased by 2/7. A new prompt materialized predictably. Is it time to fight? Yi Changshan glanced over. Their small party consisted of only 3 members, meaning that even if they completed this hidden trial in its entirety, 5 positions remained vacant on the surrounding totems. Achieving a smooth pass was utterly impossible. The strength of this hidden boss was still unknown. Zhou Jun, upon hearing Yi Changshan's words, felt a stir in his heart and turned his gaze towards the throne atop the steps. At that moment, he witnessed the towering statue seemingly come to life, displaying a new expression. Its golden pupils flickered like a signal of activation, and as they illuminated, the statue's mouth twisted into a horrifyingly eerie smile. Traveling the world, judging all beings, the fallen shall face death. Evil ones, prepare for the judgment of the holy sword. The statue's voice echoed with righteous fervor, and if one were to listen solely to the sound, they might mistakenly believe an angel had descended upon the earth. Unfortunately, those present were not blind. The statue's face radiated an unsettling smile, hardly befitting a virtuous character. As the words left its mouth, it slowly rose from the throne, its massive sword scraping the ground as it advanced step by step towards the crowd. What a farcical hidden mechanism. The inevitable outcome was a confrontation. Upon seeing the statue move, Yi Changshan, enveloped in red light, could no longer remain still. He scoffed, grumbling as he activated his awakening ability. In the next moment, the ancient giant Buddha manifested, glaring menacingly at the statue. Hey, you false deity over there, aren't you here to judge the wicked? I am the greatest evil in this world. I dare you to pass judgment on me. Yi Changshan roared to the heavens, an aura of invincibility surging towards the statue. Wei Duoer, witnessing Yi Changshan's transformation, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she enjoyed a strawberry lollipop, watching the spectacle unfold. The hidden boss would undoubtedly possess greater strength than the multi-eyed demon lizard, but it likely would not be excessively powerful, considering this was merely a level 10 secret realm. Thus, Wei Duoer dismissed the seemingly grandiose statue before her. With Yi Changshan's formidable toughness, even if he could not prevail, he would surely escape unscathed. Rebels shall not be forgiven. As the statue faced the charging giant Buddha, its eerie expression exhibited a semblance of excitement. It continued to recite its righteous lines while raising its colossal sword, suddenly slashing towards Yi Changshan's neck. No, Zhou Jun's eyelids twitched. At the moment the statue swung its sword, an indescribable sense of dread coursed through his body. Wei Duoer experienced a similar reaction. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished. Her body bristling with alarm as danger perception went haywire. Both shared the same thought. Yi Changshan was doomed. At that instant, a formidable wave of sword energy swept past Yi Changshan's massive form, a conspicuous number materializing above his head. 30,390. In that fleeting moment, everything in the white space seemed to freeze. A white light enveloped Yi Changshan, and the first instance of death immunity was triggered. He had yet to comprehend the situation when his transformation automatically dissipated, leaving him weakly kneeling on the ground. Death immunity could only withstand fatal damage but could not negate adverse effects. The statue's strike had utterly depleted Yi Changshan's status. Were the Heaven Slayer to have a health bar, it would reveal that Yi Changshan now possessed a mere 1 point, barely clinging to life. What the hell was this damage? Yi Changshan gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. For the first time feeling a profound sense of helplessness against a lord-level boss. Could even a hulking figure like him not withstand a single blow? Wei Duoer's pupils widened in disbelief. It was well known that the wrathful Buddha, known for its high toughness, boasted a staggering 60 damage reduction and a resistance double its total attributes, making it capable of dominating any dungeon. Yet, when faced with this nameless statue, it had met with instant annihilation. The damage of 30,390 was utterly despairing. Most critically, this was after completing 2 trials, with the opponent's attributes diminished by 2/7. It was unfathomable to comprehend the statue's full strength at its peak. Little gentleman, it seems we are doomed this time, Wei Duoer sighed. For the chasm between them and the statue was insurmountable. This was no longer a challenge for novice heaven slayers. Zhou Jun remained silent, but his heart swelled with a profound sense of unwillingness. Would he perish here? He had just been reborn, with the path of the Invincible prodigy only just beginning. He had yet to reclaim everything lost from the Zhou family, and the truth behind his parents' disappearance remained uninvestigated. He was unwilling. He truly was unwilling. Intense emotions surged within him, and Zhou Jun felt as though some shackles binding him were subtly loosening at that moment. Chapter 25, Between Despair. In the vast, white expanse, an atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. Just moments ago, they had felt at ease, dismissing the statue's threat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it had showcased its overwhelming power. This was entirely beyond the realm of novice monsters. Compared to the multi-eyed demon lizard, this statue represented an insurmountable divide. Brother Jun, it seems luck is not on our side. We may only meet again in another life, Yi Changshan said with a wry smile, his robust form curled on the ground. Utterly weakened, his words barely escaping his lips. Zhou Jun frowned, rebuking, "Speak not such nonsense. I will lead you out. I promise." The youth's tone was resolute. As he summoned the thunder calamity, his sharp gaze locking onto the statue's golden pupils. Despite the vast disparity in strength, and the likelihood that he could not withstand a single attack, he had to try. Otherwise, he would not find peace even in death. Let me take the lead. Suddenly, a pair of dark twin tails appeared in his line of sight. It was Wei Duoer stepping forward. You transferred the bulky figure to a safe zone, and I still have one last chance at immunity from death, which should hold for a while. Wei Duoer turned to him with a smile, her pearly teeth and rosy lips revealing 2 dimples. Zhou Jun had never realized that this girl could smile so beautifully. He paused, saying, "You needn't risk your life for us." "Enough." Wei Duoer raised a hand, rolling her eyes. "Don't speak as if you're all dead and I could survive on my own." As she spoke, she pulled out a chocolate lollipop from her pocket, her face betraying an uncontrollable sadness. "Alas, this may be the last candy I ever eat. Now, all we can do is gamble. The damn statue can likely only unleash such an attack twice. Thus, as the strongest among us, you should still have a chance to defeat it." While speaking, Wei Duoer carefully placed the lollipop in her mouth, casting aside any unnecessary sentimentality, and dashed forward with unrestrained determination. In an instant, shadows swirled, and black mist enveloped the air. The girl in the black hoodie, with twin ponytails, resembled a moth drawn to the flame, her dagger resolutely slashing towards the statue. Swift shadow strike. A crisp, spirited shout resonated through the white expanse. Wei Duoer had already transformed into countless shadows, launching her assault on the statue. Observing this, Zhou Jun ceased to ponder further. He swiftly moved to Yi Changshan's side, hoisting him onto his back, and executed 3 backward jumps to retreat to a relatively safe position. Yi Changshan had lost his immunity to death. In his current state, even a slight brush with the remnants of battle could lead to permanent demise. Thus, ensuring his safety was paramount. As for the statue, he could not believe that a mere novice-level secret realm could entrap them all. The more Zhou Jun found himself in dire straits, the clearer his mind became, and he began to form a vague plan. Bang! Ahead, Wei Duoer had launched into a fierce charge. Relying on her speed advantage from her shadow abilities, she unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes around the statue. Although the statue's damage output was formidable, it seemed to be relatively slow due to wielding a massive sword, remaining on the defensive. After sustaining several consecutive hits, a series of damage numbers appeared above its head, while health and basic attributes materialized before the onlookers. Name, Fallen Holt. Health, 124,000. Level, Class. Upon seeing this panel, both Wei Duoer and Zhou Jun's pupils constricted. A staggering health pool of 120,000. An uncharted level and class. This was no longer a mere novice-level monster. Even placed in a level 20 dungeon, it would at least be a boss-level entity. Yet the problem was, the Dark Forest was merely a secret realm with a monster cap of level 10. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, imbued with a sense of helplessness and despair. Especially when Wei Duoer discovered that each of her strikes only inflicted slightly over 1,000 damage, her heart plummeted. The statue's resistance was absurdly high. Aside from its sluggish speed, it possessed almost no weaknesses. Could the sole strategy be to wear it down with speed? With a swift movement, Wei Duoer found herself in a relatively safe position, her hoodie collar damp with sweat. Clearly, the continuous release of awakened skills was also a significant burden for her. The glutton must be consumed by flames. The statue's emotionless voice echoed once more as it raised its colossal sword, flames gathering at its tip. Scorching heat radiating in ripples through the air, as if an apocalyptic aura spread from it. It can use magic skills? Wei Duoer gasped in surprise. Initially thinking she could wear down the boss with her speed advantage, only to find that it possessed multiple forms of attack. Damn it. Nearby, Zhou Jun, witnessing the statue's flaming greatsword, disregarded Wei Duoer's earlier admonitions and rushed in like a gust of wind. His thoughts coalescing into action as a cerulean slash shot forth from the pendant at his chest. It was the active skill of the Falling Star pendant. Cost, 5 mental energy, releases a guaranteed strike with a 1 chance to permanently reduce the target's racial class. Since acquiring the Falling Star pendant, Zhou Jun had never unleashed its active skill. Primarily, there had been little need, as all encountered foes had been easily overcome, making it unworthy to squander mental energy on a mere 1 chance. Yet this time, the circumstances were evidently different. The statue was stronger than anticipated in this life and death moment. Zhou Jun could only employ every means at his disposal to resist. 103. The blue slash struck the statue with precision. The damage was modest, yet it successfully interrupted its casting. The statue's golden eyes shifted towards Zhou Jun, a glimmer of anger evident in its gaze. It seemed taken aback by the fact that the Celestial Slayer team possessed ranged attacks. Zhou Jun was not surprised when his initial use of the Falling Star Blade failed to diminish the statue's level. After all, a 1 chance of success required extraordinary luck. Without hesitation, he summoned his mental energy once more, unleashing a flurry of Falling Star Blades. Congratulations, Falling Star Blade activated successfully. Target's racial class, Fallen Holt, decreased by 1 level. Zhou Jun's fortune favored him. Just as his energy was nearly depleted, he succeeded in triggering the special effect. The statue's attribute panel instantly transformed. Name, Fallen Holt. Health, 88,000. Level, 21. Class, Monarch. All the data was displayed. Yet Zhou Jun's heart sank once more. After being reduced in level, the statue's racial class remained Monarch? Did this mean that before the reduction, it was a supreme level monster? No wonder it was so overwhelmingly powerful. With demon god level entities absent, supreme level monsters stood atop the pinnacle of the dungeon. Unmatched within its level, even an SS class human prodigy would be subdued. Wei Duoer and Yikangshan, upon grasping the statue's panel, felt their spirits plummet. The term monarch left them feeling desolate. A more profound atmosphere of despair began to permeate the scene. The statue, sensing its class had suddenly diminished, displayed an extraordinarily human-like fury. The one guilty of all 7 sins is beyond forgiveness. Their crimes must be punished. It raised its enormous sword, deep orange flames coalescing upon it, and then swung it down with ferocity. This release was swift and precise, offering no chance for interruption. It had evidently entered a frenzied state. Not good. Zhou Jun's complexion changed dramatically. This strike from the statue was undoubtedly of ultimate caliber. How could one defend against a monarch-level monster's ultimate attack? As the blade of the statue sliced through the air, a torrent of flames erupted, radiating with world-ending might, rapidly expanding in all directions. Zhou Jun had no time to think. He lunged towards Yikangshan, attempting to shield him with his own body. As long as it wasn't T-penetrating damage, he could protect Yikangshan. Boom. In the next moment, the blazing inferno swept across the entire white expanse at a height of 1 meter. 98,701. Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer were enveloped in a flash of white light. Their death immunity triggered. Meanwhile, Yikangshan remained unharmed, shielded by Zhou Jun from the sweeping flames. Yet his rugged face was now streaked with tears. For although Zhou Jun had survived, the flame's assault had left a deep burn on his back. His skin was charred black. Wei Duoer fared no better. Her hoodie was mostly destroyed, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. She was half kneeling on the ground, supporting herself with her dagger, gasping for breath. The ultimate technique of a monarch-level entity, no less, from one at level 21. Indeed, This is a burden far too great for novices like them to bear. Were it not for the last vestige of death immunity, their demise would be inevitable. What to do? Wei Duoer gazed at the approaching stone statue boss. Now in a frenzy, her face etched with despair. In this life and death crisis, her gaze instinctively darted towards Zhou Jun, and a ridiculous flicker of hope surged within her. She yearned to uncover whether this man had any hidden cards yet to be played. Chapter 26. Zhou Jun's Awakening Skill. With a resounding clang, the stone statue, wielding a colossal sword with one hand, trudged forward with heavy steps towards Zhou Jun. The activation of the Starfall Blade's effect had infused the statue with an unprecedented aura of murderous intent, clearly indicating that Zhou Jun's actions had thoroughly provoked its wrath. The fury of a level 21 boss could only be fully appreciated when faced directly. With each step the statue took, an indescribable oppressive force surged forth, nearly tangible, causing Zhou Jun's clothes to billow and his hair to dance wildly in the air. Yet, Zhou Jun stood undaunted. He tore away the remnants of his already tattered school uniform, revealing a muscular torso, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fixed his gaze on the advancing statue. He gripped his sword, Thunder Calamity, with increasing fervor. Undoubtedly, the atmosphere of despair was palpable. Yet Zhou Jun refused to relinquish his resolve to resist. This was the dignity and spirit of a peerless prodigy, even in the face of formidable foes. He would forge ahead. Furthermore, he had not yet reached a point of utter despair. With an S-rank talent for his dual ponytails, he possessed the awakening skill, Instant Shadow Chaos, and with A-rank talent, Old Yi had the awakening skill, Furious Gaze of Buddha. I have often pondered, what is my awakening skill? What could it be, given my SSS-rank talent? Zhou Jun murmured softly. Though his voice was barely audible, it resonated clearly within the vast expanse of the white space. Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan were momentarily stunned. Zhou Jun's awakening skill? It seemed like they were just now realizing this question, both of them caught off guard. Awakening skills differed from the skill books dropped by monsters. They were abilities awakened alongside one's talent, stemming from the depths of the soul, representing the ultimate trump card for every celestial hunter. Awakening skills varied in strength, contingent upon the level of talent. Moreover, awakening skills were not inherently possessed from the outset. Generally, the stronger the talent, the more challenging it was to develop the awakening skill, particularly from the SS rank onward. Awakening one's own skill required immense fortuity, with high demands placed on personal comprehension, mindset, and circumstances. Throughout the history of the Federation, there were instances of individuals with SS rank and above talents awakening their skills. Yet many perished without ever realizing their potential. Zhou Jun possessed 2 SSS rank talents. Among them, redistribution was an enhancement derived from a D rank talent, lacking an awakening skill. However, infinite sublimation was genuinely an awakening born from within him, fully meeting the criteria for awakening a skill. Yet, awakening an SSS rank skill was notoriously arduous, compounded by the uniqueness of the infinite sublimation talent, leaving Zhou Jun without any predecessors to guide him. No one knew what awakening skill this talent possessed. He could only rely on his own exploration. Since entering the secret realm, as he leveled up by defeating monsters, he had attempted to develop his awakening skill. Yet all efforts had yielded no results, leaving him utterly clueless. Until this moment. Faced with the unassailable might of the stone statue and the unprecedented terror of life and death, Zhou Jun felt as if some shackles within him were subtly loosening. Each time he unleashed his infinite sublimation, a profound sensation coursed through him like a dragon in flight. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Zhou Jun realized this was the very reason he dared to fight back against the statue. The essence of infinite sublimation was to elevate all things. If he was not mistaken, its awakening skill was, in fact, a means to elevate himself. Zhou Jun closed his eyes. In that instant, his heart was as tranquil as still water, yet the power of sublimation within him surged ever more vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. At last, the entirety of his sublimation power erupted like a tumultuous sea, flooding every inch of his being. In that moment, his body felt as though it had transformed into a furnace, an endless stream of vitality swirling around him, accompanied by an enigmatic chime resonating from within. Echoing throughout the vast white expanse, a dazzling 9-colored radiance suddenly descended from above, breaking through the confines of the white world, enveloping Zhou Jun in a divine light, rendering him akin to a celestial being. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Had he awakened his own skill? A voice of disbelief escaped Wei Duoer's lips, while Yi Changshan was rendered speechless. The spectacle before them was astonishing, an SSS-rank prodigy awakening his own skill. With such cosmic phenomena that even the secret realm could not conceal it, the 9-colored brilliance illuminating the heavens and earth, sweeping through all realms. Even the statue was momentarily stunned, hesitating to advance, its golden eyes fixed on Zhou Jun, an unmistakable trepidation lurking within. Is this the true extent of my capability? Enveloped in an infinite brilliance, Zhou Jun comprehended everything at the moment of awakening his skill. Ultimate Sublimation LV1. SSS-rank awakening skill during the release period. Amplifies all attributes and combat power tenfold, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 days. The skill description flooded his mind, and Zhou Jun clenched his fists tightly. It was overwhelmingly powerful. A tenfold increase in all attributes and combat prowess. How unfathomable. There was no other ability in the entire Federation that provided such an exaggerated enhancement to oneself, though it lasted only 10 seconds. It was crucial to remember that the ultimate sublimation was only at LV1. As its level increased, and he delved deeper into the awakening skill, he believed that the duration would extend. So this is my true trump card, the very foundation upon which I can turn the tide and ascend to the pinnacle. Zhou Jun took a deep breath, shaking off all feelings of oppression. He fixed his gaze on the stone statue, an invincible aura sweeping forth, causing the formidable creature to stagger back in surprise. Ultimate sublimation activate. Seeing this, Zhou Jun erupted into laughter, an infinite might coursing through him. In an instant, all of Zhou Jun's attributes experienced an explosive surge. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all skyrocketed from 5,200 to 52,000. His blood surged like thunder. A primal force capable of cleaving mountains in two. The exhilaration Zhou Jun felt from his first experience of ultimate sublimation was indescribable. The sensation of his power soaring was simply sublime. His gaze fell upon the stone statue, akin to that of a predator stalking its prey. The statue, taken aback, retreated once more. Since the engulfing of this white space, the statue had maintained an air of superiority, mocking the trio, inflicting despair with casual strikes that dealt 5-digit damage. Yet at this moment, the tides had irrevocably turned. Upon activating ultimate sublimation, Zhou Jun wasted no time. He transformed into a blur and dashed forward. Bang! A simple yet impactful kick, bone shatter, delivered with a staggering 50,000 agility and strength, left the statue no time to evade or resist. 21,008. A prominent damage figure appeared above its head. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly, as a supreme-grade creature, even demoted to a king level, its resilience was astonishingly high. Otherwise, with Zhou Jun's enhanced attributes, such a kick against a common monster would have easily inflicted over 100,000 damage. The bone shatter dealt significant pain to the statue, simultaneously triggering the skill effect, defense break. The shattered shield icon materialized above its head. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun followed up with a punch. 43,012. With a tremendous exertion of strength, Zhou Jun unleashed a powerful punch, causing the statue to suffer considerably more damage while in a state of vulnerability. The great sword in his hands trembled, nearly slipping from his grasp as he staggered back repeatedly. In just 2 strikes, he had reduced its nearly 90,000 health points to below 30,000. At this moment, Zhou Jun had only 5 seconds remaining until the transcendence period concluded. Chapter 27, Aftermath of Battle. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhou Jun, having maximized his transcendence, truly resembled a divine being descended from the heavens. Each blow imbued with an unstoppable force. With nothing but his fists and feet, he had reduced a king-level monstrosity to a state of critical health. Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan were left in utter astonishment. They had anticipated that Zhou Jun's awakening skill would be formidable, yet what unfolded before them exceeded all expectations. In truth, this was beyond their comprehension. Merely at level 10, he could overpower a level 21 king-level boss with his awakening skill. This was utterly terrifying. Brother Jun truly exuded an aura of invincibility. Yi Changshan swallowed hard, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned a grand era to come, filled with prodigious talents and heroes. At its pinnacle stood Zhou Jun, overseeing all living beings. Wei Duoer's thoughts were less grandiose. She merely sighed in relief, grateful that her friend was indeed remarkable and had lived to see another day. Clang! In the center of the battlefield, Zhou Jun struck once more, this time drawing forth a pitch-black, ink-like blade. As a mythical weapon suitable for level 20, the Thunderblade remained Zhou Jun's most potent offensive tool. Especially after his recent transcendence, his combat prowess had increased tenfold, making the Thunderblade's might incomparable. It was evident that as the chilling light of the Thunderblade shimmered in the air, the statue's movements became utterly disoriented. It could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant human had transformed into a being it now feared. Helplessly, it could only watch as the cold, gleaming edge of the blade loomed larger in its vision, until it was cleaved in two. 51,023. Defeated LV-21 Supreme Level Monster. Fallen Whole. Experience points, 1190. Dropped loot, X2. Congratulations. You have completed the LV-10 dungeon. Dark Forest. Rating, SSS. Completion reward. Choose any 3 pieces of mythical equipment. Dungeon announcement. The team of Wei Duoer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun has successfully cleared the dungeon. Rating SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. Dungeon announcement. The team of Wei Duoer, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Jun has successfully cleared the dungeon. Rating SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. A series of kill notifications flashed before him. However, Zhou Jun lacked the strength to pay attention, for the 10 seconds of his maximum transcendence had elapsed, and he felt an overwhelming wave of weakness envelop him, rendering him unable to stand. The thunder blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a clatter. Little gentleman. Just as his body swayed and threatened to collapse, a delightful fragrance wafted close, and Zhou Jun felt himself being supported by someone. Turning his head, he found a pair of familiar pigtails bobbing before him. At that moment, Wei Duoer, brimming with camaraderie, was clumsily supporting Zhou Jun's sturdy left arm, bearing most of his weight upon her small frame. Seeing Zhou Jun glance her way, she raised an eyebrow playfully. Yet, Zhou Jun was far too fatigued to speak. He strained to look at the notifications before him. It was clear that they had indeed completed the dungeon. The statue was truly the final boss, and the rewards for defeating it were quite generous, calculated based on its original supreme level status. The level reduction from the Starfall blade did not factor into the equation. Consequently, even after splitting the experience, they each received a substantial 1190 points, propelling Zhou Jun nearly to level 11. Furthermore, they had fortuitously acquired 2 pieces of loot. Zhou Jun turned his head slightly, giving Wei Duoer a knowing glance. She understood immediately and reached out to collect the 2 glowing orbs of loot. As the light dissipated, 2 skill books materialized. Brother Jun, Sister Duo, why are you 2 still hugging? Just as Zhou Jun was about to examine the skill books, an untimely voice interrupted, revealing a now rejuvenated Yi Changshan approaching sneakily. Previously, he had been on the brink of death, but the experience from defeating the statue had been so abundant that it propelled him to LV9, instantly healing all his wounds. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Jun shot him a glare, mustering the strength to utter a retort despite his throaty discomfort. Wei Duoer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned calmness, clearing her throat. We, children of the rivers and lakes, are not bound by trivialities. Since you've recovered, I shall return your brother. With that, Wei Duoer, like a nimble cat, darted away from Zhou Jun's embrace, causing him to nearly stumble. Fortunately, Yi Changshan was quick to catch him. You 2 are truly trying to kill me. Zhou Jun rasped out, feeling a profound sense of helplessness regarding the side effects of his maximum transcendence. Typically, when enhancing items or equipment, he would feel discomfort. But this time, enhancing himself magnified that discomfort tenfold, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if his very essence had been drained for days on end. Such a sensation was unbearable. Zhou Jun envied Yi Changshan for having leveled up and refreshed his state, erasing all discomfort. Observing Wei Duoer's relaxed demeanor, he suspected she had also leveled up. Only Zhou Jun remained in a state of injury. With a silent sigh, Zhou Jun summoned the 2 to inspect the loot together. First, the 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss, the statue. Name: Chapter of the Furious Blade. Grade: Excellent. Type: Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect: when equipped with sword-type weapons, gain 5 critical strike chance. Cooldown: none. The first skill book that caught his eye was a rare sword and blade skill, activated passively. And its effect was quite promising, providing a boost to critical strike attributes. It was important to note that while the human race possessed an upgrade panel, they were still tangible beings, vastly different from characters in online games, especially considering their basic attributes were limited. To unlock the critical strike entry in their personal interface, one must equip related items, gear, or skills. Therefore, items that grant critical strike potential were often of immense value. A sword and blade skill? It seems this will benefit little gentleman. Wei Duoer glanced at it, and couldn't help but pout. Among the 3 of them, only Zhou Jun wielded sword-type weapons. Thus, the allocation was clear. Yi Changshan naturally had no objections, and they turned their attention to the second skill book. Name: Blade of Atonement. Grade: Mythical. Type: Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect: channel your own sins to deliver a powerful slash, dealing 500 magical damage based on your own attack. Cooldown: 1,500 seconds. Seeing yet another sword and blade skill book, Yi Changshan averted his gaze. Wei Duoer let out a dismissive sound, popped a lemon-flavored lollipop into her mouth, and waved her hand. What a boon for you. All the rewards from the hidden boss are tailored for you. Oh well, I'll graciously let you have it. Graciously? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun instinctively glanced at her flat chest, and a fleeting look of disdain crossed his eyes. Wei Duoer was blissfully unaware of the scene unfolding around her. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly brandished her dagger and imparted to Zhou Jun the intricacies of Duoer's code of the underworld. After a brief exchange of banter, the trio retrieved their spoils from the vanquishing of the first boss, the multi-eyed lizard. Once more, 2 luminous orbs emerged, with Wei Duoer taking the initiative to open the chests. This time, instead of discovering a skill book, she unearthed 2 exceptional grade items. Given that they had just defeated a Lord-level boss, the quality was quite commendable. However, since Zhou Jun had already claimed the entirety of the statue's rewards, he graciously handed over the items to Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer for distribution. Subsequently, they began to tally the loot acquired during the previous beast-tide encounter, which amounted to 12 items, allowing each person to select 4 according to their needs. The grand finale, however, consisted of 3 pieces of mythic grade gear. each of which could be selected for a specific slot as a reward for defeating the hidden boss. Naturally, each individual would receive one item. Wei Duoer chose a beautifully crafted leather chest piece, while Yi Changshan opted for a pair of heavy armor bottoms. As for Zhou Jun, after a moment's contemplation, he selected a ring among the accessories. The gear was fixed at the mythic level, though the other attributes were entirely random. Upon inspection, Zhou Jun found the ring's attributes to be rather unremarkable, merely adequate. Yet, he remained unfazed. Once he returned home and regained his strength, he would elevate the ring's status using the power of sublimation, transforming what was once ordinary into a rare treasure. Chapter 28, Departing the Secret Realm. While Zhou Jun and his companions were busy counting their gains, the area surrounding the secret realm erupted in a frenzy. All the diligent third-year students, engrossed in their level grinding, were wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Yet, the repeated announcements, echoing 3 or 4 times, served as a clarion call, confirming that this was not a mere auditory illusion. Thus, after a brief silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the onlookers. My heavens! We are still grinding on the outskirts, yet someone has already penetrated to the core and successfully cleared it? Could Wei Duoer be the girl who just registered her S-grade talent? Indeed, that's her. We're in the same class. I never imagined that while I was still struggling to farm monsters, she had already conquered the Lord Boss. They're a trio. The other two must be extraordinary as well. Of course, Yi Changshan is the only student in the entire school with an A-grade talent, a top-tier tank known for his ferocity. No wonder. An S-grade shadow talent paired with an A-grade tank can indeed take down the final boss. Wait, who is this Zhou Jun? If he is adventuring alongside those two geniuses, he must possess some remarkable talent as well. Many students were struck by the stark contrast between themselves and these prodigies. Suddenly, someone who had not attended the talent registration earlier raised a question. Why is it that all the discussions revolve around Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan? Yet no one mentions Zhou Jun. Upon hearing this, those in the know scoffed. Zhou Jun is merely a D-grade talent. Why would we discuss someone of such low stature? Exactly. In a battle against a boss of this caliber, what could a D-grade individual possibly contribute? He is merely riding on the coattails of his connection with Yi Changshan, tagging along to gain experience. Realizing why no one had previously brought up Zhou Jun, the questioner felt a mixture of enlightenment and envy. Despite being a D-grade talent, he had an A-grade brother. Now, he had even benefited from the completion rewards, if he played his cards right. He might even manage to cozy up to the illustrious Wei Duoer, a paragon of S-grade talent. For countless individuals with lesser talents, such circumstances represented a significant opportunity. Alas, with the secret realm cleared, we can no longer continue leveling up. I'm so close to reaching level 4. If only the secret realm could remain. What are you thinking? Even if Wei and the others hadn't cleared it, the realm would only last a few more minutes at most. Once they exit, the news of their success will surely create a stir in school, and perhaps even the principal will personally come to honor them. After all, they are prodigies. Clearing the secret realm on their first attempt is a feat that would be considered exceptional even at our school. The third-year students from the 5th high school engaged in idle chatter, their words laced with admiration and envy for the two prodigies. In their eyes, both Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer would henceforth be figures they could only look up to, existing on a plane far removed from their own. Thus, even in addressing them, though they were contemporaries, they naturally appended honorifics to showcase their respect. To share 3 years alongside such prodigies might well be the most fortunate occurrence in their lives. Years later, when reminiscing with friends over drinks, they would certainly have an impressive tale to boast about. Moments later, with a resounding crash within the secret realm, everyone witnessed a dazzling transformation as the scene before them shifted to the 5th high school's playground. Where's Wei Jie? Once they regained their bearings, many instinctively sought out Wei Duoer's figure. There she is, alongside Yi Shuizhang. A keen-eyed student pointed excitedly to a corner of the crowd. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire playground's gaze converged upon that spot. There stood 3 distinctly defined figures, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they strolled toward the teaching building. Is that Yi Shuizhang, who has awakened the fearsome tank? He looks incredibly robust. My goodness, Wei Jie is even more adorable than I imagined. To think such a girl possesses an S-grade shadow talent is simply unbelievable. The trio's presence instantly captured the attention of countless students from the 5th high school. Suddenly, someone voiced a question, bewildered. Why is it that the one in the center is Zhou Jun, who possesses a mere D-grade talent, rather than the more gifted Wei Jie or Yi Shuizhang? Everyone paused, and upon reflection, they realized it was indeed the case. The significant central position was occupied by Zhou Jun, while Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan flanked him, laughing and conversing, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. This left the crowd utterly perplexed. How did it seem that Zhou Jun was the core of this small team? Wasn't he merely a slacker riding on their coattails for experience? As the spectators contemplated this, several figures emerged from the entrance of the teaching building. Leading the procession was the elderly principal, his white hair a striking contrast to the middle-aged man responsible for talent registration, accompanied by a cadre of teachers from the 5th high school. The principal's appearance indicated that news of Wei Jie and her companion's success had already spread. Who would have thought they would encounter the principal twice in a single day? The cloud of Wei Jie and Yi Xuezhong was truly immense. With the principal present, Zhou Jun still dares to walk in the center. He clearly has no understanding of social etiquette. Indeed, the principal is here to honor the prodigies. What business does a D-grade talent have being in the spotlight? The students of the 5th high school began to murmur amongst themselves, some expressing dissatisfaction with Zhou Jun's actions. Despite the absence of any intent to disparage those with lesser talents, one would expect him to have the foresight to recognize his place. Such reckless behavior was simply unbecoming. Many among the crowd scoffed, already eager to witness the unfolding drama. Though the principal appeared affable, he was, after all, an 80-level powerhouse. And a mere D-grade talent daring to act so audaciously in such a setting would undoubtedly face repercussions. Under the watchful eyes of those reveling in his misfortune, the principal, hands clasped behind his back, strode purposefully toward the trio. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. The former principal exhibited no trace of the anger one might have anticipated. Instead, he wore a warm and amiable smile as he extended his hand. To his surprise, the individual he greeted was none other than Zhou Jun. He seemed to completely disregard Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer, focusing solely on Zhou Jun. His demeanor radiated a sense of care, as if Zhou Jun were the genuine prodigy. What was this all about? Zhou Jun, a mere burden, not only dared to occupy the center stage, but had also garnered the principal's admiration. What on earth had transpired? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, staring vacantly at the unfolding scene, their minds in utter disarray. Those who had anticipated witnessing Zhou Jun's embarrassment were now left speechless, utterly astonished. Chapter 29, The Astonishing Principal. Until the principal led Zhou Jun's team away from the playground and into the academic building, the onlooking students remained in a state of shock. They exchanged glances, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. However, without exception, Zhou Jun's image in their eyes had suddenly transformed. He was no longer insignificant, but rather enveloped in an air of mystery that commanded respect. Meanwhile, in the spacious principal's office, only Zhou Jun, the principal, a middle-aged man, and the homeroom teacher, Chu Xiuyan, were present. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer had merely received a few verbal commendations from the principal before being denied entry into the office. In the presence of an SSS-level genius, even the most outstanding students were reduced to mere background figures. Witnessing such a stark contrast in treatment, even Zhou Jun, despite his usual obliviousness, began to grasp the situation. It was as clear as day to him that the principal had learned of his secondary talent. Thus, upon entering the principal's office, Zhou Jun maintained a calm demeanor, accepting the principal's offering of tea with a sense of rightful ease. This composure was befitting of a youthful prodigy, the scion of the Zhou family. Unbeknownst to him, his casual demeanor was perceived differently by the principal and the middle-aged man. They saw a young talent exhibiting unwavering confidence, remaining unflustered in the face of any authority. His poise and charisma surpassed that of many peers. Zhou Jun, I am already aware of your second talent, the principal said, his smile warm as he observed Zhou Jun finishing the cup of Bai Luo Chun tea he had brewed, promptly refilling it with an obsequiousness that belied the authority typically associated with a principal. This was the privilege of a genius. Before an SSS-level talent, even the head of a school must bow in deference. The response from the Divine Pearl has been delayed. However, the 5th high school will ensure that no SSS-level prodigy is tarnished. Your situation has already been reported to the federal authorities, the principal carefully articulated. The middle-aged man, Su Yuan, stood beside him, wearing an expression of embarrassment as he lowered his head towards Zhou Jun, earnestly stating, Young brother Zhou, the oversight and registration rests entirely on my shoulders. The federal authorities have already taken immediate steps to rectify it. Furthermore, this is my personal business card along with a token of goodwill. I have a modest reputation in Linyuan City, so should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced a collection of valuable secret medicines and a business card from his backpack, presenting them to Zhou Jun with the utmost humility. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the coldness he had shown during Zhou Jun's registration at the gymnasium. Zhou Jun glanced at him with indifference, choosing not to respond. The others in the principal's office exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of how to proceed. After several tense seconds, as the middle-aged man began to perspire, Zhou Jun casually collected the items without even sparing them a second glance. This time, it was done out of respect for the principal. Zhou Jun's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. The middle-aged man, relieved, expressed his gratitude profusely, for it would have been truly unsettling to have an SSS-level prodigy harbor resentment. The principal, seeing this, smiled and lightened the mood, exclaiming, Haha, old Su. I told you Zhou Jun is not the petty type. As he spoke, he poured Zhou Jun another cup of tea and then leisurely retrieved an ancient bronze key from his pocket. Young Zhou, your awakening of the SSS-level talent is a blessing for our federation and a glory for 5th High. We, as an institution, must not let the heart of a genius grow cold. This LV20 Secret Realm key is my personal reward, and I hope you will not lose sight of your original intentions and continue to forge ahead, upholding the prestige of our humanity. Upon hearing the principal's words, Zhou Jun's typically calm expression finally exhibited a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that fifth high's reward would be a secret realm key. Secret realms were rare, and the higher the level, the more elusive they became. This LV20 secret realm far surpassed the recently mentioned Dark Woods. Most importantly, this secret realm belonged solely to him. With all its resources at his disposal, one could not deny that the principal had a generous hand. Zhou Jun realized he now owed the principal a favor. Discreetly placing the secret realm key into his possession, Zhou Jun's gaze turned to the middle-aged Su Yuan, for he understood that the main event was yet to unfold. Indeed, after indulging their private interests, they finally moved to the crux of the matter. Su Yuan's expression turned serious as he retrieved 3 cards from his spatial bag. They were of silver, gold, and crimson hues, each lavishly designed, adorned with dragon motifs and the emblem of the Federation, undeniably eye-catching. Young brother Zhou, these are the rewards from the Federation for SSS-level talents, urgently airlifted from the great Xia divine capital. Su Yuan's demeanor was solemn. As he represented the Federation in bestowing honors upon Zhou Jun, he unfolded each card as he introduced them. These cards are universally accepted by the Federation. They can be used in any city across Blue Star. The silver card is a monetary card containing 50 million Federation coins, which you may allocate as you wish. The gold card serves as a resource card. At any official trading post, you can claim any resources of excellent grade or below free of charge, be it equipment, items, or skill books. For anything above excellent grade, you will enjoy a 30% discount. The final red card is a special reward from the Federation, a compensation for the registration error. With this card, young brother Zhou, you can exchange it for a complete set of beginner-level myth-quality gear at any official institution. Clearly, this was the true windfall. Myth-quality equipment was notoriously rare, and a complete set was a treasure beyond measure, with only a handful existing throughout the Federation. To be given a full set outright was indeed a grand gesture. Even the principal and Su Yuan, who were already aware of this development, felt an overwhelming sense of awe upon seeing the invaluable red card. Meanwhile, Chu Shuyan, who had been unaware of the entire situation, gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom the immense attention Zhou Jun's talent had garnered even at the federal level. What sort of prodigy had emerged from my class? At that moment, Chu Xiuyan was filled with a complex mixture of emotions, unable to suppress her amazement. However, Zhou Jun, the subject of all this attention, remained composed. Even after learning of the red card's purpose, he exhibited no excessive excitement. Having traversed the tides of life in his past and present, he possessed a mindset that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, after awakening his limitless ascendant talent, myth-quality equipment no longer seemed unattainable in his eyes. With a casual motion, he stowed the 3 cards, stood up, and spoke with measured dignity. Principal, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave now. Zhou Jun's demeanor, as unyielding as a mountain in the face of calamity, left the 3 individuals present in a state of profound admiration. Had it been a different youth in this situation, receiving such an abundant reward would likely have sent them into a joyous frenzy. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquil composure since his entry into the principal's office, as if nothing could provoke him into losing his poise. At that moment, as Zhou Jun prepared to depart, the old principal, lost in thought, posed one final query. Student Zhou, I have heard that you have successfully navigated the secret realm. May I inquire how many levels you have ascended? Upon utterance of these words, all eyes turned intently towards him. They had been speculating about Zhou Jun's performance during his inaugural venture into the secret realm, particularly given that the creatures therein possessed doubled attributes. The old principal firmly believed that a 3-level increase would be the utmost limit, while Chu Xiuyan jestingly suggested a conjecture of 4 levels. It was only after the secret realm shattered prematurely that they comprehended that Zhou Jun and his companions had indeed cleared it entirely. Though they had banded together, it was still an impressive achievement. Yet, how many levels had Zhou Jun actually gained? The old principal secretly mused, sensing that a 4-level increase was indeed plausible. Or perhaps even a 5-level ascension was not out of the question. This conservative speculation was understandable, for from a conventional standpoint, clearing a secret realm typically involved a direct assault on the core area to tackle the boss, with the experience points accrued likely allowing for an elevation of 4 to 5 levels. However, they were unaware that, due to the beast tide, Zhou Jun and his group had systematically eradicated all high-level creatures within the core region. Thus, at this moment, faced with the curiosity of the crowd, Zhou Jun chose silence and merely revealed his level panel. Name: Zhou Jun level, LV1098. As the level bar appeared above his head, an eerie silence enveloped the principal's office, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 30. Let us meet at the pinnacle. Zhou Jun departed the principal's office with nonchalance, yet the shock within the hearts of the 3 remaining individuals lingered, refusing to subside. The old principal, stripped of all composure, sat lost in contemplation, alternating between deep thought and heavy sighs. The middle-aged man, trembling as he lit a cigarette, bore a countenance of bewilderment. How could a student enter the secret realm at level 3 and exit at level 10? What transpired within that realm? No matter how he pondered, he could never fathom that Zhou Jun and his companions had quelled a beast tide, clearing the core area of all magical creatures. Chu Shiyan's delicate features were similarly adorned with astonishment, her gaze fixated on the figure of Zhou Jun as he gradually receded into the distance down the corridor. Her eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Jun. Upon reaching the entrance of the academic building, Wei Duoer and Yi Changshan awaited his arrival, surrounded by a throng of students who kept their distance, wary of approaching. At the sight of Zhou Jun, the two hurried towards him, prompting the onlookers to scatter. Yi Changshan felt somewhat helpless in this moment. First, Zhou Jun had registered an A-level talent, followed by achieving fame through a remarkable battle in the Dark Forest, which had catapulted him to the status of a campus celebrity, attracting attention wherever he went. This newfound notoriety was quite uncomfortable for Yi Changshan, who had always been viewed as an anomaly due to his robust physique during their high school years. Accustomed to solitude, he had never imagined he would one day become such a figure of admiration. This constant scrutiny felt disconcerting, as if all his secrets had been laid bare, leaving him uneasy. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Jun, he approached him eagerly, as if he were a lifeline. Wei Duoer, however, maintained her usual laid-back demeanor. With her arms casually crossed behind her head and a lollipop dangling from her mouth, she strolled leisurely behind him. Some bolder students began to chant slogans in praise of the goddess Wei, but, without exception, they quickly silenced themselves under the icy glare of her indifferent eyes. Brother Jun, have you completed your errands? Yi Changshan inquired as he stepped forward. The old principal, beaming with delight, had invited Zhou Jun into his office. And after a moment of thought, Yi Changshan deduced that it must be a reward for registering Zhou Jun's talent. All done, Zhou Jun nodded in affirmation. Changshan, I don't plan on attending school in the coming days. I intend to venture into the wilderness to grind levels and prepare for the college entrance examination. Yi Changshan was not taken aback by Zhou Jun's words. With only half a month remaining until the examination, there was little opportunity to improve in the humanities. Moreover, in Blue Star, the humanities score traditionally constituted only a small fraction of the overall exam results. The true determinant of success lay in martial assessments. Thus, candidates in various universities across Blue Star, upon awakening, could apply to their schools for permission to forego classes and train in dungeons, provided their level exceeded LV5 and they possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer had just been discussing this matter, and hearing Zhou Jun's words, they were all on the same page. After all, given their trio's strength and levels, they could easily navigate the typical novice dungeons. Brother Jun, I also don't intend to continue attending school. My father's team, the Skybreakers, is set to explore a level 30 secret realm tomorrow, and he wants to take me along for some training. Perhaps by the time the college entrance examination arrives, my level will catch up to yours. Yi Changshan said with a broad grin, brimming with confidence. Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, nodded in eager anticipation and teased, then do your best when that day comes. I shall call you brother. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Yi Changshan chuckled, scratching his head. In his eyes, Zhou Jun was his elder brother today and would forever remain so, regardless of whether their strengths diverged in the future. Zhou Jun smiled at this, and after the two brothers exchanged casual banter, Yi Changshan was the first to take his leave, heading home to prepare for the secret realm expedition the following day. As the sun began to set, students from the first and second years were dismissed, and the corridors and playground were bustling with activity. The trio was left with Zhou Jun and Wei Duoer, who exchanged knowing glances before leisurely making their way toward the school gate. As they passed the track field, Wei Duoer bit down on her lollipop, turning her sparkling gaze towards Zhou Jun. Little Junzi, after the college entrance examination, would you consider attending the same university as me? She pouted, extending a sincere and fervent invitation to the boy she had known for a long time, but had only just begun to understand. I already have a university in mind. Zhou Jun halted, momentarily entranced by her radiant eyes, but after a brief pause, he shook his head. Wei Duoer's beautifully arched brows knitted together. You haven't even asked me which university I plan to attend. What if we have the same choice? That is highly unlikely. What do you mean unlikely? You wish to attend Yaoqi University, while my goal has always been Kunlun University. Zhou Jun replied, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile as he spoke lightly. This time, it was Wei Duoer who was taken aback. She blinked her lovely large eyes, filled with curiosity. Little Junzi, how do you know I want to apply to Yaoqi University? Zhou Jun chuckled softly, remaining silent. He had, of course, heard about it in his previous life. On the day the 5th high school results were announced, people had been discussing the future of Wei Duoer, the top talent of the 5th high school, which left a lasting impression on him. After all, Yaoqi University was no ordinary institution. Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, countless universities existed, but only 4 dared to claim the title of elite. Coincidentally, all 4 of these prestigious institutions hailed from the Great Xia Kingdom, Kunlun University, Yaochi University, Nanshamen Academy, and Taichu Academy. These 4 universities stood tall above Blue Star, nurturing countless heroes of the human race. Among them, Kunlun University undoubtedly held the top rank, while the remaining 3 were of equal standing. For Zhou Jun, attending Kunlun University was a lifelong aspiration. This is not solely attributable to the unparalleled prowess of Kunda, but rather, there exists an underlying reason. He had once heard from the elder of the Zhou clan that his father, Zhou Xianrong, had also been a student of Kunda. Zhou Xianrong had mysteriously vanished years ago, leaving behind many questions. Zhou Jun yearns to tread the path his father once walked, seeking the truth left in his father's wake. Thus, Zhou Jun is determined to attend Kunda, come what may. Upon noticing Zhou Jun's silence and observing his expression, Wei Duoer had already gleaned the answer in her heart. Consequently, she too fell into silence. The fading rays of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the youthful pair, as they strolled leisurely along the verdant field. Upon reaching the school gate, Wei Duoer tossed a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth and looked up, saying, "Young Junzi, since you possess your own aspirations, strive to realize them. The future is long. Those of our ilk will eventually tread upon the battlefield of the stars." So, at this juncture, Wei Duoer pointed towards the sky, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Let us meet at the pinnacle. Chapter 31, the first immortal level skill. In the evening, as the weather turned slightly cool, Zhou Jun returned home and prepared a simple stir-fry in the kitchen. Years of solitary living had honed his culinary skills, allowing him to whip up whatever he fancied. For instance, today he made garlic crab legs, which were not only delectable but also packed with nutrition, sufficiently meeting the dietary needs of a novice skybreaker. After consuming 2 substantial crab legs, Zhou Jun immediately felt a considerable recovery of the stamina he had exhausted while employing his awakening skills. He no longer felt as weakened. After a brief stretch, he settled cross-legged on the sofa and retrieved 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss. These 2 books belonged to the swordsmanship category and were of high caliber. Particularly, the mythic level, Blade of Atonement, was certain to elevate to epic level upon sublimation. And there was even a possibility it could reach the legendary immortal level. Whether a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle hinged upon this gamble. With a deep breath, Zhou Jun carefully weighed his options regarding the 2 skill books, but ultimately decided to postpone the suspense. He would first subliminate the one of exceptional quality. Name: Chapter of the Furious Sword. Rank: Exceptional. Category: Swordsmanship Skill Book. Effect: when equipped with sword-type weapons, the user gains a 5 critical hit. Cooldown: none. As a passive skill that enhances critical hits, Zhou Jun found it quite appealing. He eagerly anticipated how it would transform upon sublimation. At this moment, as he issued the mental command, a familiar arcane force surged forth from within him, converging upon the chapter of the Furious Sword. In the next instant, the already pristine book took on an even more resplendent and noble appearance. Upon opening it, the ordinary pages transformed into supple parchment. Congratulations! The chapter of the Furious Sword has been advanced to the higher tier, Clarity of the Sword's Heart. Name: Clarity of the Sword's Heart. Rank: Epic. Category: Swordsmanship Skill Book. Effect: when equipped with sword-type weapons, the user gains a 30 critical hit and 10 damage. Cooldown: none. Holding this luxurious tome of parchment, Zhou Jun could not help but be enveloped by a profound joy as he finished reading. The wave of weakness that had previously enveloped him was momentarily forgotten. He did not anticipate such fortuitous luck on his first attempt at sublimation, obtaining an epic-level skill book right away. Clarity of the Sword's Heart. Like its predecessor, Chapter of the Furious Sword, it was also a passive skill. However, the effects were vastly different. While Chapter of the Furious Sword merely provided a 5 critical hit, Clarity of the Sword's Heart boasted a 30 critical hit along with 10 damage. The rarity of such attributes, coupled with their substantial bonuses, was nothing short of remarkable. It would be no exaggeration to claim that should this skill book be placed on the black market, even century-level powerhouses would vie for it. The value was indeed staggering. Zhou Jun's smile was nearly impossible to contain. Having sublimated merely an exceptional level skill book, the rewards were already so bountiful. This greatly heightened his expectations for the upcoming sublimation of the mythic quality, Blade of Atonement. Just as he was about to continue with the sublimation, a sudden wave of weakness surged within him. His mind momentarily clouded. Zhou Jun realized his body could no longer endure. Damn, the side effects. Zhou Jun sighed, recognizing that today's frequent sublimations had thoroughly drained his energy. I seem to have some secret elixirs on hand. Just as Zhou Jun was in distress, an idea struck him. With a wave of his hand, a collection of vials and jars appeared before him. These were the secret elixirs given to him by the middle-aged Su as an apology. Zhou Jun sought to determine if any had restorative properties. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered several vials of healing potions, named Purifying Blood Essence, of silver quality, which could restore 20 health upon consumption. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun downed 5 vials in quick succession. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, the fatigue vanishing completely. Such marvelous concoctions. It seems prudent to keep some restorative elixirs on hand in the future. Zhou Jun's face brightened, feeling as though he had found a remedy against the relentless side effects of sublimation. Subsequently, he confidently retrieved the Blade of Atonement and commenced the sublimation process. Boom. The arcane force of sublimation boiled within him, causing Zhou Jun's recently cleared mind to momentarily swirl. Yet he paid little heed, quickly grabbing another vial of purifying blood essence and consuming it, instantly alleviating the discomfort. Simultaneously, the appearance of the skill book transformed dramatically, no longer exuding opulence and extravagance. The pages were no longer parchment, but had morphed into a thin golden page. Though the golden page was delicate, it emanated an ancient and weighty aura, as though it contained the essence of the world, capable of easily overshadowing the heavens and earth. Zhou Jun's gaze sharpened. He had never encountered such an extraordinary skill book. As his thoughts surged, the information of the ancient golden page unfurled before his eyes. Name: Judgment's Rhapsody. Rank: Immortal. Category: Swordsmanship Skill Book. Effect 1. Transcended from a mythic level skill, known as the Blade of Justice. It cleaves through all worldly evils. Upon release, it triggers multiple attacks, namely, the Point of Lust, the Stab of Gluttony, the Provoke of Greed, the Bind of Sloth, the Collapse of Wrath, the Tease of Envy, and the Strike of Pride, 7 distinct sword techniques. Effect 2. The 7 sword techniques can be utilized individually or in combination, granting a 200 damage increase during the release period and immunity to 50 of damage. Cooldown: 1,200 seconds. As the contents of the golden page materialized, Zhou Jun's breath hitched momentarily. Immortal. It was indeed an immortal level skill, though he had been prepared. The excitement that surged within him upon witnessing this scene was still uncontainable. An immortal level, a quality that represents the pinnacle of existence. Any immortal level entity is a rare encounter, a tremendous opportunity. Immortal skills are even more so. The strength of a skybreaker is heavily influenced by their skills. Take Zhou Jun. For example, without skills in the secret realm, he found it exceedingly difficult to defeat high-level magical beasts. Yet, merely possessing the golden-level skill, Bone Crusher, made everything significantly easier. Thus, it is evident how monumental the enhancement in combat power would be if he were to master this immortal-level skill. Judgment's Rhapsody. Once he calmed himself, Zhou Jun meticulously scrutinized the skill description. After a moment, he inhaled sharply, deeply impressed by the mechanics of the skill. This Judgment's Rhapsody comprises 7 techniques. Perhaps due to its origin from the Blade of Atonement, which emerged from a statue, all 7 techniques embody the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins, named accordingly. The terms point, stab, provoke, bind, collapse, tease, and strike are all traditional sword maneuvers. Upon their amalgamation, they forge a distinctive array of minor skills. These skills, when wielded in the art of swordsmanship, serve a multitude of purposes, embodying both offense and defense. Notably, these minor skills require no cooldown, relying solely on the practitioner's physical prowess for execution. When combined, they culminate in a truly immortal-grade skill, unleashing unimaginable might. The 200 damage amplification aside, the mere 50 damage immunity, if timed correctly, can prove life-saving in critical moments. Zhou Jun murmured softly, clearly captivated by the portion of the text that spoke of damage immunity. After all, a 50% reduction in damage is extraordinarily formidable. This could yield remarkable results in numerous high-difficulty dungeons, potentially altering the tide of battle. With an abundance of minor skills and formidable major skills that can both attack and defend, coupled with impressive damage output, it is indeed a testament to the excellence of immortal-grade swordsmanship. Zhou Jun reflected, recognizing that the value of this golden page was truly incalculable. Without hesitation, he chose to learn both skill books in his possession, one an epic passive skill, the other an immortal active skill. The sequential acquisition caused a brief throbbing in his mind. An infinite realm of swordsmanship was infused within him. Mere minutes felt as if he had immersed himself in the art for a lifetime. When Zhou Jun reopened his eyes, he found his pupils aglow with sword-like radiance, and his demeanor ascended to an extraordinary zenith, akin to a celestial sword piercing the heavens. Chapter 32. The True Essence of Sword and Blade. Skill Judgment's Rhapsody, LV1 acquired. You have comprehended the true essence of sword and blade. Your proficiency with sword and blade weapons has reached LV1. 2 notifications materialized before him. Zhou Jun blinked in surprise, followed swiftly by a resurgence of joy. In this world, when the mastery of any weapon reaches a certain pinnacle, one begins to comprehend the essence of power, unlocking a proficiency system. This proficiency should not be underestimated. It constitutes a substantial component of the strength of human warriors. Simply put, the higher the proficiency level, the greater the combat potential it can unleash. When 2 combatants of the same rank face off, disregarding their innate awakened talents, a higher weapon proficiency in one will result in a decisive advantage over a lower proficiency. To grasp the true essence and unlock proficiency relies on 2 factors: opportunity and the accumulation of skill books. The former is serendipitous, while the latter demands considerable financial resources. After all, without sufficient funds, one cannot acquire an adequate number of skill books. Among them, the assistance provided by high-quality skill books is unparalleled. In summary, the weapon proficiency system is not something an ordinary person can aspire to. The average individual may never unlock a single weapon's proficiency throughout their lifetime. Zhou Jun was no exception. In his previous life, he reached level 54 and amassed an extensive array of skills, yet he failed to unlock even one weapon's proficiency. Now, reborn, only on the second day did he grasp the legendary and elusive true essence of sword and blade. Furthermore, he unlocked sword and blade proficiency in one breath. One could only conclude that immortal grade skills are indeed formidable. The impact of studying this single skill book equates to that of others studying dozens. It seems that in this lifetime, I am destined to tread the path of the sword master, Zhou Jun mused. On Blue Star, the existence of skill books has given rise to a plethora of martial arts schools. Swords, blades, polearms, and the like are all deeply rooted and steeped in history. Many individuals choose a favored weapon as their developmental trajectory. Presently, amidst the starlit expanse, there exists a god king with maxed proficiency in polearms, wielding a black dragon spear, safeguarding the Martian base single-handedly. Under his overwhelming spear intent, no dark creature has breached the Martian defenses for years. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of maxed weapon proficiency. Zhou Jun had once contemplated which weapon school to pursue in the future, ultimately deciding to leave it to fate. After all, the type of skill book dropped upon slaying monsters is beyond his control. Now, having comprehended the essence of sword and blade, he finds it quite satisfactory. While increasing sword proficiency is challenging, its prowess upon mastery rivals that of polearms and is among the foremost of all weapons. To strike down evil with a single sword or to eradicate malevolence with a deft blade is indeed commendable. Zhou Jun gazed upward, lost in contemplation. Before retrieving 5 pieces of equipment from his bag, these 5 items were all rewards obtained from the secret realm, for were distributed as spoils from the vanquished beast tide. While one was a mythic level ring selected after clearing the dungeon, Zhou Jun's gaze swept over the equipment, ultimately resting on the ring. The previously acquired ordinary equipment from lesser monsters boasted a maximum quality of silver. Even after enhancement, they would merely reach gold or excellence at best. However, with the mythic level universal set awarded by the Federation, he found little value in these lesser items. Enhancing them would feel like squandering his efforts. Thus, only the similarly mythic level ring piqued his interest. Its base attributes were rather mundane, and Zhou Jun was uncertain of its form post-enhancement. With a spirit of experimentation, he consumed a restorative potion while activating his innate ability. With a rush, the surging power of enhancement erupted forth, causing the ancient ring to radiate brilliantly. Moments later, tranquility returned, and a jet-black crystal ring materialized in Zhou Jun's hand. Congratulations! The Siren's ring has been upgraded from a high level to the Ring of Eternal Vitality. Name: Ring of Eternal Vitality. Tier: Epic. Type: Accessory. Requirements: LV10, LV25. Constitution: 236. Agility: 161. Description: an epic item transformed from the Siren's ring, possessing the characteristic of eternal vitality, allowing the wearer to recover 1 full attribute per minute, with the effect increasing to 3 during combat. Upon reading the equipment description, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item possessed unexpectedly impressive attributes, being a rare piece capable of restoring one's state. With his already high foundational attributes, even if the recovery ratio stood at merely 3 during combat, the actual effect would be quite substantial. Indeed, epic equipment is never weak, even if it's a small epic meant for levels above 20. Without hesitation, he adorned the ring upon his finger. At this moment, Zhou Jun's collection of equipment had grown quite impressive. He possessed weaponry and accessories, with the exception of the mythic level set reward from the Federation yet to be claimed, rendering his other gear quite luxurious. With a mere thought, a new personal panel materialized before him. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV1098. Strength: 5,247. Agility: 5,200-258. Spirit: 5,200-102. Constitution: 5,200-236. Skills: Bone Shatter LV1. Clarity of the Sword LV1. Judgment's Rhapsody LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant Epic. Extreme Blade Thunder Cataclysm Mythic. Ring of Eternal Vitality Epic. Talent: SSS level reallocation, SSS level infinite enhancement, unique. Awakening skill: Ultimate Enhancement LV1. Weapon proficiency: Sword and Blade LV1. Gazing upon this nascent yet imposing panel, Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had been a nameless individual, newly awakened after his rebirth. Today, his reputation was already subtly circulating among the higher echelons of the Federation, with his level merely a step away from entering LV11. Such rapid progress left Zhou Jun in awe. Tomorrow, he would seek to establish a record as the highest in the Federation at level 10, claim the rewards from the red card, and then venture outside the city to hunt monsters in dungeons. Before drifting into slumber that night, Zhou Jun closed his eyes to contemplate the following day's plans, eventually succumbing to a deep sleep. The next day, despite not needing to attend school, Zhou Jun still rose early. He descended the stairs for his habitual morning jog, casually resolving his breakfast dilemma at a nearby eatery. Subsequently, he made his way to the main thoroughfare of Lingyuan City, primarily because the illustrious Flying Dragon Tower, renowned for its federal registration prowess, was situated here. The Flying Dragon Tower has branches in every city, serving as the official institution for managing the affairs of the Skywarders. Its significance is self-evident. It is rumored that each master of the Flying Dragon Tower is a formidable figure of the highest rank, capable of traversing the void and tearing through the fabric of reality, possessing the strength to safeguard an entire city. The current master of the Flying Dragon Tower in Lingyuan City is known for his aloofness and enigmatic nature, seldom seen by ordinary folk. Even the heads of the prominent families within the city, the elite of the elite, require an appointment to have an audience with him. However, such matters held little relevance for Zhou Jun, who had come solely to register his top-tier attributes and collect his rewards. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Reunion. Lingyuan City, while not a colossal metropolis in the Blue Star, boasts a population of 70 million residents. Given such an astonishing demographic, the number of awakened Skywarders is easily imagined. Yet, the Flying Dragon Tower, tasked with overseeing all affairs related to the Skywarders, has only one establishment in Lingyuan City. This scarcity results in the building rarely experiencing any lull. Even at this early hour, the lobby is bustling with activity. Each counter is crowded with individuals, and at times, one must queue a day in advance to conduct even the simplest of transactions. During such moments, those who have endured the exhausting wait often cast envious glances towards the far end of the first floor. There, a row of unoccupied counters awaits. Yet few dare approach them, for they belong to the VIP section, accessible only to the scions of families who have made extraordinary contributions to Lingyuan City. In essence, it is a private corridor reserved for the privileged. At this moment, under the envious gaze of many, two young individuals sit in the spacious VIP area, engaged in casual conversation. One is a young man, the other a woman, whose presence is striking. Clad in a pristine white dress, she possesses a figure as graceful as a model and a visage of unparalleled beauty. Yet her demeanor exudes an air of aloofness and the haughtiness typical of a noble lady. Her gaze towards others is tinged with a subtle disdain, save for a fleeting moment of equality when it sweeps over her equally distinguished male companion. Miss Morone, I am quite well acquainted with Supervisor Xiao here, so rest assured. Today's matters will be resolved. The young man, exuding an air of sophistication, spoke with a gentle smile, his tone imbued with a hint of flattery. Then I thank you, young Master Zhou, the coolly elegant woman replied, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. However, Zhou Tong, upon hearing her words, shook his head with a smile. Please, Miss Morong, do not elevate me. I, Zhou Tong, am merely a minor figure in the Zhou family. The true bearer of the title young Master Zhou is none other than Zhou Wang. The young man, Zhou Tong, though speaking modestly, exhibited no hint of humility in his demeanor. His lineage is that of the Zhou family's direct line. While not as illustrious as Zhou Wang, the family's scion, he remains a prominent figure among the countless other offspring of the city's elite. In the second-generation circle of Lingyuan City, he commands considerable influence. Today, he has been invited to assist the second daughter of the Murong family in resolving a long-standing official matter at the Flying Dragon Tower. How has Zhou Wang been lately? Upon hearing his name, the cool girl's eyes brightened with curiosity. Witnessing this reaction, Zhou Tong felt an inexplicable pang of melancholy, yet he answered truthfully. Zhou Wang has reached level 18. He went to Tianxiang City with the clan leader yesterday and may not return until after the college entrance examination. The cool girl responded with a soft "oh," her expression turning somewhat pensive. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Zhou Tong shifted the topic. However, last night, Zhou Wang shared something rather intriguing with me that I believe you would find interesting. The cool girl raised her elegantly arched brows, signaling him to continue. Zhou Tong grinned mischievously. Did you know? Our family's wayward prodigal, the young Master Zhou Jun, registered his awakening information at Wuzhong yesterday, and to everyone's astonishment, he only attained a D grade. Isn't that laughable? It seems the decision to expel him from the Zhou family was indeed the right one. Allowing such a waste to linger would only tarnish our family's reputation in Lingyuan City. As he continued, Zhou Tong's expression became increasingly derisive, his laughter laced with scorn. Meanwhile, the cool girl opposite him appeared momentarily frozen, her delicate features reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jun Gano, Zhou Jun. He has ultimately become a failure. It seems my decision to distance myself from him was indeed the right one. Murong Shui tightened her grip on her clothing. Memories of the past surfacing. Years ago, the Zhou and Murong families shared a close bond, with the younger generation often playing together. Zhou Jun, exceptionally gifted and basked in the brilliance of his father Zhou Xinrong, had emerged as a leader among the children from both families at a tender age. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Even Zhou Wang played the role of his shadow, obediently following his cousin's every command. The youthful charisma that Zhou Jun exuded naturally attracted a throng of admirers, Murong Shui being one of them. She once believed Zhou Jun to be the most radiant person in the world, dreaming of a future where she would marry him. However, following the incident involving Zhou Xinrong, as Zhou Jun found himself ostracized from the Zhou family, the children soon realized that their once glorious idol was merely an ordinary individual devoid of his previous luster. Upon learning that Zhou Jun had been cast out, Murong Shui found herself at a loss for how to respond and chose to avoid him entirely. Years have slipped by, and now, the latest news regarding Zhou Jun is a scandal concerning his D-grade aptitude. In a world where talent dictates one's future, a D-grade signifies a complete lack of prospects. This revelation implies that Zhou Jun has irrevocably lost any chance of rejoining the Zhou family. Yet, for reasons unknown, Murong Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was as if a weight had been lifted, dissipating the guilt she had harbored for years from deliberately distancing herself from Zhou Jun. After all, she and Zhou Jun now belonged to utterly different worlds. With that thought, Murong Shui's expression reverted to its usual coolness. Is that Zhou Jun? Just as she felt a sense of closure, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the Flying Dragon Tower, his face alight with surprise. His words instantly captured Murong Shui's attention, and she instinctively looked up. Sure enough, she spotted a familiar young man stepping into the lobby of the Flying Dragon Tower. Murong Shui stared, her heart sinking momentarily in disappointment. The Zhou Jun before her appeared taciturn, clad in a plain white tracksuit, devoid of any trace of the pride and brilliance expected of a scion of the elite. Utterly ordinary, as if he could vanish into the crowd without a trace. Gone was the slightest semblance of the esteemed young master of the Zhou family. Perhaps witnessing Zhou Jun's downfall prompted Murong Shui to adopt a more neutral expression, fully letting go of her previous sentiments. Her gaze regained its characteristic coolness. However, Zhou Jun's subsequent actions drew her attention once again. To her astonishment, he was striding directly towards the VIP area. What is he doing? Does he not realize that the VIP section does not accommodate commoners? This boy truly has no sense of his place. Daring to wander into the VIP zone as if he were still the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Tong wore an unabashedly mocking grin, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had already approached the VIP section, in stark contrast to the bustling crowd in the main hall. The VIP area was notably spacious, with only a handful of individuals present. As Zhou Jun approached, his gaze was immediately drawn to Zhou Tong and Murong Shui. His attention lingered momentarily on Murong Shui before he coldly averted his eyes. In his previous life, the youthful Zhou Jun had indeed harbored feelings for her. After all, she was strikingly beautiful, with an ethereal aura that made her a celebrated beauty within the influential circles of Linyuan City. And she had willingly played the role of his little admirer. How could any young man resist developing feelings in such circumstances? He had naively believed that, in time, their relationship would naturally blossom. However, years later, as he fell from grace, he came to realize that Murong Shui's affectionate demeanor was merely a facade. Her true affection lay not with him, but with the status of being the heir of the Zhou family. Otherwise, how could rumors of her entwining with Zhou Wang have surfaced shortly after the college entrance examination? Zhou Jun had mourned this betrayal for quite some time. Yet, upon his rebirth and encountering Murong Shui once more, he felt only a placid indifference towards the past. In this life, his sole ambition was to grow stronger, step by step, until he became the supreme being of humanity. Everything else was but an illusion. Not to mention Murong Shui. Even the Zhou family and the entirety of Linyuan City were insignificant in his eyes. His aspirations soared towards the stars above. Thus, upon encountering Murong Shui and Zhou Tong again, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed, preferring to focus solely on his own affairs. His entry into the VIP area was merely a means to expedite his endeavors. Indeed, Zhou Jun was no longer a scion of nobility. Yet, it was worth noting that he possessed a federal reward card, redeemable for mythical grade equipment, a token far more prestigious than the title of any city's elite. Sir, please halt. This is a VIP-only area. Kindly present your identification, a staff member interjected as Zhou Jun stepped into the VIP section. Observing this scene from a distance, Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly mocking. He had once been one of Zhou Jun's followers, but now he was the staunchest supporter of Zhou Wang. Fully aware of Zhou Wang's animosity towards Zhou Jun, he relished witnessing Zhou Jun's discomfort. Even his scoffs seemed insufficient. He approached with a swagger befitting a young master. What seems to be the issue? Zhou Tong feigned ignorance, adopting an air of superiority. The staff member, upon recognizing Zhou Tong, immediately lowered his head, his demeanor shifting to one of deference. Young Master Tong, this individual wishes to enter the VIP area, and I am checking his credentials. Oh, you ought to scrutinize him thoroughly. This man is Zhou Jun, once a member of the Zhou family, but now merely a disowned child, stripped of his noble status. His presence here raises suspicions that he may be attempting to impersonate a nobleman for deceitful purposes. Zhou Tong delivered his prepared remarks with a smirk, directing a derisive glance at Zhou Jun. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression turned grave, and he regarded Zhou Jun with newfound coldness and suspicion. Sir, please present your noble identification, otherwise, I will have to summon security. The atmosphere grew tense, with curious onlookers from the main hall casting glances towards the unfolding drama. Initially intending to produce his reward card, Zhou Jun frowned at this development, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Zhou Tong, the instigator. It was evident he had not anticipated Zhou Tong would dare confront him. If his memory served him correctly, in his past life, Zhou Tong had awakened only an A-level talent, and, due to his playful nature, failed to reach level 10 by the end of the college entrance exams. In other words, given Zhou Jun's current strength, it would be child's play to dispatch Zhou Tong. Were it not for the prohibition of combat within Lin Yuan City, Zhou Tong might very well have been lying on the ground speaking to him. With this in mind, Zhou Jun offered no mercy, his voice cold as ice. Zhou Tong. Even Zhou Wang would bow his head and speak respectfully to me in this place. What gives you the audacity? Zhou Jun's words were not exaggerated. He had been the king of the children, unhesitatingly confronting any noble scion who displeased him. Not only Zhou Tong, but even Zhou Wang had been on the receiving end of his blows. At this moment, the recollection of past encounters ignited a surge of humiliation in Zhou Tong, prompting him to shout furiously, preposterous. Zhou Jun, do you still consider yourself a young master of the Zhou family? You are nothing more than a discarded pawn now, a mere defeated dog. How dare you belittle us noble descendants? This declaration elicited gasps from the nearby crowd, and the staff member's demeanor darkened further as he spoke again. Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance. Filong Tower is not a place for you to act recklessly. The underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. Yet, the one who instigated the conflict was Zhou Tong. Zhou Jun realized the futility of further discussion and directly stated, whether I have the right to stand here will be made abundantly clear when those in charge arrive. The staff member faltered, taken aback by Zhou Jun's confidence, momentarily unsure. Could it be that he had misjudged Zhou Jun's identity? After all, how could he have the audacity to demand the manager of Filong Tower's intervention? Zhou Jun, you are becoming increasingly foolish. Do you really think someone of your D-level talent would warrant the attention of Manager Xiao, a figure of such high stature? Before he could ponder further, Zhou Tong burst into laughter, his words dripping with scorn. Even Murong Shui, who had remained an observer until now, displayed a fleeting look of disappointment. In her eyes, the current Zhou Jun resembled those who had long since failed, yet stubbornly clung to empty bravado, refusing to accept reality. The once illuminating figure she had admired had ultimately succumbed to the shadows of memory. Before her stood not the noble brother she had once cherished, but a shameless braggart. With this realization, her disappointment morphed into a measure of disdain, and her gaze towards Zhou Jun became indistinguishable from how she regarded the rest of the crowd. Yet, amidst the scrutiny of various gazes, Zhou Jun remained unflinching, standing tall with an air of defiance. Why should I need to know Manager Xiao? When he comes before me, he will treat me with the utmost respect, acknowledging me as a guest of honor. Chapter 34, Zhou Jun's Assurance. Zhou Jun's voice remained calm as water, yet it stirred waves of astonishment in the hearts of those who heard him. Who was this young man to utter such audacious words? Filong Tower boasted 33 levels, each overseen by a manager, and the one responsible for the first floor, Manager Xiao, was a level 47 powerhouse, known for his arrogance and disregard for common folk. Indeed, Manager Xiao typically only associated with noble descendants. Had this youth lost his mind to provoke him so recklessly? Perhaps he possessed another identity, backed by a significant figure? Within the hall, whispers of intrigue spread among the crowd, their gazes filled with astonishment as they regarded Zhou Jun. Though clad in inexpensive athletic wear, he exuded an aura akin to a drawn sword, ready to strike. A certain innate confidence radiated from the youth, leaving onlookers astir with speculation regarding whether he possessed true leverage to challenge the manager of the Flying Dragon Tower. His demeanor utterly stunned the attendant, rendering him momentarily paralyzed in indecision. Even Murong Shui, who had been profoundly disappointed in Zhou Jun, momentarily wore a look of bewilderment. She felt as though she had caught a glimpse of the spirited young master of the Zhou family from years past. Could it be that Zhou Jun had not exaggerated his capabilities, but rather had genuine support? Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as she found herself unexpectedly harboring a sense of anticipation towards Zhou Jun. Among the gathered crowd, only Zhou Tong maintained a consistently sullen expression, a cold smile playing on his lips. As Zhou Wang's confidant, he was privy to many hidden truths, including his involvement in the incident years ago when the falling star stone was secretly concealed at Zhou Jun's residence. Thus, he firmly believed that Zhou Jun's talent was merely de rank, an aptitude that, in the eyes of the elite, rendered him no more significant than a mere ant on the roadside. There was no way he could garner the attention of any prominent figures. In his heart, he was resolute that Zhou Jun was merely posturing. Just wait until Manager Xiao makes his appearance. Then we shall see how this unfolds. Zhou Tong absorbed the murmurs of the onlookers with growing derision, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, adopting a stance of detached amusement. Meanwhile, the attendant stood sweating profusely, unable to ascertain whether the audacious youth truly had any backing, for the confidence emanating from him was overwhelmingly potent. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure how to proceed. I shall see who dares to disregard me, Xiao Xingyan. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension, a chilling voice echoed from afar. The crowd parted like waves, revealing a corpulent middle-aged man striding forward. Though in his 40s and somewhat out of shape, his expression was fierce, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. As he surveyed the crowd, all eyes quickly dropped, unwilling to meet his gaze. This was none other than Manager Xiao, the very figure Zhou Tong had mentioned. As the sound of his polished shoes striking the ground resonated, Xiao Xingyan sauntered into the VIP area. Manager. Before he could fully settle, the attendant hastened forward, fear evident in his demeanor. Smack. However, without so much as a glance. Xiao Xingyan struck the attendant with a resounding slap, rebuking him for being so easily intimidated. What? Are we to roll out the red carpet for every commoner that walks in? His words dripped with disdain, and the force of his blow left the attendant's cheek swollen. The latter could only nod submissively, standing obediently behind Xiao Xingyan. Once this display was complete, Xiao Xingyan turned his attention to Zhou Tong, softening his previously haughty demeanor to reveal a hint of friendliness as he smiled. Young Master Tong, I hope you are well. Rest assured, I will ensure that Miss Morom's matters are handled today. Zhou Tong responded with a casual smile, embodying the charm of a prominent young master. I appreciate your assistance, Manager Xiao. They exchanged pleasantries before Xiao Xingyan finally fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jun, his expression reverting to one of condescension and icy disdain. So, you are the one who just boasted that I would treat you with utmost respect? I stand before you now, and I am quite curious about what makes a lowly commoner like you think I would honor you as a guest of distinction. Xiao Xingyan's eyes were sharp, his imposing aura bearing down, eager to witness the terror that would mar Zhou Jun's face upon having his lies exposed. Alas, disappointment awaited him, for the youth remained unfazed. Hands clasped behind his back, his countenance betraying no sign of alarm even in the face of Xiao Xingyan's personal confrontation. You are the manager here? Unless you provide Zhou Jun with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not remain in your position. Zhou Jun's bold proclamation echoed throughout the silent assembly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Xiao Xingyan's previously upward curving lips fell into a grim line, his face darkening with fury. Did this fool dare to speak so recklessly at such a critical moment? Zhou Tong scoffed, regarding Zhou Jun with an expression of mockery. Morong Shui, who had held a flicker of hope for Zhou Jun, now shook her head in disappointment. Having already descended to the status of a failure, wouldn't it be wiser to adopt a humble demeanor? Did he naively believe that mere empty bravado would alter his fate? Sighing, Morong Shui resigned herself to despair. Turning away from Zhou Jun, just as Xiao Xingyan teetered on the brink of fury, a confrontation whose outcome was all too predictable looming on the horizon. The surrounding spectators exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disapproval. Those familiar with the Flying Dragon Tower knew all too well the temper of Manager Xiao. Crossing him spelled disaster. Yet, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed, casting a calm glance at his opponent, unfazed by the brewing storm, as a crimson card subtly emerged in his grasp. Little Zhou, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou Jun prepared to take action, a voice of surprise interrupted, capturing the attention of the crowd. Eyes turned in unison to the entrance of the Flying Dragon Tower, where a middle-aged man approached, his visage alight with joy. It was none other than the talent registrar Su, who had registered talents at the 5th high school just the day before. In truth, as a registrar capable of directly reporting to the federal hierarchy, Su held a considerable position within Lingyuan City. He also served as an attendant at the Flying Dragon Tower. With 33 floors total, each presided over by a manager, there were only 3 attendants throughout the entire establishment, wielding immense power and connections, frequently engaging with the heads of prominent families and university presidents. As Su approached in haste, he greeted Zhou Jun with enthusiasm. Little Zhou, what brings you to the Flying Dragon Tower without giving me a heads up? Whatever you need, just say the word, and I will ensure it is taken care of. His laughter rang out, the warmth of his tone bordering on sycophantic. The crowd was taken aback, while Xiao Xingyan's expression darkened dramatically upon Su's arrival. Su Yuan, the attendant, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be evaluating every high school for 3 days? His voice trembled, the earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by palpable anxiety. The astute Xiao Xingyan had keenly observed Su's deference towards Zhou Jun, an attitude that was astonishingly subservient. What status did this youth possess? No wonder he had the audacity to claim I would treat him as a guest of honor. Xiao Xingyan's heart sank, sensing that today's events would spiral beyond his control. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, recognizing that they were mere commoners, unfamiliar with someone of Su's stature. Yet they could distinctly perceive the palpable fear radiating from the once mighty manager Xiao in the wake of Su's appearance. Moreover, it was striking that the first person Su chose to greet was none other than the seemingly unassuming Zhou Jun, a stark contrast to the earlier display of authority from Xiao Xingyan. One individual holds Zhou Jun in the highest regard, while the other displays utter disdain. At this moment, Upon hearing Xiao Xingyan's words, Su Yuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowing in discontent. Xiao Xingyan, apologize. The astute Su, seasoned in the ways of the world, merely cast a glance at the unfolding scene and deduced the events with remarkable accuracy. He couldn't even muster the energy to inquire about the reasons behind it, and instead issued a command with unyielding authority. Su steward, just now. I saw Xiao Xingyan's countenance shift, as if he wished to struggle and defend himself. However, Su Yuan's icy gaze swept over him, his voice laced with fury. What a blind fool you are. What kind of person do you think our young brother Zhou is, that you dare to insult him so brazenly? Allow me to make it unmistakably clear. Should you refuse to apologize, the position of steward on the first floor is open for replacement. Su Yuan's tone was frigid. His anger was palpable. After all, no one understood better than him the esteemed identity of Zhou Jun. He possessed an exceedingly rare SSS-level talent. Moreover, he was a fierce individual who could ascend to level 10 upon first entering the secret realm. Furthermore, he had been recognized by the upper echelons of the Federation and placed on the preliminary candidate list. Such an extraordinary talent had a tremendous likelihood of becoming a level 100 powerhouse or even a level 500 deity. Su Yuan barely had time to forge a connection. Yet this insignificant steward dared to offend him, wielding power to intimidate. How could Su Yuan not be incensed? As he spoke, his level 60 status information was prominently displayed overhead, clearly indicating his resolute intention to bring today's matter to a conclusion. At this moment, Xiao Xingyan was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Su Yuan would go to such lengths for an inconspicuous Zhou Jun. Confusion filled his heart, brimming with resentment, yet he dared not show even a hint of it. He could only grit his teeth and bow respectfully towards Zhou Jun. Young Master Zhou, it is I who have been blind. I deserve to be punished. The tremor in his voice revealed the depths of his humiliation. In stark contrast to his previous imposing demeanor, he now appeared utterly subservient. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun watched the spectacle unfold with his hands clasped behind his back. He had not expected to encounter an acquaintance at Filong Tower, nor could he have anticipated that the middle-aged man named Su Yuan, who had not boasted in the principal's office yesterday, possessed substantial influence in Linyuan City and was willing to stand up for him. Although he was aware that Su Yuan's intervention stemmed not from a sense of justice, but rather from an appreciation of his talent, he found no fault in that. After all, in the world of the celestial warriors, geniuses ought to enjoy privileges. Young brother Zhou, what do you think of this outcome? Su Yuan turned to him, inquiring with a smile. Zhou Jun merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze never lingering on the bowing steward Xiao Xingyan. To him, whether it was Zhou Tong or the suddenly emerging Xiao steward, both were inconsequential. He remained focused solely on his own tasks, eager to complete the necessary business and then venture outside the city to level up. Sensing Zhou Jun's indifference, Su Yuan immediately understood and said, Young brother Zhou, if you do not mind, I shall personally handle your business today, ensuring that such a situation does not arise again. That would be much appreciated, Zhou Jun replied, nodding nonchalantly, and together they departed the scene of contention, making their way deeper into the VIP section. Once they had left, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Good heavens, someone truly managed to bring Xiao Steward to his knees. The prominent figures who had previously only needed a few words to elicit an apology from Xiao Steward had now turned into sycophants in the presence of that young man. Did this not imply that the young man's status far surpassed theirs? It was utterly astonishing. He appeared to be garbed in nothing more than inexpensive attire, yet wielded such formidable power. Just what was his identity? Today had indeed been worthwhile. Witnessing Xiao Steward humbled was a rare treat. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes filled with reverence as they watched Zhou Jun depart with an air of nonchalance. Only Zhou Tong wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters. Zhou Jun. How could he possibly know the steward of Filong Tower? He clenched his teeth, frustrated by Zhou Jun's apparent triumph, while simultaneously grappling with tremendous shock. After all, the position of steward at Filong Tower held significant power. Even he, as a legitimate heir of the Zhou family, could not command a steward to reveal his level and advocate on his behalf. Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn. What right did he have? His fists clenched tightly, jealousy burning in Zhou Tong's eyes. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, who had been silently observing the entire farce, bit her lip, bitter feelings swirling within her. Time and again, she had dismissed Zhou Jun as a braggart, yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. The young man's confident declarations echoed in her mind. Realizing this, Morong Shui sighed softly. Indeed, knowing a steward of Filong Tower granted him such audacity. She lifted her head, staring blankly ahead. Chapter 35, The Son of Heaven. Morong Shui would never know that Zhou Jun's confidence had not stemmed from any so-called connections, but rather from his unwavering resolve, extraordinary talent, and the belief that he was invincible. Reborn, every action he took was driven by the desire to grow stronger. His visit to Filong Tower to register the highest level 10 attributes was merely for the sake of claiming the first-place reward. While the specifics of this reward had not been disclosed by the Federation, rumors circulated online, some claiming it to be an epic-level item. others suggesting an abundance of high-level resources. Regardless of the nature of the reward, it sparked immense envy. For centuries, countless prodigies had strived to achieve the highest attribute record. Yet few had managed to reach the pinnacle. Over time, this record became a fixation for numerous talents. Eventually, it evolved into a unique ranking, with countless geniuses taking pride in ascending this list. The initially enticing rewards that lured so many had transformed into mere embellishments. The list that recorded these honors was dubbed the Divine List, signifying that anyone who ascended it was destined to become a god among humanity. The emergence of the Divine List propelled the martial arts of humanity into a flourishing era. The Federation, in its eagerness to encourage people to challenge the Divine List, established display areas within every Phylong Tower across the globe, welcoming challengers from any city. Naturally, the Phylong Tower in Linyuan City boasted such a list. Located on the third floor. At this moment, Zhou Jun and Su Yuan had arrived at this very place. The third floor was not as crowded as the first, as it was dedicated to testing one's attribute values, and thus rarely frequented. Upon ascending to the third floor, Zhou Jun surveyed the expansive area, which was so empty that it could be taken in at a glance. Aside from a few scattered passersby, only a large, technologically advanced screen floated at the center, displaying lines of text. Young brother Zhou, that is the Divine List. Su Yuan, noticing Zhou Jun's gaze, smiled and led him closer. Upon nearing, they discovered that the floating screen was enormous, its height reaching 4 to 5 meters, with the inscriptions swirling elegantly and radiating a golden glow, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou Jun looked up to see illustrious names etched upon it. Federal LV10 Attribute Record, Divine List, N01. Yen Lai, Total Attribute Points, 13912, N02. Punching Little Monsters, Total Attribute Points, 11292, N03. Hao Tian, Total Attribute Points, 10104, N04. 1 Black Dragon Spear, Total Attribute Points, 10008. N05, Supreme Dominance Total Attribute Points, 9999. N06, Zhao Yexin Total Attribute Points, 9923. N07, the leaderboard displays only the top 10 names and does not extend beyond that. Furthermore, those who make the list seldom use their real names. Most opt for code names, akin to nicknames in games. This results in a plethora of diverse names at a glance. Su Yuan seems to have noticed this scene as well, and with a wry smile, he sighed and explained to Zhou Jun, although it appears somewhat peculiar. The Federation's decision is a reluctant measure taken to protect the talents of our human race. After all, the situation on Blue Star is tumultuous, and dark creatures lurk in the cosmos. Before our talented individuals have fully matured, ascending the god ranking can only be achieved in this manner. Of course, once one attains formidable strength and wishes to abandon their codename, they can apply to the Federation to have their name on the leaderboard changed to their true name. For instance, the fiery King Yanlai you see now was once known by a codename until he reached level 500, at which point he reclaimed his true name, having become powerful enough to fear no schemes or deceptions. Upon hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Zhou Jun nodded in understanding. The Federation's god ranking is renowned, even referred to as the prospective list of future kings of the human race. Such prominence inevitably attracts the attention of various nefarious forces. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to adopt a codename for self-protection while at lower levels, as it does not impede the receipt of rewards. Little brother Zhou, since you aspire to challenge the god ranking, it would be prudent to adopt a codename as well, Su Yuan advised. Regardless of whether Zhou Jun's total attributes could secure a place on the leaderboard, this was a necessary formality, considering he is undoubtedly an SSS-level genius. A codename? Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, did not decline. Having lived a second life, he understood when to be ostentatious and when to be discreet. The highest records in the Federation are updated globally in real time. Once he appears on the leaderboard, it will undoubtedly draw the immediate attention of all. Even the dark creatures in the cosmos might take notice of him. Zhou Jun would not gamble with his life, and after a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Son of Heaven. This was the codename he had chosen, as it resonates with the character Jun in his name. In ancient times, Jun symbolized royalty and could also be referred to as Son of Heaven, a perfect match. Upon seeing Zhou Jun's chosen codename, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, filled with profound astonishment. Clearly, he sensed the far-reaching significance behind Zhou Jun's title. Did he believe he would one day reign over the realm like the supreme rulers of ancient times? Su Yuan dared not contemplate the implications of that question, yet undeniably. From this moment onward, Zhou Jun held a weightier significance in his heart. A few minutes later, having completed all necessary information, Zhou Jun found himself in a sealed training chamber. Challenging the Federation's record for total attributes was not merely a matter of revealing one's panel. The data displayed on the panel could be temporarily altered through certain special items, thus presenting the possibility of forgery. Therefore, the Federation employed the most primitive method of registration, namely the battle detection method. Within the training chamber, a specially crafted puppet summoned by a mythic-grade artifact would engage the registrant in combat. automatically recording their attributes with precision that syncs flawlessly with their panel, a truly wondrous mechanism. This measure effectively prevents the possibility of cheating. Naturally, since it was a test of one's attribute values, any attribute bonuses from equipment were not permitted. Zhou Jun entered the training chamber stripped of all gear. Little brother Zhou, if you are prepared, I shall commence, Su Yuan's voice echoed from the speaker in the chamber. As a staff member of the Flying Dragon Tower, he was unable to enter the training chamber and was responsible for activating the puppet from outside. Let us begin. Zhou Jun inhaled deeply, channeling his full potential, and then gestured to the overhead camera to signal his readiness. Chapter 36, Fist shaking the Flying Dragon Tower. In the tranquil training chamber, Zhou Jun assumed a stance, regulating his breathing rhythm. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his limbs, preparing him to unleash his strength at any moment. Meanwhile, the activated trial puppet gradually came to life before him. The puppet bore no features and was crafted entirely from fine steel, adorned with intricate patterns. If one were to closely examine its head, they would discern its grade information. Name, General Attribute Detection Puppet. Level, LV10. Grade, Mythic. Type, Summoning Artifact. Description, lacks sufficient offensive power to inflict harm, but possesses exceptional resilience and various attack modes, effectively detecting the comprehensive attribute values of its opponent. The description was rather unremarkable, with nothing particularly noteworthy. At that moment, as if sensing Zhou Jun's presence, the trial puppet raised its arms, and with a series of mechanical clicks, 2 large barrels materialized on its forearms. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this development. Under his watchful gaze, a green sphere began to emerge from the large barrel. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the green sphere shot forth from the barrel, hurtling directly toward Zhou Jun's vital points. Once freed from the barrel's confines, the airborne green sphere revealed itself to be a solid rubber ball resembling a baseball. While such a rubber ball might sting upon impact, it posed no substantial threat. Is this meant to test my agility? Zhou Jun effortlessly dodged, quickly discerning the puppet's intent. Sure enough, following that initial strike, the puppet seemed to be fully activated. Relentlessly firing rubber balls at Zhou Jun from various angles, the speed and frequency escalating until they formed a nearly impenetrable barrage of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire reverberated throughout the silent training chamber. Zhou Jun gradually found his rhythm, seamlessly demonstrating what it means to execute flawless evasive maneuvers. After all, with all his attribute points maximized, he boasted an impressive agility score of 5,200. There was no way this LV-10 trial puppet could touch even a hair on his body, even if the barrels exploded. Faster, even faster. Zhou Jun, seemingly unsatisfied, called out to the puppet while evading its relentless assaults. This audacious display only served to further provoke the trial puppet, its jewel-like eyes narrowing as a steel plate on its chest unfolded to reveal 2 additional dark barrels. Now, 4 gun barrels were aimed at him. The number of rubber balls being fired doubled, and the rate of fire increased, leaving Zhou Jun with diminishing space to maneuver. One moment of inattention could spell disaster. Zhou Jun's expression grew unusually focused as he summoned an unprecedented level of energy, his form resembling a swift dragon, darting and weaving with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, just a wall away in the observation room, Su Yuan was agape, transfixed by the surveillance footage, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. 4 barrels, all firing at maximum speed, and yet not a single shot has landed. How is this possible? Was Zhou Jun's agility truly so extraordinarily high? The scenes unfolding on the monitor left Su Yuan utterly bewildered. In the present day, the holder of the highest federal 10-level attributes, Yen Lai, emerged onto the scene 50 years ago. Su Yuan, an elder of the Flying Dragon Tower, was fortunate enough to have reviewed the documentation from Yen Lai's testing back in the day. At this moment, Zhou Jun's performance bore an astonishing resemblance to the legendary Yen Lai. One must understand the caliber of Yen Lai. To describe him as one of the most formidable geniuses the Federation has seen in nearly a century would be an understatement. His overall attributes at level 10 soared to 13,000, with agility alone reaching 3,000. Such feats are simply unattainable for the average individual. A normal person, who has never trained, and without any fortuitous aids, relying solely on the attribute points granted through leveling, would not average more than 200 across the 4 dimensions by level 10. In contrast, Yen Lai was an extraordinary talent from a prominent family. Not only did he consume various attribute-enhancing potions before reaching level 10, but he also trained rigorously from a young age, daily engaging in fierce contests with wild beasts in the deep mountains. Even before awakening, he dared to hunt magical creatures alone, and through relentless dedication and arduous practice, he seized the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle at level 10, gazing down upon the world with pride. Yet, what of Zhou Jun? He is merely a typical high school student, and yet his agility attributes rival those of Yen Lai, which is utterly inconceivable. No, his performance has even surpassed Yen Lai. As Su Yuan pondered these thoughts, he suddenly recalled something, his pupils dilating in realization. Yen Lai's testing performance. While it did push the trial puppets to unleash full-speed attacks from 4 guns, he was unable to evade them all. In the 5-minute test, he was struck a total of 7 times. But Zhou Jun? 4 minutes have elapsed since the agility test began, and his demeanor remains remarkably composed. Not a single rubber ball has brushed against his clothing. Regardless of how cunningly the trial puppets strike, Zhou Jun deftly evades every attack with his agile movements. Su Yuan, upon realizing this, was filled with astonishment and awe. Could it be that he aims to pass the agility test without sustaining any injuries? This thought suddenly surged in Su Yuan's mind, quickly spiraling into an uncontrollable notion. To be honest, when Su Yuan learned that Zhou Jun had come to the Flying Dragon Tower to challenge the god rankings, he had not thought much of it. Although Zhou Jun possessed an SSS-level talent, this was hardly noteworthy in the face of the god rankings. The god rankings, established 500 years ago, encompass a global scope. Over these 5 centuries, countless extraordinary prodigies have emerged from Blue Star, each vying for a place on the list. Despite the vast expanse of time, they continue to compete fiercely, culminating in the current standings. In light of this, an SSS talent has become the least remarkable distinction, as it is a quality possessed by many. Therefore, when Su Yuan learned of Zhou Jun's intention to challenge the rankings, he feigned encouragement but internally dismissed it, viewing it as youthful arrogance, a momentary whim of someone unfamiliar with the true significance of the god rankings. In Su Yuan's eyes, Zhou Jun, even if he could not ascend to the pinnacle, would still be considered exceptional if he could merely enter the top 1,000, a true marvel of the age. However, who could have anticipated that as the test commenced, Zhou Jun would display extraordinary capabilities far beyond the norm? His agility performance even overshadowed that of Yen Lai from years past. It was terrifying. His agility had undoubtedly exceeded 4,000, and this singular attribute alone could secure him a place within the top 500 of the god rankings. Ironically, Su Yuan had previously conjectured that Zhou Jun might not even breach the top 1,000. Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Yuan finally recognized the caliber of the incredible prodigy he had encountered. Old Su, who was in the training room. Just as Su Yuan was intently watching the surveillance footage, the door behind him was suddenly thrust open, and strode a woman garbed in a fiery red dress, her expression brimming with excitement. Elder Chun. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman in the red dress, for she was also an elder of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding considerable authority. Her gaze was earnest as she spoke. As I passed by the training room, I sensed that the trial puppets unleashed full-speed attacks from 4 guns. It has been many years since anyone in Linyuan City has triggered such testing conditions. Who could it possibly be? The youngest son of the Wang family, the eldest son of the Murong family, or the new heir of the Zhou family? As the saying goes, martial arts lead to divinity. In this world, it is the same. When an individual's level reaches a certain height, their senses are significantly heightened, allowing them to perceive events even from a distance. It is rumored that top-tier powerhouses among the stars possess extraordinary senses, capable of penetrating a star domain with a single thought to understand what is transpiring on the other side. Elder Chen's level surpassed that of Su Yuan, having faintly awakened a fraction of such abilities. Thus, she sensed the movements of the trial puppets as she merely passed by the training room, leading to the current scene. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan could only smile wryly as he stepped aside to reveal the monitor's footage, showcasing a descendant of the Zhou family. The Zhou family? Zhou Wang. Elder Chen paused, seemingly surprised by this outcome. The youthful geniuses of Linyuan City were few in number, and she had heard of them all. She had even encountered Zhou Wang on a few occasions, but had only sensed that the youth was somewhat insincere, unaware of his impressive attributes. However, in response to this inquiry, Su Yuan shook his head. No, he is a descendant who has been expelled from the Zhou family. His name is Zhou Jun. His father is Zhou Xinrong. The plainness of Su Yuan's words struck like thunder in the night sky. Elder Chen's pupils widened in shock, and she hurriedly rushed to the monitor to confirm that the figure within was indeed not Zhou Wang. Her astonishment reached new heights. This is Zhou Xinrong's son? His agility attribute must exceed 4,000. Much more than that. Su Yuan sighed, adding, as of now, he has yet to be struck even once. Furthermore, he possesses the rare dual talent, with his second talent reaching SSS level, which I personally recorded. What? At this revelation, Elder Chun was once again taken aback, her graceful figure swaying as she struggled to maintain her composure. Having lived half her life, she had never encountered such a terrifying prodigy. Could he truly be the young God King? Oh, and he has also been recognized by the Federation as a candidate for the preliminary sequence. After a brief pause, Su Yuan dropped another bombshell. This. Elder Chen's beautiful eyes widened, her mind spinning, rendering her momentarily speechless. The sensation was akin to taking a casual stroll, only to discover NBA stars playing basketball next door. Absurd and surreal. Bang! Just as the thoughts of the two in the monitoring room were in turmoil, the sound of the last rubber ball striking the ground echoed in their ears, revealing that Zhou Jun had completed the test. Under the relentless assault of 4 guns, not a single ball had struck him. His agility attribute test results promptly appeared in the data feedback of the monitoring room. Citizen name, Zhou Jun. Agility value, 5,200. When that dazzling number materialized before their eyes, Both Su Yuan and Elder Chun were rendered utterly speechless. It was terrifying. It was beyond comprehension. Although they had anticipated a high score, they had not expected it to be so elevated. An attribute exceeding 5,000. What does that even signify? It was unprecedented, unseen. Even Yin Lai and Hao Yin paled in comparison. Su Elder, continue. The confident and soaring voice of the youth snapped the two from their stupor. Once Su Yuan regained his composure, he dared not delay, swiftly controlling the trial puppets to commence the next test. Over the following minutes, Su Yuan and Elder Chun witnessed scenes they would remember for a lifetime. Zhou Jun exhibited no weaknesses in either his physical or mental assessments. During the agility test, he effortlessly compelled the trial puppet to unlock the highest level of difficulty. The results of his various attribute evaluations were uniformly astonishing, leaving onlookers at a loss for words. Both his mental and physical attributes, akin to his prior agility score, reached an astounding 5,200 points. Merely the sum of these three attribute values totaled an impressive 15,000, far surpassing Yin Lai, who held the first position on the divine leaderboard. Yet, one must not forget that Zhou Jun still had his strength attribute yet to be tested. Should that also be 5,200 points, it would undoubtedly shatter every record in the history of the Federation, creating a sensation across Blue Star. Old Su, does he know he is a candidate for the quasi-sequence? In the midst of silence, Steward Chun posed this question. Su Yuan was taken aback and shook his head in response. I haven't informed him. You are aware that the competition for the sequence is notoriously brutal, and even the status of being a quasi-sequence offers no tangible benefits before one becomes a true sequence. Instead, it invites envy from countless individuals. I feared that informing him prematurely would disturb his state of mind. Once the time is right, he will naturally become aware. The sequence competition within the Federation is a merciless battleground, often referred to as the genius meat grinder, before one attains true sequence status. Even the title of quasi-sequence carries the risk of downfall. Even more alarming is that this competition quietly commences when vying for quasi-sequence slots. Some, young and arrogant, upon being granted the status of quasi-sequence candidate by the Federation, erroneously believe themselves to possess exceptional abilities, leading to hubris that inadvertently undermines their determination to strive for progress. This results in their eventual crushing defeat when truly competing for quasi-sequence status. Thus, once Zhou Jun was included in the quasi-sequence candidate list, Su Yuan and the old principal agreed not to disclose this information to him, viewing it as a form of protection for the prodigy. One cannot deny that while Su Yuan may be somewhat opportunistic, he possesses a good heart, capable of recognizing his mistakes and understanding the importance of timing. Upon hearing this, Steward Chun sighed with a peculiar expression. Given the boy's capabilities, once the sequence competition begins, he would be fortunate not to hunt others. Anyone who dares provoke him is merely courting death. Your protective measures seem rather unnecessary. It would be fine to inform him directly. Alas, I never anticipated him to be this formidable. Having only tested 3 attributes, he has already broken the divine leaderboard record. Now I understand why he was able to leap to level 10 upon first entering the secret realm yesterday. Su Yuan's face wore a bitter expression as he recalled Zhou Jun's calm demeanor in the principal's office, finally comprehending the source of his confidence. At this moment, on the monitoring screen, Zhou Jun had commenced his final strength test. Compared to the other 3 assessments, the strength evaluation was relatively straightforward. It merely required him to deliver his most powerful strike against the trial puppet. The puppet would then calculate his strength attribute based on the force it endured. Zhou Jun calmly assumed his stance, squatting into a horse-riding position, his back straight, and his right hand clenched into a fist at his abdomen. Once he had harnessed all his strength to its utmost limit, he unleashed a powerful jab. The force tore through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind. This punch shook the heavens and rattled the earth. Chapter 37. The Master Appears. While Zhou Jun was assessing his attributes, on the 33rd floor of Filong Tower, within an elegantly decorated tea room, a man of approximately 27 or 28 years, yet with a full head of white hair, sat cross-legged in meditation. Before him, on the tea table, a bowl of freshly brewed green tea emitted gentle steam. Should a discerning individual witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For the tea leaves brewed by this man were no ordinary leaves, but rather had mythical quality, harvested from a level 100 dungeon, a sacred tea. Such sacred tea, even a mere ounce, could command a price of 1 million Federation coins. Regular consumption could enhance all attributes and gradually increase experience points. Yet at this moment, the white-haired youth regarded it with indifference, and after tasting a sip, dissatisfied with its flavor, he discarded the remaining half bowl onto the table. Such an extravagant act of wastefulness would surely elicit cries of extravagance from anyone who witnessed it. Yet, it seemed oddly fitting for this young man, whose name was Chu Tiange. He was the master of Filong Tower, a figure truly perched at the pinnacle of power in Linyuan City. Chu Tiange himself was undoubtedly a legend. At the tender age of 28, he had reached level 194, and subsequently, he was appointed by the Federation to oversee Filong Tower, wielding power unimaginable to the common folk. Even the heads of powerful families and esteemed elders would show him respect, not daring to underestimate him. After all, someone who could ascend to the position of Master of Filong Tower at such a young age was destined for an exceptionally bright future. Rumors had already circulated within the city that Chu Tiange's position as Master of Filong Tower was merely a stepping stone for further training, and it would not be long before he advanced to higher echelons within the Federation, perhaps even to its core nexus. Consequently, many sought to seize the opportunity to befriend Chu Tiange. Every day, countless dignitaries sought an audience with him. However, Chu Tiange categorically rejected all such overtures. Over time, this led to the pervasive rumor of the Master of Filong Tower being shrouded in mystery and arrogance. At this moment, the illustrious master, often spoken of in near-mythical terms, was preparing to dispose of the remaining tea leaves when he suddenly froze. His ears twitched imperceptibly, and he let out a soft gasp. What a graceful movement! To evade the full-speed strikes of the trial puppet without a trace. Who is this prodigy? As this astonishment coursed through him, Chu Tiange lowered his head, his eyes keenly observing the tea table. Yet, it appeared empty. Nevertheless, he remained transfixed, as if his gaze could penetrate through objects and, at this moment, surpass barriers to witness events transpiring on the third floor. Of course, Chu Tiange did not possess the ability to see through walls. It was his formidable senses, a trait bestowed upon him as a level 100 powerhouse that allowed him to maintain absolute awareness within a certain range. For instance, even though he sat on the 33rd floor, he could clearly hear everything happening on the third floor, the conversation between Su Yuan and Steward Chun, the sounds of Zhou Jun's agile maneuvers brushing against the air, and the whistling of rubber balls shot by the trial puppet. All these auditory trajectories were vividly transmitted to Chu Tiange's ears, allowing him to construct a clear mental image in his mind. This exemplifies the terror of a level 100 powerhouse. While not divine, it was nearly indistinguishable. Is he the son of Zhou Xinrong? After observing for a while, Chu Tiange appeared contemplative. Clearly, from the conversation between Su Yuan and Chun, he had gleaned Zhou Jun's identity. In Linyuan, there is a dragon, known by the surname Zhou. This phrase pays homage to Zhou Xinrong, a name that carries considerable renown even in the starry skies, and Chu Tiange had certainly heard of it. He mused that if this was indeed Zhou Xinrong's son, such performance would not be surprising. After a moment of distraction and a faint smile, Chu Tiange intended to retract his senses and continue brewing tea. However, just then, Su Yuan's words regarding Zhou Jun's second aptitude being SSS level and his inclusion in the Federation's quasi-sequence candidate list reached his ears, causing him to pause mid-action. His expression shifting once more. SSS level? And a quasi-sequence candidate? Chu Tiange was astonished, ceasing his tea-making. He concentrated his senses, his gaze seemingly piercing through multiple layers of obstruction, landing upon Zhou Jun. With an incredibly formidable talent and exceptionally high agility attributes, he contemplated whether to make an effort to befriend him. After all, the status of quasi-sequence candidate was indeed worthy of great attention. Though the contest of sequences is exceptionally brutal, with countless prodigies falling along the way in each session, it is a certainty that for every individual who falters, another will rise. If one can wisely place their bets in advance and forge a robust friendship with a formidable quasi-sequence, then when that individual ascends to the realm of the divine monarch, such a bond will be invaluable. Thus, Chu Tiange found himself contemplating this matter, his heart wavering in uncertainty. Although Zhou Jun possessed an SSS-level talent, Chu Tiange was no slouch himself, born into a prestigious lineage. He had already attained a level 100 strength before the age of 30, holding significant power and authority in his domain. Such accomplishments warranted the title of prodigy without question. Prodigies are often temperamental and would not easily lower themselves to bow to others. Hence, even upon learning of Zhou Jun's extraordinary talent and remarkable agility, Chu Tiange remained observant and hesitant. It wasn't until he sensed Zhou Jun testing his mental and physical attributes that his expression dramatically shifted. Particularly, when Zhou Jun conducted his strength test and unleashed a stunningly magnificent punch, Chu Tiange could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, unable to remain seated for even a moment. With a swift motion, he tore through the void before him, creating a spatial passage, and the figure clad in white, like snow, stepped into it and vanished. On the third floor, within the training room, a colossal tremor resonated as Zhou Jun stood with his fist withdrawn. Before him, the trial puppet bore a distinct imprint on its steel chest. Simultaneously, a liquid crystal screen overhead displayed Zhou Jun's comprehensive attribute results, each item reflecting a value of 5,200, mirroring his personal panel exactly. This revelation left Zhou Jun astonished. Just as he was pondering the operational principles of the trial puppet and why the results were so precise, the void beside him suddenly quaked and tore open, revealing a figure with flowing white hair. This scene startled Zhou Jun, causing him to instinctively step back. The newly appeared white-haired man was none other than Chu Tiange. At this moment, Chu Tiange was discreetly assessing Zhou Jun. His shoulder-length white hair framed a face that appeared placid, yet within, a tempest of emotions surged: shock, awe, reflection, admiration, all coursing through him. Having witnessed Zhou Jun's formidable physique firsthand, the intensity of his attributes was even more palpable. Moreover, he had seen the results displayed on the training room screen, all attributes at 5,200, a total attribute score of 20,800. Even though he had anticipated such a result, the reality still overwhelmed him. It is essential to note that even Yin Lai, who had dominated the divine rankings for 50 years, had a total attribute score of merely 13912. Zhou Jun's score was nearly double that. What he exhibited surpassed humanity. This was akin to the fabled offspring of ancient beasts. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Zhou Jun, having regained his composure, looked curiously at the white-haired man and respectfully clasped his hands. The complexity of Chu Tiange's gaze reflected a myriad of emotions: shock, admiration, and reverence. After a moment, he reined in his feelings and replied with a light smile. I am Chu Tiange, the master of Filong Tower. If you do not mind, from this moment forth, I shall personally oversee all your affairs at Filong Tower. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, in the adjacent monitoring room, two stewards who had been covertly observing were so astonished that they fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 38. Ascending to the pinnacle of the divine rankings when they witnessed Chu Tiange's appearance in the training room, Su Yuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Little Zhou has actually drawn the attention of the master. This, Su Yuan stuttered, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. Steward Chen stood with her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her graceful figure frozen as if struck by lightning. Their astonishment was not exaggerated. The scene was simply too surreal. After all, as stewards of Filong Tower, they understood their master's character all too well. He was the type who looked down on the heads of the prominent families in Linyuan City. A proud individual who spent his days on the 33rd floor sipping tea and practicing calligraphy, completely indifferent to the influential figures who queued outside with gifts seeking an audience. Even they, as stewards, could count on one hand the number of times they had met Chu Tiange in a year. Yet, this proud and exceptional figure had now chosen to make an appearance for a high school student and even offered to serve him personally. How could this not be shocking? It was only at this moment that Su Yuan and his companion realized that even someone as formidable as Chu Tiange would willingly set aside his pride in the presence of absolute genius. Zhou Jun might indeed rise above in the sequence battle. Su Yuan sighed deeply, gazing at the two figures on the surveillance screen, each exuding their unique charisma. While reflecting on the indescribably astounding attributes displayed, he felt a surge of emotion, knowing that from this day forward, the title of number one on the divine rankings was destined to change hands. After dominating for 50 years, Yin Lai would ultimately have to step aside and yield. In a daze, Su Yuan felt as though he were witnessing the rise and fall of an era, becoming a participant in what would surely be a historic event. Within the training room, two striking figures stood facing each other, both observing the other. To be honest, Zhou Jun was somewhat surprised by Chu Tiange's sudden appearance. But not excessively so. His attributes were undeniably terrifying, far surpassing everyone on the divine rankings, and thus he had anticipated that his results would create quite a stir. Yet, he had not expected it would be enough to draw out the mysterious master of Filong Tower. Seeing Zhou Jun regain his composure so swiftly, Chu Tiange was impressed by the young man's calm demeanor, and his admiration for him grew. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Brother, you truly embody the essence of a dragon among men. To possess such profound attributes at level 10 is indeed an eye-opener for me. If you do not mind, may I take the liberty of recording your attribute data into the federal intellect for posterity? It would be an honor." Chu Tiange spoke in a soft tone, lowering himself significantly, not allowing Zhou Jun's youth or lower level to dictate their interaction. He even suppressed all traces of his own pride. Should the elders of Linyuan City witness this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. When did the esteemed master of Filong Tower become so agreeable, especially to a high school student? At that moment, Zhou Jun, hearing this, humbly waved his hand. I am unworthy of such praise. To receive recognition from the master is a privilege for me. His principle was simple: respect begets respect. Regardless of Chu Tiange's motives, he displayed courtesy, ensuring Zhou Jun felt at ease, and in turn, Zhou Jun lowered his own stature in response. However, upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Chu Tiange shook his head repeatedly, laughing. There is no need for such formality, dear brother. I am merely 10 years your senior. If you do not mind, you may address me as elder brother. Since elder brother requests it, I shall dare to comply, Zhou Jun responded readily. After a hearty laugh, the two forged a new friendship. Following their engaging conversation, Zhou Jun accompanied Chu Tiange out of the training room and approached a console. Chu Tiange raised his hand to unlock the permissions, then, with a serious expression, personally recorded Zhou Jun's freshly tested data. Simultaneously, the colossal light screen in the central area of the third floor began to undergo a transformation. A brand new name, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings. This transformation rippled through the Federation like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, swiftly spreading its influence far and wide. The Dragon Tower's divine rankings across all cities on Blue Star were simultaneously updated with the latest changes. Although the divine rankings were not constantly monitored, any significant alterations on a global scale would inevitably draw attention. In a certain city of the Great Xia, at the registration office for the highest attributes of the 10th level of the Dragon Tower, a passing celestial slayer casually glanced at the divine rankings, ready to move on. Yet, suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he halted mid-step. In the next moment, he turned around in astonishment, staring intently at the once familiar list, his mouth agape. What on earth was happening? Why wasn't Yanlai in the lead anymore? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must have misread the information. However, no matter how many times he directed his gaze back at the divine rankings, the content was undeniably different from before. Heavens, the divine rankings had changed hands. This heralded a monumental shift. With a gasp, he hurriedly pulled out his phone to capture this astonishing moment. His peculiar behavior soon attracted a throng of curious onlookers, who gathered around, their eyes glued to the divine rankings, unable to look away. The air was filled with gasps of disbelief. After reigning at the top for 50 years, Yanlai had finally been dethroned, and countless people rushed to share the news. This scene was unfolding simultaneously in countless cities across Blue Star. The internet erupted with fervor as various media outlets clamored to report. Breaking news. The top of the divine rankings has changed. Just moments ago, a mysterious genius surged to the #1 spot. Yanlai's record has been shattered. Who is this new king of the divine rankings? Having dominated for 50 years, he has been surpassed by a newcomer, with a staggering total attribute of 20,800. Is this truly within human capability? Articles flooded the online realm, spreading like wildfire. A multitude of citizens within the Federation became aware of the seismic shift in the divine rankings. Initially, some were skeptical, dismissing it as mere hype or media sensationalism. However, as they realized that everyone around them was discussing the matter, they became convinced that the divine rankings had indeed changed hands. A mysterious genius had, with overwhelming superiority, broken Yanlai's record. Yanlai had once maintained a total attribute of 13,912 to hold the top spot for 50 years, while the new king boasted an impressive 20,800. How many years would he dominate the divine rankings? The mere thought left countless onlookers in a state of shock. Many formidable beings of the 100 levels were secretly observing this moment, recognizing the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. Perhaps in the near future, this prodigy would ascend to the starry skies, becoming the new God King, known as the Son of Heaven. Chapter 39. The name of the Son of Heaven resonates globally. As the news of the Son of Heaven claiming the top spot on the divine rankings broke, it detonated like a flood bomb, reverberating throughout the Federation. On this day, countless individuals who heard the news were left astounded, shaken to their core. The enigmatic Son of Heaven had swiftly become the most talked about topic of the moment. To take the name of the Son of Heaven and step over Yanlai, this individual truly possessed audacity. With a total attribute of 20,000, how could any successor hope to surpass him? In the realm of the 10th level divine rankings, he seemed destined to reign supreme through the ages. In recent years, the Federation had witnessed a surge of various geniuses. Was this truly a portent of a great era dawning, signaling the rise of humanity? Moreover, if the Son of Heaven could maintain this momentum and secure the top spot in the upcoming divine rankings, another invincible supreme being might emerge in the starry skies. Yet, that would be no easy feat. Throughout history, how many have managed to maintain such dominance? Even Yanlai merely held the top spot at the 10th level. By the time he reached the 50th level, his total attributes ranked outside the top 5. This illustrates the immense difficulty of claiming the top position across all 3 divine rankings. Today, the Son of Heaven has made a name for himself, crushing the competition with an attribute of 20,800 to seize the top spot. Yet few dared to believe that he could maintain such supremacy at the 50th and 100th levels. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the fervor his emergence ignited within the Federation. He left an impression of both mystery and strength. Not only ordinary citizens, but even many seasoned experts and transcendent forces were closely monitoring the situation. In the Great Xia, atop Kunlun Mountain, there stood a strikingly futuristic steel city, an anomaly perched upon the majestic range. This city, reminiscent of a sci-fi film, was home to the Federation's foremost institution, Kunlun University. In other words, this entire steel city was the territory of Kunlun University. At this moment, within the highest office building of the Kunlun University campus, a figure burst in, stumbling and pale with fear, raising a tablet computer in hand and exclaiming, "Principal, we have a grave situation." How utterly disheveled. A voice reprimanded, emanating from an elderly man with graying hair, but an imposing presence that commanded respect. Clearly, this man was the esteemed leader of Kunlun University, renowned throughout the Federation. Nearly a century old, he still radiated vitality, his rosy complexion more vibrant than many younger individuals. His sharp, discerning eyes seemed capable of piercing through the depths of one's soul, exuding an aura of authority akin to a seasoned general returning from battle. After receiving the reprimand, the assistant instinctively shrank back, managing to compose himself before approaching the desk and softly stating, "Principal, the record for the highest attributes at the 10th level has just been shattered. A mysterious individual named the Son of Heaven has replaced Yen Lai with a total of 2,800 attributes." What? Before the assistant could finish, the principal, who had just reprimanded him, leapt to his feet, snatching the tablet from his hands. The content displayed was the news report regarding the change in the divine rankings. The assistant stood dumbfounded, witnessing the principal's unexpected reaction, feeling as if the elderly man's authoritative demeanor had crumbled in an instant. Having accompanied the venerable leader for many years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a lapse in composure. The stark contrast in the principal's reactions momentarily amused him, leaving him with a flushed face, torn between laughter and restraint. After a considerable time, the principal finally set down the tablet, having absorbed all the news, casting a somewhat displeased glance at his assistant. The old principal finally stroked his grizzled beard with a single hand and remarked, "This is indeed a fortunate occurrence. The human race thrives due to the continuous emergence of exceptional talents breaking records, enabling us to withstand the encroaching darkness of the cosmos. Alas, my wager with that old rascal Wu has ultimately led to his victory." At this juncture, the old principal let out a disgruntled huff. Wu, the old rascal, was the headmaster of the Taichu Academy. The two seniors had engaged in a bet 50 years prior, sparked by Yen Lai's ascension in the rankings. The wager revolved around how long Yen Lai's record would remain unbroken. The old principal had wagered that it would last at least 50 years, while Wu was confident it would be surpassed within that time frame. This year marked precisely the 50th year. It was abundantly clear that the victor was Wu, and the old principal had been just a step away from winning the bet. This was precisely why the assistant had exclaimed a dire warning upon entering. The mere thought of Wu's smug visage flaunting his victory before him filled the old principal with ire. After indulging in his frustration for a moment, he finally said, "Look into this young man's personal information. If he is indeed this year's college entrance examination candidate, persuade him to choose Kunlun University. But what if he declines?" The assistant inquired, momentarily taken aback. The old principal, calmly sipping from his thermos filled with hot water, replied with unwavering conviction, "He will not refuse. For we are Kunlun University." His words emanated an extraordinary confidence, a testament to the prestige of the foremost university in the Federation. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded within the other three elite institutions, apart from Kunlun University. The upper echelons of Yaotai University, Taichu Academy, and Nanshimen Academy had all been informed of the change in the divine rankings. Notably, Taichu Academy, led by Wu, had preemptively acquired detailed information about Zhou Jun from the core hub of the Federation. Upon confirming that he was indeed a senior high school student, Wu promptly decided to grant Zhou Jun a spot for direct admission. The decisiveness of this decision left many within the Academy's upper management astounded. It was worth noting that the college entrance examination had yet to commence, and yet the prestigious institutions of the Blue Star were already gearing up, ready to vie for talent. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in the Federation's history spanning hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Chapter 40. The Dragon of the Zhou family. The four major universities of the Federation were abuzz with excitement over Zhou Jun's ascension, while other extraordinary factions remained restless. After all, possessing total attributes exceeding 20,000 at level 10 not only shattered the record of the divine rankings, but also set a new benchmark since the advent of humanity's upgrade panels. The implications and ramifications of this achievement were profound. Various powerful factions began to take action. Leaders of trillion-dollar conglomerates issued public announcements online, expressing their willingness to offer 10% of their shares as remuneration, should the young prodigy agree to become their spokesperson. This stirred considerable buzz on social media. Renowned experts and scholars from the Federation appealed to the online community, pleading for Zhou Jun to disclose the maximum four-dimensional attribute data for each level, asserting that such information would greatly benefit martial arts research, leaving onlookers astounded. Furthermore, dark web assassins received bounty notices from certain nefarious organizations, actively seeking Zhou Jun. The ripple effects of this upheaval extended even to the core of the Federation. In the Grand Council Tower of the Great Xia Divine Capital, a symbol of the Federation's highest authority in the Eastern Hemisphere, one prominent figure after another perused Zhou Jun's detailed dossier. From his birth to his early precociousness, the upheaval within his family during his youth, his performance during the registration of his talents, and even his conversation with Chu Tiange just 10 minutes prior, all were meticulously laid out before them. Dual talents, and a second talent at that, classified as uniquely SSS grade. How intriguing. Yet, we remain oblivious to the nature of his talents. It must pertain to augmenting one's own attributes. Indeed, it is impossible for any human, regardless of training, to possess 20,000 total attributes at level 10. Could it be that his talent aligns with the path of physical sanctification? Setting talents aside, this young man managed to reach level 10 upon his first entry into the secret realm, demonstrating remarkable prowess. There are certainly commendable aspects. However, his family's past does cast a shadow. His father is a traitor to the Federation. Around the circular conference table, prominent figures engaged in discourse. When the name Zhou Xinrong was mentioned, a silence fell over the group. After a lengthy pause, voices resumed. Was the Federation's conviction regarding Zhou Xinrong and his wife's betrayal of humanity perhaps a tad hasty? Where's the haste? Came the retort. Zhou Xinrong and his wife slaughtered their kin, witnessed firsthand by the Divine King Ji, with irrefutable evidence. Was Divine King Ji the only eyewitness? Is that not sufficient? I believe it is inadequate. The Zhou family of Linyuan City has consistently displayed unwavering loyalty to the Federation. Our investigations into Zhou Xinrong's past do not indicate a propensity for treachery. Even if there were some ulterior motives, it suffices that he indeed raised the blade against his fellow humans. Yet his son, Zhou Jun, now stands at the pinnacle of the divine rankings. Indeed, based on Zhou Jun's current performance, he is undeniably among the foremost seeds of the Federation. We must not allow a rift to form between our genius and the Federation. I propose we withdraw the bounty and reopen the investigation into Zhou Xinrong and his wife. I concur. I too concur. At the round table, numerous dignitaries voiced their opinions. And in a matter of moments, the case against Zhou Xinrong and his wife was set to be reopened. Although some expressed dissent, the majority were in favor. And following the principle of the minority yielding to the majority, the matter was thus resolved. Observant individuals privately lamented that for so many years, this case had remained unmentioned. Yet now, with Zhou Jun's brilliance shining forth and his rise to prominence, the possibility of overturning a grave betrayal of humanity had emerged. This is the true essence of a parent's glory through their child's accomplishments. The Zhou family is indeed extraordinary, having birthed a genuine dragon. Though this dragon is still in its infancy, it already possesses the capability to stir the winds and clouds across the land. At this moment, in Linyuan City, Zhou Jun remained unaware of the various upheavals occurring outside. After completing his registration, he accompanied Chu Tiange to the 33rd floor for tea. In the tranquil tea room, savoring the mythic-grade tea worth a fortune, Zhou Jun's expression was one of astonishment. This was due to the lines of notifications perpetually cascading across his personal panel. Consuming LV 100 mythic grade tea, experience 1. Consuming LV 100 mythic grade tea, experience 1. Consuming LV 100 mythic grade tea, experience 1. Though the increments were minuscule, they were exponentially superior to the drudgery of meditative breathing exercises. In just a short while, he was on the verge of reaching level 11. Zhou Jun couldn't help but marvel at how even a mere fraction of what a 100-level expert casually possesses could suffice to satiate the hunger of novices like him. With this thought in mind, his resolve to accelerate his level-up ambitions solidified considerably. If my younger brother enjoys it, he may take the tea with him, Zhou Jun offered. Chu Tiange, having observed Zhou Jun's expression, brewed a fresh pot of tea for the two of them and cheerfully proposed, "Then I shall accept your gratitude." Zhou Jun clasped his hands in appreciation, not wishing to decline, for he was genuinely tempted by the tea before him. While such tea, yielding only a single experience point, might seem trivial to Chu Tiange, it held immeasurable value for Zhou Jun, who possessed boundless potential for advancement. Securing even a portion of it from a 100-level powerhouse like Chu Tiange was undoubtedly a significant gain. Haha, dear brother, there is no need for formality. Your remarkable ascent to the pinnacle of the divine rankings has truly opened my eyes. As the saying goes, a noble steed for a hero, though I lack a steed to offer. I do possess some exquisite sacred tea. With a carefree smile, Chu Tiange tossed the remaining 2 tails of tea leaves to Zhou Jun, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhou Jun, witnessing this display of camaraderie, found himself equally inspired, and soon the two were engrossed in a lively conversation. They discussed the past, present, and future, evaluating the extraordinary figures of their time, and before they realized it, a pot of fragrant tea had been consumed. Brother, I came to the Flying Dragon Tower also to exchange some equipment. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jun finished his last sip of tea and placed a crimson card on the table, which then radiated a brilliant white light, signaling his unexpected ascension to level 11. Chu Tiange was initially taken aback by the brilliance of Zhou Jun's upgrade, but his gaze was swiftly captivated by the crimson card. "Is this the Federal Supreme card?" he exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure in front of Zhou Jun for the first time. After a brief moment of self-reflection, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I had thought that your provisional sequence candidate status would suffice to astonish others, but I underestimated the Federation's regard for you. They have even bestowed upon you the Supreme card." Provisional sequence? Zhou Jun was momentarily puzzled, not fully grasping the implications. Noticing his confusion, Chu Tiange slapped his forehead. "I nearly forgot that you are still unaware of this matter." He proceeded to explain the intricacies of the sequence contention to Zhou Jun. Although Zhou Jun listened with surprise, he refrained from further comments. After all, his original goal was to become the supreme of the human race and to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This path was inherently fraught with challenges, and he was well prepared to contend with many extraordinary individuals along the way. Thus, the so-called sequence identity held little significance for him. It was merely a gilding on the lily. "Brother, I indeed have a set of mythical-grade universal equipment available for exchange with your Supreme card here at the Flying Dragon Tower. After concluding his explanation of the sequence, Chu Tiange redirected the conversation to the equipment rewards. With a flourish, he revealed 5 gleaming pieces of golden armor before Zhou Jun. Take a look. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can request a different set from the Federation. No need. I am content to leave it to fate. Zhou Jun replied with a smile, understanding that regardless of the equipment's attributes, it would undergo a process of enhancement in his possession. Therefore, exchanging it was truly unnecessary. However, his eyes still glimmered with anticipation as he gazed upon the mythical-grade gear. Chapter 41. Ascendancy Rewards and Mythical Grade Set. Name: Wrath of the Earth Serpent Chestplate. Grade: Mythical Type: Heavy Armor, Upper Body. Level Requirement: LV10, LV25 Vitality, 331 Strength, 423 Magical Defense, 562 Description. Forged from materials gathered from the Lord-level creature. The Frenzied Earth Serpent. Wearing this grants 2 damage immunity, 2 damage amplification, and an additional 2 experience points. Note: this equipment is part of a set. Collecting other pieces will unlock additional attributes. The first piece of equipment to catch Zhou Jun's eye was the chest plate. He casually glanced over its attributes and description, pausing momentarily at its category. Heavy armor, indeed, aligned well with Zhou Jun's initial inclinations. His physical form was robust, brimming with vitality. Both his vitality and strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, heavy armor was the most suitable choice for him, offering maximum attribute enhancement. As for the notion of encumbrance, it was hardly a concern for Zhou Jun's formidable physique. Shifting his gaze from the chest plate, he examined the attributes of the other 4 pieces: the Wrath of the Earth Serpent shoulder guards, the Wrath of the Earth Serpent leggings, the Wrath of the Earth Serpent belt, and the Wrath of the Earth Serpent boots. In total, 5 pieces formed a complete set. Each item offered similar attribute enhancements, and the effects provided by the equipment were consistent. This meant that donning all 5 pieces would grant a total of 10 damage immunity, 10 damage amplification, and an additional 10 experience points. Furthermore, there was an extra set effect. Wrath of the Earth Serpent set description. The wearer gains the power of the Earth Serpent, with a 5 chance to summon the Earth Serpent's might for a simultaneous attack during their own strikes. Brother, your fortune is commendable. This Earth Serpent set is renowned among novices for its exceptional attribute enhancements, and its heavy armor properties align perfectly with your physical capabilities. Perhaps sensing Zhou Jun's satisfaction, Chu Tiange complimented him with a smile and handed over the Wrath of the Earth Serpent set. Zhou Jun held the substantial equipment in his hands, feeling a rare flicker of joy within. With the experience he had accumulated over years of hardship in his past life, he could discern that Chu Tiange's praise for this equipment was not exaggerated. Each attribute of the individual pieces, as well as the collective set effect, was remarkably potent, living up to the name of mythical equipment. Even without enhancement, it would suffice to grant him a commanding presence in various novice dungeons. Once enhanced, the combat prowess it provided would only grow stronger, enabling him to dominate even against opponents of higher levels. Discreetly placing the equipment into his spatial backpack, Zhou Jun turned his attention back to Chu Tiange. He contemplated how to broach the subject of the reward for topping the divine rankings with this newly acquainted elder brother. After all, his motivation for breaking the divine record was not for fame, but rather the legendary rewards that had been rumored from the outset. In this regard, Zhou Jun was far more pragmatic compared to other extraordinary individuals. Noticing Zhou Jun's meaningful gaze, the perceptive Chu Tiange chuckled awkwardly. Do not rush, brother. The rewards for reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings are of great significance and cannot be determined by me, a mere city-level authority at the Flying Dragon Tower. The Federation's central authority will finalize this reward, which will then be expedited from the capital over a distance of 100,000 miles. As he spoke, he calculated the time quietly, saying, if they act promptly, it should be arriving shortly. Zhou Jun nodded in agreement, lacking any skepticism. Although this world primarily celebrated the prowess of those who defy the heavens, the power of technology was also formidable, especially after Blue Star had expanded 1,000-fold. Human scholars had focused their research on transportation. Remarkable breakthroughs had been achieved in both land and air travel. Ordinary passenger planes now boasted supersonic speeds. And for the transportation of such vital materials, high-tech military aircraft were employed, ensuring unprecedented swiftness, capable of circumnavigating the globe in no time. Brother Chu, do you have any idea what rewards the Federation will bestow for reaching the pinnacle of the divine rankings? Zhou Jun inquired, blinking with curiosity. Well, Chu Tiange hesitated, a hint of awkwardness crossing his typically confident demeanor. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. After all, the divine rankings have not seen a change at the top for 50 years, and what rewards might have been granted during that time is probably known only to the Flame God King, Yin Lai. Having held the top position for 50 years, it was evident that the Federation had not issued rewards for the divine rankings in half a century. The passage of time had been exceedingly long. Not only Chu Tiange, the humble master of the Flying Dragon Tower, but even many high-ranking officials in the capital were likely unaware of what the rewards entailed. Perhaps only those who had served for over 50 years might have heard whispers of it. Upon realizing that even Chu Tiange was in the dark, Zhou Jun's curiosity reached new heights. What could this legendary reward, which had drawn countless individuals to pursue it, truly be? Equipment? Elixirs? Skill tomes? Beyond that, what else could possibly be offered as a reward? Just as Zhou Jun pondered these questions, Chu Tiange suddenly perked up, his ears twitching with excitement. It's here. He grasped the air with both hands, effortlessly tearing a rift in the void, then turned to Zhou Jun and said, "Brother, wait for me a moment." In the next instant, he stepped inside and vanished from sight. At that moment, a thunderous roar of warplanes echoed above the flying dragon tower. Zhou Jun gazed at this scene in astonishment, then shook his head with a smile, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. The federal procedures for the transfer of valuable items were rather cumbersome, and Zhou Jun was uncertain how long he would have to wait for Chu Tiange. Thus, he decided to sip his tea while taking out the recently acquired Earth Serpent set, beginning the process of enhancement one piece at a time. Thanks to the effect of the epic equipment, Ring of Eternal Life, his recovery of all attributes had significantly improved, allowing him to utilize the power of enhancement multiple times in succession. After a series of operations, all the equipment in his hands had undergone a complete transformation. Carelessly picking up the breastplate he had initially examined, it now bore no resemblance whatsoever to its original form, neither in appearance nor in attributes. Name: Rampaging Dragon Ascendant Breastplate. Grade: Epic. Type: Heavy Armor, Upper Body. Restrictions: LV10, LV30. Constitution: 531. Strength: 427. Magical Defense: 890. Description: a powerful epic grade armor forged from enhancement power, granting 5 damage immunity, 5 damage increase, and 5 additional experience points upon equipping. As expected, Zhou Jun triggered a high-level enhancement, directly upgrading it to epic quality. The level cap increased. Attribute bonuses were enhanced. The equipment effects saw a comprehensive enhancement. The strength of epic-grade equipment and mythic-grade equipment was categorically incomparable. Most astonishingly, the other 4 pieces of equipment similarly triggered high-level enhancements. In other words, Zhou Jun now possessed a complete set of epic-grade armor. His face radiated joy as he gazed at the effects of the set. Description of the Rampaging Dragon Ascendant set. The wearer will be enveloped by the power of the Rampaging Dragon. Each attack has a 30 chance to trigger Dragon's Breath, inflicting burning damage for 5 seconds, during which the target's healing effects are halved. Upon witnessing the set's effects, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Rampaging Dragon Ascendant set truly lived up to its epic quality, with its set effects being a stark contrast to the previous Earth Serpent's Fury set. Not only had the probability of triggering effect attacks increased significantly, but it also came with the added burning effect. Zhou Jun, who had reached level 54 in his previous life, was acutely aware of the terror of burning damage. Its greatest advantage lay not only in its sustained damage, but also in its ability to disrupt healing effects. It could be said that any skill or equipment with a burning attribute could fetch astronomical prices in the market. Furthermore, possessing burning capabilities within a team was an essential condition for conquering top-tier dungeons. Chapter 42, Dragon Egg. This time, it was indeed a windfall. Zhou Jun wore a smile. His spirits lifted. With a mere thought, he donned the resplendent epic-grade armor set. At this moment, he had finally achieved a degree of affluence in the realm of equipment. Aside from earrings and bracelets, he was essentially fully equipped. Moreover, aside from his weapon, the Thunderblade, which was of mythic quality, everything else was of epic grade. This resulted in Zhou Jun's overall attributes being extraordinarily lavish. He summoned his personal panel and surveyed it, growing increasingly satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed that the plus signs behind his 4-dimensional attributes were all shimmering, reminding him that he had just leveled up, thus increasing his 4-dimensional attribute limits. He smiled slightly, and, taking advantage of Chu Tiange's absence, allocated points to max out all his 4-dimensional attributes. Moments later, an overwhelming force surged within him. Zhou Jun's personal panel updated once more. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV11-1. Strength: 6,300, 1392. Agility: 6,300, 958. Mentality: 6,300, 502. Constitution: 6,300, 1136. Skills: Bone Crushing LV1. Clarity of Sword Heart LV1. Judgment's Rhapsody LV1. Equipment: Falling Star Pendant Epic. Thunderblade Mythic. Ring of Eternal Life Epic. Rampaging Dragon Ascendant Set Epic. Talent: SSS level reallocation. SSS level infinite enhancement unique. Awakening skill: Ultimate Enhancement LV1. Weapon proficiency: Sword and Blade LV1. As an epic grade heavy armor, the Rampaging Dragon Ascendant set significantly enhanced 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes, except for mentality. Coupled with Zhou Jun's personal attributes of 6,300 points after reaching LV11, his combined strength, constitution, and agility soared beyond 7,000 points. What does this signify? It means that against monsters of the same level, Zhou Jun could deal 5-digit damage with a casual strike. Furthermore, should he activate his awakening skill, a single blow could inflict 200,000 to 300,000 damage, without a doubt. Should he encounter a boss of the same caliber as the stone statue again, Zhou Jun could effortlessly achieve an instantaneous kill. His heart raced. Yet Zhou Jun abruptly drank a bowl of sacred tea to suppress his urge to plunge into a dungeon and slay monsters. For in his perception, Chu Tiange had already returned. Indeed, in the next moment, outside the window of the 33rd floor, Chu Tiange cautiously flew in from the balcony without tearing through the void, cradling a colossal egg in his arms. Brother. Upon entering the room, Chu Tiange hurried towards Zhou Jun, his face still reflecting profound shock and disbelief. Do you not wish to know the reward for ranking first on the divine leaderboard? Here it is. His voice trembled slightly as he placed the enormous egg before Zhou Jun, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions, difficult to calm. This scene left Zhou Jun utterly astonished. His gaze fell upon the massive white egg adorned with blue patterns, and in the next instant, he too was shaken. For on the surface of the egg, a message materialized. Name, Howling Sky Dragon Egg. Grade, Epic. Type, Magical Pet. Growth Direction, Dragon. Description, an egg of a supreme grade magical creature. Produced only in the LV300 exclusive dungeon of the Howling Sky Dragon, with a drop rate of 1. Upon successful hatching, one may obtain a Howling Sky Dragon cub. The description was succinct yet rendered all who beheld it unable to look away. This was indeed an exceedingly rare magical creature's egg. Moreover, it belonged to the most precious dragon lineage. Its racial classification reached the supreme level. This was simply outrageous. No wonder even Chu Tiange remained unable to calm himself for quite some time. Zhou Jun's heart too surged with tumultuous waves. He had contemplated numerous rewards that the Federation might grant for reaching the pinnacle of the divine leaderboard, skill books, equipment, elixirs, and so forth, but he had never anticipated that it would be a magical pet. The so-called magical pet was a unique product born from the emergence of dungeons. It could only be obtained by defeating a king-level or higher boss in high-level dungeons, with only a slim chance of acquisition. Once a magical pet successfully hatched, it would bind its soul to its master, never to betray. A fully matured magical pet possessed strength that rivaled that of the lord bosses within dungeons. Furthermore, since magical pets were exclusively found in high-level dungeons, every single magical pet held the potential to reach level 100. This implied that once one acquired a magical pet, it was tantamount to gaining an additional ally with level 100 combat prowess. Thus, it is evident how monumental the benefits of possessing a magical pet could be. Regrettably, the difficulty in acquiring a magical pet was exceedingly high. For 99% of the Federation's populace, the notion of a magical pet existed solely in legend. Only those formidable elite warriors possessed the qualifications to covet a magical pet. Yet, this qualification is merely a preliminary step. For even if one wields the power to vanquish a king-level lord boss, the magical pet egg will not necessarily drop. Take, for instance, the dragon egg of the Howling Sky before us, which has a mere 1 acquisition probability. Apart from the exceedingly fortunate, attaining the most desirable outcome would necessitate conquering the Howling Sky Dragon dungeon 100 times. Is such a feat conceivable? The Howling Sky Dragon resides in a level 300 dungeon, and its lord, the Howling Sky Dragon, is not merely a king-level monster but a rare supreme one. Tantalizingly close to the apex of the magical hierarchy, creatures of this caliber can effortlessly overpower SS-level human prodigies of the same tier. To embark on such a quest, one would require at least an SS-level team of 3 or more to have a glimmer of hope. Even then, successfully clearing it once would be deemed a stroke of luck. Who would dare risk their life to conquer it 100 times solely for a dragon egg? It is precisely for these reasons that Chu Tiange, the soon-to-be level 200 master of the Flying Dragon Tower, finds himself utterly flabbergasted, overwhelmed to an unimaginable degree. Heaven only knows how the Federation procured this dragon egg. In this moment, Chu Tiange feels a profound envy and jealousy towards Zhou Jun. Should the Howling Sky Dragon successfully hatch, it would mean Zhou Jun gains an ally capable of reaching at least level 300, an utterly terrifying prospect. After all, Zhou Jun himself is equally monstrous, possessing SSS-level talent combined with the Howling Sky Dragon, which could indeed lead him to sweep away all contemporaneous geniuses in the future. At this moment, Zhou Jun gazes at the dragon egg before him, his heart brimming with immense shock and indescribable joy. The catalyst for such emotions, aside from the Federation's willingness to bestow the Howling Sky Dragon upon him, lies in his possession of the power of sublimation. This is what truly stirs his excitement. Although the Howling Sky Dragon is powerful, it can only grow to level 300. Yet, Zhou Jun is destined to surpass that level. His aspirations reach towards the Divine King at level 500, or even the Supreme level at 1,000. Thus, while the Howling Sky Dragon may provide substantial assistance in the early stages, it will inevitably become less effective in the later phases, until it becomes merely ancillary. However, should he manage to subliminate the still unhatched Howling Sky Dragon egg, everything would be transformed. The dragon egg, of epic quality, would undoubtedly ascend to an immortal level post-sublimation. This could potentially result in the hatching of a pet of demonic god caliber. Demonic god level, the pinnacle of all magical creatures, commands respect even from the divine kings above the stars. After all, on Blue Star, numerous level 500 demonic god-level lord dungeons remain unconquered to this day. Hence, the benefits of possessing a demonic god-level pet are self-evident. This is the true source of Zhou Jun's excitement. Chapter 43, The World Tree and Core Skills. I, Chu Tiange, consider myself a dragon among men, a leader of the youth, yet in comparison to this young brother Zhou before me, I am reminded that there are always greater talents beyond our own. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to emerge victorious in the sequence battles, even ascending to the stars one day, leaving an indelible mark in history. As Chu Tiange gazes at the youth tenderly caressing the colossal egg, he muses inwardly. He has an inkling that today's exceptional encounter with Zhou Jun may very well be the wisest decision of his life. Though to outsiders, this may seem inconceivable, as he himself was once a young genius, now a tower master in a city, wielding considerable power. It should logically be others seeking to curry favor with him. Yet, the truth is known only to Chu Tiange. The path of advancement is akin to rowing upstream. The higher one ascends, the more arduous it becomes. Especially at his level, the experience required to level up is monumental. Meanwhile, the strength of the monsters within dungeons escalates exponentially, and the advantages provided by equipment and items diminish significantly. Often, completing a dungeon once is seen as a blessing, and merely surviving the encounter is already a stroke of fortune. Now, Chu Tiange deeply understands that relying solely on external aids such as equipment and potions will not sustain one in high-level dungeons. To forge ahead, one must depend on their own unmatched talents and formidable skills. Therefore, in the presence of a genuine prodigy, the gap in levels between them is not a barrier to friendship. Rather, it is an opportunity. This is why, as Chu Tiange gradually comprehends Zhou Jun's nature, his demeanor becomes increasingly amicable. As his thoughts shift in this direction, Chu Tiange suddenly feels a spark of inspiration. He gazes at Zhou Jun, who has just secured the colossal egg, and after a moment of reflection, he speaks up. Brother, you are aware that upon reaching level 18, everyone unlocks a core skill slot, correct? Hearing Chu Tiange's inquiry, Zhou Jun looks up in surprise, puzzled yet nodding in response, of course. That is a fundamental exam question. In this world, although humans possess an upgrade panel that allows them to ascend to divinity, there has never been a notion of class change. Perhaps this is because Blue Star is a reality, where humans genuinely grow stronger in their physical form upon leveling up. Unlike in games, which merely present a string of virtual data. Nonetheless, despite the absence of class changes, there exist alternative pathways akin to class transitions. At level 18, everyone's panel will reveal an additional core skill slot. This core skill is somewhat analogous to the signature techniques found in fantasy novels, providing extraordinary assistance on the path to advancement. A powerful core skill can even defy fate. Even a D-class talent could potentially carve out a path. Zhou Jun's ascension to level 54 in his previous life was not only due to Yi Changshan's support, but also because he fortuitously obtained a golden grade core skill book. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of others, how could he possibly establish himself in this world? Thus, for those who challenge the heavens, mastering a formidable core skill is of utmost importance, capable of shaping one's entire life. Regrettably, acquiring high-tier core skill books is exceedingly arduous, particularly for ordinary individuals. It is akin to chasing a dream. The reason for this is not that the drop rate for core skill books is low, they simply do not appear in dungeons. Folklore holds that on Blue Star, there exists an ancient, towering world tree. This tree is immense, its branches and leaves cloaking the sky, growing at the world's edge. The core skill books are products of the world tree. It is said that within the leaves of the world tree, there lies another realm, where these core skill books are concealed. Undoubtedly, since the dawn of humanity on Blue Star, the world tree has remained in the possession of the most powerful. Dynasties rise and fall, and the strong possess it. In modern times, after the formation of the Global Federation Army, the world tree has naturally come under their control. Each year, the Federation regularly prunes a portion of the leaves from the world tree, distributing them to the various cities' flying dragon towers, which in turn distribute them to the local challengers. Furthermore, the leaves containing core skill books vary significantly in quality. It is said that the higher the leaves are harvested from the world tree, the higher the grade of the core skill book contained within. However, such leaves are scarce even in the world tree's annual yield, thus rendering them a rare commodity across Blue Star. Many lesser cities lack the qualifications to receive them. Lin Yuan City, where Zhou Jun resides, ranks among the upper tier of cities on Blue Star, enabling it to apply for one such advanced leaf each year. However, even if granted, it bears little relevance to ordinary individuals. After all, the energy contained within a single advanced leaf is limited. Only the prominent families and elite prodigies within the city are entitled to seek core skill books from the advanced leaves. In his previous life, Zhou Jun, of course, lacked the qualifications to access those advanced leaves. He was just like the countless ordinary people of Lin Yuan City, first applying, then waiting in line. And after more than half a month of effort, he finally managed to find a golden grade core skill book among ordinary leaves. Reflecting on it now, it evokes a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Tiange suddenly mention core skills, he was momentarily perplexed regarding his intentions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Tiange spoke. Brother, in 3 days, on the 1st of next month, the advanced leaves allocated to Lin Yuan City this year will arrive, and there will be a ceremony at the Flying Dragon Tower for the distribution of core skill books. I wish to extend an invitation to you, as the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, to attend this ceremony. As Chu Tiange's words fell, Zhou Jun couldn't help but shudder. His expression was one of astonishment. He hadn't expected the advanced leaves to arrive so promptly this year. He had been worrying about where to find an opportunity to comprehend the advanced leaves after reaching level 18. Little did he know that his newly recognized elder brother would take the initiative to mention this matter. Truly, it was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was feeling drowsy. Zhou Jun was aware that he would owe Chu Tiange a considerable favor. Yet there was no way to evade it. After all, the choice of core skills was a matter of great significance. If he were to comprehend from ordinary leaves, he would at most receive a golden grade skill book, just like in his previous life. However, with advanced leaves, the minimum guarantee would be an extraordinary grade. Furthermore, with Zhou Jun possessing the legendary skill, Infinite Sublimation, once he obtained the opportunity to comprehend the advanced leaves, he had no fear of lacking top-tier core skills. Brother, the only challenge is that the timing of the ceremony is exceedingly tight. If you wish to participate, you must reach level 18 within 3 days. Chu Tiange then shifted his tone, adding with a hint of concern. The date for the core skill book ceremony had long been established. Even as the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, he could not arbitrarily change it. According to federal regulations, to receive a core skill book, one must achieve level 18. An early collection is not permitted. Thus, to catch this ceremony, Zhou Jun must reach level 18 within 3 days, or else he would have to wait until next year. This condition was daunting. The path to leveling up required increasingly more experience points as one progressed. Ascending from level 11 to level 18 was far more arduous than the journey from level 3 to level 10. This posed a colossal challenge for anyone. Consequently, Chu Tiange felt a momentary concern. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Jun merely smiled lightly, saying, Brother Chu, I am confident in reaching level 18. His tone was relaxed, and on his youthful face shone an indescribable, powerful conviction. Chu Tiange, witnessing this, found himself momentarily entranced. The aura emanating from Zhou Jun was all too familiar to him. It was the indomitable spirit that only a young prodigy could possess, one he had seen in many others. With a soft sigh, regaining his composure, Chu Tiange clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Then I shall wish you a smooth journey ahead, brother. May all your endeavors be successful. I will await you at the Flying Dragon Tower in 3 days. Chapter 44, The Gale Valley Dungeon and the New Dragon Egg. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jun exited the Flying Dragon Tower. As he passed through the first floor, he did not spot Zhou Tong, Morong Shui, and the others. Presumably, they had completed their errands and departed long ago. Zhou Jun paid little mind to this triviality. He was now hastening towards the nearest subway station. Time was of the essence if he wished to partake in the core skill book ceremony in 3 days. This urgency was unrelated to his own strength. Rather, it stemmed from the limited experience points that monsters could provide. Zhou Jun could only endeavor to slay as many as possible within the allotted time. Thus, he dared not squander a single moment. He swiftly arrived at the nearest subway station to the Flying Dragon Tower and purchased a ticket to the northern gate of Lin Yuan City. The city was congested, and traveling by subway was far more efficient. The reason for heading to the northern gate was due to the presence of a sprawling mountain range nearby, dotted with various novice dungeons, making it the ideal training ground for players below level 20. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had spent considerable time in this area, thus he was quite familiar with it. Once inside the dungeon, he would focus on enhancing the Shaokong dragon egg. Sitting on the subway, Zhou Jun pondered. That dragon egg was exceptionally precious. He needed to find a secluded spot to bring it out for enhancement. To do so openly within the city would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, it was a treasure that would make even level 100 deities envious. Time slipped away swiftly, and half an hour later, Zhou Jun finally appeared in the northern mountains of Lin Yuan City. Though he was among the mountains, it was not as tranquil as one might expect. Rather, the slopes were dotted with numerous individuals, bustling with activity. LV5 dungeon, 3 spots left, experienced players leading, come quickly. Are there any brothers forming a team for the LV10 dungeon? I have B-grade combat talent. A level 6 newcomer here, support talent, beautiful and sweet-voiced. Seeking an older brother to guide me. I have a proper team of skybreakers, currently recruiting experts above level 15. Interested parties come quickly. As he walked along the mountain path, Zhou Jun's gaze swept over the enthusiastic individuals, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, he was among this crowd with only a D-grade talent, waiting with Yi Changshan and Xiao Sei at the dungeon entrance. filled with hope for someone to team up with them. Yet now, having been reborn, with unparalleled strength, he no longer needed to endure such hardships. Team play would share experience points, and not to mention, Zhou Jun had a mission to reach level 18 within 3 days, even if he did not. He had originally planned to tackle the dungeon solo. Without pausing, he pressed deeper into the mountains, and moments later, he stood before a swirling portal. Dungeon name, Gale Valley. Recommended level, LV15, LV20. This dungeon was the most formidable in the entire northern mountain range, recognized as the most challenging of all, based on Zhou Jun's past experiences. To successfully navigate this dungeon, a team of at least 10 players, each with B-grade talents, was required. The peril involved was evident. This very reason made Gale Valley one of the least frequented dungeons in the northern mountains. After all, the threshold for challenge was exceedingly high, and most novices struggled even to form teams for ordinary low-level dungeons, let alone daring to challenge such a formidable entity. Of course, the difficulty of Gale Valley was relative to others. In Zhou Jun's eyes, it was hardly daunting. With 2 SSS-grade talents, epic-level equipment, and immortal skills. If he couldn't tackle it solo, he might as well find a tofu block to end it all. Just as he stood before the dungeon entrance, ready to step in, he suddenly noticed someone squatting nearby. The individual was smoking incessantly, and upon spotting Zhou Jun, his eyes brightened. He extinguished the cigarette on the ground, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Brother, I'm from the first high school, Awaken with A-grade talent, currently level 17. I see you're also here for Gale Valley. How about we team up?" The man appeared eager, although he was unaware of Zhou Jun's level or talents. He instinctively felt that anyone bold enough to linger at the Gale Valley entrance must possess some skill. Thus, he extended the invitation to team up. Zhou Jun, hearing this, did not hesitate for even a second, directly shaking his head. "I'm only level 11. I might not be of much help." Without waiting for the first high school student to process his surprise, Zhou Jun stepped through the swirling portal. Warning: the current level is significantly inferior to the recommended level for this dungeon. It may increase the risk of death. Do you wish to force your entry? Enter. With a mere thought, Zhou Jun's figure vanished without a trace, leaving the onlooker in a state of utter bewilderment, standing there in shock. Where on earth did this deity spring from? Just a moment ago, he claimed to be only level 11, and the next, he boldly ventured into the Gale Valley alone. Without a hint of hesitation, even reincarnation wouldn't be this urgent. The students from Class 1 were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Zhou Jun's audacity. After a moment, one shook his head in regret, lamenting, "I thought we had encountered a skilled player to team up with, but it turns out to be a lunatic seeking self-destruction." Indeed, in his eyes, Zhou Jun's actions were akin to suicide. This was the Gale Valley, after all, not to mention level 11. Even level 20 players would hesitate to claim they could conquer it solo. In the perilous environment of a dungeon, the distinction between solo and group play was monumental. He had lost all hope of Zhou Jun surviving and resumed his position on the ground, waiting for a worthy partner. Meanwhile, amidst a swirling sea of yellow sand in the canyon, Zhou Jun materialized out of thin air. Upon landing, he manifested the Dragonstorm armor, instantly replacing his athletic wear with a striking golden battle armor. His stance sank slightly as his feet sank into the earth, a testament to the weight of the heavy armor. However, Zhou Jun paid it no mind, casually stretching his body before fixing his gaze ahead. Through the swirling sands, he noticed over 20 menacing demon wolves encircling him, slowly closing in. The lead wolf, a king among them, exuded a savage and bloody aura. Name: Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Health: 44,000. Level: LV19. Class: Boss level. Skills: Frenzied Wolf's Bite, Blood Sky Trance, Wolf King Laser Cannon. Gazing at the stats of his adversary, Zhou Jun couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated encountering a boss-level monster so soon after entering the dungeon. This was, after all, the outer region. No wonder Gale Valley was renowned as the most challenging novice dungeon in the Northern Gate area. The reputation held true. Yet, in the face of this, Zhou Jun exhibited no trepidation. On the contrary, he felt invigorated. "Let us see what you've got, my precious." A smile graced his lips as he reached into the void, and a pitch-black horizontal blade manifested, crackling with arcs of lightning. In the next moment, before the pack of wolves could mount their assault, Zhou Jun had transformed into a blur, diving headfirst into their midst. Swish! The blade flashed, and wolf blood sprayed. With over 7,000 points in strength, Zhou Jun resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, each strike resonating with tremendous force, as every swing of his weapon sent a demon wolf toppling into a pool of blood. Experience points: 207. Experience points: 198. Experience points: 211. A cascade of notifications flooded his vision, because Zhou Jun was slaying foes beyond his level. Coupled with the additional 25 experience points from the Dragonstorm armor, each ordinary demon wolf he vanquished granted experience comparable to that of a boss in the Twilight Forest. Ecstatic. Even before finishing off the wave of wolves, Zhou Jun leveled up to 12. At that moment, the boss-level Wolf King was utterly petrified, gazing at the human before it. And for the first time, The typically ruthless gleam in its eyes hinted at a desire to flee. But Zhou Jun would not grant it such an opportunity. He surged forward, his weapon weaving a beautiful arc as he slashed upward at the Wolf King. Greedy Strike. This attack was one of the 7 moves from the immortal level skill, Judgment Rhapsody. 52-109. A striking damage number appeared as the health bar of the Desert Blood Demon Wolf plummeted to 0. The once mighty boss monster collapsing in the sands without even the chance to retaliate or unleash its ultimate move. Defeated boss level monster, Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Experience points, 531. Loot acquired, X1. A trio of notifications flashed across the screen, but Zhou Jun paid them no mind, continuing his onslaught against the remaining wolves until none were left standing. Moments later, he stood alone, bloody blade in hand, atop a sea of wolf carcasses, calmly surveying the spoils of battle against the fierce winds. Among the loot was a bottle of golden grade elixir, which granted immunity to all control effects for a limited time. Decent enough. He tossed it into his backpack with casual ease. Then, finding a relatively clean patch of ground, he retrieved the Howling Sky Dragon Egg. Sublimation. Without a hint of hesitation, he began to consume the restorative elixir while activating the power of sublimation. Boom. An unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him. Perhaps the most pronounced side effect he had experienced since awakening his second talent. His complexion paled, yet his gaze remained hopeful. He could sense that this time, the sublimation effect was exceptionally promising. Congratulations. Your Howling Sky Dragon Egg has perfectly sublimated into a Frostwing Dragon Egg. Name, Frostwing Dragon Egg. Grade, Immortal. Type, Magical Pet. Growth Direction, Dragon. Hatching Conditions, 3 drops of blood essence from a god-level monster. Description, the egg of the Frostwing Dragon, a god-level magical creature, ruler of the skies. In its complete form, it can grow to level 600, possessing unparalleled speed and formidable aerial combat skills, with battle power doubling in icy realms. Staring at the newly revealed attributes of the dragon egg, Zhou Jun was utterly stunned. Chapter 45. Not a single monster shall escape today. In the Gale Valley Dungeon. Zhou Jun marveled at the immense dragon egg before him, inspecting it closely. The egg stood over a meter tall, oval in shape. Its shell a pristine white adorned with strange ice crystals, truly a sight to behold. Frostwing Dragon. Zhou Jun murmured, memories from 2 lifetimes flickering vividly in his mind, ultimately crystallizing into the image of a snow-white dragon, ethereal and soaring through the skies. This was a dragon he had seen in a news segment during his past life, capturing his imagination. He recalled that in the northern regions of the Great Xia, a catastrophic event had occurred when the entrance to the Frostwing Dragon's dungeon shattered, leading to an invasion of monsters into reality, causing widespread panic. The Federation had dispatched over 100 experts above level 400, alongside tens of thousands of modern troops and advanced weaponry, to combat this crisis. The battle raged on for nearly a month, with the Federation suffering heavy casualties, as the Frostwing Dragon wreaked havoc in the northern lands. Ultimately, it took the intervention of the Celestial Emperor, seated among the stars, to suppress this god-level boss. This incident created a massive uproar across Blue Star, marking the first encounter for many with the might of a god-level creature, Zhou Jun included. To think that the Frostwing Dragon, which had instilled fear in countless hearts in his previous life, would now become his pet in this life. Zhou Jun drew back from the tide of memories, a smile creeping onto his lips, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this sublimation. Once the Frostwing Dragon hatches, it would surely accompany him for a long time, perhaps even soaring through the stars alongside him one day. However, the hatching conditions for this immortal-grade dragon egg required 3 drops of blood from god-level monsters. After the initial excitement, Zhou Jun scrutinized the egg's description once more, furrowing his brow. This hatching requirement was indeed somewhat exaggerated. After all, while the Frostwing Dragon was merely a god-level creature, it demanded blood essence from monsters of the same caliber for its hatching. Zhou Jun felt unperturbed by the notion of facing such so-called god-level threats. Although the most formidable creature he has defeated thus far is merely a statue, one that was cleaved by the Starfall Blade, he remains undaunted. He possesses unwavering confidence, believing that even if he were to encounter a creature far superior to that statue, he would still possess the strength to vanquish it. After all, while the demon god reigns as the apex predator among monsters, his dual SSS-level talents render him a paragon among humanity as well. In this regard, both parties are of equivalent caliber. Moreover, Zhou Jun can continuously augment his combat prowess through skills and equipment, an advantage the monsters lack. The most significant distinction between humans and beasts lies in humanity's ability to wield tools, a fact that has remained unchanged since time immemorial. Thus, Zhou Jun harbors no concerns regarding his own strength. Rather, his true dilemma is the elusive task of locating a demon god-level boss. Generally speaking, creatures of higher racial tiers are birthed within high-level dungeons. For instance, the Frostfeather Dragon exists solely within a super difficult dungeon of level 600. In normal circumstances, one would not encounter monarch-level monsters in dungeons below level 100, unless within specific designated instances that trigger certain hidden conditions. much like the last time in the gloomy forest, where they inadvertently summoned a supreme-level statue in what was ostensibly an ordinary beginner-esque secret realm. Even now, Zhou Jun remains perplexed as to how they activated the hidden boss trigger conditions. He can only speculate that it may have been due to their complete annihilation of the monsters in the core area of the gloomy forest, or perhaps the presence of an SSS-level talent within the team. In any case, triggering hidden levels in dungeons or secret realms is inherently challenging, often relying solely on luck. Hence, Zhou Jun is beset by worry. He possesses the skills to slay dragons, yet finds himself bereft of dragons to slay. He resolves to take one step at a time, pondering that perhaps the trading market might yield high-level monster essence, or if all else fails, he could purchase some to enhance himself. Zhou Jun sighed. While encountering a demon god-level creature is a rare fortune, obtaining the essence of a supreme-level monster would suffice, as he could still undergo a transformation. The hatching arrangements for the Frostfeather Dragon must be temporarily set aside. The most pressing matter now is to resume his path of leveling up. Zhou Jun had just utilized his enhancement powers, leaving his complexion notably pale, yet there was no trace of concern in his eyes. His combat strength was exceedingly formidable, and even if he could only unleash half of it, he would still be invincible within this dungeon. Moreover, with the Ring of Eternal Vitality in his possession, his state was recovering by the second. This fleeting weakness would soon dissipate. Withdrawing the broadsword embedded in the wolf's carcass, Zhou Jun strode forward, advancing against the fierce gale deeper into the dungeon. As he walked, he allocated points. Having just leveled up, his attribute limits expanded once more. As Zhou Jun transformed into a relentless machine, feverishly filling his stats, his attributes surged to an astonishing 7,500 points. A torrent of power surged within him, alleviating much of his previous weakness. The corners of Zhou Jun's mouth initially lifted, but upon glancing at his level, he could not help but purse his lips in disappointment. Name: Zhou Jun, level, LV12, 3. The experience required for the next level had increased yet again. He had just slain that magical wolf, which had granted him a significant amount of experience, yet he found his total experience bar had only risen by a mere 3. Although Zhou Jun had anticipated this from his previous life, witnessing it firsthand still elicited a sigh. The path of the celestial slayers to unprecedented strength is indeed arduous. The further one progresses, the more experience one requires. Were it not for his tendency to slay monsters beyond his level, he could not have ascended from level 11 to 12 so swiftly. However, this shortcut is clearly not sustainable. As his level ascends rapidly, the disparity between him and the creatures within this dungeon diminishes, consequently reducing the experience gained from hunting monsters. There is no remedy for this. The only course of action is to slay as many as possible, painting the ground with their blood. Zhou Jun even resolved not to return to the city until he reached level 18, choosing instead to remain in the wilderness, guarding the dungeon and hunting. After all, with 7,500 points of vitality, he was brimming with energy, capable of going days without sleep. Suddenly, a black rodent-like monster appeared in his peripheral vision. Without breaking stride, Zhou Jun swung his blade through the air, instantly slaying it. Killed monster LV-17 Yellow Sandrat. Experience points, 135. The fleeting flash of experience before him was dishearteningly meager. At this rate, upon clearing the dungeon, he might only gain another level. Should he return to the city to procure some monster-luring incense? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow as he contemplated the scant experience points. He recalled the scene in the secret realm when Wang Tong had summoned a beast tide. Such a potion that could attract monsters would be a veritable treasure trove of experience for a powerhouse like him, significantly reducing the time spent hunting. The only issue was that while the monster-luring incense was not expensive, it was classified as a banned substance within the Federation, making it difficult to procure. Only in the black market might one occasionally find it for sale. Zhou Jun had connections to the black market, yet he was uncertain if he would find such a potion there today. Furthermore, the time spent traveling could severely disrupt his leveling momentum. This conundrum weighed heavily on Zhou Jun's mind. He resolved to take it one step at a time, focusing on clearing the dungeon first, as perhaps a monster might drop a vial of monster-luring incense. With a slight sigh, Zhou Jun chose not to dwell further on the matter and continued his swift pace. The outer region of Galewind Valley was not extensive. The wolf pack he encountered upon his arrival was likely the largest group of beasts in that vicinity. Thus, as he traversed this path, the frequency of monster encounters dwindled. 1 hour later, Zhou Jun, fully rejuvenated, finally stepped into the core area. It was a valley encircled by towering cliffs, devoid of any vegetation or branching paths, with only a straight, rocky road filled with howling winds and sands. Zhou Jun paused in astonishment, and then his surroundings brightened. He finally understood why Galewind Valley bore the title of the most challenging dungeon in the North Gate mountain range. The terrain of this core area was utterly confounding, stretching for tens of thousands of meters with only this single path as the designated area for activity. This meant that all creatures within the core area would inevitably confront the celestial slayers who dared to enter, leaving no avenue for retreat. For ordinary celestial slayers, such a scenario would be perilously dire. Yet for someone like Zhou Jun, it was a rare paradise. It seemed there was no need to procure monster-luring incense. Fate had already gathered the monsters for him. Zhou Jun's lips curled into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with eager bloodlust as he brandished his broadsword. Positioning himself at the sole entrance of the valley. Today, not a single creature shall escape. Chapter 46, Flesh and Blood Transcendence, Anubis. Amidst the biting gale, a figure of grim determination stood at the entrance of the valley, wielding a broadsword, exuding an aura of invincibility. Sensing the presence of living beings, the monsters within the valley began to stir restlessly. A vulture, circling closest to Zhou Jun, rotated its cold-blooded gaze, probing him incessantly. It sensed the overwhelming vitality emanating from Zhou Jun, realizing that this human was not to be trifled with. Yet, its bloodthirsty instincts compelled it to dive down uncontrollably. After a moment's hesitation, the primal instinct ultimately triumphed over reason, and the circling vulture crackled with electricity as it plummeted straight down towards Zhou Jun, launching its assault. The impending assault had yet to arrive, yet an overwhelming deluge of lightning cascaded down, reminiscent of the wrath of a thunder god, resounding with grandeur. An inconspicuous damage numeral materialized above Zhou Jun's head. Although the offensive from this demonic creature appeared formidable, it failed to stir much turbulence against Zhou Jun's epic tier equipment and resistance. He merely felt a slight tingling sensation across his body, which was not painful, but rather somewhat pleasurable. A faint green glow flickered, as the healing effect of the Ring of Eternal Life activated, instantly replenishing Zhou Jun's health to full. The ferocious strike from the vulture-like demon not only failed to inflict damage, but instead resulted in Zhou Jun regaining 248 health points. This unexpected turn left Zhou Jun momentarily speechless, taken aback by the situation. In that instant, a sharp cry echoed throughout the canyon, as the vulture seemed to finally comprehend the terrifying nature of the human before it, instantly contemplating retreat. However, Zhou Jun was not inclined to grant it such an opportunity. With a cold chuckle, he brandished his sword, crackling with arcs of lightning, and with a powerful leap fueled by unimaginable strength, he soared several meters into the air, delivering a decisive blow that sent the vulture plummeting from the sky. Rage of destruction. The sword style representing wrath from the 7 deadly sins descended from above, carrying cataclysmic might that obliterated the vulture's health bar completely. Kill LV 20 boss level demon, corrupted wind eagle. Experience points, 316. To his astonishment, this was indeed a level 20 boss level creature, yielding over 300 experience points. Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy within. Truly, the core area was unparalleled in value compared to the outskirts. Now tasting the sweetness of victory, his motivation surged, lifting his gaze towards the windswept canyon path ahead. Every demon along the way appeared to Zhou Jun as a mere vessel of experience points. An endless surge of murderous intent blossomed within him, as he took a deep breath and, in the next moment, dashed forward with incredible speed, leaving a blur in his wake. With a swift slash, he felled a robust yellow giant python instantly, earning an additional 200 experience points. Without even sparing a glance at the python's carcass, Zhou Jun swiftly retaliated against a rhinoceros demon attempting to ambush him, sending it flying several dozen meters, its massive body embedding itself into a wall. Bone shatter. Although Zhou Jun had mastered immortal tier sword and blade skills, the bone-shattering effect remained highly effective. Coupled with his attributes exceeding 30,000, his kick bore tremendous force, ensuring that even with bone shatter being merely golden tier, it delivered unparalleled results. The rhinoceros demon, lodged in the stone wall, struggled feebly before succumbing to its injuries. At this moment, as Zhou Jun swiftly dispatched 2 ferocious demons, the surrounding creatures were filled with dread. Yet, instead of retreating, their bloodlust intensified, magnifying their primal instincts as they charged toward Zhou Jun with renewed ferocity. If one were to observe from above, they would be astounded to witness countless demons rushing from the depths of the canyon toward Zhou Jun, the sheer magnitude rivaling a beast tide, especially when viewed from behind. The sight was truly terrifying. An endless cloud of yellow sand billowed, countless shadows of demons flickering within, and a cacophony of beastly roars resonated throughout the canyon, the ground trembling beneath the stampede of countless creatures. It resembled the onset of an apocalyptic event. Any novice hunter would likely tremble in fear at such a spectacle, utterly devoid of the will to resist, only yearning for escape. However, in the face of this horrifying scene, Zhou Jun's towering figure stood resolute, armed with his formidable blade. His eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for battle and exhilaration. The multitude of demons appeared as mere paper to him. Kill. With a fierce command, Zhou Jun charged forth, unleashing the 7-fold sword techniques of lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride, whereupon blood and flesh were scattered in his wake. A spectral golden dragon circled behind him, occasionally unleashing terrifying dragon breaths that incinerated everything before him. At that moment, Zhou Jun resembled a deity of slaughter, advancing against the tide of beasts, leaving silence in his wake, as no demon could withstand a single strike. I possess unparalleled strength, capable of vanquishing all demons in this world. Zhou Jun had succumbed to a frenzy of slaughter, as the stench of blood filled the air and demon corpses littered the ground. The several-mile-long canyon was systematically leveled by Zhou Jun's might alone. He seemed tireless, relentlessly drawing and sheathing his blade. Time lost meaning as the sky darkened. His vision obscured by swirling sands, rendering the passage of time and the sun's position indistinguishable. In that instant, Zhou Jun found himself at the deepest recess of the canyon. Turning back, he surveyed the long path of shattered stones, devoid of any living creature or beastly roar. Only the scattered remains of demons lay strewn across the canyon. Zhou Jun had utterly decimated the core area of the Windstorm Canyon. Apart from the final boss, every demon had met their end beneath his blade. The ferocity of his actions surpassed that of any so-called novice, instilling awe and trepidation even in seasoned players of levels 20 or 30. Kill LV-19 Elite Level Demon, Wild Rhino of the Desert. Experience points, 189. Kill LV-20 Boss Level Demon, Four-Horned Wind Bull. Experience points, 334. Kill LV-18 Boss Level Demon, Fiery Fong Hound. Experience points, 241. Loot acquired, X1. In a corner of his view, a flurry of kill notifications continued to flash, but Zhou Jun paid them no mind, opting instead to silence them and summon his personal panel to check his level. Level, LV-13, 7. He had leveled up once more. The geographical advantage of the Windstorm Canyon had granted Zhou Jun an unexpected boon, as the experience gained surpassed his expectations, leading to yet another level increase. A delightful surprise indeed. Now poised to confront the boss, Zhou Jun wasted no time in fully augmenting his expanded attribute limits. Each of his 4 primary attributes successfully reached 8,800 points. How terrifying! At merely level 13, he possessed attribute values that others would toil for years to achieve at levels 30 or 40, with a vitality so abundant that it was rare in the world, and a formidable strength coursing through his veins. Indeed, the SSS tier reallocation became increasingly formidable in the later stages. After all, others, no matter how diligently they trained their bodies, would eventually reach a limit and encounter various bottlenecks that hindered their progress. Yet Zhou Jun could effortlessly maximize his attribute limits at every level, leading to a future where he might surpass all humanity throughout history, obliterating the galaxy with sheer physical might and transcending into divinity. This was an invincible path, a path solely belonging to Zhou Jun. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of power within him, and cast his keen gaze towards the circular pit before him. There, amidst the dim, swirling sands, a humanoid figure emerged slowly. Tall and slender, clad in ancient Egyptian-style metallic armor, its head resembling that of a jackal, its eyes exhibiting an unsettling semblance of humanity. Announcement: Challenger Zhou Jun has reached the abyss of the canyon within 3 hours, satisfying the hidden trigger conditions for the level. The original final boss has been replaced by the king-level Anubis. Warning: Anubis's level is significantly higher than that of the dungeon challenger. Approach with caution. As the imposing figure emerged from the sands, 2 grand announcements reverberated throughout the valley. Chapter 47. I possess a blade that can bury gods. Amidst the swirling sands, the winds roared through the valley. Zhou Jun, clad in armor stained with the blood of monsters, stood defiantly with a blade in hand, resembling an unparalleled deity of slaughter. Not far before him, within the howling gusts, a humanoid creature met his gaze with an expressionless countenance. Anubis, the legendary deity of ancient Egypt, endowed with immense divine power, known as the god of funerals and the lord of the underworld. Zhou Jun had not anticipated that, through a twist of fate, he would inadvertently summon a hidden boss. Perhaps due to the commonality of the Gale Valley as a dungeon, the system, upon triggering the hidden level, provided a notification, even kindly warning him of the significant level disparity between them. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Jun's eyes darted to the creature's head. Name: Anubis, the fallen god. Health: 215,000. Level: 27. Rank: Monarch. Description: the legendary lord of the underworld, for reasons unknown, has lost his divinity and found himself in the Gale Valley, yet his power remains formidable. Upon deciphering the specifics of the panel, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. This so-called hidden boss, Anubis, not only approached level 30, but boasted a staggering health of 210,000. This was merely the basic information. The creature's resistances, skills, and attributes, given its monarch status, remained a mystery. However, having learned from past encounters with statue-like creatures, Zhou Jun would not underestimate this humanoid monster. Facing a level 27 monarch boss at his own level 13, a fierce battle awaited him. He tightened his grip on the blade, regulating his breath, every muscle in his body quivering as he summoned his full combat prowess. Human, you have summoned my true form, and your abilities are indeed commendable. I offer you a chance. Take your own life, and I shall return your soul to the underworld. In the midst of the yellow sands, Anubis, after sizing up Zhou Jun, spoke in an eerily human tongue. Zhou Jun, undaunted, merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Just a little dog, daring to boast. Upon uttering these words, it was evident that Anubis's previously calm and haughty demeanor swiftly transformed into one of palpable ire. As a deity with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, the greatest affront he faced was being likened to a canine, a severe insult indeed. Human, you have struck my sore spot. Prepare to endure the wrath of the Reaper from the underworld. With a furious roar, Anubis suddenly conjured a dark brown staff, sweeping it through the tempest of sand. In an instant, from the sand-laden ground, numerous arms wrapped in white cloth shot forth. Within mere breaths, as if the buried zombies had risen from the depths, dozens of bandaged humanoid monsters clawed their way out of the earth. Their movements were grotesquely uncoordinated, their bodies swathed in bandages, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that fixated on Zhou Jun, name, Mummy of Despair. Health, 80,000. Level, 24. Description, loyal soldiers summoned by the Reaper Anubis. Though they appear clumsy, their actions are surprisingly swift as they roar and charge towards Zhou Jun. This bizarre spectacle, accompanied by the stench of decay carried by the wind, added an element of horror that would overwhelm any ordinary person. Yet, having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Zhou Jun was already saturated with the potent bloodlust of slain monsters. At this moment, his composure was as steadfast as a mountain, and he charged forward, swinging his long knife at the advancing army of mummies. Zhou Jun's combat style was inherently aggressive. He favored seizing the initiative over testing the waters. With his strike, he aimed to dominate, unleashing his full power to suppress his foes with sheer momentum. This confidence was the hallmark of his extraordinary prowess, a testament to his own invincible path. In that moment, blades of light danced, and an aura of death enveloped the air. Stab of gluttony, temptation of greed, provocation of envy, lash of pride. A series of immortal-level sword techniques flowed seamlessly from him. Where he passed, not a single mummy could withstand the onslaught. Severed limbs flew through the air. Zhou Jun's astonishing agility rendered him ghost-like amidst the mummy horde, evading every attack launched against him. In the midst of his fluid movements, he carved a bloody path. Human, dare you provoke me thus? Behind him, Anubis, who had stood coldly amidst the sandstorm, now bore a visibly altered expression. With fury ignited in his eyes, he swung his staff, and a massive whirlwind composed entirely of sand materialized behind him, towering over 100 meters, a force of nature that threatened to engulf everything in its path. This terrifying sandstorm, imbued with a cataclysmic aura, surged towards Zhou Jun with alarming speed. As it advanced, sand and stones whirled about, and all that lay in its wake crumbled. Zhou Jun's expression shifted slightly. This was evidently a large-scale area of effect magical attack. It was no wonder this monarch-level boss wielded such formidable power and a myriad of skills, far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Yet Zhou Jun remained undeterred. With nearly 10,000 points in physical attributes and an epic-level suit for defense, his resistances were formidable. He was no longer the novice who once required the assistance of Wei Duoer to defeat a mere bloodthirsty crocodile. With his combat strength surging, he charged directly into the eye of the storm, bracing himself against the onslaught with sheer physicality. This was not mere bravado. He understood well that his SSS-level combat talent, being the sole attribute dedicated to battle, granted him an extraordinarily resilient body as his greatest asset. He was not merely a warrior with high attack and agility, but also a tank with formidable health and defense. 444, 421, 258. Upon entering the tempest, Zhou Jun's health visibly diminished, yet he remained unfazed, wielding his blade with precision to dispatch the last remaining mummies around him. He recognized that such a grand area of effect skill could not persist indefinitely. With his vitality and the restorative effects of the Ring of Eternal Life, he could endure this wave of damage. As anticipated, mere seconds later, the cataclysmic whirlwind dissipated. Zhou Jun had broken through the layers of defense. Now a mere 10 meters from Anubis, the once aloof jackal-headed deity now displayed a look of astonishment. Fixated on Zhou Jun, he brandished his staff and unleashed a piercing wolf howl. Human, I am the Reaper of the underworld. How dare you offend a deity such as I? Kneel and atone. Anubis bellowed, as a wave of crimson light erupted from his feet, enveloping the entire valley. An aura of death, boundless and chaotic, permeated the air. This was Anubis's ultimate skill, the domain of the Reaper, a rare form of mental attack, and any ordinary challenger caught within its grasp would likely lose themselves and perish. Yet Zhou Jun was different. With a staggering 800 points in mental attributes, Anubis's mental assault had no effect on him whatsoever. Little dog, you claim to be a Reaper, but do you know that I hold the utmost disrespect for gods? Zhou Jun's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold as he gripped his blade, advancing steadily. As he closed the distance to a mere 5 meters, dazzling arcs of lightning erupted around his blade, shattering the void. I possess a strike capable of slaying deities. Chapter 48. Perfect completion. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. The Rhapsody of Judgment. As the resplendent blade aura flickered, the Seven Sins Sect's sword technique unfurled in its entirety at that moment. Zhou Jun's figure split into 4 encircling Anubis with meteoric swiftness. His speed was astonishing, and his offensive prowess formidable. Each strike was imbued with an unparalleled force. Curiously, amidst the chaotic flurry of blades, there was an echo of the elegant charm characteristic of ancient European nobility. However, one should not be deceived by the flamboyance of these sword strikes. For each attack unleashed a terrifying surge of damage. Damn it! Anubis roared in fury, a sharp wolf howl reverberating through the air. Mystical patterns lit up upon its skin, momentarily enhancing its defenses. Yet, how could the might of an immortal-grade skill be thwarted by the mere abilities of a king-tier monster? Despite the considerable level disparity, exceeding 10 levels, and Anubis's own decent resistances, it still proved insufficient. The Judgment Rhapsody, with its damage amplification of 200 during its release, was a single trait potent enough to crush all of Anubis's defenses. Moreover, amidst Zhou Jun's rapid onslaught, the effects of the dragon's ascension set continued to trigger relentlessly. The dragon's breath surged forth, each strike igniting fierce flames, the overwhelming burning effect thwarting Anubis's recovery capabilities. This relentless assault rendered the legendary deity Anubis utterly incapable of retaliating. It raised its wolf head and emitted an enraged roar, but to no avail. Amidst the swirling lights and shadows, lightning crackled. As Zhou Jun completed his sevenfold sword technique, the three shadowy clones dissipated. At that moment, Anubis's health bar finally dwindled into a void amidst its unwilling howls. Kill LV-27 King-tier monster Anubis, toppling it from its pedestal. Experience points, 2,519. Loot, X2. Congratulations. You have cleared the LV-20 dungeon, Gale Valley, with a rating of SSS. Clear reward, additional experience points, 2,225. A cascade of notifications materialized before him. Zhou Jun planted the thunderbolt staff into the ground, resting one hand on the hilt of his sword as he gasped for breath. The violent rise and fall of his chest clearly indicated the substantial energy expended during his first use of an immortal-grade skill. After all, he had been battling continuously for several hours without respite, enduring Anubis's whirlwind assault. Yet, these concerns were trivial. His robust physique granted him an unparalleled recovery rate, enabling him to quickly regain his composure. Beyond his fatigue, he was more astonished by the sheer power of the Judgment Rhapsody. As an immortal-grade sword skill, Zhou Jun had anticipated its formidable effectiveness in combat, but the overwhelming might it displayed upon release left him utterly astonished. A level 27 king-tier monster, endowed with considerable resistances and damage reduction, had been instantaneously vanquished despite the vast level disparity. If this scene were to spread, who could believe it? Even the divine kings among the stars, in their youth, would struggle to achieve such a feat. It is essential to note that not everyone who acquires an immortal-grade skill can achieve the terrifying output he had. Zhou Jun's ability to slay Anubis in a single blow was not solely due to the overwhelming strength of the immortal-grade skill. His own formidable attributes played a significant role. After all, the damage cap of all skills is determined by the foundational attributes of the player. The higher the 4 core attributes, the more potent the skill's effect. Just as a wooden sword wielded by a 3-year-old cannot compare to the might of an adult, the same principle applies to players. The 4 core attributes serve as the foundation for the release of all skills. Otherwise, how could elite players endeavor to hone their foundations and enhance their attributes during their novice phase? Thus, the reassignment of SSS-level rewards is indeed exceptionally potent. With a long exhale, Zhou Jun set aside these thoughts and turned his gaze toward his level. True to its nature as a king-tier boss, Anubis offered a generous bounty of experience points, a total of 2,519, which brought Zhou Jun immense satisfaction. The reward for clearing the hidden stage was slightly less, yielding 2,225 points. Combined, these rewards propelled Zhou Jun's total experience significantly upward, bringing him closer to leveling up to 14. A glimmer of joy illuminated his face as he shifted his attention to the glowing orb of loot. With Wei Duoer, his little lucky charm, absent, he had to rely on himself to open the chests. He reached his hand into the orb, and upon a gentle touch, a vial of elixir and a skill book materialized in his grasp. Zhou Jun first regarded the elixir. It was an excellent grade potion, granting a permanent increase of 500 points to 3 attributes: strength, spirit, and constitution. To be frank, the elixir was quite impressive, for in Blue Star, anything that permanently boosts attributes is exceedingly coveted. However, regrettably, the attribute points that others value immensely are of little use to Zhou Jun. The sole purpose of this potion was to be sold for a bit of coin in the trading market upon his return to town. Shaking his head, Zhou Jun casually tossed it into his spatial backpack and turned his eager gaze toward the skill book. Name: Realm of the Underworld. Grade: Mythical. Type: Spell-based skill book. Effect: releases a field centered around oneself, delivering a potent mental attack. Furthermore, all attributes are increased by 10 while within the field. Cooldown: 1,000 seconds. Upon comprehending the specifics of the skill book, Zhou Jun's mind jolted with excitement. Finally, a worthy treasure had emerged. Its quality, reaching the mythical tier, and being a rare spell-based skill book was indeed remarkable. reflecting on the red circle Anubis unleashed in its dying moments. He instinctively deduced that the realm of the underworld must be that very skill. Truth be told, when Anubis activated this field, it inflicted no harm upon Zhou Jun, for his mental power was exceedingly high, rendering him immune to its effects. However, this did not diminish the fact that the realm of the underworld was a formidable ability. With its extensive area of effect and beneficial properties, it would be a coveted asset in any scenario. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun chose to enhance it immediately. A familiar sensation of weakness washed over him, though it was less severe than during his previous enhancement of the dragon egg. Before him, an exquisitely crafted tome made of sheepskin floated gracefully. Name: Divine Forbidden Domain. Grade: Epic. Type: Spell-based skill book. Effect: releases an absolute domain centered around oneself, delivering 2 consecutive powerful mental attacks. Furthermore, all attributes are increased by 30 while within the domain. Cooldown: 370 seconds. The new effects displayed before him bore similarities to those of the previous realm of the underworld, yet each value had significantly improved, and the cooldown had been reduced. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction and promptly chose to learn it. Soon, an entirely new epic-level skill appeared on his personal panel. Stretching with a contented sigh, Zhou Jun finally opted to exit the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the sky had darkened. Before the entrance of the Gale Valley dungeon, a figure squatted, a slowly burning cigarette clamped between their lips, the ground littered with cigarette butts. Damn it, have I really waited a whole day for someone to raid Gale Valley? The individual exhaled a puff of smoke, muttering curses under their breath. After glancing at the high-hanging moon, they resolved to abandon their wait. However, just as they made up their mind to leave, waves of energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the dungeon entrance behind them. Drawn by the spectacle, they turned in astonishment. Then, amidst the shadowy and enigmatic vortex, emerged a figure drenched in blood, exuding an aura of carnage, akin to a demon god stepping forth from the abyss. Yu. The man, upon discerning the visage of the shadow, was rendered utterly speechless, his cigarette falling unnoticed to the ground as his mouth gaped wide, as if he had witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. You haven't left yet? Zhou Jun, having exited the instance, collided head-on with the earlier self-proclaimed high school student, his heart equally astonished. What time is it? Doesn't this person have a home to return to for dinner? However, confronted with Zhou Jun's nonchalant inquiry, akin to casual small talk, the high school student was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Bro, no dude. Master, how on earth did you survive coming out? His eyes widened in disbelief, lips trembling, his words stumbling. You simply exit after clearing the instance, Zhou Jun replied, staring at him as if he were a fool. The moment those words escaped his lips, the high school student's mind short-circuited. If he recalled correctly, several hours prior, this individual had entered the Gale Valley alone, and now he was telling him that he had cleared it? Cleared the most challenging instance of the Bayman Mountains solo? Was this even human? The high school student was unable to maintain his calm, standing in the wind while continuously questioning his life choices. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun paid him no mind, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before the vortex, silently awaiting the cool-down of the instance. Instances are not accessible indefinitely. Generally, a standard instance refreshes 2 to 3 hours after completion. The Gale Valley is renowned for providing the most experience points within the Bayman Mountains. Zhou Jun planned to grind through the Gale Valley twice more that night to level up. In fact, it was likely he would be tirelessly tackling this instance for the following days as well. At that moment, the high school student, whose shock had slightly subsided, seemed to have guessed Zhou Jun's intentions upon witnessing his actions and exclaimed in astonishment, Master, you don't intend to clear the Gale Valley again, do you? Is there a problem? Zhou Jun inquired, puzzled. The high school student, upon hearing this, froze for a moment, then managed a wry smile. Master, with your strength, why compete with us for the Gale Valley? Why not head straight to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Area instead? The 10th Forbidden Hunting Area? Zhou Jun blinked. This time it was he who was taken aback. Chapter 49, Forbidden Hunting Area, Encounter with Morong Shui. What is the 10th Forbidden Hunting Area? Zhou Jun asked, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Wait, Master, you, such a formidable person, are unaware of the 10th Forbidden Hunting Area? The high school student seemed even more astonished than Zhou Jun. However, after a brief moment, he appeared to connect the dots and said with a tinge of regret, Master, I assumed with your prowess, you hailed from a prominent family, considering this hunting area is an exclusive hunting ground for the aristocratic prodigies. Ordinary individuals indeed have little knowledge of the existence of the Forbidden Hunting Area. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. From the high school student's words, it was evident that this so-called Forbidden Hunting Area was something entirely beyond the comprehension of common folk. At least, Zhou Jun had never heard of it. Though he hailed from the esteemed Zhou family, a top-tier clan in Linyuan City, he had not set foot in that cold family home since leaving years ago. Consequently, many secrets known only to the elite eluded him. In his previous life, despite struggling and climbing to level 54, he remained at the base of the pyramid in the vast federation. Thus, he was entirely ignorant of the Forbidden Hunting Area. Please elaborate, Zhou Jun said. Hands behind his back, feeling that this student was quite loquacious, prompting him to inquire further. Absolutely. The high school student, indeed a chatterbox, began to elaborate. Master, you have no idea. This forbidden hunting area has significant origins. It's a proposal initiated by the upper echelons of the Federation last year aimed at facilitating the rapid growth of young prodigies. Essentially, within certain wild mountain ranges on Blue Star, a designated area has been established specifically to cultivate various Lord-level bosses for the hunting of human prodigies, thereby expediting their leveling process. Because this matter is so astonishing, and since prodigies typically hail from noble families, the news remains highly confidential, inaccessible to ordinary people. Listening to the high school student's animated description, Zhou Jun felt a surge of tumultuous waves within. Cultivating Lord-level bosses, what a monumental undertaking. It is well known that Lord-level bosses only respawn within instances. To bring them into the real world, one must either possess special items or wait for the instance entrance to shatter, triggering the monsters within to invade reality. Either method hinges on a confluence of timing, location, and opportunity. Unless the Federation had mastered a technique for mass-producing Lord bosses, no wonder I seldom encountered the elite offspring of Linyuan City in the Beimin Mountains. Zhou Jun mused, stroking his chin, beginning to grasp the essence of the forbidden hunting area. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he suddenly voiced a question. Shouldn't this be called the hunting area instead? Why is it referred to as the forbidden hunting area? Upon hearing this, the high school student offered a bitter smile. That's because the forbidden hunting area applies to us, ordinary folk. His face was etched with a mix of resentment and bitterness. In the forbidden hunting area, all monsters are of the Lord boss caliber, exceedingly perilous. The Federation has only opened this area to the offspring of noble families partly because the bosses cultivated there are limited and cannot accommodate everyone for leveling. Moreover, the probability of prodigies emerging from noble families is considerably higher. Thus, conveying such information to ordinary people is of little consequence. Even if someone inadvertently discovers the existence of the forbidden hunting area, they would be barred from entry. Indeed, even some who come from noble families but lack exceptional talents are also ineligible. For instance, I come from the Liu family, which is considered a second-tier family, but my talent is merely A-grade, rendering me incapable of entering the forbidden hunting area. The high school student inadvertently lit another cigarette, a hint of melancholy creeping into his demeanor. Having listened, Zhou Jun finally grasped the nature of the forbidden hunting area. After a brief pause, he asked, "What is your name?" The high school student was unconcerned and candidly replied, "Master, I am Lu Baho." Lu Baho? Zhou Jun was taken aback, pondering the oddity of the name. Just as he was about to inquire, the loquacious Lu Baho preemptively explained, "I am inherently cautious, always preferring to leave myself several avenues of retreat. Initially, my father named me Lu Yishio, but later realized Yishio was unworthy of me, hence the change to Baho." At this point, a flicker of confidence appeared on Lu Bashu's face as he chuckled lightly. "For instance, this time at the Gale Valley, I prepared no less than 10 escape plans. Just in terms of various secret medicines and items, I have prepared 20 to 30 different kinds, including a rare forced instance exit token, ensuring that even if I encounter unexpected dangers within the instance, I can withdraw unscathed. Otherwise, would I dare to loiter before the Gale Valley?" Listening to Lu Bashu's self-satisfied monologue, Zhou Jun fell into contemplation. This person, if deemed cowardly, still dared to venture into the Gale Valley. If regarded as daring, he had prepared an arsenal of escape routes, lacking the audacity typically associated with other prodigies. Overall, he was quite a paradox. Yet, there was no denying that this peculiar and garrulous Lu Baho had indeed left a profound impression on Zhou Jun. At that moment, he glanced up at the sky and posed his final question. Why is it the 10th forbidden hunting area? Where is its location? Lu Baho extinguished the cigarette, but by crushing it underfoot and remarked, "This is classified according to levels of strength. And the 10th restricted hunting zone is the most suitable for novices like us. I've heard that the highest level of magical beasts within dozen T exceed LV30. He paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, "If I remember correctly, number 98 ISNT far from here, right in this vicinity." He retrieved an electronic map from his spatial backpack and marked it for Zhou Jun. The 10th restricted hunting zone does not imply that there are only 10 such zones. Rather, it is ranked based on the level of the Lord boss within. Conversely, the 10th restricted hunting zone is quite numerous on Blue Star, as it is particularly accommodating to beginners. In the southern realm of Daxiao alone, there exist 18 such zones, with the one closest to Linyuan City being number 98. According to Lu Bashu's indicated location, number 98 lies nestled in a deep mountain area among the cities of Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue. The prodigies from these three cities often come here to hone their skills. "Master, are you intending to go to the 10th restricted hunting zone?" Lu Baho, noticing Zhou Jun's detailed inquiries, had already surmised his intentions. Zhou Jun gazed at the location on the map, nodding without concealment. He indeed harbored thoughts of venturing to the 10th restricted hunting zone. A hunting area filled with lord bosses was far too enticing. Instead of languishing in the Gale Valley waiting for respawns, He would rather explore the 10th restricted hunting zone for a chance to partake in its bounty. As for the so-called rules that only allowed noble scions entry, he paid them no heed. After all, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. The specifics would only become clear upon arrival. Moreover, Liu Bash's lengthy discourse was merely hearsay. He himself had never set foot in a restricted hunting zone. All these factors ignited Zhou Jun's resolve. After all, the restricted hunting zone was not far away, and there was no harm in trying. After expressing his gratitude to Liu Baho, Zhou Jun turned and strode towards the mountains. Liu Baho stood rooted to the spot, watching the valiant figure of Zhou Jun gradually recede into the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions, both envy and admiration. After a considerable time, he finally departed from the North Gate Mountains. Several hours later, as dawn broke, Zhou Jun, who had been traversing the forest, unexpectedly leveled up to 14. This was due to his chance encounters with several magical beasts of over level 20 along the way. Indeed, magical beasts are not confined to dungeons. In reality, incursions of ordinary magical beasts into the real world are not uncommon on Blue Star, often hidden deep within forests and mountains, never venturing near human settlements. Only exceptionally powerful boss-level magical beasts, typically above level 100, demonstrate any significant aggression towards human territories. After filling his upgraded attribute cap, each of Zhou Jun's statistics reached 10,200. His 4 core attributes had finally surpassed 10,000. His total attribute points soared above 40,000. At this moment, Zhou Jun exuded an increasingly formidable and profound aura, almost returning to a primal essence. No one would suspect that beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior lay an immensely terrifying power. Expelling a long plume of white mist, Zhou Jun halted his steps. Before him lay a strikingly different forest, with a tall electric fence encircling a hillside. Following the lines of the fence, he beheld 2 fortresses equipped with high-tech weaponry in a broad expanse, alongside a heavy steel gate. Further ahead, rows of fully armed federal soldiers were patrolling in shifts. The 10th restricted hunting zone. Zhou Jun's eyes lit up, realizing he had found the correct location. He promptly approached the gate, only to be astonished to discover that, besides himself, there were several individuals who appeared to be students. A group of girls clad in seemingly expensive gear, their faces adorned with exquisite makeup, exuding an air of nobility. To his greater surprise, one among them was an old acquaintance, Murong Shui of the Murong family. Zhou Jun. Murong Shui recognized the young man slowly ascending the slope. Her delicate face momentarily stunned as she uttered the first words between them in many years. Her utterance drew the attention of the 2 girls beside her, who turned their beautiful eyes towards Zhou Jun. Oh, where did this handsome young man come from? He seems to know our Shui, one of the taller women, with cascading waves and a hint of alluring charm in her gaze, inquired with a smile. Although Zhou Jun appeared ordinary at first glance, his facial features were quite defined. As the tall woman jested, Zhou Jun, now standing before the gate, surveyed the 3 girls. Besides Murong Shui, he recognized the tall woman. They had briefly teamed up in a dungeon during a previous life due to a twist of fate. He had gleaned some knowledge about her. Her name was Lung Xiaoxiao, the only daughter of the Lung family, which owned the Skyline Hotel in Linyuan City, boasting assets in the billions, a quintessential wealthy family. As the sole heiress, Lung Xiaoxiao was highly sought after in the second-generation circle of Linyuan City, enjoying considerable popularity, clearly occupying a dominant position among the trio. Upon hearing Lung Xiaoxiao's teasing, Murong Shui's expression became somewhat awkward as she replied, Xiaoxiao, this is Zhou Jun from the Zhou family. Zhou Jun. Lung Xiaoxiao paused before her gaze shifted to Zhou Jun, a spark of surprise flickering in her eyes. This was the boy whom Shui had once admired? As a sister within the same social circle as Murong Shui, she was aware of her friend's youthful infatuation with a white moonlight figure. He was the once prominent young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Jun. However, she had heard rumors of a downfall in the Zhou family, leading to Zhou Jun's gradual disappearance from the limelight. Never did she expect to encounter him here today. So you are the former young master of the Zhou family. You don't seem that impressive, though? As Lung Xiaoxiao scrutinized Zhou Jun, the last girl among the trio candidly expressed her thoughts. She was not particularly tall, but possessed a delicate beauty, adorned in a high-end custom-made white dress. And her jewelry was from globally renowned brands, unmistakably the attire of a wealthy family's princess. Her tone, imbued with a spoiled and haughty demeanor, suggested she was quite favored at home. It seems the Zhou family has truly fallen. Zhou Wang, that fellow, is beneath my notice, and you are even less significant. She shook her head, her gaze towards Zhou Jun rife with undisguised disdain. She had assumed that someone who had once captured Murong Shui's heart would possess extraordinary qualities. Yet upon meeting him, she found him clad in ordinary attire, lacking the aura of a prodigy. As if thrown into a crowd, he would stir not a ripple. Compared to the youthful geniuses she had encountered throughout her life, he fell woefully short, leaving her profoundly disappointed. Furthermore, as the cherished jewel of a top-tier aristocratic family, endowed with an exceedingly rare SS-level talent, she had grown up amidst adulation and praise, fostering an extreme sense of superiority, rendering her incapable of acknowledging someone like Zhou Jun, perceived as a commoner. This attitude, however, rendered Leng Xiaoxiao somewhat uncomfortable. As a child raised in a business family, she had learned to read the room from a young age. While not adept at navigating complex situations, she could at least manage the basic niceties. At that moment, she discreetly tugged at the corner of the headstrong girl's garment and whispered, "You, just say a little less." Humph. Wang Manting pouted, somewhat dismissive, yet ultimately chose to give Leng Xiaoxiao face and refrained from further words. Her gaze wandered elsewhere, ignoring the commotion nearby. "Apologies, but that's just how Manting is." Leng Xiaoxiao flashed an apologetic smile at Zhou Jun. "It's nothing," Zhou Jun replied casually. He remained unfazed, having lived 3 lifetimes. His temperament was far from that of an impulsive youth. Not only Wang Manting, but even the seemingly mature Leng Xiaoxiao appeared as a child in his eyes. At this moment, he finally directed his gaze toward Murong Shui. "Long time no see." He nodded slightly, offering a greeting. Despite seeing the girl's charming visage once more, his heart stirred not with the slightest emotion. The memories of a past life were but fleeting clouds. The youthful affections that once existed had long since been eroded by the passage of time. In this life, his aspirations were grand, destined to soar among the stars. In contrast, Murong Shui seemed utterly insignificant to him now. However, while Zhou Jun's demeanor was relaxed, Murong Shui felt otherwise. Confronted with someone she had once genuinely admired years ago, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Her mind drifted back to Zhou Jun's confident and formidable presence at Filong Tower just days prior. Though she later realized that it was merely the result of connections rather than personal strength, she still harbored a twinge of sympathy. Gritting her teeth, after a long silence, she declared, "You shouldn't be here. I don't know how you learned of the 10th restricted hunting zone, but it is far too perilous for someone with your D-grade talent to venture. Your only support is merely Elder Su from Filong Tower. But here, in the restricted zone, how can Elder Su aid you?" Murong Shui spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed on Zhou Jun. The restricted zone was established by the Federation to cultivate young geniuses. Each level of the restricted zone only permits individuals of the corresponding grade to enter. Relying on the power of family elders for assistance is utterly impossible. After all, the essence of leveling up lies in practice. The Federation seeks true geniuses forged through trials of blood and fire, not those who merely ride on the coattails of others. Therefore, in Murong Shui's eyes, Zhou Jun's presence seemed absurd, akin to a fool unaware of the dangers that awaited him. "D-grade, with such talent, you dare to enter the 10th restricted zone? Oh, I see. You must have come here to pursue Shuer, right? I advise you to save your efforts. If you wish to chase Shuer, you ought to consider your own capabilities." Although Wang Manting had turned her gaze away, she couldn't help but interject upon hearing this. Her words dripped with disdain, as if she looked down upon Zhou Jun's actions. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. Upon hearing Wang Manting's remarks, Murong Shui was taken aback, but ultimately chose not to respond. Leng Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, observed the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement. At this juncture, Zhou Jun finally spoke up after absorbing their words. "I have no intention of pursuing anyone. I am here solely to level up." "Level up?" Wang Manting scoffed. "What a pleasant way to phrase it. As a D-grade talent, how do you expect to level up? The place is filled with Lord-level bosses. Which one can you possibly defeat?" She continued to mock him. Even Murong Shui frowned at these words, her lovely brows knitting together. "Zhou Jun, let us spare each other some dignity, shall we? Stop boasting and just leave this mountain. Let us pretend we never crossed paths today." Her cool visage tilted slightly upward, her tone regaining a hint of aloofness, seemingly displeased with those who spoke empty words. Yet, would Zhou Jun care about her thoughts? With a sudden cold laugh, he retorted, "Murong Shui, you are far too self-assured." Zhou Jun transformed, radiating a presence more imposing than during his tenure as the young master of the Zhou family. "Yesterday, the world misjudged me. Today they misjudge me again. Perhaps tomorrow they will misjudge me once more. But so what? I remain myself." His voice, though not loud, resonated as if thunderous, a fierce aura unique to unparalleled prodigies sweeping the surroundings. He didn't spare Murong Shui another glance, turning instead toward the entrance of the restricted zone. Chapter 51, Zhou Jun's Qualification. Zhou Jun's formidable aura left the 3 girls momentarily stunned. Murong Shui's mind echoed with Zhou Jun's words, and she bit her lip, her expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed. Was I being too sentimental? She gazed at the boy's retreating figure, his spirit reminiscent of the one she remembered from years past, leaving her heart in a tumult of complexity, momentarily frozen in place. "Forget it, Shuer. It's futile to try and dissuade a stubborn fool. He cannot discern his own limitations. Why should we bother advising him?" Wang Manting remarked, hands on her hips, a mocking smile adorning her face. Although startled by Zhou Jun's sudden display of power, she soon returned to her preconceived notions, believing Zhou Jun merely sought to put on a faade. Hearing this, Murong Shui loosened the grip of her hand hidden in her sleeve, her face betraying her thoughts. After a moment's sigh, she regained her previous indifference. Wang Manting then turned to glance at Zhou Jun nearing the gate, a smirk curving her lips. "If I recall correctly, To gain entry into the restricted hunting zone, one must pass a talent assessment, right? Zhou Jun, with his D-grade talent, is acting so haughty. Isn't he about to be turned away? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, embodying the role of a spectator relishing the unfolding drama. Though Lung Xiaoxiao did not outwardly express schadenfreude, she too cast her beautiful eyes toward Zhou Jun. She did not believe that there existed a fool in this world. Zhou Jun's earlier display of aura was beyond ordinary. Yet, the more she pondered, the more curious she became about the source of Zhou Jun's confidence. With her strikingly beautiful eyes fixed on his silhouette, Zhou Jun had now arrived at the Iron Gate. Wang Manting, eager for the spectacle, could hardly contain her glee. I love watching the spectacle of someone puffing themselves up only to be exposed. Her tone dripped with derision, portraying a noble's amusement at a commoner's folly. Morong Shui remained silent, her exquisitely crafted features revealing her disappointment. Clearly, she too believed Zhou Jun was on the verge of being expelled. But perhaps this was for the best. The 10th restricted zone was fraught with danger, and enduring embarrassment now was far preferable to risking one's life inside. As the three women observed with varying expressions, Zhou Jun, hands clasped behind his back, approached the Iron Gate, where he was halted by a robust officer clad in a captainess uniform. Halt! This is a military zone. The captain, in his 40s with a fit physique, regarded Zhou Jun without any disdain due to his attire or age, simply stating his duty. I wish to enter the 10th restricted zone. What conditions must I meet? Zhou Jun inquired, neither servile nor overbearing. He articulated his purpose directly. The captain, upon hearing this, displayed little surprise, patiently explaining. Since you are aware of the 10th restricted zone, you must also understand the dangers within. To enter, you must first prove you possess the requisite strength. In layman's terms, it meant demonstrating your talent. Understood. Zhou Jun nodded, his expression calm. True gold fears no fire. As long as there is a way in, it suffices. The captain, noting Zhou Jun's composure, wore an expression of mild surprise. After a moment, he retrieved a tablet from his spatial bag. The process of proving one's strength was not as complicated as Zhou Jun had imagined. It merely involved verifying the individual's personal information. As long as all criteria were met, there would be no issues. With Zhou Jun placing his thumb on the tablet to scan his fingerprint, his personal information page appeared before the captain's eyes. To everyone's astonishment, the captain merely cast a glance, and his pupils instantly constricted, revealing an unmistakable shock on his face. The information page before him boldly proclaimed, name, Zhou Jun, age, untraceable. Origin, untraceable. Talent, untraceable. Past experiences, untraceable. Remark, insufficient clearance for access. This citizen's data has been encrypted to the Azure Dragon level. In the brief span of a single page, apart from a name, everything else remained obscured. The glaring remark at the end made the captain feel a chilling sensation in his limbs. Azure Dragon level encryption. Who, indeed, was this young man before him? The captain scrutinized Zhou Jun from head to toe, a tempest of emotions surging within him. At his level, although still distant from the upper echelons of the Federation, he had begun to grasp certain matters beyond the ken of ordinary individuals. Thus, he was acutely aware of the implications of Azure Dragon level encryption. It represented a protective policy enacted by the Federation for certain exceptional individuals. In other words, this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, a significant figure already noticed by the upper echelons of the Federation. And he, a mere captain, was leagues away from possessing the authority to access Azure Dragon level files. Contemplating this, the captain's gaze towards Zhou Jun was infused with newfound respect. Suddenly raising his hand, he saluted and said, Mr. Zhou, I apologize for my rudeness. You certainly possess the qualifications to enter the hunting zone. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the vicinity. Even the many girls nearby, who had been observing the scene, could hear him clearly. Subsequently, Wang Manting, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, felt her expression shift dramatically. She stared at the unfolding scene in utter disbelief, her face alternating between shades of green and white. It seemed incomprehensible to her how Zhou Jun could qualify for entry into the restricted hunting zone and command such deference from the captain. It was noteworthy that when the three of them verified their qualifications moments ago, the captain had maintained a stern demeanor, strictly adhering to protocol. Yet, the very Zhou Jun she had just disparaged as worthless was receiving such esteemed treatment. Did this not imply that she, the esteemed second daughter of the Wang family, was regarded as inferior to Zhou Jun, a mere pawn, in the captain's eyes? Proud and haughty, having been exceedingly self-assured since childhood, Wang Manting found it unbearable, nearly boiling over with rage as she stood there. Meanwhile, the ever-quiet Lung Xiaoxiao observed with a glimmer of intrigue in her enchanting eyes. This individual was indeed not ordinary. As a daughter from a family of merchants, Lung Xiaoxiao exhibited a maturity that far surpassed Wang Manting's, having gleaned considerable insight into human character from her father. She increasingly concluded that Zhou Jun was far more complex than he appeared. As for Morong Shui among the three girls, she stood frozen in place, her cold and aloof face betraying her astonishment. How could this be? She too was perplexed and unable to comprehend it. In her eyes, Zhou Jun's only support was the steward of the Flying Dragon Tower. Yet, no matter how powerful the Flying Dragon Tower was, it could not influence matters within the restricted hunting zone. Why, then, would the officer show such respect towards Zhou Jun? Swear, is this brat truly of D-level talent? Surely, your information cannot be mistaken? Wang Manting bit her silver teeth, directing her inquiry towards Murong Shui. Murong Shui found herself momentarily unable to ascertain the truth, as she had merely heard about Zhou Jun from Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Tong was somewhat irreverent, he had no need to jest about such matters. Moreover, Murong Shui had discreetly inquired later and confirmed that Zhou Jun had indeed registered as a D-level talent at the 5th Academy, with thousands of eyes bearing witness to the fact. Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary opportunity or an exceptional skill. Just then, Lung Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, causing the other two girls to momentarily pause before they began to see some logic in her words. While talent constituted the predominant measure of a person's strength, mastering a formidable skill could also enhance one's standing, especially during the early stages, when everyone was still developing and offensive techniques were limited. Possessing a powerful skill would confer a considerable advantage. I wondered what remarkable trump card he possessed. If it truly is merely a skill that grants him access to the hunting zone, then that hardly counts as an achievement. Wang Manting seemed to be attempting to regain her composure, sneering once more. As a noblewoman from a prestigious family, she prided herself on possessing skills that were at least on par with her peers. Upon hearing her friend's remarks, Murong Shui also furrowed her brow deeply. Was it truly so? She felt uncertain about the veracity of this assertion. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Jun had indeed passed the strength assessment. Meanwhile, before the imposing steel gate, Zhou Jun, having successfully verified his qualification without further ado, inquired, "May I enter now?" "Of course. But the hunting zone requires a minimum of 5 individuals per group to open, and we are currently 1 short," the captain respectfully replied, his words taking Zhou Jun by surprise. "Country bumpkin, what do you think we are doing standing here?" The distant Wang Manting emitted a scoff, looking at Zhou Jun with an expression of superiority based on the information gap. Yet, in truth, they had only learned this information a short while before. Wang Manting merely sought to belittle Zhou Jun, who she found displeasing. In contrast, Zhou Jun ignored her, yet his brows involuntarily knitted together. He had not anticipated that entry into the hunting zone would be contingent upon a numerical limit. It seemed Liu Bashu's intelligence was still lacking in comprehensiveness. Observing this, the captain quickly realized that Zhou Jun, whose data was encrypted to the Azure Dragon level, was unaware of the rules governing the hunting zone. After pondering for a moment, he decided to step forward and offer an explanation. "Mr. Zhou, the hunting zone is exceedingly perilous. And unlike the realms of the secret world where one enjoys immunity from death, the Federation has imposed restrictions on entry numbers. A minimum of 5 individuals per group is required. The Federation's intention is that if any danger arises, team members can assist each other, thereby minimizing casualties to the greatest extent possible." The captain dared not withhold this information, as it was a clearly defined regulation. However, after speaking, he caught sight of Zhou Jun's deeply furrowed brow and leaned in closer to whisper, "In truth, this is merely a superficial regulation. Should Mr. Zhou possess the overwhelming strength to sweep through the hunting zone and prefer to act alone, you may certainly detach from the group after entering." Such words were not ones that a captain of the Federation should have uttered. However, observing Zhou Jun's Azure Dragon level file and recognizing his youth, he surmised that the young man was likely of SSS level talent, prompting him to provide this cautionary advice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun revealed a look of understanding. It seemed that the Federation's rules were not perpetually rigid, due to the dangers of the hunting zone. Most of the prodigies who came here for training were of S-level talent, necessitating enforced team formations with a minimum of 5 individuals. Yet beyond this, there existed other unspoken rules. Those coming for training with SSS-level talent, possessing remarkable strength, could indeed enter and subsequently leave their groups to venture solo, with the Federation turning a blind eye. Furthermore, the dynamics of team formations on Blue Star differed significantly from those in the dungeons. In dungeons, team formations were established through formal invitations issued by the system, akin to a contractual agreement, allowing for the equitable distribution of experience points from monster hunts. However, in reality, no such system existed for team formations. This meant that once they entered the hunting zone, the so-called team formations were merely verbal agreements. Thus, departing from the group and leaving was entirely permissible without any concerns. Chapter 52, Xiao Tai's Thoughts. Before the hunting zone, Zhou Jun, having comprehended all of this, chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the last individual to complete their quintet. On the other side, Wang Manting, who harbored a palpable disdain for Zhou Jun, crossed her arms and let out a sarcastic snort, remarking, "I never anticipated that the final addition to our team would be a slacker. Thankfully, I had the foresight to invite Xiao Tai. Otherwise, I fear that with just the 3 of us girls, we wouldn't get very far in this hunting ban zone." It was evident that Wang Manting regarded Zhou Jun as a hapless teammate, akin to those randomly matched in a game, leaving no room for her scornful comments. Zhou Jun refrained from even glancing in her direction, utterly disinterested in engaging in a debate over the matter. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. "Manting, perhaps you should temper your words. We are all teammates, after all. There's no need to create such friction," eventually interjected Lung Xiaoxiao, who had consistently treated Zhou Jun with courtesy. She first admonished Wang Manting and then turned to Zhou Jun with an apologetic tone, explaining, "Young Master Zhou, please don't take it to heart. She's just a young girl throwing a tantrum." One must admit, Lung Xiaoxiao possessed an admirable talent for diplomacy. However, her words incited discontent in Wang Manting. Feeling slighted by her close friend's repeated defense of Zhou Jun, she scrutinized Lung Xiaoxiao before suddenly exclaiming, "Say, Xiaoxiao, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to this fellow, would you? Always speaking up for him." Upon hearing this, both Lung Xiaoxiao and Murong Shui were momentarily taken aback. "Hey, are you asking for trouble?" Lung Xiaoxiao retorted, her small fist raised in a display of indignation. Meanwhile, Murong Shui, upon processing Wang Manting's insinuation, felt an unexpected discomfort wash over her. "My apologies for my tardiness." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a voice resonated from below the slope. The group turned to see a dapper young man ascending, exuding an extraordinary presence. With a perpetual smile gracing his lips, he appeared amiable at first glance. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal fleeting flashes of sharpness in his brow that hinted he was far from the simpleton he seemed. "Zhao Tai, if you had delayed any longer, Xiaoxiao might have been whisked away by someone else." Wang Manting, evidently familiar with the young man, stood beside him and, in a tone laced with sarcasm, relayed her complaint. Her gaze intentionally flitting towards Zhou Jun. There was an unmistakable air of mischief in her demeanor. "Manting, must you always speak so recklessly?" Lung Xiaoxiao shot a disapproving look at Wang Manting, her expression tinged with annoyance. Murong Shui, hearing these remarks, pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, lost in thought. The approaching youth, upon hearing Wang Manting's words, instinctively turned his gaze towards Zhou Jun. Initially surprised, he seemed taken aback by the presence of another male amidst the trio of women. Subsequently, a flicker of irritation crossed his features. As the scion of the Zhao family, a renowned S-class prodigy and heir to a billion-dollar conglomerate, he was well aware of his standing in the elite circles of Linyuan City, where it was common knowledge that he had long been pursuing Lung Xiaoxiao. Although she had never reciprocated, he had nonetheless come to regard her as his cherished possession. This time, he had enlisted the help of his childhood friend Wang Manting, going to great lengths to secure the opportunity to team up with Lung Xiaoxiao in the hunting ban zone. He had envisioned this venture as a chance to showcase his prowess and win her heart. However, upon arrival, he was met with the disheartening news from Wang Manting. Setting aside any potential relationship between Zhou Jun and Lung Xiaoxiao, the mere presence of another man was enough to unsettle him. "Manting, what on earth is going on here?" A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet Zhao Tai maintained an outward facade of nonchalance, flashing a smile at the ladies before discreetly inquiring with Wang Manting. "We need 5 people to enter the hunting ban zone, and this fellow is Zhou Jun, previously of the Zhou family." Wang Manting did not hesitate to provide a swift overview of the situation, emphasizing Zhou Jun's background and the peculiar attitude Lung Xiaoxiao had displayed towards him, though her words were inevitably tinged with personal bias. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai's expression shifted to one of ease, and when he cast another glance at Zhou Jun, a hint of disdain crept into his gaze. He had initially anticipated that this unexpected newcomer might impress Lung Xiaoxiao, perhaps even being a person of significance. To his dismay, he discovered that Zhou Jun was merely a discarded pawn, cast aside by his family, with only a D-class talent to his name. Such a character was hardly worthy of being compared to the illustrious Zhao Tai. As he contemplated the situation, Zhao Tai felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his estimation, it was impossible for someone of Zhou Jun's stature to rival him. If it were Zhou Wang, he might feel some pressure, but Zhou Jun? He would merely serve as a stepping stone. Zhao Tai mused internally. Gazing at Zhou Jun, he was left with nothing but contempt. Historically, beauty has favored the heroic. Yet, what could a D-class talent bring to the table? Once they entered the hunting ban zone and encountered the formidable bosses, Zhou Jun would likely find himself paralyzed with fear. In stark contrast, Zhao Tai only needed to display a modicum of his prowess to create a glaring contrast with Zhou Jun, effortlessly winning over Lung Xiaoxiao. As Zhao Tai's thoughts spiraled, he even devised strategies in his mind. Subsequently, he approached Zhou Jun with a seemingly congenial demeanor, stating, "My friend, fate has brought us together. Since Xiaoxiao holds you in regard, I, too, shall honor her opinion. However, once we enter the hunting ban zone, please ensure you do not hinder our progress. Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to look after you." His words, while outwardly gracious, concealed sharp blades beneath each syllable, subtly elevating his own status at Zhou Jun's expense. Zhou Jun, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, chose to ignore Zhao Tai. He had perceived the hostility emanating from Zhao Tai since his arrival, and upon learning of Zhou Jun's talent and background, the sudden shift to condescension was all too clear. He recognized the veiled barbs in Zhao Tai's remarks and saw through the facade of amiability. having lived 3 lifetimes. Zhou Jun was all too aware of Zhao Tai's intentions. Attempting to elevate himself by belittling others was a rather tiresome tactic. Zhou Jun felt no inclination to engage with such trivialities. His sole desire was to hasten into the hunting zone and level up. Seeing Zhou Jun's complete disregard for him, Zhao Tai's expression darkened slightly. Fine. You're quite the actor, aren't you? Let's see how you maintain that demeanor once you encounter those bosses in the hunting zone. Zhao Tai's dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface, though he continued to wear a facade of cultivated charm. Since this gentleman prefers silence, I shall take it upon myself to facilitate our entry into the hunting ban zone, he declared, stepping forward as if he were the captain of the group. Approaching the officer, he exuded an air of confidence, showcasing the demeanor of a scion of a prominent family. Unfortunately, the 3 women behind him, save for Wang Manting, paid him no heed. Lung Xiaoxiao, however, subtly inched closer to Zhou Jun and whispered, I'm so sorry. I intended to ease the tension between you and Manting, but I never expected it would turn out like this. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity as she spoke. Having accompanied her father to various business engagements since childhood, she was not easily deceived by Zhao Tai's petty tactics and harbored a pronounced distaste for his scheming nature. No worries, Zhou Jun replied with a shake of his head, dismissing Zhao Tai entirely. In his eyes, those who indulged in the frivolities of life, chasing after women, were hardly deserving of the title exceptional. To consider them rivals was itself an affront. Naturally, felt no inclination to engage with such a person. Chapter 53. Who is the jester? Before long, Zhao Tai returned, brimming with self-satisfaction, holding the completed paperwork. This officer is quite amusing. Initially, he bore a stern countenance towards me, but upon learning that the 5 of us would enter the restricted hunting zone together, his demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth. It's likely that he discovered my identity while checking the documents. A self-satisfied smile graced Zhao Tai's face, his posture straightened as if he were basking in glory. His gaze deliberately swept over Zhou Jun, as if to flaunt his authority. He is merely a captain, among us, who could not overshadow him with their lineage. Upon hearing Zhao Tai's recounting, Wang Manting chuckled, her aristocratic arrogance vividly on display. Murong Shui remained silent, yet her expression suggested agreement, as if she deemed it only natural. Among those present, only Lung Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, observing the loquacious Zhao Tai, rather than being swayed by his ostentatious display of bravado. She felt a growing sense of disdain within her heart. How presumptuous! A mere captain, backed by the federal military, who achieved his current status through the bloodshed of the battlefield, and was even assigned to guard the restricted hunting zone. Surely he would not be daunted by a scion of a wealthy family like you. It is likely that there are others who truly dictate his attitude. Lung Xiaoxiao mused, her beautiful eyes subtly resting upon Zhou Jun. She could not help but recall the military salute the captain had rendered to Zhou Jun during the qualification verification. Clearly, the captain's sudden change in attitude was predominantly due to Zhou Jun's enigmatic identity. This realization deepened Lung Xiaoxiao's curiosity. What had transpired over the years for that young master? Once suppressed by Zhou Wang, who had no choice but to leave his family and fend for himself. Initially thought to be an ordinary fallen scion, today's encounter revealed an extraordinary essence that permeated his being. As Lung Xiaoxiao contemplated, her interest in Zhou Jun intensified. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun remained unfazed throughout. The myriad gazes upon him stirred not the slightest ripple of emotion within. Whether it was Lung Xiaoxiao's curiosity or Zhao Tai's veiled attempts to undermine him, in his eyes, they were utterly inconsequential. This reflected a profound disparity in mindset. It was akin to a colossal sea creature venturing into shallow waters. It would hardly concern itself with the thoughts of the fish and shrimp nearby. Zhao Tai, Wang Manting, and the rest were simply too trivial. Had true prodigies like Yan Lai or Hao Yin from his youth been present, Zhou Jun might have afforded them due respect. But Zhao Tai? He was unworthy. A second-generation rich kid, relying solely on crude tactics, yet reveling in his own self-importance, was hardly deserving of Zhou Jun's regard. Naturally, Zhao Tai remained oblivious to all this. Observing Zhou Jun's silence, he mistakenly believed that his authority had struck a blow to him, further inflating his own sense of self-satisfaction. With this brat serving as a stepping stone to highlight my uniqueness, winning over Lung Xiaoxiao will be a piece of cake. Zhao Tai chuckled inwardly, convinced of his cleverness. Unbeknownst to him, Lung Xiaoxiao possessed an emotional and intellectual quotient that far surpassed his own. Her discerning gaze saw through his clumsy attempts to belittle others, having long since assigned him a negative score in her mind. Boom. Just as the minds of the group drifted in various directions, the massive iron gate before them began to slowly part, revealing the entrance to the 10th restricted hunting zone. Ladies, once we step inside, stick closely to me. A lord-level boss is no trifling matter, Zhao Tai declared, positioning himself at the forefront, fully embracing the role of team leader. While donning a self-satisfied smile directed at Lung Xiaoxiao and the other girls, he then cast a lingering glance at Zhou Jun, adding, Brother Zhou, my capabilities are limited. I can only prioritize the safety of the ladies, so please don't hold it against me. While his words sounded grandiose and seemingly innocuous at first, they were, in reality, a veiled attempt to undermine Zhou Jun, subtly diminishing his stature while elevating his own, as if he were exceptionally formidable. Yet, in the face of Zhao Tai's insincere remarks, Zhou Jun continued to walk unperturbed, his hands casually in his pockets, making his way toward the entrance of the hunting zone without a glance in Zhao Tai's direction. This scene evidently caused Zhao Tai's expression to falter, his gaze towards Zhou Jun now tinged with an extra layer of coldness. Damn it, ignoring me time and again, you worthless pawn, what arrogance is this? Just wait until we enter the hunting zone. I will relish in your downfall. He suppressed his anger, yet forced a smile that attempted to convey charm, leading Wang Manting and the other girls to catch up with Zhou Jun as they all stepped into the hunting zone together. As the gate to the hunting zone gradually closed behind them, a dense, primordial forest unfolded before their eyes. The 10th restricted hunting zone was vast, contrary to expectations. Upon entering, they found no signs of monsters at all. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of life to be seen. The group exchanged puzzled glances, including Lung Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Zhao Tai spoke up again, confidently explaining, while there are indeed many Lord-level bosses within this hunting zone, their distribution is irregular. Some areas are teeming with them, while others are sparse, and we currently find ourselves on the outer edge, devoid of any monsters. Upon hearing this, Wang Manting immediately furrowed her brow, exclaiming, that utterly depends on luck, doesn't it? The hunting zone is so vast. If we don't encounter many bosses throughout the day, wouldn't that render our trip pointless? Her words cast a shadow over the hearts of Lung Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and even Zhou Jun. They had traveled a great distance, enticed by the prospect of abundant Lord-level bosses, only to be informed that their distribution was haphazard. Their chances of hunting depended entirely on luck. This revelation caused even Zhou Jun, who maintained a composed demeanor, to feel a sense of unease. Plans often falter in the face of reality. Oh well, since we are already here, let us try our luck. Zhou Jun contemplated, planning to break away from this group and seek out bosses on his own. Just then, Zhao Tai interjected, ladies, do not be anxious. Knowing that the distribution of monsters is irregular, I surely came prepared. Although the hunting zone is a closely guarded secret of the Federation, my Zhao family's influence is considerable. Before my arrival, my father provided me with coordinates for high-tier, Lord-level boss concentrations. His expression exuded arrogance, reveling in his apparent uniqueness, attempting to garner admiration and attention from the ladies. Upon hearing this, the others were indeed taken aback. Wang Manting even cheerily supported him. Well done, Zhao Tai. You managed to acquire the monster distribution map of the hunting zone. Zhou Jun, who had initially intended to depart, paused in surprise. He had not expected that this debauched scion would actually do something commendable. This map, detailing the distribution of monsters in the hunting zone, was indeed an unexpected boon. Chapter 54, Arriving at the Coordinates, the Yang family of Jinling. The 10th restricted hunting zone. Amid a dense forest, Zhou Jun and his 4 companions traversed a narrow path. It had been an hour since they entered the hunting zone. In that hour, they had not encountered a single boss, but had spotted 2 wild rabbits. Wang Manting, as if on a picnic, was utterly thrilled upon seeing the rabbits, dispatching them with a low-tier spell, claiming it as practice. Her demeanor was akin to that of a rich young lady enjoying a countryside outing, utterly devoid of any sense of urgency for training. This prompted Zhou Jun to shake his head in silent disbelief. She was nothing more than an insufferably naive child, having grown up in an environment of opulence and luxury, fostering an arrogant and spoiled disposition. Despite her seemingly impressive stature, she was, in reality, a deluded individual with lofty aspirations but lacking the practical skills to match. If she were to be cast alone into this forbidden hunting zone, she would likely not survive even 3 days. Such a mindset rendered any SS-level talent utterly futile. Zhou Jun mused with indifference. In his previous life, he had painstakingly ascended to level 54, a relatively modest achievement. Yet it imparted upon him a profound truth. The criteria for evaluating a true powerhouse is not merely talent, which constitutes only half of the equation. Far more significant are one's abilities, temperament, and courage. One need not look far. The past exploits of the divine kings in the cosmos serve as ample evidence. Each of them emerged from a veritable sea of blood and corpses, and notably, many of these divine kings did not possess SSS-level talents. Take, for instance, the Shadow King, whose talent was akin to Wei Duoer's, merely S-level. Yet today, she stands as a guardian of a star domain for humanity, revered by countless mortals. During her rise, many of her contemporaries boasted SSS-level genius, but when it came to temperament and skill, they ultimately fell short. The victor who now traverses the cosmos with a sense of triumph is none other than this S-level shadow. Such examples illustrate that while one's talent may be lackluster, one's character must meet a certain standard. The present figure of Wang Manting serves as a quintessential counterexample. Her talent surpasses that of Wei Duoer, yet their performances are worlds apart. Zhou Jun was utterly convinced that beyond level 100, the disparity in achievements between the two would be monumental. Unless an extraordinary mentor were to guide Wang Manting towards self-awareness and a change in character, a glimmer of hope for her salvation would remain. Of course, Zhou Jun had no intention of being that mentor, setting aside their lack of kinship. Even if he were to earnestly point out Wang Manting's shortcomings, she would likely dismiss him, perhaps even mock him, thus choosing to respect the course of her fate. Allowing her to continue in her ignorant arrogance and gradually fall behind everyone else seemed quite agreeable to him. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun strolled leisurely behind, akin to an invisible observer, watching as a few ahead frolicked. Zhao Tai, leading the way, prattled incessantly, commenting on everything they encountered, as if such discourse could showcase his vast knowledge. However, aside from Wang Manting, who beamed supportively, and Murong Shui, who occasionally cast a listening glance, Leng Xiaoxiao paid them no heed, appearing entirely lost in her own thoughts. This struck Zhou Jun as somewhat amusing, like a spectator watching an unconventional comedy unfold. The group continued their journey for over half an hour until they finally encountered their first magical creature, a level 15 boss. Upon spotting this boss, Zhao Tai's face lit up with palpable excitement. Everyone, it seems we have left the outer zone. From this point onward, we shall encounter more and more level 15 bosses. Moreover, the coordinates provided by my father harbor a plethora of high-level bosses, the lowest being level 25, and we are not far from that location. With a beaming smile, he conjured a blue-eye spear in his hand and hurled it at the boss. With a resounding crash, the creature's health plummeted by a quarter, its massive form frozen in place. Sensing the success of his strike, Zhao Tai's expression swelled with pride as he proclaimed, "Ladies, fear not. This creature poses no threat to you. I alone can vanquish it." As he spoke, a flurry of attacks ensued, and after approximately half a minute, he finally felled the level 15 boss. Sister Xiaoxiao, did you see? If you want a boyfriend, choose someone like Zhao Tai. He can slay a level 15 boss with ease, unlike certain individuals who merely drag the team down, Wang Manting declared, crossing her arms in staunch support of her childhood friend. Having grown up in the same circle, she clearly backed Zhao Tai's pursuit of Leng Xiaoxiao. In her role as a wingwoman, she did not hesitate to take a jab at Zhou Jun, for with only 2 boys in the team, to stand out as a true powerhouse required contrasting oneself against a weaker counterpart. Leng Xiaoxiao's brows knitted together upon hearing this. She was not fond of Wang Manting's attempts at matchmaking between her and Zhao Tai, yet objectively speaking, Zhao Tai's performance in defeating the boss was indeed commendable, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. It was merely a stroke of luck. In terms of strength, Zhou here might far surpass me. Manting. It would be wise not to speak so recklessly, Zhao Tai remarked, relishing Wang Manting's timely endorsement, while casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Jun with a tone laced with sarcasm. Oh please, a D-level talent like him? Whether he can even breach the defenses of a level 15 boss is questionable. Wang Manting shot a derisive glance at Zhou Jun, her lips curling into a sneer. Witnessing this exchange, Zhou Jun's gaze remained apathetic, his heart brimming with disdain. Such a creature posed no challenge to him. He could dispatch it with a single strike, achieving a true sense of annihilation. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai had expended a plethora of skills and taken half a minute to defeat it. One could only wonder where his misplaced confidence stemmed from. Zhao Tai, are you done? Zhou Jun is also my friend. Are you dissatisfied with him or with me? If it's the latter, I can take Zhou Jun and leave the team to form our own. Just as Zhou Jun was about to interject, Leng Xiaoxiao interjected forcefully. She exuded an aura of cold beauty, and in her fury, her presence was so formidable that Wang Manting dared not utter a word. Zhao Tai, momentarily taken aback, turned various shades of red and green, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or infuriated. After several transformations, he managed to muster a smile, apologizing. Xiao, please don't be upset. I meant no offense to Zhou here. Let us continue. Once we reach the coordinates my father provided, you'll definitely gain several levels. Indeed, Xiao, we are all friends here. You know Zhao Tai's character well enough, don't you? Murong Shui chimed in to defuse the tension, though she felt a twinge of discomfort. While she acknowledged that Zhou Jun, with his D-level talent, could not possibly compare to someone as extraordinary as Zhao Tai, she could not quite fathom why she felt such unease when Leng Xiaoxiao erupted in defense of him. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey in silence. Yet, Zhao Tai no longer spoke with the same confidence as before. His countenance, as he led the way, was shrouded in shadow. Clearly, he was perturbed, even enraged, by Leng Xiaoxiao's defense of Zhou Jun. That wretched Xiaoxiao is truly blind. After pursuing her for so long without success, she dares to defend a country bumpkin. Once we reach the core area teeming with monsters, and that brat proves utterly useless, she will see just how pathetic he is. Zhao Tai ground his teeth, harboring dark thoughts as he quickened his pace. The group pressed on, and after half an hour, the trees around them began to thin, revealing a vast expanse of open grassland. Before them lay a sprawling plain, teeming with all manner of level 15 bosses, igniting a glimmer of fervor in their eyes. At long last, they had found the heart of this monstrous congregation. Zhao Tai heaved a sigh of relief, subsequently revealing a benevolent smile. Xiao, see? The coordinates my father provided are precisely here. I haven't deceived you. He seemed to take pride in his accomplishment, momentarily showcasing the authority befitting a scion of a prominent family, while Leng Xiaoxiao merely huffed, her expression finally softening from its previous frostiness. Look, Xiaoxiao, Zhao Tai is undoubtedly reliable. Who else, even in the forbidden hunting grounds, would possess such intelligence? Wang Manting observed that Leng Xiaoxiao's ire appeared to have dissipated, and she once again became animated. At this moment, Zhao Tai felt immense joy and pride. He chuckled heartily and led the group towards the grasslands. However, before they could entirely exit the woods, a small pebble suddenly shot towards him, striking his body. Soon after, they spotted another group of individuals emerging from the opposite end of the path. They too were young men and women, clad in expensive gear, their faces radiating defiance. The leader among them was especially formidable. He was tall and robust, exuding a powerful aura, his hawkish gaze betraying a nature that was anything but amicable. With a mere glance at Zhao Tai, he waved dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, and shouted with extreme arrogance. This territory has been claimed by the Yang family of Jinling. You lot, get as far away as you can. Chapter 55, The Overbearing Yang Tianhu. Jinling Yang family. Zhao Tai gasped in astonishment. In the southern territories of the Great Xia, there were thousands of cities. Yet most of them were newly constructed after the land's expansion 1,000-fold. Jinling, however, was different. Long before the anomalies of Blue Star, it was already an established stronghold in the southern regions of Great Xia, possessing immense power. Today, it stands among the top cities in the south, hinting at a potential supremacy, making it a veritable metropolis. Its comprehensive strength far surpassed that of Lingyuan City by several magnitudes. Thus, when the leader of the opposing group first announced his identity, Zhao Tai's heart sank. The Yang family? Could it be the one that controls the Kunyuan auction house? At this moment, Leng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, a notorious Yang family from Jinling surfacing in her mind. Her family had been engaged in commerce for generations, particularly establishing a business network in the cities of Lingyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue, allowing her to be well acquainted with the various factions in Jinling. Zhao Tai, hearing Leng Xiaoxiao's conjecture, felt his unease intensify. Clearly, he too had heard of the Yang family's reputation. They were a genuine noble family, wielding considerable influence in Jinling, with their enterprises spanning energy, jewelry, and construction for centuries. Following the advent of the era of the celestial attackers, they gradually shifted to the business of equipment trading. Their Kunyuan auction house not only dominated Jinling, but also held significant sway across half of the southern territories. Although Zhao Tai's Zhao family was a prominent household in Lingyuan, controlling a group valued at 10 billion, this paled in comparison to the Yang family. The annual revenue of the Yang family's auction house reached hundreds of billions, yielding pure profits in the hundreds of millions from commissions alone, utterly overshadowing the Zhao family. Furthermore, the Yang family was not only financially robust, but also boasted a plethora of talents, with several hundred-level powerhouses in their ranks. Damn, what a stroke of luck to encounter someone from the Yang family in the forbidden hunting grounds. Zhao Tai's brow furrowed, sensing the situation had become somewhat precarious. Judging by their arrogant demeanor, they were clearly not easy to deal with. And indeed, the group before him was led by Yang Tianhu, a direct descendant of the Yang family, ranked third among his siblings. Unlike the typical debauched second-generation heirs, Yang Tianhu spent the majority of the year honing his skills in dungeons, his practical experience and courage far surpassing that of his peers. Moreover, he possessed an S-rank awakened talent, feasting on blood, a rare growth-type combat ability that allowed him to continuously enhance his physical attributes by consuming the blood and flesh of slain magical creatures. Consequently, the aura emanating from Yang Tianhu was extraordinarily formidable, making him stand out among the crowd, exuding an air of dominance with every movement. With a flicker of impatience in his eyes, he shouted at Zhao Tai, "I told you to scram. Are you deaf?" His voice boomed like thunder, his tone as dismissive as one would use to shoo away a stray dog, leaving Zhao Tai's face shifting from pale to flush in embarrassment. Frankly speaking, had Zhao Tai been alone, he might have indeed yielded meekly to the Yang family. However, with three stunning girls behind him, including the object of his affection, Leng Xiaoxiao, he could not bear the thought of being cowed by Yang Tianhu's intimidating shout. His expression darkened as he pondered, "Brother, I am Zhao Tai of the Zhao Group in Lingyuan City. We are both prominent families in the southern territories. There's no need for this hostility, is there? In such a vast area, with numerous lord bosses, our two teams could easily hunt together." As he spoke, Zhao Tai clasped his hands behind his back, endeavoring to project an aura that matched Yang Tianhu's. He invoked the name of his family, attempting to exert pressure on the opposition. However, upon hearing Zhao Tai's words, Yang Tianhu merely scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Lingyuan City Zhao family, a mere little group with assets of only 10 billion dares to call itself a prominent family? You certainly know how to flatter yourself. He declared, "Let me tell you, it doesn't matter if it's you, Zhao Tai, or even your father. I won't grant you any face today." Yang Tianhu's voice thundered, his words heavy, belittling Zhao Tai's family to insignificance. He even audaciously included Zhao Tai's father in his scorn. The young men and women accompanying him from Jinling erupted into laughter, their gazes towards Zhao Tai filled with amusement. Kid, didn't you hear what Brother Yang said? Hurry up and scram. One tall, slender man, adorned with tattoos and clad in a plaid shirt, brandished a hefty sword over his shoulder, mockingly digging at his ear with his pinky finger. This scene left Zhao Tai's expression fluctuating between anger and humiliation. He had initially thought that invoking the Zhao family would earn him some respect, only to find that Yang Tianhu was utterly indifferent. Not even one of his subordinates seemed to harbor any fear of the Zhao family. Hey, you are being too outrageous. A voice cut through, as Wang Manting stepped forward, furrowing her brow. Being a noblewoman of the Wang family, she was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers and had never suffered such indignity. With hands on her hips, she declared haughtily, the magical creatures in this forbidden hunting ground are unclaimed. Why should we retreat just because of your word? Who do you think you are? Yang Tianhu regarded the exquisitely beautiful girl before him with keen interest. And who might you be? I am Wang Manting, of the Wang family, in Linyuan. She replied, her chin held high, radiating pride. To be frank, the Wang family's influence surpassed that of Zhao Tai's family, making it one of the most powerful families in Linyuan, second only to the Zhou family. Thus, being from the Wang family had always been a source of pride for Wang Manting. The Wang family? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu stroked his chin and inquired, is your brother Wang Chen? Indeed. Wang Manting crossed her arms, her expression brimming with pride. The Wang family in Linyuan had 3 children in this generation, consisting of 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, now over 30, had begun to manage family affairs, while the youngest son, Wang Cheng, was in his 2nd year of college, possessing an SS-level talent, renowned as the prodigy of the Wang family. He was currently studying at the Nanjing Academy and was rumored to have reached level 80 the previous year. Without a doubt, having such a prodigious brother has always been a source of pride for Wang Manting, and the reason she has consistently looked down upon various young geniuses. This time, she believed that by revealing the Wang family's name, and by the opponent learning of Wang Cheng, they would inevitably retreat, giving the Wang family some face. However, to her astonishment, Yang Tianhu, upon receiving confirmation, threw back his head and laughed mockingly. Wang family girl, what are you being so arrogant about? Do you not know that last month at the South Tianmen Academy competition, my elder brother Yang Tianlong defeated Wang Cheng to the point where he could not even rise from his bed? This booming voice stunned everyone present. Wang Manting's delicate form shook violently, her face stiffening in disbelief as she cried out, what nonsense are you spouting? My second brother could never lose. In that moment, the lofty demeanor of the Wang family's esteemed daughter vanished. She was utterly flustered, her mind racing as she suddenly recalled that Wang Cheng had not sent any messages home for an entire month. Could it be that her invincible second brother truly lost to Yang Tianlong? At this thought, despair washed over Wang Manting, leaving her feeling absurd and unreal. Yet, Yang Tianhu had little regard for Wang Manting's reaction. His gaze swept over Zhao Tai and his companions. With a cold smile, he declared, it is truly a case of enemies gathering. Earlier, when I told you to leave, you did not heed my words. Now, do not leave at all. Today, I will make everyone aware that my elder brother Yang Tianlong can incapacitate the prodigies of Linyuan City, and I, Yang Tianhu, can do the same. The atmosphere in the venue was tense. The conflict between the two groups escalated upon learning of Wang Manting's prestigious lineage. Yang Tianhu clearly did not intend to let Zhao Tai and his companions off easily. He aimed to emulate his elder brother Yang Tianlong, delivering a profound lesson to the second-generation elites from Linyuan City before him. Brother Yang is magnificent. Let these Linyuan folks see what it truly means to be a prodigy, to embody the elegance of a scion from a prominent family. The talented youths from Jinling were riled up, chanting excitedly. All around 17 or 18 years old, hailing from affluent families and possessing remarkable talents, their collective fervor was inevitable. Amidst the escalating challenge, Zhao Tai's complexion grew exceedingly grim. Not only did they outnumber him, but Yang Tianhu was also renowned for his ferocity. A prominent figure in the second-generation circle of Jinling, he had long contemplated retreat, yet with 3 girls behind him, including the watchful Leng Xiaoxiao. He realized that if he fled now, he would never be able to hold his head high in Linyuan City again. Zhao Tai, you must teach them a lesson. Constantly provoked by the second generation of Jinling, Wang Manting, who had always been the center of attention, was filled with anger and frustration, instinctively looking to Zhao Tai as her pillar of support. Hearing this, Zhao Tai recognized that there was no escaping today. He could only steel himself and step forward. Yang Tianhu possesses an S-grade talent, and so do I. In addition, I am equipped with an extraordinary grade armor set and mythical grade skills. In a real fight, I might not necessarily lose to him. As Zhao Tai advanced, he silently reassured himself. At least you have some courage. Yang Tianhu observed Zhao Tai's determination and, for once, his haughty expression bore a hint of acknowledgement. He then extended a finger towards Zhao Tai, beckoning him. I grant you an opportunity. Unleash your strongest skill, and let me witness the capabilities of your Linyuan City prodigies. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yang Tianhu's face was a mask of arrogance, completely dismissive of Zhao Tai. How brazen. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Tai felt a surge of anger and adrenaline. He focused intently on Yang Tianhu, took a deep breath, and suddenly conjured a sphere of violent lightning in his hand. This mythical-grade skill had been procured at great expense by his father, and it was a spell with remarkably high single-target explosive damage. As Zhao Tai unleashed it, the air crackled with electricity, a sight to behold. Go, he shouted, sending the lightning sphere hurtling toward Yang Tianhu with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of lightning in its wake. Well done, Zhao Tai, Wang Manting cheered. Morong Shui felt a stirring in her heart. This was the foundation of the scions of noble families. In terms of talent and training resources, they were leagues ahead of ordinary individuals. Even Lung Xiaoxiao couldn't help but regard Zhao Tai with newfound respect, though she held disdain for him. She had to admit that this assault was executed with considerable flair, embodying the aura of a prodigy. At this moment, Zhao Tai's confidence soared. What of the Jinling Yang family? They are nothing extraordinary. A smile crept across his lips as he envisioned himself displaying his prowess, defeating Yang Tianhu, and winning Lung Xiaoxiao's admiration. Alas, reality did not unfold as he had hoped. In the face of the formidable lightning sphere, the Jinling prodigies remained remarkably calm. Even wearing expressions of amusement, Yang Tianhu sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this all you have? His tone dripped with disappointment as he casually seized the massive sword from the heavily tattooed man beside him. Just as the lightning sphere neared, he struck first with a powerful swing of the sword. Thunderous slash. This earth-shattering blow unleashed a torrent of sword energy, completely obliterating Zhao Tai's skill midair. You have utterly disappointed me. Your mental fortitude is feeble. You cannot harness the power of this mythical-grade skill. Your timing is atrocious. Is this the extent of the Lin Yuan City prodigies? As he spoke, Yang Tianhu transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly crossing the distance between them, and delivered a thunderous punch into Zhao Tai's abdomen. Zhao Tai did not have time to react. His eyes rolled back as his body flew backwards several meters, collapsing like a lifeless dog at Wang Manting's feet, retching blood and bile. Zhao Tai, Wang Manting gasped in shock, rushing to support him only to find her childhood friend bleeding from the mouth, trembling, and utterly incapacitated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily retrieved restorative potions from her spatial bag and administered 2 vials, bringing Zhao Tai back to consciousness. Yet, his face was etched with terror, and he could not bear to cast another glance at Yang Tianhu. What a worthless fool. You, of all people, think you are worthy of leading 3 girls? Yang Tianhu shook his head, his gaze towards Zhao Tai dripping with derision. He then turned his attention to Wang Manting and the others, the interest in his eyes diminishing significantly. With an impatient wave of his hand, he commanded, I do not strike at women. Take this dead dog and leave. In the future, when you see the scions of Jinling, remember to steer clear. With that, the group of Jinling prodigies erupted into laughter. At that moment, Wang Manting dared not utter a word, her spirit utterly shattered. Her second brother had not triumphed over the Yang family, and her childhood friend Zhao Tai had been defeated in one blow, shattering years of pride in an instant. Despite her SS-grade exceptional talent, facing Yang Tianhu's overwhelming demeanor left her with no resolve to stand and resist. Morong Shui's face was equally pale, filled with humiliation, yet powerless to act. Even Lung Xiaoxiao bit her lip in frustration, ultimately letting out a sigh. Yang Tianhu's decisive strike that incapacitated Zhao Tai left the entire venue in awe, an unstoppable force. Being merely an S-grade talent, her capabilities mirrored Zhao Tai's, and even if she intervened, it would prove futile. It seemed today they had no choice but to concede. Manting, let us depart, Morong Shui said, patting Wang Manting's shoulder as she prepared to leave. Yet, just as she turned, she suddenly froze in place. At this very moment, within her line of sight, Zhou Jun, who had remained at the back of the crowd and was largely overlooked, had his hands tucked into his pockets, effortlessly stepping past the throng as he strode confidently forward. His steps were resolute, and his demeanor composed, as if the recent tumultuous events had no bearing on him whatsoever. What are you planning to do? Morong Shui furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Wang Manting and the pallid Zhao Tai also gazed at Zhou Jun in disbelief. Upon witnessing this scene, Lung Xiaoxiao wore a contemplative expression, a daring thought suddenly surfacing in her mind. He wouldn't dare to. As this notion crossed her mind, shock washed over Lung Xiaoxiao's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun had already traversed through the crowd, inching closer to the vast expanse teeming with the Lord Boss. Halt! The prodigies from Jinling City soon noticed Zhou Jun's unusual behavior, expressing their confusion. Among them, a tattooed youth shouted directly, Hey, didn't you hear me tell you to scram? He rolled up his sleeves, his face a mask of aggression. At that moment, as if he had just registered the command, Zhou Jun finally came to a halt. He slowly turned his head, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Are you addressing me? Chapter 57, A Single Kick to Obliterate. Zhou Jun stood coolly between the two factions, his hands still in his pockets. At this moment, his aura was subdued, presenting an unremarkable appearance, Yet his expression remained calm and unruffled, as steadfast as a mountain. The tranquility in his brow betrayed no hint of disarray in response to the tattooed man's provocation. The tattooed youth, taken aback, exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Kid, you're quite audacious, aren't you?" He took a couple of steps forward, scanning Zhou Jun with an air of insolence. It seemed he hadn't anticipated that amidst Zhao Tai's swift defeat and the Wang family girl's capitulation, someone would still dare to stand against the Jinling disciples. "Hey, Wei Xiao, it seems you don't need to bother with your words. This little handsome guy from Linyuan City doesn't regard you at all." The Jinling disciples erupted into a chorus of jeers. Among them, a girl adorned with exquisite makeup laughed gleefully, reveling in the chaos. The tattooed Wei Xiao, feeling humiliated by his companion's mockery, darkened his expression, casting a menacing glance at Zhou Jun. "Kid, I don't care who you are, kneel and bow 3 times. Calling me Wei Yi, and I might spare you today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave here on your hands and knees." He forcefully drove his massive sword into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, while the towering LV-24 level above him radiated an imposing pressure. The scions of prominent families typically awaken their powers far earlier than ordinary students, many reaching level 3 by their sophomore or even freshman years. Compared to their peers taking the college entrance examination, they had significantly more time to develop, resulting in a vast disparity in levels. Furthermore, although Wei Xiao was merely a subordinate of Yang Tianhu, his family was ranked among the second tier in Jinling, affluent enough to don an entire set of exceptional grade armor at such a young age. Coupled with an A-grade combat talent, Wei Xiao's formidable presence positioned him among the elite in his cohort. As he exerted his influence, the onlooking Jinling disciples wore expressions of eager anticipation, longing to witness the humiliating spectacle of the Lingyuan prodigy begging for mercy. Yang Tianhu, too, chuckled derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Tai's dismal defeat had thoroughly disillusioned him regarding the so-called prodigies of Lingyuan City. In his view, if even the leader Zhao Tai could only flee in disgrace, what could this nameless underdog at the back of the crowd possibly accomplish? He deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally. His subordinate Wei Xiao was more than sufficient to deal with this interloper. He must be out of his mind. On the other hand, Wang Manting, witnessing the unfolding drama, wore an expression of exasperation. "The people from Jinling have already allowed us to leave. Why does he insist on showing off? Is he not embarrassed enough?" She ground her silver teeth, her disdain for Zhou Jun intensifying as she perceived him as a mere burden. Murong Shui, too, clenched her fists in trepidation, puzzled as to why Zhou Jun would choose to provoke the adversary at such a critical juncture. Her large eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, brimmed with confusion and disappointment. As for Zhao Tai, who could barely stand with Wang Manting as support, he suddenly sported a smirk of schadenfreude upon witnessing the scene. Having been disregarded by Zhou Jun multiple times, he had long harbored resentment, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. But now, this fool dared to act so recklessly before the formidable Yang family of Jinling, exuding such arrogance. It was truly suicidal. How could he muster the courage to continue challenging those monstrous beings when even I am not a match for them? Does he think himself invincible? Zhao Tai's face was a mask of scorn. Such is human nature. After experiencing failure, one often relishes the prospect of witnessing others meet a similar fate. Among the crowd, only Lung Xiaoxiao remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhou Jun, a vague sense of anticipation stirring within her. At this moment, in the center of the arena, under the scrutiny of myriad gazes, Zhou Jun maintained his impassive demeanor, his icy eyes growing ever colder. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Self-mutilate, severing your own hands and feet, and I may spare your life." With his hands clasped behind him, his indifferent gaze regarded the tattooed youth as one might regard an insignificant insect by the roadside. "Good, good, good. You have some guts." Wei Xiao, enraged, let out a derisive laugh, a vibrant green aura suddenly enveloping him, exuding a menacing presence. "Kid, I hope when my greatsword strikes you, you'll still be as defiant as you are now." He sneered. This was the manifestation of Wei Xiao's awakened talent, while shrouded in the green light. His resistances and agility surged, rendering him immune to control effects. Now wielding his exceptional grade greatsword, he charged without any hindrance from his weight, his speed increasing as he swung, the very air seeming to tear apart in his wake, an awe-inspiring force. Haha. Wei Xiao has devoured countless sword and blade skill books, nearing the mastery system. What can this kid possibly use to defend himself? I bet he won T last 3 seconds under Wei Xiao's great sword before he collapses begging for mercy. The prodigies of Lingyuan City are truly laughable. They're miles behind us in Jinling. The Jinling disciples were quick to declare the outcome inevitable, some mocking, others shaking their heads in disbelief. It's over. Murong Shui felt her heart sink as she realized Wei Xiao showed no intention of holding back. She envisioned the imminent defeat of Zhou Jun. Lung Xiaoxiao also clenched her fists tightly, anxiety etched across her exquisite features, clearly unsettled. Although she sensed that Zhou Jun was no ordinary individual, their first encounter today left her uncertain about his true battle prowess. Just as Lung Xiaoxiao's anxious gaze was fixed on Zhou Jun, the formidable Wei Xiao had already charged to his forefront. He showed no mercy, swinging his massive sword, unleashing an exceptional grade sword skill, determined to teach Zhou Jun a lesson. Kid, kneel and call me grandfather. With a thunderous roar, the colossal sword descended with tremendous force, a blow that would leave ordinary individuals either dead or gravely injured. Yet Zhou Jun merely cast a fleeting glance, his profound eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. As the enormous sword neared his head, he finally raised his right hand. And in the astonished gaze of the tattooed youth, that fair hand seized the sword's blade with a grip as firm as iron. At this moment, the man with the tattooed arm felt as though his blade had struck against solid steel. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not advance even an inch. His visage was one of utter terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. It is worth noting that he had poured every ounce of his might into that strike. And to describe it as weighing 1,000 pounds would not be an exaggeration. Yet, his opponent had effortlessly parried it with a single hand. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? A sense of foreboding surged within him, an instinctive warning that something dire was about to unfold. Amidst his astonished gaze, that calm and indifferent face finally turned to regard him directly for the first time. You are incapable. The disdainful words were accompanied by a lightning-fast kick from Zhou Jun. This kick was executed with no less than 90% of his force, swift and fierce, leaving the tattooed man no time to react. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, his internal organs shattering under the impact. In an instant, he was propelled like a meteor, soaring 20 to 30 meters away, crashing through countless trees along the way. Ultimately, he lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, teetering on the brink of death. At this moment, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 58, Suppressing Yang Tianhu. Within the woods of the hunting restricted area, the atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of the Jinling youths, whether mocking or derisive, had all frozen in place. Meanwhile, Mu Rongshui and Wang Manting stood as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Tai, who had planned to revel in the misfortune, was utterly dumbfounded, appearing as though he had lost his wits, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. He stammered, pointing at Zhou Jun, yet could not form a coherent sentence, looking like a pitiful jester. In stark contrast, Lung Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lovely face alight with joy. Akin to a gambler who had placed a successful bet, the events unfolded too swiftly for the onlookers. It seemed that the tattooed man had merely made contact with Zhou Jun for an instant before being blasted away like a cannonball. 20 to 30 meters. What immense force must that kick have possessed? The figure was nearly invisible. After a considerable pause, a Jinling scion finally reacted, hurriedly rushing towards the tattooed man to assess his condition. What he beheld was a grotesque sight. The man was barely recognizable, his chest caved in, with an unknown number of ribs shattered. Moreover, the exceptional grade chest armor that had once protected him lay in ruins, rendered entirely useless. The scion could not help but gasp in astonishment. A single kick had obliterated an exceptional grade piece of armor. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? He had only heard of fierce high-level bosses in dungeons capable of shattering equally ranked armor, but had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat in reality. Furthermore, he could clearly see that the lad from Linyuan City was merely at level 14. Yet Wei Xiao, not only did he boast a level of 24, but his exceptional grade chest armor was also level 20 equipment. How could he have shattered armor beyond his level? Especially while Wei Xiao had activated his talents to bolster his resistances. This was more ferocious than any super boss encountered in a dungeon. Was this what a youthful demigod was like? The scion swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and dread. In that moment, he comprehended the caliber of the individual they had provoked. Casting another glance at the near-lifeless tattooed man, Wei Xiao, he dared not delay and promptly carried him back to Yang Tianhu's side. Brother Yang. He was drenched in cold sweat as he laid the tattooed man down among the others. The Jinling youths, upon witnessing his tragic state, collectively gasped in horror. Such injuries, even with the timely application of secret medicines, would require a recovery period of 10 days to half a month. Laughter ceased, and a heavy silence fell upon them, mingled with a hint of trepidation. Yang Tianhu's expression was particularly grave, his face as dark as a stormy sea. After briefly regarding Wei Xiao, who resembled a lifeless dog, the veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. Clearly, for one as proud as he, witnessing such disgrace befall his underling ignited his fury. I never expected Linyuan City to harbor a true prodigy like you. I have indeed misjudged. Finally, Yang Tianhu stretched his limbs and slowly stepped forward. His piercing gaze locked on Zhou Jun, filled with both anger and a fierce fighting spirit. Yang Tianhu was a competent prodigy. He was not like ordinary scions who indulged in pleasure, but rather yearned to compete with other elites and hone his skills. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such disappointment after effortlessly dispatching Zhao Tai. Now, witnessing Zhou Jun's formidable kick, the raw power unleashed compelled even his prideful self to reevaluate. Sensing that he had found a worthy opponent to challenge with all his might. What is your name? He stood before Zhou Jun with a grave demeanor, his blood surging with excitement, his innate power beginning to manifest. Zhou Jun. In response, Zhou Jun, hands in his pockets, regarded him with an air of arrogance and replied coolly. His demeanor remained unchanged despite facing Yang Tianhu. Yet, this scene only served to further infuriate Yang Tianhu. You are exceedingly arrogant. I concede you possess some skill, but have you considered that I, Yang Tianhu, am also an unparalleled prodigy? I have been rigorously trained by my family in military camps since I was 10, ceaselessly day and night. At 15, I first entered a dungeon and fought barehanded against level 3 demon tigers without having awakened my talents. At 16, I was undefeated among my peers at Jinling 3rd High School, and by 18, I reached level 30, grasping the essence of fist techniques, unlocking proficiency in fist skills, and possessing 2 mythic skills alongside 1 epic skill. What gives you the audacity to look down upon me? With each declaration, his confidence swelled, stepping closer with each word, his aura escalating with intensity. When his final words echoed through the forest, he was a mere 3 meters from Zhou Jun, exuding an overwhelming spirit of invincibility, his state reaching its zenith. His fiery gaze, sharp as a blade, bore into Zhou Jun, seeking a rationale from his lips. Yet, in the face of it all, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, speaking with indifference. Perhaps in your world, your achievements are indeed monumental, leading you to bask in self-satisfaction. But here, you are simply unworthy. His words were striking, rendering Yang Tianhu's accomplishments inconsequential, yet the calmness of his tone implied no intention of belittlement. Rather, it was a stark statement of fact. This fellow is truly insufferably arrogant. Who is he to disregard even Brother Yang? The Jinling youths exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions a mix of shock and the sting of humiliation. Yang Tianhu, in particular, felt the weight of Zhou Jun's words, his prior invincible aura diminishing slightly. With gritted teeth, he summoned forth a renewed fervor. Words are futile. Let us battle. His roar reverberated, blood surging through him once more, and astonishingly, hair sprouted rapidly from his skin, cascading wildly, transforming him into a primal figure. This was the characteristic of his awakened talent, fur and blood, which enhanced his physical attributes through the consumption of demonic flesh and blood, albeit at the cost of his wild appearance. However, Yang Tianhu seemed undeterred. With the growth of his hair, his fighting spirit surged ever stronger. Zhou Jun, observing this, could not help but shake his head. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Make your move. This nonchalant scene bore a striking resemblance to Yang Tianhu's earlier demeanor towards Zhao Tai, where he exhibited such composure only when confronted by someone vastly inferior. This scene only served to amplify Yang Tianhu's fury. The moment Zhou Jun's words fell, he stepped forward, twisting his formidable torso to concentrate the entirety of his upper body strength into his right fist, unleashing a punch that resonated with cataclysmic force. This strike was imbued with an intensity as turbulent as the ocean, with a phantom of a golden dragon coiling around his entire arm, the head of the dragon residing at the apex of his colossal fist. It was a battle skill of epic proportions, dragon combat in the wild. When executed at this moment, it was indeed a stunning blow that could instill awe and fear in all directions. A bystander exclaimed, "This punch from Brother Yang could easily obliterate a level 30 boss." Yet another questioned, "Can that kid withstand it?" Curious gazes were fixated on the unfolding battlefield. At this juncture, Zhou Jun finally adopted a more serious demeanor, albeit only slightly. He remained unmoved, neither dodging nor evading, and struck out with a fist of his own. This punch was devoid of any name or rank, lacking both the essence of combat and the dragon's shadow. What it possessed was merely an astonishing power of 200 points. With a thunderous clash, the two fists collided, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, rustling the foliage surrounding them. Under the watchful eyes of many astonished onlookers, it became evident that while Zhou Jun stood firm, Yang Tianhu was forced to retreat uncontrollably by 3 steps. A collective gasp of disbelief erupted. How could it be that Yang Tianhu, renowned for his dual attributes of strength and physique, was being driven back in a contest of power? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Even Yang Tianhu himself wore an expression of doubt, a tempest of confusion swirling within him. It was crucial to note that his S-rank skill, Flesh and Blood Feast, was a pure physical enhancement ability, continuously strengthening his dual attributes through the consumption of monstrous flesh and blood, with the potential for his body to achieve sanctity in the future. The developmental potential of this talent was indeed immeasurable. Yang Tianhu was acutely aware of his own advantages, having always pursued a path of close combat. Through relentless effort, he had developed his strength attribute to over 6,000 points, and his physique to over 4,000. To be honest, possessing such terrifying dual attributes at his age was a remarkable feat, even in the prodigious city of Jinling. However, today, Yang Tianhu found himself bested in the very realm he took pride in, by this seemingly insignificant figure named Zhou Jun. This was an unbearable reality for him, almost leading him to question his own worth. After all, that punch had been delivered with no hint of restraint. He had exerted all his might, and even employed an epic skill. The most intolerable aspect for Yang Tianhu was that he had clearly observed that in the face of his earth-shattering punch, Zhou Jun had merely responded with a commonplace strike, devoid of any skills. Did this not imply that even when he exerted himself to the utmost, he could not surpass an ordinary punch from his opponent? Just how high was this fellow's strength attribute? Yang Tianhu's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, utterly astonished by Zhou Jun's prowess. Some skill, but still insufficient. Zhou Jun remarked, having gauged his opponent's assault. In truth, Yang Tianhu met many of the standards for a prodigy. His abilities would surely evoke admiration from anyone. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had encountered Zhou Jun, a genius walking a parallel path of physical prowess. The SSS level reallocation was merely an enhanced version of the S-rank flesh and blood feast, with both talents relying on amplifying their attributes to achieve overwhelming power. But the unreasonably potent effects of the reallocation far surpassed what flesh and blood feast could compare with. Among his peers, Zhou Jun was an invincible force in terms of physicality. Moreover, while Yang Tianhu's flesh and blood feast could only augment his dual attributes, Zhou Jun experienced a simultaneous growth in all 4 dimensions, leaving him with no weaknesses. With over 40,000 total attributes, every move he made was imbued with immense strength. An unstoppable force. I refuse to accept this. Come again. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Yang Tianhu gritted his teeth and readied himself for another round. He possessed an indomitable spirit and a path of his own to follow, unwilling to be extinguished by Zhou Jun. Thus, he chose to engage once more. This time, Yang Tianhu was even more ferocious. He roared to the heavens, his fur bristling, his human traits diminishing, and the aura of wildness intensifying to its peak. More astonishingly, his ears elongated and thinned, covered in fur, while his nails grew rapidly, becoming razor-sharp, and a pair of white fangs extended ominously from his mouth. One glance at him, and it was clear he was no longer human, but a true beast in human form. Brother Yang has unleashed his awakening ability. A disciple from Jinling exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Yang Tianhu exuded a tempestuous aura, his ferocity palpable, with little rationality remaining in his eyes, nearly consumed by his frenzied wildness. This was the negative effect brought about by his talent, flesh and blood feast, upon activating its awakening ability. While the awakening could amplify his battle prowess, it also risked the loss of rationality, making Yang Tianhu reluctant to use it even during dungeon raids. Today, however, he was pushed to the brink, unwilling to let his spirit falter. Thus he actively activated his awakening ability to confront his foe, with a roar that echoed through the woods. A sound that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The scene was indeed striking. A level 30 genius with an S-rank talent risking everything to fight. Even among the elite youths present, such a spectacle was rarely witnessed. In the crowd, Zhao Tai's face went pale. It dawned on him just how vast the chasm between himself and a true prodigy like Yang Tianhu was, despite both being S-rank. The latter had likely not even employed a fifth of his strength when he had effortlessly dispatched Zhao Tai moments ago. Yet, in light of this comparison, how astonishing was Zhou Jun's strength. Just a single glance had forced Yang Tianhu to reveal his most potent abilities. The realization stung Zhao Tai, leaving him with a burning sensation on his face. Previously, he had looked down upon Zhou Jun with disdain, undermining him in various overt and covert ways. In retrospect, he felt utterly foolish, a mere clown in the grand scheme of things. No wonder Zhou Jun had never deigned to spare him a glance. Lost in his thoughts, Zhao Tai felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 extraordinary prodigies had erupted in full force. With his awakening ability activated, Yang Tianhu had transformed into a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. He leaped several meters, launching a palm strike at Zhou Jun that stirred the air with gusts of wind. Yet, Zhou Jun merely sidestepped, evading the attack with effortless grace. Frustrated at his miss, Yang Tianhu unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with tremendous force, even creating sonic booms. However, Zhou Jun remained steadfast, standing like a mountain, his hands behind his back, evading the barrage of strikes with simple, measured movements. What? Not a single hit landed? Just how high is his agility attribute? The onlookers were left speechless, marveling at Zhou Jun's exceptional agility. Yang Tianhu's frustration grew with each failed attempt, despite pouring all his strength into every punch. He could not even graze the edge of Zhou Jun's clothing. This sensation was unbearable. Is dodging all you can do? Dare to face me in a direct confrontation. He roared, his hair bristling, his bloodshot eyes glaring. In response, Zhou Jun sighed softly, then with a flick of his wrist, a glimmering black long sword materialized in his hand. Since you are so eager for battle, I shall oblige. One strike. If you can withstand my blade without perishing, then this battle will be deemed your victory, Zhou Jun declared, holding the sword with one hand, his words striking like lightning. Those present at the scene were utterly astonished, particularly the young gentleman from Jinling, whose faces betrayed a palpable humiliation. This individual was undeniably audacious. Indeed, Brother Yang had awakened his skills, and yet he claimed he would only strike once. Was this not a gross underestimation of others? Even if you are a paragon of unparalleled talent, such grandiloquence is unwarranted. The Jinling youths clenched their teeth in indignation, believing Zhou Jun to be excessively arrogant. Some even shook their heads in disbelief, convinced that it was an impossibility for Zhou Jun to triumph with a single strike against the awakened Yang Tianhu. As the principal party involved, Yang Tianhu's fury reached its zenith, and without uttering a word, he swung his fist once more. The air surged with energy as his fist propelled forward, evidently channeling a hidden technique. Many of the Jinling youths secretly cheered at this spectacle, their eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun made his move. He did not employ any flamboyant swordplay. Instead, he simply executed a straightforward thrust. This thrust, though seemingly ordinary, created ripples in the air, causing the void to tremble subtly. Infused with an overwhelming intent of the blade, the piercing strike. This maneuver was a subsidiary skill of the immortal-grade swordsmanship technique, Judgment Rhapsody. At this moment, bolstered by his swordsmanship proficiency at level 1, it indeed possessed an unstoppable brilliance. In an instant, the two figures intertwined in a flash of light and shadow. Zhou Jun retracted his sword, casting not a glance at Yang Tianhu, and stored it away in his spatial backpack. Behind him, Yang Tianhu's robust form remained motionless, a 3-inch gaping wound in his chest, oozing blood. Zhou Jun had shown restraint. Otherwise, the blade would have struck true to the heart. You. Yang Tianhu's body stiffened. He did not lower his gaze to assess his injury but turned to Zhou Jun, his lips quivering as if to utter something. Yet no words escaped. With a bitter smile, he collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With a single strike, Yang Tianhu was defeated. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The Jinling youths appeared as though struck by lightning, staring incredulously at the unfolding scene. They had previously questioned Zhou Jun's audacity, asserting that it was impossible to vanquish and awaken Yang Tianhu with just one blow. But now, confronted with the undeniable truth, they fell silent, each one appearing as if mourning a great loss. Who could still contest this? Zhou Jun's calm and unwavering gaze swept over the assembly, and not a single person dared to meet his eyes. The young scions and noble ladies of Jinling shrank back like quails, paralyzed by fear. Even the formidable Wei Xiao had been rendered incapacitated, and the once invincible Yang Tianhu had succumbed to Zhou Jun's blade. How could they dare to show their faces? They merely wished for Zhou Jun not to trouble them further, grateful beyond measure. Begone. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively, his expression akin to shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies. He had no time to quibble with these individuals. Defeating Yang Tianhu was not his intention, but rather a consequence of the latter's challenge. His sole desire was to venture into the area teeming with magical beasts, eager to reap rewards and ascend. Seeing Zhou Jun disregard them, the Jinling youths felt as if a great weight had been lifted. A few of the arrogant young masters hurried to Zhou Jun's side, cautiously lifting the severely injured Yang Tianhu before hastily retreating, not daring to look back until they vanished into the woods. Thus, the Jinling youths retreated in defeat. One man single-handedly subdued the entire assembly. What an extraordinary display of prowess. Not far away, Lung Xiaoxiao watched the unfolding drama, her exquisite face flushed with emotion. The vision of Zhou Jun, effortlessly commanding respect from the talented youths of Jinling, would be etched in her memory forever. No passage of time could erase it. Simultaneously, Murong Shue's expression was a tapestry of complexities. She bit her lip, her innocent visage reflecting confusion, disbelief, shock, and a bittersweet smile. Countless emotions intertwined within her heart, ultimately crystallizing into profound regret. She had been wrong, gravely mistaken. For so long, Murong Shue had stubbornly believed that Zhou Jun lacked true ability, attributing his successes solely to external influences such as the esteemed Su from Filong Tower, dismissing him as unworthy. Even until mere moments ago, she had thought Zhou Jun was merely posturing, pretending to be the scion of the Zhou family, and felt disillusioned by him. Yet now, reality dealt her a staggering blow. Zhou Jun, whether within the Zhou family or not, remained that brilliant young prodigy. Claims of D-grade talent and comparisons to Zhou Wang were mere illusions. To strike down Yang Tianhu with a single blow, such feats were far beyond the capabilities of a D-grade talent. Even Zhou Wang would falter. Brother Jun. An overwhelming tide of regret flooded Murong Shue's heart as she gazed at the imposing figure ahead, gradually merging with her memories of that ever-confident and radiant youth. Yet while he remained unchanged, their sentiments had irrevocably shifted. From the moment Zhou Jun was cast out from the Zhou family, and she chose to distance herself, their futures were destined to diverge. Henceforth, the mountains would be mountains, and the waters would be waters, amidst the torrential rains falling upon Jinling. One would hold an umbrella while two walked together. A bitter smile crept across Murong Shue's lips as she clenched her fists, ultimately lacking the courage to approach the now triumphant Zhou Jun to utter even a single word. In contrast to Murong Shue, Wang Manting was equally speechless. Her delicate features flushed with heat as she stood rigidly in place, her emotions tumultuous. The brief encounter in the hunting zone had shattered the pride she had nurtured for over a decade. from Yang Tianhu's merciless domination to Zhou Jun's calm and decisive strike. Defeating Yang Tianhu in such a manner and compelling the Jinling youths to bow before him, everything unfolded too quickly, leaving her mind nearly in disarray. Feeling as though she had become a laughingstock, now standing alone in silence, devoid of any remnants of her former arrogance, she was at a loss for words. Zhao Tai was even more stupefied, utterly dazed, unable to even glance at Zhou Jun's back, and his thoughts of Lung Xiaoxiao had evaporated entirely. He realized that from this moment on, he could never again meet Lung Xiaoxiao's gaze. Contemplating this, Zhao Tai felt an overwhelming bitterness, recognizing the profound irony of life in this moment. At this juncture, Zhou Jun, standing tall in the arena, finally turned his attention to the crowd, ready to speak. When Wang Manting interjected, her eyes reddened and fists clenched. "You need not say more. I shall take my leave." Though her long-held pride had crumbled, Wang Manting still possessed her dignity. She refused to ride on Zhou Jun's coattails to hunt in the grassy plains, trailing behind someone she had once looked down upon. Such a fate was unacceptable to her. Thus, she chose to depart of her own volition. Zhao Tai, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of desire for the cluster of lord bosses not far away, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and followed Wang Manting's lead. Thus, only Lung Xiaoxiao and Murong Shui remained in the arena. Murong Shui, unable to meet Zhou Jun's gaze, lowered her head. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she sighed, feeling too ashamed to linger any longer, and chose to leave. Lung Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, flashed a charming smile at Zhou Jun and said, "I'll be upgrading at the outskirts. It won't disturb you, will it?" She pointed to the edge of the plains, where some level 25 lord bosses resided, the utmost limit of what she could handle alone. Of course, Zhou Jun nodded lightly in acknowledgement. In truth, this particular spot, teeming with magical creatures, was one Zhao Tai had brought to their attention. Even if he and Wang Manting did not leave, Zhou Jun would not have objected. Moreover, the sheer number of monstrous entities in this locale was overwhelming, and Zhou Jun held no interest in the level 25 bosses lurking at the periphery. His sights were set on the level 30 lord bosses residing deep within the grasslands. Thus, the resources available were more than sufficient for distribution. Shaking his head internally, Zhou Jun ceased to hesitate further, transforming into a streak of tempestuous wind as he swiftly penetrated the depths of the prairie. Chapter 61. Carnage in the Forbidden Hunting Zone, a Frenzied Ascension. Within the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, the expansive grasslands were teeming with lord-level monsters aimlessly wandering about. Zhou Jun disregarded the lower-level creatures at the fringes, making a beeline for the core of the prairie. There, a multitude of level 30 lord monsters congregated, marking the upper limit of what the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone could accommodate. Objectively speaking, such high-level monsters were well beyond the capabilities of novice celestial slayers. According to the federally recognized guidelines, only levels up to 20 were considered novice stage, as beyond this threshold, the strength of monsters typically surged dramatically. Indeed, some boss-level monsters possessed multiple abilities, rendering them increasingly perilous. Consequently, the period prior to level 20, characterized by relatively weak monsters, was deemed a gentle developmental phase for human novices, referred to as the novice stage. During this phase, the casualty rate was at its lowest. As long as one was not excessively foolish, steady progression was generally achievable. However, once this novice period was surpassed, caution became paramount. For a moment's negligence could lead to irrevocable consequences. It was rare for anyone to challenge monsters exceeding the novice stage before reaching level 20. Only those with extraordinary talent and the ability to slay monsters beyond their level would dare to hone their skills in such a manner. Zhou Jun was one such individual, silently wielding his broadsword as he advanced deeper into the prairie. As a paragon among prodigies, even when surpassing his own level by more than 10, he remained an unstoppable force. Every monster that dared to reveal its fangs met its demise beneath his blade. Slain LV-27 Lord-level boss, Six-Horned Frenzy Rhinoceros. Experience gained, 1765. Slain LV-29 Lord-level boss Dark Cat. Experience gained, 1900. Slain LV-30 Lord-level boss Void Bear. Experience gained, 2313. Zhou Jun carved a bloody path, each strike of his blade resulting in crimson splatters. With every blow, notifications of successful kills flickered in the corner of his vision, each boasting 4-digit experience gains. This ignited a fervor within him, filling his heart with exhilaration, continuously dispatching monsters well beyond his level and reaping vast amounts of experience from lord-level bosses. This forbidden zone felt like paradise to him. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such a liberating ascent, especially as he ventured deeper into the core. The presence of lower-level monsters diminished significantly. Nearly all he encountered were level 30 bosses. This resulted in consistent gains of over 2,000 experience points each time. Zhou Jun's level surged like a rocket in this moment, his resolve only intensifying with each encounter. Such power. This was the epitome of an unparalleled prodigy. At the edge of the monster congregation, Lung Xiaoxiao had just breathlessly slain a level 25 monster. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the distant core. where Zhou Jun effortlessly dispatched a level 30 boss with a single strike. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, her stunning visage reflecting shock, while her heart fluttered with an unprecedented tremor. Yet, a bitter smile soon crossed her lips, for she understood that she and Zhou Jun inhabited entirely different realms. Though she too possessed an S-level talent and hailed from a prestigious family, the disparity between her and Zhou Jun, this extraordinary genius, was insurmountable. The chasm between them was destined to widen, drawing them further apart in the future. This realization stirred within the typically proud Lung Xiaoxiao a sense of inferiority and melancholy. No, I refuse to merely gaze up at your back. I must pursue your footsteps. History has witnessed S-level talents ascend to godhood. I, Lung Xiaoxiao, am not inferior to anyone. But after a few breaths, it seemed that Lung Xiaoxiao had come to a realization, her expression ignited with newfound determination. Though she lacked the overwhelming strength to delve deep into the monster-infested depths as Zhou Jun did, she could still engage in combat at the periphery. This did not dampen her fighting spirit. She gritted her teeth and, with her graceful and poised demeanor, charged once more at a level 25 monster. Zhou Jun remained oblivious to Lung Xiaoxiao's thoughts. To him, she was merely an ordinary friend, far less significant than the act of hunting monsters before him. At this moment, he stood tall, having thoroughly penetrated the depths of the monster congregation, surveying his surroundings where level 30 lord bosses brimmed with vitality. Perhaps due to Zhou Jun's overwhelming aura of slaughter and the scent of blood that clung to him, these normally solitary lord bosses began to form a rare encirclement, launching an assault against him. Yet, would Zhou Jun be intimidated? He raised his head and laughed, his blood-stained broadsword swirling in his grip, exuding a sword intent that soared to the heavens. A mere throng of wretched beasts, how could they stand united against him? His confident voice resonated throughout. And as he stepped forward, unleashing an explosive force exceeding 10,000 points, coupled with the indomitable skill of the 7 deadly sins, he carved a path through the fray, leaving a trail of dismembered flesh in his wake. Despite the barrage of attacks, the occasional skills of the monsters might strike him. Yet with his formidable physique and the resistance offered by his epic great armor, he felt nothing. Furthermore, aided by the restorative effects of the Ring of Eternal Life, he grew increasingly emboldened, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Slain LV 30 Lord level boss, Thunder Snow Ape. Experience gained, 2,210. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to 15. Upon slaying yet another Lord boss, Zhou Jun shimmered with light, marking his ascension. His condition soared to its pinnacle, and his attribute points received an expansion. Observing this, he wasted no time in allocating all his attribute points into his 4 core stats. Mere moments later, his attributes reached an impressive 11,700, further enhancing his strength. However, upon glancing at his experience bar, his fervor was somewhat dampened. The experience required to reach level 15 had doubled. Were it not for the plethora of Lord-level bosses available for him to slay within this forbidden zone, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take to ascend to level 18 relying solely on the Gale Valley dungeon. After all, in the core area of Gale Valley, slaying 10 monsters would yield experience equivalent to that of a single kill here. This was compounded by the fact that he was lower leveled, enjoying the bonus for slaying monsters of a higher tier. Otherwise, once he surpassed level 15, the experience gained from slaying higher tier monsters in such a low-level dungeon would be dismally insignificant. In this forbidden zone, however, he bore no such concerns. The level 30 Lord bosses, far exceeding the novice stage, would continue to grant him the experience rewards for slaying monsters beyond his level, even after he reached level 20. Of course, the forbidden zone was not devoid of drawbacks. After massacring so many creatures, Zhou Jun had discerned that it seemed impossible to acquire loot within this zone. Only experience points were obtainable, and no spoils would drop. It appeared that loot was a unique reward mechanism exclusive to dungeon encounters. It dawned on him that he could not rely solely on slaying higher-level monsters in the forbidden zone to level up, as equipment could only be obtained through dungeon raids. Moreover, if he desired the blood of demigod-level monsters, opportunities to acquire such would only arise within dungeons. As Zhou Jun engaged in combat with the monsters, his mind quietly pondered the implications of the emergence of the restricted hunting zone. While it indeed facilitated leveling up, it was not a sustainable means of progression. To acquire superior equipment and enhance skills, one must delve into dungeons. Within the confines of these dungeons lies infinite potential, representing true opportunities. With a soft sigh, Zhou Jun immersed himself once more into the throng of Lord-level bosses, resolutely continuing his quest for advancement. Chapter 62. The sudden appearance of the level 40 dungeon, the city of forgotten memories. Time flowed steadily, and a crescent moon ascended into the sky. Zhou Jun had spent an entire day slaying monsters in this lair of fiends. His level had risen to LV 17. Throughout the day, he had vanquished countless Lord-level bosses, his garments and armor thoroughly soaked in blood. The path he traversed was littered with the corpses of demons, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. At this moment, Zhou Jun sat upon the ground, using a piece of beast hide, torn from some unknown creature, to meticulously clean his longsword. Under the moonlight, the blade of his weapon glimmered with a chilling radiance, reflecting the determination etched upon the young man's face. After a brief respite, Zhou Jun lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Almost all living monsters had been eradicated. With his relentless advance, he had lost track of his exact position within the hunting zone. He knew only that the once expansive plains had vanished, replaced by rugged mountains. An aura of desolation enveloping the area. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun remained unperturbed. The size of a restricted hunting zone was ultimately finite, and he surmised that he would soon reach the opposite exit. Alas, he felt he had not yet satiated his thirst for battle. He was still a tad short of the experience needed to reach level 18 and resolved to search for any remaining monsters overnight. Shaking his head, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. The cluster of 30-level lord bosses he had just dispatched had been vanquished entirely, and finding another such congregation of monsters would prove to be a daunting task. It was uncertain whether a second gathering of fiends existed within this hunting zone. He could only wander aimlessly in hopes of encountering some creatures by sheer luck. With these thoughts, Zhou Jun rose and, illuminated by the moonlight, continued deeper into the forested mountains. Hours slipped by, and he found himself thoroughly entrenched within the mountain range, his brows furrowed in frustration. During this time, he had only encountered two 26-level monsters. Although they yielded substantial experience points, they paled in comparison to the previously slain 30-level creatures. What vexed him most was the meager quantity. Had there been more, he could have tolerated it. Yet, with only two to show for his efforts, he realized that even if he searched until dawn, he might not reach level 18. The scarcity of monsters left Zhou Jun feeling increasingly troubled. He glanced up at the pitch-black, tranquil mountains, weighing whether to press onward or retrace his steps. After all, this route seemed devoid of monsters. Ultimately, he decided to change his path. After some contemplation, Zhou Jun resolved to head back. However, just as he prepared to turn away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something peculiar within the darkness, and he froze in place. For within his line of sight, a strange light emerged from the shadows, piercing through the trees. What is this? A thought sparked in his mind, and he swiftly maneuvered toward it. Minutes later, as he approached the radiant phenomenon, astonishment washed over his face. Before him, the air shimmered as if it were fracturing, giving rise to a deep purple vortex portal that slowly took shape in the air. Could this be the random spawn of an outdoor dungeon? Zhou Jun stared at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that, instead of discovering monsters, he would stumble upon the formation of an entirely new dungeon in this secluded hunting zone. Indeed, the number of dungeons is not fixed. Beyond the permanent establishments, such as Gale Valley, many dungeons sporadically materialize in the wild. Experts assert that nearly 200 new dungeons randomly form across the vast expanse of Blue Star each day. They could manifest in remote forests, untraversed snowy peaks, or even the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Thus, the number of undiscovered dungeons on Blue Star continues to rise daily. Evidently, Zhou Jun had encountered a stroke of luck, discovering a dungeon in the midst of its formation. Without further ado, he settled down to meditate, eager to discern the level of this new dungeon. Time passed, and approximately an hour later, bathed in moonlight, the deep purple vortex portal finally solidified. Dungeon name: The City of Forgotten Memories. Recommended level: LV30, LV40. A line of information materialized before him, and Zhou Jun's heart skipped a beat. He sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. This was indeed a high-tier dungeon with a recommended level of up to LV40, indicating that the monsters within would reach that level. Level 40. The experience each monster could provide was beyond imagination. While Zhou Jun was currently only LV17, he felt no fear. After all, he was the chosen one, the number one on the Federation's divine leaderboard for centuries. No matter how formidable the monsters in this dungeon might be, he believed he possessed the strength to confront them. Even if the final Lord Boss reached level 40, what of it? His total attributes neared 60,000. He possessed immortal-grade skills, and he had a miraculous awakening technique that temporarily amplified his combat power tenfold. Once activated, his attributes would soar to an astonishing 600,000. Even if it lasted a mere 10 seconds, it would suffice to crush any formidable foe. Thus, without hesitation, Zhou Jun advanced toward the swirling vortex. Warning: current level is significantly below the recommended level for the dungeon. Death risk is 99. Do you wish to force entry? Confirm. With a thought, Zhou Jun vanished into the vortex, disregarding the so-called warning and the perilous 99 death risk. Such alerts were merely meant for ordinary LV17 players. But he was no ordinary individual. Armed with absolute strength and an unwavering belief in his invincibility, Zhou Jun feared nothing. Simultaneously, as he entered, he felt a flash before his eyes, and his form materialized in a peculiar, desolate ruin. Before him lay a dilapidated ancient city, the air thick with the stench of decay. As his gaze roamed, he beheld crumbling walls and dilapidated structures. Even the few buildings that remained intact were exceedingly ancient. Stepping into this brand new dungeon for the first time, Zhou Jun's expression turned serious. He refrained from acting recklessly, instead taking a moment to observe his surroundings before decisively choosing a direction to proceed. As he moved, the long-abandoned ancient city seemed to come alive. A sudden gust of wind swirling around him, causing the banners hanging from the tavern to flutter wildly. Simultaneously, a cacophony of eerie sounds echoed throughout the city. In the face of it all, Zhou Jun merely scoffed, maintaining his composure as he pressed onward. It was only when he turned a corner that he abruptly halted. Before him stood a skeletal monster, clad in tattered rags, its bony frame advancing toward him with deliberate slowness. Chapter 63. With unyielding force, he storms into the core area. Name: the civilian undead consumed by the sands. Health: 108,000. Level: 35. Rank: Elite. Gazing at the information of the skeletal creature before him, Zhou Jun couldn't help but marvel. Unlike the previous beasts devoid of intellect, in dungeons of level 30 to 40, one could gradually encounter humanoid monsters such as the undead, elves, and goblins. However, this particular skeleton was merely the most rudimentary existence within the undead race. With Zhou Jun's formidable strength, he could easily overpower it. With an impressive strength attribute of 15,000, coupled with the minor sword technique from the 7 deadly sins, a single strike would suffice to deplete its 10,800 health points entirely. Thus, without any unnecessary words, Zhou Jun charged forward with his blade. Swiftly, a glint of cold light flashed through the air, extinguishing the flickering flame of life in the skeleton's hollow eye sockets, resulting in its immediate demise. Killed LV-35 Elite Undead Creature. Experience points: 1882. Loot acquired: X1. 3 lines of notifications drifted before Zhou Jun, yet he was not entirely satisfied. Although this creature boasted a level of 35, its racial rank was quite low, leading to a lesser amount of experience gained compared to the 30-level Lord Boss in the hunting zone. However, receiving loot on his first monster kill after entering the dungeon did surprise him. He wasted no time and reached for the glowing loot. Loot unlocked. Acquired special item: Imperial City Token X1. Name: Imperial City Token 1100. Grade: Silver. Description: a designated item for the dungeon Forgotten City, guaranteed to drop upon killing monsters. Collecting a certain quantity will trigger unexpected effects. Observing the golden token, resembling one forged from pure gold, Zhou Jun gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a rare designated item within the dungeon, requiring a collection of a specific number to activate. It seemed that the Forgotten City was not to be underestimated. Dungeons containing designated items like this were exceedingly rare. In his many years of life in both past and present, Zhou Jun had only heard of such things online, never having encountered one in reality. But would one token drop from each monster? Did this mean he needed to slay 100 such undead creatures to gather enough? Zhou Jun stroked his chin, eyeing the Imperial City token in his hand, suddenly feeling a pang of concern. Killing 100 monsters was not a challenge for him. The real question was whether this dungeon truly contained that many monsters to slay. Throughout the Federation's millennium of exploration, it was discovered that most dungeons typically housed around 50 to 60 monsters. Hence, Zhou Jun harbored this doubt. If indeed each monster only dropped 1 Imperial City token, he might need to enter this dungeon twice. But perhaps each creature's loot could contain multiple Imperial City tokens. Maybe his luck had just been poor earlier, resulting in only 1 drop. Zhou Jun shook his head, a sense of intuition suggesting that the dungeon's mechanics would not be so cumbersome. Even if they were, pondering over it now was futile. He would need to experiment to uncover the truth. With that thought, Zhou Jun hastened his pace, spending the next hour sweeping through the outskirts of the desolate ancient city. During this time, he defeated 23 elite monsters and 2 leader-level monsters, acquiring a total of 35 Imperial City tokens. Just as he later deduced, the number of Imperial City tokens in the loot was not fixed. Generally, the higher the creature's rank, the more tokens one would obtain. Now, the outskirts of this dungeon were devoid of any living monsters. The remaining Imperial City tokens could only be acquired by venturing into the core area. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Jun pressed forward, soon entering a significantly more expansive section of the city. The buildings here were grand and imposing, even though many had succumbed to the ravages of time. The remaining outlines still hinted at their former splendor. Roar! As Zhou Jun strolled through the ancient city streets, a harsh screech echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, he spotted several skeletal, dog-like undead monsters suddenly springing forth from the collapsed houses on either side of the road. Despite their skeletal remains, they were still baring their teeth. Above them, the conspicuous LV-38 level indicator stood out prominently. It appeared he had indeed stepped into the core area, observing the clearly stronger monsters than those in the outskirts. Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy, as if waves of experience points were beckoning him. Without hesitation, he dashed forward like a shooting star, delivering a crushing kick that toppled the first undead dog in his path. Raising his hand, lightning surged forth, and the damage from Thunderbolt Fury followed suit. Killed LV-38 leader-level monster, corrupted undead dog. Experience points: 2,499. A system notification appeared before Zhou Jun, Yet he paid it no heed and continued his assault. It was only after vanquishing all the undead dogs in the vicinity that he took a moment to assess his spoils. A total of 4 monsters had been defeated, yielding approximately 10,000 experience points. From the loot, he retrieved 32 Imperial city tokens, a commendable quantity. This reassured him that there would be no need for a second run of the dungeon. The tokens acquired in a single trip should suffice to reach the requisite 100, with the possibility of even surpassing that number. With this thought in mind, he strode forward with determination, continuing deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, he encountered numerous creatures akin to the corrupted undead dogs, but none proved to be his match. After defeating a LV-39 monster, Zhou Jun finally achieved a level up. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 18. You have unlocked the core skill slot. 2 notifications rang out, prompting Zhou Jun to quickly check his personal panel. As expected, he found a brand new status bar, though it remained empty for now. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhou Jun didn't dwell on it. The unlocking of the core skill slot meant he could equip core skills at any time without impacting his progression. Instead, through his continued monster slaying, Zhou Jun noticed that his weapon was beginning to lag behind the current intensity of combat. Although Extreme Blade, Thunderbolt Fury, possessed mythical quality, it was originally dropped by a level 7 leader monster in the Shadowy Woods. Even after its enhancement, its efficacy would max out at level 20. Now, the monsters Zhou Jun faced were often at levels 30 and 40. The potency of Thunderbolt Fury was evidently insufficient. Indeed, had it not been for Zhou Jun's exceptionally high strength attribute, the attacks from Thunderbolt Fury might not even have been able to breach these monsters' defenses. Sigh. It seems time for an equipment upgrade. Zhou Jun sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Currently, due to his immortal-grade swordsmanship skills, his weapon had been designated as a sword type, limiting his options for replacements to those within this category. Chapter 64. Leveling up 3 times, slaying the Lord. Throughout history, the affluent have been associated with martial prowess. This principle applies equally to the Celestial Feller. As equipment comes with level restrictions, once one's personal strength increases, it becomes necessary to begin the process of upgrading gear. Typically, a piece of equipment is only suitable for use within a 20-level range. This implies that a Celestial Feller aiming to progress from level 0 to 100 would require at least 5 sets of transitional equipment. However, acquiring equipment is no easy feat. One must remember that such items are only found within dungeons, and the drop rates are not particularly high. Even if one were fortunate enough to obtain a loot drop, it is not guaranteed to yield equipment. It could just as easily be an item, potion, or skill book. Taking it a step further, even if one were to physically grasp the equipment, it may not necessarily align with one's desires. A significant distinction exists among various types of gear, differing in both category and quality. For instance, Zhou Jun is somewhat forgiving when it comes to jewelry, as long as it meets basic standards. However, when it pertains to armor, he insists on heavy plating. The same applies to weaponry. It must resonate with the skills he has mastered. Now that he comprehends the true essence of blades and possesses immortal-level swordsmanship, he is limited to selecting weapons of this nature. He could either rely on luck to procure a new blade from a dungeon or return to town to purchase one from a trading post. After all, he has several million in his account and can easily acquire a mythical quality item and enhance it further. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Jun mused to himself. With the astonishing talent of infinite sublimation at his disposal, he is destined never to lack top-tier resources in his lifetime. Even if the dungeon fails to yield what he seeks, he can still acquire it through the auction house. Shaking his head at the thought of equipment, Zhou Jun adhered to his principle of spontaneity and advanced deeper into the dungeon. Though the Thunder Calamity had diminished in power, Zhou Jun was far from an ordinary individual. With over 10,000 attribute points, he could deliver impressive damage even wielding a mere shovel. Thus, hunting monsters remained effortless for him. Even boss-level creatures fell within 3 strikes. The monsters in the core area not only boasted higher levels, but also vastly increased in numbers compared to the periphery. This brought Zhou Jun immense joy, as he resembled a deity of slaughter, unleashing his full potential with reckless abandon. Encountering monsters excited him even more than the sight of beautiful women. Each monster he dispatched yielded at least 2,500 experience points, an unprecedented boon in his countless years of existence. What kind of insipid and dreary life had he led before? Reflecting on his past, Zhou Jun could scarcely bear to revisit it. He transformed all the frustrations of his previous life into the power to hunt monsters, wielding his blade with ferocity and sweeping through the hordes. By afternoon, he had annihilated all the creatures in the core area, as this dungeon was populated by undead monsters. He did not emerge covered in the filth of battle as before. Clad in clean garments he had changed into upon entering the dungeon, he stood before the final boss, his handsome visage radiating triumph. Above him, a shining LV-20 level indicator caught everyone's attention. Indeed, after an afternoon of relentless effort, the entirety of the core area's monsters had nourished his ascent, elevating his level by 2 tiers. Zhou Jun now officially transcended the realm of novices. His attribute panel displayed remarkable improvements. Name: Zhou Jun level, LV-21. Strength, 20,700, 1392. Agility, 20,700, 958. Mentality, 20,700, 502. Constitution, 20,700, 1136. Skills, Bone Shatter LV2. Heart of the Sword LV1. Judgment Rhapsody LV1. Domain of Divine Sealing LV1. Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic. Extreme Blade Thunder Calamity, Mythical. Ring of Eternal Life, Epic. Frenzied Dragon Ascendant Set, Epic. Talent, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Sublimation, Unique. Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1. Core Skill, None. Weapon Proficiency, Sword and Blade LV1. With his level raised to 20, Zhou Jun's panel information had been refreshed. Most notably, his Bone Shatter skill had leveled up. Having acquired this skill some time ago, it may only be of golden quality, but its utility is unmatched, proving tremendously effective in real combat scenarios. Consequently, when hunting monsters, Zhou Jun often instinctively unleashed Bone Shatter. First, waiting for the monsters to be defenseless before using Thunder Calamity to reap the rewards. Over time, his Bone Shatter skill level increased. Now at LV2, the probability of triggering defense-breaking effects has significantly risen, and the subsequent shockwave effect has been markedly enhanced. Coupled with his current strength attribute of 20,700, he could inflict grievous harm. Mere contact could spell death. When facing adversaries of Yang Tianhu's caliber, even if they donned a full set of epic armor, he could still dispatch them with a single blow. His prowess could only be described as terrifying, rendering him invincible among his peers. At this moment, after adjusting his state, Zhou Jun gazed at the final checkpoint ahead, resolute and unhesitant as he strode forward. Before him lay a dilapidated plaza, strewn with broken stones, exuding an air of desolation. Zhou Jun needed no search. He immediately spotted the Lord Boss. For its presence was unmistakably striking. Towering at over 10 meters, the skeletal figure was unrecognizable from its former life. With only a vague outline suggesting it had once been a ferocious beast, it lay prostrate on the ground, its enormous eye sockets flickering with fierce flames. Name, Loyal Spirit of the Fallen. Health, 568000. Level, 40. Rank, Lord level. Description, the guardian beast of the Emperor of the Forgotten City, tasked with guarding the palace gates. Remaining foolishly stationed there until its demise after the palace's fall. The information materialized before Zhou Jun, causing his brow to arch. This was merely an ordinary Lord-level monster, but its formidable level of 40 endowed it with an astonishing 568,000 health points, suggesting its resistance would be formidable as well. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle. Yet, Zhou Jun felt no fear, for he had grown exponentially stronger since his entry into the dungeon, surpassing his initial capabilities by more than double. His single attribute alone reached 20800, with his total attributes exceeding 80,000. With such strength, Zhou Jun was confident of victory. Even against a level disparity of 20, he remained unfazed, prepared to face the Lord Boss with poise. With a tremendous roar, the skeletal being released a sound that was unfathomable for a mere collection of bones. As their gazes locked, neither party flinched, instead charging towards each other in a synchronized display of ferocity. Chapter 65, The Unyielding Assault on the Level 40 Lord. A stunning strike. In the vast plaza, two figures intersected. Before the imposing Lord Boss, Zhou Jun appeared diminutive. Yet his aura was striking, eyes ablaze with combat fervor, embodying an indomitable spirit. With an agility attribute soaring to 20,000, he evaded the beast's attacks with effortless grace. In his hand, the dark blade spun as he executed 3 consecutive slashes upon the Lord Boss. 33,001, 37,014, 61,879. 3 striking damage figures floated above the monster's head. Despite the boss's commendable defenses and resistances, Zhou Jun's incredible strength allowed his standard attacks to inflict substantial damage. The final strike fortuitously triggered a critical hit. Were his weapon a divine artifact of level 20 or above, these 3 strikes would have cleaved away at least half of its health. Observing the damage figures, Zhou Jun shook his head in dissatisfaction. To him, with a terrifying strength of 20,700, even against a monster with impressive resilience, ordinary attacks should not yield merely 30,000 points of damage. Ultimately, it was the weapon's level that held him back. The attributes of the Thunder Calamity indeed fail to manifest their effects in such a low-tier dungeon. With a soft sigh resonating within, Zhou Jun, however, did not succumb to despair. When equipment falls short, one must rely on skills. Armed with the indomitable blade techniques, he could unleash tremendous damage. Even if it required some effort, the ultimate fate of this formidable boss would inevitably be death. At this moment, the terrifying and grotesque lordly creature had also sensed the formidable power lurking within the seemingly frail human before it. Its pair of ethereal, ghostly eyes, illuminated by eerie flames, expressed a flicker of trepidation. It took a few cautious steps back, scrutinizing Zhou Jun as if seeking a chink in his armor. Did your mother never teach you that it is impolite to gawk? Zhou Jun scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. As he spoke, the blade in his hand shimmered with electric brilliance, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, leaping 30 meters towards the colossal skeleton to strike down upon it. Wrathful rupture. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, accompanied by a visible shockwave radiating from the blade, sweeping the surroundings and causing the air to ripple. A striking numeral appeared, 55,533. Following the execution of the Seven Sins Sect's sword technique, the damage dealt was significantly higher than a standard slash. Should a critical hit occur, it might even surpass 100,000. The most fearsome aspect was that such a minor sword technique could be unleashed an infinite number of times without cooldown. As long as his stamina held, Zhou Jun could consecutively execute the sevenfold sword style without hesitation. With each successive strike, he successfully reduced the lordly boss's health to 1/3. The creature appeared somewhat bewildered by the onslaught, which soon gave way to uncontrollable rage. As a being of the undead, its tireless nature and lack of fear were its greatest advantages. After a moment of stunned silence, it charged at Zhou Jun once more, showing no signs of retreat. With a thunderous roar, it gathered a deathly energy within its maw, forming a radiant beam akin to a laser. As it charged forward, the beam shot directly at Zhou Jun. Is it beginning to cast skills? Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. With a flicker of movement, his agile form evaded the attack with ease. Such dexterity was a testament not only to his elevated agility, but also to his extensive combat experience. It is worth noting that Zhou Jun had traversed through the Forbidden Hunting Grounds, a realm teeming with lord-level bosses, each possessing unique skills. They would not simply allow him to hunt them like lambs to the slaughter. Rather, they fought fiercely, unleashing a barrage of skills upon him. Through this intense combat, his reflexes had honed to an extraordinary degree. As for the current undead lord, despite its high level, its attacking methods appeared rather singular. Its skills lacked the dazzling, wide-ranging magical damage that was difficult to evade, allowing Zhou Jun to navigate the battle with relative ease. Even when occasionally grazed by an attack, it posed no substantial threat. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange within the depths of this secret realm. Minutes later, the massive skeletal body of the lordly boss bore the marks of Zhou Jun's onslaught, and its health was finally reduced to a mere sliver. Curse you, invader. At that moment, it emanated a terrifying aura, bizarrely speaking in human tongue, its form engulfed in a raging inferno of undead flames. As the flames blazed, the boss's health began to visibly regenerate, recovering to full strength in a matter of 30 to 40 seconds. Has it entered a berserk state? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. The distinguishing feature of lord-level bosses lies in their possession of potent berserk traits, which trigger upon meeting certain conditions, typically when their health dips below a specific threshold. However, unlike other bosses that increase damage upon entering a berserk state, this one restored its health. How fearful of death you are. Yet you dare to heal before my very eyes? Do you take me for a mere ornament? Zhou Jun sneered coldly, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. He cast a glance at the rapidly regenerating health, relinquishing any restraint. He raised his long blade mercilessly. In an instant, countless sword phantoms emerged around him, converging upon the creature with a ferocious onslaught, the air thick with energy as his blade intense soared. Judgmental Rhapsody. Once more, Zhou Jun unleashed his indomitable skill, a terrifying force enveloping the area. Under the immense damage amplification, the thunder calamities surged again, arcs of lightning flashing forth, paralyzing the towering beast. As the sword shadows danced, the effects of the frenzied dragon ascendance set activated, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that halted the creature's health regeneration with its devastating burn effect. At that moment, the assault of all phantoms dissipated, and the execution of the indomitable skill culminated. After delivering a final horizontal slash, Zhou Jun leapt into the air, hurling his blade with force towards the undead boss's skull. With a resounding crack, the blade drove deep into its cranium, leaving only the hilt protruding. Concurrently, the formidable undead creature's health bar was utterly depleted, its life force extinguished, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhou Jun landed gracefully, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his eyes. Defeated the LV-40 Lord Boss. Success. Chapter 66. A Bountiful Harvest. Acquiring an indomitable skill again. Defeated the LV-40 Lord level creature. The Loyal Spirit of the Infernal Beast. Experience points. 56,905. Loot acquired. X3. In the square, now reduced to ruins, Zhou Jun stood before the colossal corpse, 3 glowing orbs of loot radiating gentle light at his feet. He first glanced at the system notification, then looked down at the dazzling spoils, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, the rewards from a level 40 Lord boss were exceedingly generous. Over 50,000 experience points poured into his account, nearly propelling him to level 21 in one go. As for the loot, obtaining 3 orbs at once was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Delightful. Let us see what treasures await within. Zhou Jun's joy was palpable as he knelt down to open the loot boxes. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brushed over the 3 orbs. In the next moment, the radiant glow faded, revealing 3 items: an accessory, a skill book, and a familiar royal city order. Upon seeing the 3rd item, Zhou Jun couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. How is it that even a lord boss drops a royal city order? To be frank, he had already met the collection criteria for the royal city orders throughout his journey. His inventory now held a staggering 107 of these items, far exceeding his needs. With a dismissive glance at the newly acquired royal city order, Zhou Jun intended to toss it into his bag casually, only to suddenly pause, his expression shifting in surprise. The information regarding this royal city order was markedly different from those he had previously collected. Name: Royal City King's Order. Tier: Mythical. Description: this is an artifact of the former monarch of the City of Oblivion. When held, it inflicts true damage upon all magical creatures within the Palace of Oblivion. As Zhou Jun gazed upon this entirely unique description, he was left dumbfounded. This royal decree was utterly distinct from the previous edicts of the Imperial City. It resembled more of a special piece of equipment. He had an inkling that this item would soon prove to be of great significance. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jun solemnly stowed it away, deciding to examine the other 2 spoils he had acquired first. His gaze fell upon the first piece of jewelry. Name: earrings crafted from the bones of the loyal undead. Grade: excellent. Type: accessory. Restrictions: LV 35, LV 50. Mentality: 2367. Agility: 2589. Description: a reward for slaying the foolishly loyal undead. These earrings augment damage by 14 against all undead beings when equipped. Although this was merely an ordinary piece of excellent quality equipment, it was evident that due to the high level of the previous boss, the item dropped was restricted to a minimum level of 35. Zhou Jun was currently unable to wear it, leaving him to gaze at it in frustration. His initial enthusiasm was completely extinguished, and he felt a deep sense of discontent. He had hoped to exchange a mere bird gun for a cannon, acquiring another remarkable piece of gear, only to be denied the opportunity to utilize it. This led Zhou Jun to lose interest in the process of sublimation. After all, he could not equip it. He resolved to wait until he reached level 35 to address it. After a slight disappointment, he shifted his focus to the skill book. Unlike the equipment, the skill book bore no level restrictions, which filled Zhou Jun with anticipation. Name: Palm of the Undead Flame. Grade: Mythical. Type: Melee Combat Skill Book. Effect: a martial technique originating from the undead. It condenses deathly rage within the palm when released, unleashing a long-range fire shockwave that inflicts 150 damage based on the user's mental attributes, while also applying the undead flame, causing additional burn damage over 5 seconds. Upon scrutinizing the detailed information, a look of palpable astonishment crossed Zhou Jun's face. He had not anticipated that he would unearth such a rare melee skill book. To be candid, this type of skill book resonated profoundly with Zhou Jun, who possessed extraordinary physical prowess and was on a path to sanctification through sheer physicality. With the acquisition of a legitimate melee skill, Zhou Jun's formidable attributes would finally have the opportunity to shine. His combat power would see a momentous enhancement. Regrettably, the skill book titled Palm of the Undead Flame seemed somewhat underwhelming. Judging by its effect description, it appeared to function more as a long-range magical attack rather than aligning with his expectations of a visceral, close-quarters combat style. Thus, there was little to lament. Zhou Jun promptly activated the power of sublimation. At that moment, as the sublimation power surged forth, a wave of familiar and immense fatigue washed over him. Yet, Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy instead of alarm. He recognized this sensation all too well. It signified the triggering of a perfect sublimation. A remarkable leap in the quality of an item that would inevitably lead to this exhaustion. Surely, something extraordinary was about to manifest. As expected, as his gaze shifted, the splendid skill book began to transform before him. Ultimately, it morphed into a unique ancient golden page characteristic of an immortal-level skill book. Name: Demonic Abyss Flame Fist. Grade: Immortal. Type: Melee Combat Skill Book. Effect 1. A formidable immortal combat technique derived from the sublimation of a mythical skill. The wielder of this technique will be enveloped in deathly inferno with every punch or kick, increasing damage with each attack while inflicting burn and defense-penetrating effects on the enemy. Effect 2. Upon active release, the user will dart towards enemies within range with lightning speed, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of strikes. The final blow will resonate with the essence of a world-shattering fist, inflicting a terrifying damage of 200 based on the user's total attributes. Cooldown: 1,000 seconds. As the introduction of the skill book materialized before his eyes, Zhou Jun found himself momentarily breathless. It was overwhelmingly powerful. He had never anticipated that. Despite its lackluster initial effects as a mythical skill book, it could undergo such a metamorphosis into an unparalleled martial art upon sublimation. This was a true melee skill, akin to Judgment Rhapsody, boasting dual effects. The first effect required no prerequisites or cooldown. The so-called Deathly Inferno would automatically accompany his attacks, functioning as a potent passive ability. The second effect, however, detailed the active release. This was the aspect that most astonished Zhou Jun, for it allowed for active pursuit of enemies within range. Simply put, this feature alone justified its immortal title, elevating it to the status of a divine technique. Furthermore, during the final strike, it could deal percentage-based damage relative to his total attributes. This was tailor-made for Zhou Jun, whose total attributes were maximized at every level. With the gradual increase of his level, the damage of this skill would consequently rise. It could be asserted that while this characteristic might not shine as brightly in the hands of others, for Zhou Jun, it represented a qualitative transformation. This instilled him with a prescient feeling. Despite both being immortal-level skills, the demonic Abyss Flame Fist would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess more significantly than Judgment Rhapsody. Chapter 67. Comprehending the Essence of Fist, Hidden Dungeon Unveiled. Life unfolds in such a manner that one can never predict whether surprises or unexpected events will arrive first. Before entering this dungeon, Zhou Jun could never have imagined that he would acquire yet another immortal-level skill. Indeed, as long as one enters a dungeon, infinite possibilities abound. With a sigh of reflection, Zhou Jun tightly grasped the thin golden page and chose to learn it. The ancient page transformed into a radiant luminescence, merging into Zhou Jun's consciousness. In an instant, various forms of martial techniques inundated him. His limbs felt as though they had been tempered 1,000 times, with every movement resonating with the profound essence of martial arts. After a few breaths, Zhou Jun abruptly opened his eyes. He expelled 2 streams of azure energy from his mouth and nose, echoing like thunder in the air. He then instinctively entered a fighting stance, executing a series of dazzling punches with lightning speed. Each movement and every strike exuded stability, reminiscent of a grandmaster immersed in martial arts for years. Skill learned. Demonic Abyss Flame Fist LV1. You have comprehended the true essence of Fist, and your melee proficiency has reached LV1. The 2 notifications appeared sequentially before him. After a moment, Zhou Jun nodded slightly, retracting his fists and standing in a composed posture, his martial intent now contained within. Mastery in martial arts emphasizes the accumulation of experience, with energy harnessed internally, motionless when still, yet explosive like thunder when in action. At this moment, Zhou Jun embodied the demeanor of a martial arts master. Furthermore, akin to his experience with Judgment Rhapsody, after consuming this immortal-level martial skill book, his melee proficiency also reached LV1, further enhancing his punching and kicking damage. Having assessed all his gains, Zhou Jun approached the corpse of the magical creature. Retrieving the previously discarded saber from the massive skull, he glanced at the blade, noting that what was once a gleaming edge now bore the faint marks of fracture spreading across its surface, prompting him to shake his head. After a grueling battle, this thunderous cataclysm had been rendered utterly useless. Even if he were to continue wielding it, it would no longer deliver the effortless cleaving it once had. Fortunately, he now possessed an immortal-level martial art, supplementing his arsenal of attack methods. With the thunder calamity that had accompanied him for so long retracted, Zhou Jun cast a glance at the yet-to-be-announced completion prompt. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the previously collected Imperial City Order. This item was undoubtedly intended for use within the dungeon, and the absence of any completion prompt had already led Zhou Jun to surmise its purpose with considerable accuracy. As expected, upon the emergence of the 107 Imperial City Orders in midair, they were immediately conjoined by an enigmatic force, coalescing into a singular entity that gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal portal. Condition for collecting Imperial City Orders, 107-100, met, unlocking limited-time hidden dungeon, the Forgotten Palace. Dungeon name, the Forgotten Palace. Recommended level, LV40, LV60. Dungeon description, an advanced dungeon of the City of Oblivion, limited time hidden, featuring multiple entryways. As Zhou Jun's thoughts raced, lines of information materialized before his eyes. Upon comprehending this scene, a look of astonishment crossed Zhou Jun's face as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The function of the Imperial City Order aligned closely with his earlier conjectures, yet one aspect had eluded his anticipation. This was indeed a limited-time dungeon boasting multiple entryways. This indicated that the Imperial City Order was not a unique artifact of the City of Oblivion, but rather had a likelihood of dropping from other dungeons as well. Naturally, these other dungeons did not include the older dungeons that had already been established, but referred to the newly generated dungeons of the day. Should someone else be as fortunate as he was and enter precisely one of the newly formed dungeons, while also successfully gathering the Imperial City Order, there was a high probability they would encounter one another within the hidden dungeon known as the Forgotten Palace. Having concluded his deductions, Zhou Jun turned his gaze back towards the entrance of the dungeon. Unlike the previous deep purple dungeon entrance, this hidden dungeon appeared grotesque, resembling a swirling crimson vortex, emanating a faint aura of danger. The imposing level cap of LV60 further underscored that this was no ordinary dungeon. With Zhou Jun currently at level 20, to challenge this dungeon would necessitate a combat prowess that spanned a staggering 40 levels. Such a remarkable feat had never been recorded in the annals of the Federation's history. Yet, an instinctive feeling within Zhou Jun suggested that he could shatter this historical precedent. After all, the typical monsters of levels 30 and 40 had long ceased to pose a challenge for him. To ascend as a paragon among mortals and a supreme being of humanity, one must continually push the boundaries of their limits, evolving amidst blood and fire, life and death. Otherwise, how could one hope to ascend to the cosmos and gaze upon eternity? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Jun resolutely stepped into the portal. Warning: current level significantly below recommended dungeon level. Death risk at 100. Do you wish to forcibly enter? 100? Gazing at the prompt that had appeared before him, Zhou Jun's lips curled into a sly smile. Even the system seemed to believe that no one could surpass a 40-level gap to challenge a dungeon. He would be the first in history to achieve this. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhou Jun boldly stepped forward. Boom! A resounding tremor reverberated in his ears, and Zhou Jun felt himself spinning uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a vast, desolate land. Before him loomed a grand palace, sprawling and monstrous, akin to a colossal beast lying in wait. The palace bore marks of decay, with many areas appearing dilapidated, and its already deep crimson walls seemed to be stained with a copious amount of blood, some parts darkening to a sinister hue while emitting an acrid stench of decay. A glance was enough to send chills down one's spine, as the palace exuded an aura of the uncanny. Zhou Jun, having lived 3 lifetimes, maintained a strong demeanor and displayed no signs of fear. Yet, he remained exceedingly cautious as he approached the enormous palace doors. These dual doors, emblematic of Imperial authority, were similarly in ruins, particularly the right door, which had a gaping hole 2 to 3 meters high, through which icy winds howled incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jun stepped forward and entered through the opening. As his feet crossed into the palace, waves of resentment and decay, unique to the depths of the imperial court, surged towards him. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though countless malevolent spirits were rushing forth to claim his life. Humph! Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, his right foot stamping down fiercely onto the ground. Instantly, a surge of sword intent erupted from him, sweeping away the eerie, negative aura entirely. Let us see what kind of ghastly beings lie hidden within this palace, a mere relic from history. With a cold snort, Zhou Jun strode deeper into the palace. Chapter 68. Entering the hidden dungeon, Lin family, Lin Miao. Within the silent and expansive palace, Zhou Jun walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings. This dungeon diverged significantly from his expectations. There were no rampant monsters or perilous traps. The environment, being set in a royal palace, exuded an exceedingly rare ancient style of the Great Xia, leaving Zhou Jun's expression rather peculiar. If one disregarded the eerie atmosphere, it felt almost like wandering through a scenic area. Before long, as Zhou Jun aimlessly roamed, he found himself in a side hall, confronted by a deep and shadowy corridor. Through the dilapidated plaque overhead, he could vaguely discern the characters Shushou Palace. Although Zhou Jun was not particularly knowledgeable about palace architecture, the prevalence of palace drama in his previous life had imparted some understanding. He knew that Shushou Palace was the residence of the imperial concubines. Here, they would learn court etiquette, preparing to become part of the imperial household. With an arched brow, Zhou Jun prepared to advance further. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, and he instinctively retreated as swiftly as lightning. He then noticed that where he had just stood, the air rippled as if something sharp had sliced through it. Had Zhou Jun not evaded the attack, he would undoubtedly have met a gruesome fate. This scene caused his brow to furrow deeply. An invisible monster? His sharp eyes flickered with a hint of fury, denying the assailant another chance to strike. He unleashed a powerful punch, the blazing flames of death enveloping his arm, and as he struck, the inferno surged forth, his fist imbued with overwhelming intent. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, and in the aftermath of the fiery punch, the air trembled, revealing a disheveled figure clad in palace-made attire. Her skin was dark with an unsettling greenish tint, her features grotesque, resembling that of a zombie. Name: Cursed Palace Maid. Health: 178,000. Level: 45. Rank: Elite. The zombie maid howled in rage, leaping towards Zhou Jun with fervor. Zhou Jun, with a cold snort, delivered another merciless punch. In an instant, the infernal flames surged, accompanied by a ferocious punch intent, directly piercing through the chest of the maid zombie. Defeated LV-45 Elite Monster. Cursed Palace Maid. Experience points: 3,182. To fell a level 45 elite monster with 2 punches was met with neither joy nor sorrow from Zhou Jun. Instead, his brow knitted tighter. This forgotten palace, as expected of a hidden dungeon, had even its lowest tier minions wielding the ability to become invisible. In any other dungeon, the mere capability of invisibility would have qualified this maid zombie as a boss-level monster. Reflecting on this, Zhou Jun's vigilance intensified. As he pushed open the grand doors of Shushou Palace, he heightened his senses to their utmost. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Jun briefly touched upon a realm only the strong could master. Through his vague, intangible perception, the palace before him transformed from an empty expanse into a domain teeming with concealed maidens turned zombies. They were fixated on him from various angles. Poised to strike the instant he let his guard down, ready to reveal their fangs and launch a lethal assault. Intriguing, yet my life is not so easily claimed. Zhou Jun, with a knowing smirk, found himself closing his eyes at that juncture. His five senses, magnified to infinity, became acutely aware. With the slightest movement of his ears, he discerned the sounds surrounding him and the flow of air, initiating his offensive. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Zhou Jun unleashed a ferocious punch, the forceful intent reverberating through the air, resulting in a splatter of red and white brain matter. It was a maid zombie lurking in the shadows, obliterated by a single strike to its head. Experience points, 3,391. Another influx of experience points. A smile graced Zhou Jun's lips. He felt he had discovered a novel method of cultivation. In honing his senses, he could simultaneously garner experience. Thus, in the ensuing moments, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Within the desolate palace, Zhou Jun continued to throw punches, and with each eruption of his power, a demon-esque figure materialized in midair. After a mere 10 minutes, he had vanquished all the maid zombies, reaching level LV21. Upon reopening his eyes, the Shushio Palace appeared notably more serene. The atmosphere no longer exuded an ominous chill. It seemed he had successfully purged a den of malevolent beings. How fascinating that this hidden dungeon not only housed formidable monsters, but also offered ample experience. Zhou Jun stroked his chin, feeling he had made the right choice. With the 3-day deadline agreed upon, with Chu Tinga drawing near, he initially believed reaching level 20 was his limit, but now he sensed he could push further. With a flicker of intent, he filled his newly acquired attribute points to the brim. Zhou Jun's average attributes soared to 22,800 points. His strength had undeniably increased. This tangible growth in combat prowess instilled an immense sense of security within him, bolstered by newfound confidence. He stepped out of the Shushio Palace and ventured deeper into the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a certain part of this palace, 3 figures traversed slowly: an elderly man, a youthful girl, and a young man. The elder, with his graying hair and leaning on a cane, appeared frail, yet his eyes retained a commanding presence, indicative of a man long accustomed to high office. Although he seemed to have suffered some hidden injury, requiring the support of the girl beside him, her striking beauty was undeniable. Standing at 178 meters tall, with a radiant youthfulness, her high ponytail swayed gracefully, adorned in a pristine training outfit. Her lively eyes marked her as a true beauty. The young man, in contrast, was rather unremarkable in appearance, yet his robust physique spoke of formidable strength. He stood silently at the elder's side, seemingly a bodyguard or protector. "Grandfather, rest assured, I have gathered ample information. This time we shall surely uncover the elixir of longevity from this hidden dungeon." The girl, supporting the elder, spoke with a tinge of concern as she observed his frequent coughs. The elder, upon hearing her words, shook his head with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. "Yao Yao, having lived over 100 years, I have witnessed enough of the world's tribulations. This endeavor to enter the dungeon has already drained our family's resources. We can only do our best." Grandfather, at his gentle words, tears welled in the girl's eyes, her voice thick with emotion. The young bodyguard standing behind them also bore a somber expression. The elder was no ordinary man. He was the current head of the Lin family from Jinling, a level 400 powerhouse who once battled dark creatures among the stars, dedicating his life to safeguarding humanity. Yet now, in his twilight years, the ailments of his youth had resurfaced. It is worth noting that a level 400 powerhouse could live for centuries. Yet here he was, having just celebrated his 100th birthday. His life now on borrowed time. How profoundly unjust this was for a man who had devoted his life to the protection of humanity. The Lin family refused to accept such a fate. Over the past year, they had scoured the land for ways to prolong the elder's life, but to no avail. Just yesterday morning, they learned of a potential remedy that could address the elder's affliction, hidden within the newly formed dungeon, the Forgotten Palace. Despite the fleeting nature of this secret elixir, requiring immediate consumption upon its discovery lest its potency dissipate, it offered a glimmer of hope to the Lin family. Thus, in pursuit of this slim chance, they spared no expense, employing a rare item that allowed them to bypass level restrictions and usher the elder into the dungeon. This led to the present scene. "Grandfather, I will surely succeed in healing you." Lin Muyao's tear-streaked eyes now brimmed with unwavering determination. Chapter 69. Lin Muyao's competitive spirit. In a certain area of the palace, Zhou Jun had just dispatched another obstructing demon with a powerful punch, his gaze fixated ahead. Before him lay a splendidly constructed courtyard. Despite the ravages of time upon its walls and structures, one could still envision the opulent vibrance of days gone by. Above the courtyard, the characters for Changchun Palace were inscribed. This appeared to be yet another gathering point for monsters within the palace dungeon. Without hesitation, Zhou Jun stepped inside. The entire courtyard was remarkably spacious, yet an air of desolation permeated the surroundings, with no trace of demonic presence detected. However, Zhou Jun remained vigilant, his hands clasped behind his back as he advanced deeper into the courtyard. Suddenly, As he approached the innermost part, he lifted his gaze sharply. Not far ahead, he spotted a gnarled tree, beneath which dangled a figure adorned in an opulent phoenix robe, suspended by white silks. Name: the Princess Undead who hanged herself. Health: 398,000. Level: 57. Class: Boss. Zhou Jun's pupils contracted. This was indeed a level 57 boss class monster, with nearly 400,000 health points. It may not surpass the previous Lord-level undead boss he had faced, yet it was far from negligible. After all, the monster's high level assured formidable defenses and resistances. As Zhou Jun cautiously approached, the suspended Princess Undead, motionless until now, began to awaken. Her face was a ghastly green, reminiscent of a zombie, and with sharp claws. She tore through the binding silks. Die, 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 all must die. The Princess Undead screeched with a piercing, shrill voice, emanating a dense aura of resentment. Her blood-red eyes fixated on Zhou Jun as she lunged at him. A mere boss-class monster dares to act so brazenly? Zhou Jun, unfazed by the scene, simply shook his head. Despite the monster's high level, it posed no significant threat to him. With a sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Following this, he delivered a direct punch entwined with ghostly flames to her throat, sending her reeling back several meters. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ghostly flames were ferocious, consuming all in their path. The princess zombie, merely touched by the flames, emitted wisps of white smoke and the scent of charred flesh. Nevertheless, her undead nature rendered her impervious to pain, and she continued to charge towards Zhou Jun's. Sharp claws sliced through the air, creating ripples, while tendrils of poisonous mist began to spread. An attack accompanied by toxins? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, his agile form instinctively retreating several steps in vigilance. Upon closer observation, he discerned that the range of the poison was extensive, though its potential damage remained uncertain. Yet, Zhou Jun was unwilling to put himself at risk. He swiftly scanned his spatial pouch with his mind, and ultimately retrieved a bottle of golden-grade elixir. This was a spoils of war obtained from defeating a formidable monster in the core area of the Gale Valley dungeon. Its effect granted immunity to all negative effects for 1 minute upon consumption, including toxin damage. After drinking it, Zhou Jun unleashed his full power, exuding an aura of vigorous blood energy as he charged at the undead princess. In an instant, hellfire surged, and various martial arts techniques were unleashed in rapid succession. Although the undead princess possessed considerable resistance, the demon Abyss Flame Fist had a built-in defense-breaking effect. Thus, every strike dealt terrifying damage. 45,631, 43,345, 68,990, one after another. Impressive damage numbers erupted above the monster's head, and Zhou Jun fought with increasing fervor, resembling a deity of war. At that moment, outside the Changchun Palace, an elderly man, a young girl, and a youth arrived. They heard the commotion and immediately witnessed the unfolding events within the palace gardens. "Oh, this hidden dungeon has other entrants besides us?" exclaimed the striking ponytailed girl, Lin Muyao, her surprise evident. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Jun, noting the impressive damage he dealt with each punch and kick, leaving her astonished. Even the elder, upon recognizing Zhou Jun's prowess, could not help but stroke his beard in admiration. "I never expected to encounter such a remarkable talent in this hidden dungeon. To dare to solo a level 57 boss monster with sheer strength speaks volumes of his courage and ability." Lin Changwa sighed softly, his seasoned eyes betraying a hint of appreciation. The Lin family, a dominant force in Jinling, held great importance in nurturing the younger generation. Yet, even in a grand city like Jinling, the youth from various families were a mixed bag, with far too many spoiled scions and too few extraordinary individuals possessing both strength and character. In Lin Changwa's discerning view, Zhou Jun's displayed capabilities indicated he was a rare prodigy. "Muyao, you pride yourself on your SSS-level talent and have always looked down on the youth of Jinling. What do you think of this young man, who is of similar age?" Lin Changwa glanced at the earnest Lin Muyao, suddenly smiling. Lin Muyao was momentarily taken aback. Then her beautiful face reflected a hint of defiance as she retorted, "Grandpa, are you comparing me to him to suggest I am inferior?" Coming from a prestigious family and possessing the extraordinarily rare SSS-level talent, she had grown up under Lin Changwa's guidance, fostering a sense of pride within her. Countless young men from Jinling had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest. In fact, she believed she was unmatched not only in Jinling but across the entire southern region and even the Great Xia Kingdom. Over the years, the only person who had genuinely impressed her was the recent sensation who ascended to the top of the divine leaderboard, the Emperor, with a staggering total attribute of 20,800 at level 10. Regardless of how he achieved it, it earned her utmost respect. However, this mysterious newcomer, despite appearing formidable and capable of soloing a level 57 boss, did not automatically surpass her in her eyes. After all, she could equally take down the undead princess. With this thought, Lin Muyao's competitive spirit flared. She understood that Lin Changwa was merely trying to remind her to remain humble and grounded. Yet she felt an innate urge to prove herself. Just then, Within the courtyard, the battle reached a fever pitch, with the undead princess entering a state of frenzy. Her power surging. Observing this, Lin Muyao's bright eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, her form like a wisp of ethereal smoke, joining the fray. "Classmate, allow me to lend you a hand," she called out with a melodious voice, casting a green spell that ensnared the undead princess, rendering her immobile and revealing a striking damage figure above her head. 107,021. One strike, 100,000 damage. This directly reduced the enraged undead princess's health to below 3%. After executing this, Lin Muyao stood proudly in the arena, choosing not to claim the experience for herself, but turning to the elder with a beaming smile. Chapter 70. The Shock of the Lin Family Bang. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun delivered a powerful punch, obliterating the severely weakened undead princess in midair. Killed LV-57 boss-level monster, the undead princess who committed suicide. Experience gained, 9,890. Two notifications flashed before his eyes as Zhou Jun withdrew his fist and stood firm. His calm and unwavering gaze finally shifted to Lin Changhua and the others in the courtyard. In truth, he had sensed their presence the moment they approached the palace, but was too engrossed in his fierce battle to be distracted. Now, with the demise of the undead princess, Zhou Jun could afford to focus on them, particularly on the girl who had just aided him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he recognized her. The Lin family, Lin Muyao. In his previous life, Zhou Jun had traversed numerous places for leveling up, and naturally, he had visited Jinling, not far from Lin Yuan. The Lin family was considered the pinnacle of Jinling's elite, arguably the foremost family. Upon his arrival, he had frequently heard of their illustrious name, especially that of Lin Muyao. It was said that she was the product of a millennium's worth of the Lin family's fortune, possessing the extraordinarily rare SSS-level combat talent, Elemental Walker, allowing her to effortlessly master and fuse various elemental powers into formidable attacks. In Jinling, Lin Muyao was revered like a goddess, pursued by the scions of prominent families. Yet none could capture her attention. Zhou Jun distinctly remembered a significant event during his time in Jinling, the passing of the current family head, Lin Changhua, who succumbed to illness at just over 100 years old. It was rumored that a failed quest for medicine in a dungeon had triggered the emergence of a latent ailment from the starry battlefield, ultimately leading to his demise. Zhou Jun recalled that on the day of Lin Changhua's death, Jinling was blanketed in a heavy snowfall, the city adorned in white. The residents mourned collectively, and the city lord personally visited the Lin family to pay respects on behalf of the Federation. This was due to the Lin family being one of the few pragmatic families dedicated to the welfare of the people. Many of their products genuinely serve the public, and Lin Changhua himself was a legendary hero who devoted his life to humanity, valiantly fighting on the starry battlefield and achieving remarkable feats for the Federation. Zhou Jun had witnessed all of this during his time in Jinling, feeling deeply moved. He had always held great respect for those like Lin Changhua, who willingly sacrificed themselves for their kin. Without their fearless battles on the starry battlefield, Blue Star would not enjoy its current prosperity. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Zhou Jun was merely one among the masses, unable to assist the Lin family in any way. Unexpectedly, upon being granted a second chance at life, I found myself fortuitously encountering members of the Lin family within this concealed dungeon. At this moment, my gaze fell upon the youthful and radiant Lin Muyao, to whom I inclined my head slightly in gratitude. I could discern that the girl before me harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, following her recent intervention, she did not deliberately strike down the weakened monster. Rather, she genuinely contributed to inflicting damage and applying control. Thus, regardless of whether Zhou Jun required her assistance, it was only fitting to express my thanks, both emotionally and logically. There's no need for thanks. We are all hunters of the heavens. Encountering one another in this hidden dungeon is a stroke of fate, and we ought to assist one another whenever possible. Lin Muyao responded with a bright smile, her demeanor remarkably amiable. She possessed the ambition and pride characteristic of a prodigy, yet she was not arrogant, nor did she look down upon others because of her exceptional talent. This quality set her apart from many scions of noble families. Observing this, Zhou Jun found his admiration for the Lin family growing deeper. At that moment, Lin Changhua approached, supported by the young guard. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Young friend, your agility in slaying monsters and the timing of your skill releases have left me in awe, he remarked with a chuckle, not sparing a glance at his granddaughter, instead lavishing praise upon Zhou Jun. Upon witnessing this, Lin Muyao pouted in grievance. Why does grandfather only commend him and not me? Is this fellow truly that formidable? She puffed out her cheeks in contemplation. Zhou Jun glanced at her, suppressing a chuckle. The illustrious Lin family goddess, secretly feeling jealous for not receiving her grandfather's praise? If her admirers were to discover this, they would surely be astounded. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Jun maintained his serious facade and respectfully clasped his fists towards Lin Changhua. Senior, you flatter me. He held profound respect for the elder, who had dedicated his life to the battlefield and had not even received a proper farewell. Lin Changhua responded with a hearty laugh. There is no need for such formality. The chance to meet in this hidden dungeon is a rare blessing. why not journey together? As for the distribution of experience points, let it be shared equally among you, my granddaughter and myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Muliao and the young guard, Zhuang, were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Changhua would extend an invitation to another to join their party, especially for Zhuang, as Lin Chang was personal guard. He had witnessed countless young talents visit the elder over the years, yet very few received such high praise, let alone an invitation to delve into a dungeon together. Zhou Jun was similarly astonished. He paused to regard both Zhuang and Lin Changhua before voicing, "Elder, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" In his view, forming a party of 4 posed no issue. After all, encountering one another in this hidden dungeon was indeed a significant chance, and if they did not form a party, experience points would be allocated based on who landed the final blow on the boss, which could lead to misunderstandings and discord. Moreover, Zhou Jun had already reached level 21, far surpassing the level 18 target agreed upon with Chu Tiange. Hence, he was not overly anxious about acquiring experience points. Even if they were to share equally, it would not be a matter of great concern. Thus, he found the elder's proposal quite surprising. Lin Changhua, however, shook his head with a smile. "No worries. This world belongs to the young. What need have I, an old man, to compete with you for experience points?" In truth, there was something Lin Changhua left unsaid. As a formidable level 400 expert, the experience offered by a level 60 dungeon boss was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, he technically should not even be present in such a low-level dungeon. His presence here was solely due to the use of a divine-grade artifact. At this moment, Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, ceased his pretense. He nodded in agreement, and at Lin Muliao's invitation, he joined their party. As he entered, the previously concealed level information above his head automatically revealed itself. Upon seeing this, Lin Muliao, Lin Changhua, and the others were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "You're only level 21? Is this for real?" Lin Muliao's delicate lips parted in shock, her beautiful eyes widening, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before her. Just moments ago, they had faced a monster of level 57. This indicated that the individual before them had traversed a staggering 36 levels to slay it. Heavens! Even the young God King could not achieve such a feat, could he? Lin Muliao was left speechless with astonishment. As a fellow prodigy, she had previously felt a bit competitive towards Zhou Jun, but now, all sense of rivalry had dissipated. Chapter 71, Dual Bosses, The Forgotten Emperor. Lin Muliao regarded Zhou Jun as if he were a ghost. Utterly perplexed and unable to believe how he had managed to conquer a monster across such a vast level disparity. Despite having dealt over 100,000 damage with a casual skill, she herself was at level 35. With her extraordinarily rare SSS grade talent, she had achieved this remarkable feat of overcoming levels. Thus, Lin Muliao was profoundly astonished. Little did she know, Zhou Jun's strength transcended conventional understanding. With dual SSS talents, the second of which possessed a unique attribute, his combat prowess far surpassed that of a single ordinary SSS talent. Given all these enhancements, his performance was indeed not surprising. At this juncture, upon witnessing Zhou Jun's level, Lin Changhua was equally filled with boundless emotion. His experienced eyes were filled with shock as he scrutinized Zhou Jun repeatedly before finally inquiring, "Are you the first on the divine rankings?" As soon as he uttered this, it was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Lin Muliao and the young guard, Zhuang, both looked at Zhou Jun with astonished expressions. Their gazes locked together, as if time had momentarily frozen. Especially for Lin Muliao, her heart was in turmoil. As the Lin family's goddess, there was hardly anyone among her peers who could command her respect, save for the one who occupied the top of the divine rankings. Yet now, the elder claimed that the person before them, Zhou Jun, was that renowned individual? How could this be possible? Lin Muliao could hardly believe her ears and quickly turned to Zhou Jun, eager to see how he would respond. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, upon hearing Lin Changhua's words, maintained a calm demeanor, though his gaze grew profound. He focused on Lin Changhua, contemplating for a moment before finally affirming with a nod, "It is I." His voice was soft, yet brimming with the confidence and brilliance that only a true prodigy could possess. Upon receiving this confirmation, Lin Muliao and Zhuang were left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to accept the reality that the individual who had made waves in the Federation and shattered the divine rankings was standing right before them. Indeed, Lin Changhua, at that moment, shook his head with a smile. Initially, he too had been astounded upon realizing Zhou Jun's level, but he was equally filled with deep curiosity. As a level 400 veteran, no one understood better than him the challenges of surpassing level barriers. To defeat a monster 10 levels higher was already commendable, yet the notion of vanquishing 136 levels above was unprecedented. Even his granddaughter, possessing SSS grade talent, could not have achieved such a feat of slaying a level 57 boss as a level 21. Yet Zhou Jun, so young and capable of such a remarkable achievement, inevitably led Lin Changhua to draw connections to the recently emerged first on the divine rankings, the enigmatic emperor. Thus, he posed his question. Zhou Jun acknowledged this with remarkable candor, asserting that there was nothing to conceal in his perspective. The use of code names on the divine rankings was merely a precaution against the petty and malicious. However, in the realm of reality, should anyone decipher his identity, they were free to speculate. After all, as an unparalleled prodigy, his brilliance was glaringly evident. His accomplishments far surpassed the capabilities of his contemporaries, rendering attempts at concealment futile. With the Son of Heaven present, it was indeed the Lin family that had benefited from this alliance. At this moment, Lin Changhua, with a chuckle, surprisingly set aside his cane and, with utmost sincerity, offered a respectful bow to Zhou Jun grandfather, the old clan leader. Witnessing this display, Lin Muyao and A Zhuang were taken aback, unable to comprehend why the esteemed head of the Lin family would extend such deference to Zhou Jun. It was important to note that although the latter was a figure of legendary status, he was still merely a youth yet to fully mature. Conversely, Lin Changhua was a man of great renown, the patriarch of the Lin family, who towered over the clans of Jinling, a veritable pillar of the southern realm of the Great Xia. With a lifetime of illustrious military exploits, his name resonated throughout the Federation. Such a paragon of virtue was now bowing in reverence to a mere fledgling, which was perplexing to say the least. Yet, only Lin Changhua understood that his actions were not out of place, for it is the higher-ranking powerhouses who truly grasp the advantages possessed by extraordinary talents. Why does the divine rankings dare to proclaim itself as a roster of future demigods? It is precisely because it encompasses the most exceptional geniuses the world has to offer. The significance of being ranked first on this roster is self-evident. It signifies a person destined to ascend to the throne of divinity. As for the so-called disparity in status and the notion of growth, for a prodigy like Zhou Jun, these were merely fleeting matters. He had the capability to consistently overpower foes of higher levels, thereby acquiring experience points far exceeding those of his peers and amassing greater resources from dungeon drops. Under such circumstances, within a mere 2 to 3 years, he could easily outpace his contemporaries and become a figure of unparalleled stature among the stars. At that point, what would any perceived difference in levels matter? Moreover, aside from these considerations, Lin Changhua's profound respect for Zhou Jun stemmed from a personal interest. Having lived for over a century, he found himself approaching the twilight of his years, with ailments acquired on the battlefield of the cosmos threatening to erupt at any moment. Perhaps within a year, or even a mere week, he could depart from this world. Although the Lin family had produced Lin Muyao, an SSS-level super genius, in recent decades, the middle generation had dwindled, lacking any formidable figures. His years of warfare against dark entities had made him many enemies. Should he pass away, the Lin family would likely fall prey to the lurking wolves and tigers, facing imminent peril. However, if a prodigy ranked first on the divine rankings were to lend his support, the Lin family situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. Thus, Lin Changhua's respect for Zhou Jun was not solely based on admiration for his talent, but also a means of securing a favorable relationship for the Lin family's future. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, when Zhou Jun had matured, the goodwill extended today might save the Lin family from calamity. One must commend Lin Changhua for being a master of foresight, his considerations extending far beyond those of many others. Though Lin Muyao and A Zhuang were unaware of Lin Changhua's intentions, they could only deepen their respect for Zhou Jun upon witnessing the unfolding events. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elder, Zhou Jun interjected, gently assisting Lin Changhua, his expression revealing a hint of emotion. He could surmise Lin Changhua's underlying motives and recognize that the elder was, indeed, nearing the end of his strength, requiring assistance even to walk, likely unable to fend off even the weakest of foes. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. A once great figure had fallen to such a state, even seeking to appease a younger generation. With a soft sigh, Zhou Jun felt an increasing resolve to assist the Lin family during this adventure. You have fought valiantly on the battlefield of the cosmos to safeguard our humanity. Now, as a citizen of the Great Xia, having grown up in comfort on Blue Star, how could I allow a hero's legacy to fade? Zhou Jun chose not to elaborate further, his mind made up to procure the healing elixir for Lin Changhua's affliction. In the time that followed, Zhou Jun and the Lin family journeyed deeper into the palace, learning more about A Zhuang, who possessed an A-level talent and bore a level of exactly 60, making him the mainstay for the Lin family's expedition against the hidden dungeon. Lin Muyao was determined to accompany them, despite her level of only 35, which the Lin family had initially opposed. However, Lin Changhua had granted her special permission, believing that true prodigies should endure trials beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. This conviction only solidified upon meeting Zhou Jun, as Lin Muyao had only crossed a mere 25 levels, making her struggles seem trivial in comparison. It seems I must raise my expectations for Muyao. Lin Changhua mused affectionately as he glanced at his granddaughter. Lin Muyao appeared to sense the weight of his gaze, her eyes flitting between her grandfather and Zhou Jun, before wrinkling her delicate nose and playfully sticking out her small tongue, exuding an adorable charm. Zhou Jun caught sight of this and found himself momentarily entranced. Chuckling softly at the sight of the Lin family's proud goddess displaying such endearing innocence, a demeanor likely unimaginable to her suitors from Jinling. Zhou Jun's intuition was correct. Lin Muyao revealed such expressions solely in the presence of her grandfather. After Lin Chong was passing, she would seem to age overnight. Bearing the weight of the Lin family's legacy alone, her countenance forever marked by solemnity and detachment. Observing the radiant smile on the young girl's face, Zhou Jun felt a rare sense of relaxation after 2 days and nights of relentless battles. As peers of similar ages, and with Lin Chong playing matchmaker, they found themselves engaging in light-hearted banter, gradually growing more familiar with one another. Whenever they encountered monsters along the way, they would join forces, showcasing their respective skills. In such moments, Lin Muyao would often steal glances at Zhou Jun, her competitive spirit bubbling to the surface. Ultimately, however, she was compelled to concede that this individual, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the divine rankings, surpassed her by an insurmountable margin. This was the first time Lin Muyao realized that even among those with SSS-level talents, significant disparities could exist. Yet, she was not disheartened. Having long admired the Son of Heaven atop the divine rankings, the differences they shared were well within her expectations. Instead, her encounter with Zhou Jun, the very embodiment of that title, further fueled her motivation to strive for greatness. Time drifted slowly amidst the playful rivalry of these young souls. After approximately 2 hours had elapsed, the entirety of the palace dungeon had been thoroughly explored, leaving only the magnificent Golden Throne Hall. At that moment, the quartet stood before the entrance to the hall. Here lay the final boss. Zhuang spoke with a serious expression. "Grandfather, I will certainly acquire that healing elixir." Lin Muyao, too, had set aside her playful demeanor, her eyes filled with gravity as she clenched her delicate fists. Lin Changhua remained remarkably composed. Having anticipated countless worst-case scenarios throughout his life, he was now prepared to meet his fate with serenity. "Whatever may come, let it be," he affirmed. Seeing this, the group refrained from further conversation and stepped into the Golden Throne Hall. As the doors swung open, a wave of long-sealed decay rushed forward, evoking a profound discomfort. Lin Muyao furrowed her brow, her soft hand instinctively fanning the air before her as her gaze shifted forward, her pupils dilating in shock at the sight before her. In the grand Golden Hall, an imposing sight unfolded before one's eyes. As an overwhelming multitude of civil and military officials knelt in dense rows on either side of the dragon pillars, with heads bowed deeply to the ground. They appeared as if long deceased, emanating an eerie scent reminiscent of decay. Following the line of these officials, Zhou Jun's gaze traveled to the far end, where he found no sign of the anticipated dragon throne atop the high platform. Instead, a colossal figure obstructed their view, a peerless warrior, towering at approximately 3 to 4 meters. With a broad back and muscular build, wielding a fangdianua halberd, his green face bore menacing fangs, and his savage eyes fixated on the assembly. Name, the Undying Guardian of the Nation. Health, 818,000. Level, 60. Rank, Lord. This imposing information loomed before everyone, the staggering health pool of 800,000, leaving no doubt about the formidable challenge this Lord-level boss represented. Dare to disturb our sovereign's slumber, and your entire lineage shall face annihilation. A strange, thunderous roar erupted from the Lord boss. Without further ado, the immense figure soared through the air, sweeping the halberd horizontally towards the crowd. "Miss, protect the chief." Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuang cried out, stepping forward to shield his companions. In a swift motion, a shield radiating a verdant glow materialized before him, successfully deflecting the heavy onslaught. Zhuang's talent lay in the A-grade Xuanwu shield, endowing him with exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering this Lord boss powerless against their might. At that moment, Lin Changhua had retreated to a safe distance, clearing his throat and remarking. He had entered a level 60 dungeon, but dared to bring only Zhuang along, clearly placing immense trust in his prowess. Despite being merely A-grade, Zhuang commanded an extensive array of skills, each perfectly aligned with his innate talents, his overall combat strength rivaling that of peers with S-grade talents. Zhou Jun, observing the situation, could not help but nod in agreement. With a top-tier tank like Zhuang at the forefront, this boss battle was rendered significantly simpler. Indeed, before he could make a move, Lin Muyao could no longer contain herself, showcasing the prowess of her SSS-grade talent. She levitated inexplicably in midair, enveloped by swirling, vibrant elemental energies, as if she had transformed into an elemental queen. Subsequently, the diverse elements coalesced above her head, forming a spear that shimmered with 7-colored light. Aimed directly at the Lord Boss. With a thunderous crash, the elemental spear descended, pinning the Lord Boss firmly to the ground. In that instant, the elemental forces contained within erupted violently. 350812. A terrifying damage number materialized above the adversary. Zhou Jun's pupils constricted at the sight. Truly, the high damage reputation of the SSS-grade talent, Elemental Walker, was well-deserved. The power of that elemental spear was nothing short of astonishing, far surpassing that of her contemporaries. No wonder Lin Muyao held little regard for the scions of the prominent families in Jinling City. With such strength, it was understandable that few could capture her attention. Of course, Zhou Jun felt no pressure from this display. After all, though Lin Muyao's damage output was impressive, her level was also substantial. He mused that once he reached level 35, his own punches would undoubtedly deal several times the damage of that elemental spear. Meanwhile, the battle's tide had already been determined. The Lord Boss, restrained by Zhuang, could not break through their defenses. Lin Muyao's relentless elemental assaults had left its health teetering on the brink of collapse, sealing their victory. Yet Zhou Jun's brow furrowed deeper. Something was amiss. If this hidden dungeon's boss were so easily vanquished, how had Lord Lin ultimately perished in his past life? Was there not a vial of secret elixir to be found? He muttered to himself, sensing an inexplicable strangeness permeating the palace. Suddenly, a feeling compelled him to raise his gaze towards the far end of the golden hall, where the elevated dragon throne sat. There, upon the throne, sat a figure, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Clad in a blood-stained dragon robe, his eyes were void of any emotional fluctuation, coldly surveying the battlefield. Above him, an imposing supreme-level race information was displayed, unmasked before all. Supreme-level boss. In that instant, Zhou Jun's understanding crystallized. This dungeon was, in fact, a rare dual boss mode. Chapter 72, The Suffocating Forgotten Monarch. Within the vast expanse of the Golden Hall, with Zhuang as the steadfast tank at the forefront and Lin Muyao providing stable support from the rear, an array of elemental spells rained down incessantly. Before long, the health of the warrior-like Lord Monster was completely depleted. I am but a humble soldier, unworthy before my sovereign. He knelt on one knee, his Fangdianua halberd driven into the ground, unleashing a final, defiant roar. The sound resonated like thunder throughout the grand hall, causing the hairs on the backs of Zhuang and the others to stand on end. Zhou Jun's expression grew grave as he observed the demise of the warrior lord. He noticed the figure upon the dragon throne slowly rising to his feet. His movements were ghostly, appearing at the edge of the platform in an instant, silent and stealthy. His eyes, filled with a crimson hue, betrayed no hint of life, and his entire being reeked of decay. Simultaneously, a visible layer of golden aura swirled around him, within which a spectral golden dragon seemed to writhe. Indeed, it was a supreme-level boss. At this moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards this monarch, and within Lin Laoi's murky eyes flickered a glimmer of brilliance, his voice tinged with tremors of shock. Clearly, this scene was entirely unforeseen by the Lin family's members. It was no wonder. After all, it was exceedingly rare for a dungeon beneath level 100 to feature such high-tier monsters. Even king-level creatures were scarcely encountered. This poses quite a predicament, Zhuang thought, instinctively shielding the others behind him, his expression gravely serious. He raised his Xuanwu shield, warily fixating on the regal figure atop the platform. The might of a supreme-level creature was indisputable, often overpowering even human beings with S-grade talents of the same tier. Among those present, only Zhuang stood as a level 60 berserker, and yet his talent was merely A-grade. Despite his mastery of numerous skills and the possession of valuable equipment, these advantages were insufficient to bridge the vast chasm between him and the supreme-level monster before them. Consequently, the pressure weighed heavily upon him, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Standing behind, Lin Laoi perceived the gravity of the situation with acute clarity. He gazed intently at the imposing creature on the platform, his lips trembling slightly before he ultimately sighed in resignation. Such is the will of fate. Such is the will of fate. Lin Laoi's bitter smile belied the reality of his condition as a level 400 powerhouse. Even if he were to regain half of his former strength, he could effortlessly dispatch this supreme-level monster with a mere flick of his fingers. Yet the truth was that Lin Changhua was now gravely ill, rendered weaker than even the most unawakened ordinary individual. His injuries were peculiarly severe, inflicted by dark entities on the starry battlefield, rendering ordinary restorative elixirs utterly ineffective. In fact, such wounds were common among those who had battled on the starry battlefield, albeit varying in severity. Some individuals are fortunate enough to return to the Blue Star and acquire potent elixirs from various dungeons that can effectively mitigate their injuries, allowing them to survive for several years. Yet, there are others who suffer grievous wounds, bearing the ominous aura left behind by those dark creatures within their bodies. Perpetually on the brink of eruption, akin to a ticking time bomb, not only are they consumed entirely by the essence within their formidable physiques, but their lifespans also dwindle drastically. Old Master Lin belongs to the latter group. He has reached the final stage of survival, and the unexpected discovery that this hidden dungeon may yield a miraculous elixir was a beacon of hope in his life. However, with the emergence of this supreme-level boss before him, that light has been utterly extinguished. The towering 60-level supreme monster, Zhuang, is simply no match for it. As for Lin Muyao, despite her exceptionally rare SSS-level talent, she is only at level 35, making the disparity in levels insurmountable. Had they been of equal standing, there might have been a chance of success in the hunt. Consequently, Old Master Lin has already relinquished hope for this hidden dungeon expedition. As for how to escape alive, that is not particularly difficult. The Lin family, being a prestigious lineage in Jinling, possesses considerable resources, and had prepared several precious items that could forcibly withdraw them from the dungeon before entering. Naturally, this is a last resort. Prior to entering the dungeon, none from the Lin family wished to resort to such measures. After all, using such items would signify failure to clear the dungeon and the inability to obtain that invaluable healing elixir. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. What of this supreme monster? Should it dare to obstruct my efforts to save grandfather, I will slay it, even if it is a demon god. Just as Lin Changwu decided to order a retreat, a voice tinged with sorrow and indignation suddenly resonated in the air. Everyone turned to see Lin Muyao, her eyes brimming with tears. Her delicate face etched with fury and reluctance, levitating amidst a myriad of elemental forces. In her hands, a colossal longbow, forged from elemental energy, materialized from thin air. This bow appeared remarkably hefty and striking, towering over 2 meters in height. Lin Muyao could not draw it with one hand, so she stood on one foot, raising her other long, graceful leg, with her dainty foot braced against the center of the bow. With both hands, she summoned her strength, drawing a colossal arrow forged from high-damage elements such as fire, lightning, and light, locking her aim on the imposing supreme-level boss. She is actually using her awakening skill. Zhuang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Jun was equally captivated by the sight of the young lady drawing the bow with one foot, staring in a daze. Is this the awakening skill of other SSS talents? Unlike his own pure enhancement buff, Lin Muyao's awakening skill was evidently a high-damage offensive technique, akin to Wei Duoer's Shadow Godslayer arrow go. With a delicate shout, Lin Muyao released her grip, unleashing the massive arrow infused with various elemental powers, which transformed into an afterimage, piercing through infinite space towards the silent supreme-level boss atop the platform. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was deafening. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the supreme creature did not flinch or evade, remaining proudly rooted in place. In fact, a hint of a human-like smirk appeared at the corners of its cold, death-like visage, seemingly mocking Lin Muyao's audacity. As the colossal arrow approached, the onlookers were dumbfounded to witness the golden aura surrounding the boss expanding to an unimaginable extent, enveloping its entire form like an impenetrable barrier. In the next moment, the elemental arrow struck the golden aura with a resounding explosion. However, everyone could see clearly that no matter how ferocious the elemental force unleashed by the arrow was, it failed to penetrate that layer of golden energy. After a prolonged silence, as the dust settled, an astounding damage number materialized above the creature. Lin Muyao's SSS-level awakening skill had only inflicted a mere 1,000 damage. At that moment, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. Why was this happening? Lin Muyao felt as though struck by lightning. Her belief in her unparalleled prowess wavered at this moment. The mightiest awakening skill she had ever unleashed had only dealt a 4-digit damage to her opponent. Such a reality was unbearable for a genius like her. Miss, look. At that moment, Zhuang suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to see a new notification appearing above the Supreme Boss's head. Upon reading the message, despair washed over them all. Announcement: the Supreme Boss, Forgotten Sovereign, is currently shielded by Dragon Chi, increasing all resistances by 99. Chapter 73. Your Majesty, I shall claim your head. How is this possible? Why is there such a grotesque boss? The moment the notification regarding the Forgotten Sovereign appeared, despair engulfed everyone. Zhuang staggered back a few steps, terror etched across his face. An increase of 99 to all resistances. Even scouring through the annals of the Federation's history would yield no such abominable dungeon mechanism. Who could possibly contend with a boss like this? It is no wonder that Lin Muyao, despite being an SSS talent, could only inflict 4-digit damage after unleashing her awakening skill. Meanwhile, after withstanding the awakening skill, the Forgotten Sovereign finally stirred. He stepped down from the platform, positioning himself not far from the crowd. His bluish-black skin shimmered with an otherworldly glow amidst the golden dragon chi, emanating an overwhelming stench of blood mixed with decay. All of you shall perish here. His voice, peculiar and unsettling, resonated as he spoke. Simultaneously, as his words echoed, the bloody dragon robe billowed without wind, and a horde of wailing souls erupted from his voluminous sleeves. Charging toward the group, the undead emerged from his sleeves. Countless spirits howled in the air, lunging at the onlookers, creating a scene that was both bizarre and terrifying. Damn it, is this magical damage? Zhuang cursed, his Xuanwu shield radiating divine light as he braced himself. But against the onslaught of a formidable supreme-level boss, how long could he withstand? Lin Changwu sighed deeply and called out, "Children, cease your efforts. We shall not pursue this dungeon any longer." He had resigned himself to fate. While he harbored resentment at the thought of dying here, he was even less willing to risk the lives of the others. Be it his granddaughter Lin Muyao or the recently acquainted Zhou Xiaoyu, they represented the pillars of humanity's future. He could not allow his own life to become the cause of their untimely demise in this nameless dungeon. If that were to happen, even in death, he would have no face to confront the fallen heroes of humanity who perished in the cosmos. Grandfather. Upon hearing the elder's almost pleading words, Lin Muyao bit her lip. tears streaming down her delicate face. She was unwilling to depart in such a manner, yet having just unleashed her awakening skill, her mental energy was nearly depleted. To forcefully engage this supreme-level monster again would be akin to moths to a flame, devoid of any chance of victory. Moreover, this creature was simply beyond the reach of human strength. With a resistance of 99, it offered no glimmer of hope to the challengers. Even her proud SSS-level awakening skill could only deal over 1,000 damage. Others would fare no better. What a pity. If my shadow god-slaying arrow were indeed genuine damage, how could I allow you to act with such arrogance? Lin Muliao clenched her silver teeth, staring at the Forgotten Emperor with a mixture of unwillingness and resentment. Miss, we should retreat. We can think of another plan. A Zhuang, using a forced exit item, summoned a continuously swirling vortex portal behind them. Although he too felt a sense of regret, he understood that staying here would only lead to needless death. Thus he urged her to leave. Must we flee like a pack of lost dogs? The fierce winds from the vortex portal whipped Lin Muyao's hair, and she thought sorrowfully. Ultimately, despite her reluctance and anger, under the nearly pleading gaze of the elder and the insurmountable harshness of reality, the proud Lin Muyao had no choice but to concede. With tears streaming down her face, she moved toward the beckoning portal. However, just as she turned to take a couple of steps, she was suddenly taken aback. Before her stood a not particularly tall figure, slowly approaching her. Do not rush. Perhaps we can defeat this monster. The gentle voice of the youth reached her ears like a warm ray of sunshine on a winter's day, causing her heart to tremble. She stared blankly at Zhou Jun, unable to utter a single coherent word. At that moment, Zhou Jun, under her astonished gaze, brushed past her and continued forward toward the Forgotten Emperor. Young Master Zhou, a Zhuang, with the Xuanwu shield held aloft, heard the conversation behind him and turned to glance at Zhou Jun, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He could not comprehend why this renowned sovereign would choose to confront the challenge at such a moment. After all, the current situation indicated that even the young god king would find it impossible to turn the tide. With a staggering resistance of 99, this was beyond the realm of ordinary foes. Brother A Zhuang, ensure the safety of the elder and your lady. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Jun approached a Zhuang, patted his shoulder, and with a light-hearted smile, stepped toward the monster, leaving a Zhuang in stunned silence. All the vengeful spirits that charged at him were annihilated from afar by the sharp intent of his sword. He advanced steadily toward the Forgotten Emperor, directly confronting this level 60 supreme boss. His seemingly frail figure appeared infinitely grand at that moment. Your Majesty, I do not wish for the elder of the human race to meet a lonely end. So today, I shall take your head. Zhou Jun said with his hands in his pockets, a playful smile adorning his face. The Forgotten Emperor, as a supreme monster, clearly possessed a degree of intelligence akin to Anubis. He understood Zhou Jun's words and was instantly consumed by rage. His hair standing on end as a terrifying draconic aura erupted uncontrollably, sweeping through the surroundings. Impudent! How dare a mere assassin insult me so? His furious roar was a clear indication of Zhou Jun's provocation, and countless dragon-shaped phantoms surged up from behind him, charging toward Zhou Jun. Come on! Zhou Jun laughed heartily, ceasing his words as he summoned his full combat prowess and stepped forward. At that moment, on his personal panel, a mythic quality Imperial City token shone brightly in the equipment slot. Indeed, Zhou Jun was no fool. Upon discovering the opponent's staggering resistance of 99, he had been contemplating a solution. The resistance of a boss with such capabilities was evidently unreasonable, as dungeons on Blue Star would not operate in this manner. However, the Forgotten Palace had been thoroughly explored, with no special mechanisms left untouched. Therefore, the solution must lie in the preceding dungeon. Zhou Jun immediately recalled the special Imperial City token dropped by the final boss in the City of Forgetting. If he remembered correctly, this token's effect allowed the bearer to inflict genuine damage upon the monsters within the Forgotten Palace. Thus, the method to break the deadlock became apparent. When all damage transformed into true damage, no amount of resistance would matter. Even if the Forgotten Emperor possessed a resistance of 100, what could it change? Zhou Jun felt no fear. As he advanced, his hellfire-infused fist struck out, directly obliterating the dragon shadow skill unleashed by the Forgotten Emperor. A terrifying white damage figure of 87,823 appeared. Chapter 74. The Pinnacle of Transformation reopened. What? Genuine damage? Witnessing Zhou Jun's confident and powerful punch shatter the Forgotten Emperor's skill, a resplendent white number striking against the protective dragon aura, astonishment gripped the hearts of all present. Grandfather, did you see that? The sovereign can deal true damage. Coming to her senses, Lin Muyao was the most exhilarated, supporting the elder as tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Faced with a supreme boss possessing such outrageous resistance, they had thought this expedition would yield no results, yet Zhou Jun's display of white damage turned everything around. After all, in the face of true damage, even the highest resistance was futile. At that moment, as Zhou Jun unleashed his overwhelmingly powerful punch, the Forgotten Emperor momentarily lost focus, his pupils narrowing sharply. You possess my Imperial City token, He spoke in human language, his face twisted with fury, initially surprised by Zhou Jun, but quickly replaced by deep disdain. What a pity. What a pity. You are merely level 21. Even with my token, what can you achieve? The chasm between us is insurmountable. The Forgotten Emperor stood with arms crossed, his draconic energy surging, displaying a remarkable level of intelligence, even capable of expressing various emotions. Oh, you are quite confident, aren't you? Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he heard the Forgotten Emperor's words. He suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. An overwhelming aura of fist intent radiating from him, commanding attention as he proclaimed, in 10 breaths, I shall slay you. His words resonated like thunder in the night sky. The Lin family members behind him were all taken aback, including the weathered elder Lin, who was equally astonished by his declaration. Facing a supreme boss with a level disparity of nearly 40, Zhou Jun dared to boast about slaying it in 10 breaths, even though he was the top-ranked sovereign. Was this not too audacious? Elder Lin's expression was filled with uncertainty. Having lived for over a century, he prided himself on his ability to read people. And after this brief encounter, he believed Zhou Jun was not the type to speak recklessly. But what was the source of his confidence? Elder Lin could not fathom it. And neither could Lin Muyao. Her delicate face was momentarily stunned as she gazed at Zhou Jun, a nagging feeling in her heart that this was utterly impossible. The sovereign was still human, not a deity. He merely possessed an SSS-level talent, just like herself. Yet even she found herself helpless against this boss. How much stronger could he truly be, even if he could deal genuine damage? Lin Muyao bit her lip, not out of disdain for Zhou Jun, but out of concern for him. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, the Forgotten Emperor could not help but curl his lips into a mocking arc, his gaze filled with scorn for the youth. He had thought Zhou Jun to be a formidable individual, but it turned out he was merely a boastful fool. An angry rebuke erupted from his lips, and a torrent of draconic energy surged forth, ready to suppress this audacious human boy. But just as the Forgotten Emperor's momentum began to rise, an unmistakably more powerful aura erupted from across the field. Zhou Jun stepped forward, causing the earth to tremble. An unparalleled force striking the void, rippling the very space he occupied. What a formidable physique this is. In this moment, all spectators were utterly astonished. As for the Forgotten Emperor, he swiftly retracted the derision from his face. The crimson hue in his eyes turned gravely serious as he staggered back several paces, fixating intently on Zhou Jun. For in his perception, this human, once as insignificant as an ant, had inexplicably experienced a cataclysmic surge in power, as if a primordial beast had awakened. This was, of course, due to Zhou Jun unleashing his awakening technique to its utmost potential. Faced with a supreme-level boss whose rank vastly surpassed his own, Zhou Jun held nothing back. His level was far too low. Any attack from the Forgotten Emperor would be beyond his ability to withstand, leaving him no room for error. Thus, to confront the Forgotten Emperor, Zhou Jun had no choice but to activate his awakening technique, amplifying all his attributes tenfold, thus granting him a fighting chance. The air trembled, the void quaked, as he struggled to harness the overwhelming power that surged through him. After all, Zhou Jun's attributes had surged to an astonishing 22,800 points each, and upon awakening, they soared to a staggering 228,000. His total attributes reached an unprecedented 900,000. What a terrifying force that was. Though this transformation lasted only 10 seconds, within that fleeting time, Zhou Jun was invincible. He cast a glance at the Forgotten Emperor, showing no mercy, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur of light and shadow. With the awakening only lasting a mere 10 seconds, the urgency of the battle was palpable. If he could not vanquish this supreme boss within that time frame, the backlash from the awakening would undoubtedly spell his doom. Thus, Zhou Jun unleashed his pinnacle combat prowess. Boasting an agility of 220,000, and even without any learned movement skills, he was astonishingly swift. Then, with a clenched iron fist, enveloped in a torrent of blazing infernal flames, he struck down upon the Forgotten Emperor. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated, and the Forgotten Emperor, caught off guard, received the full brunt of the blow. As a creature of the undead, the Forgotten Emperor felt no pain. Yet the reality of the purgatorial flames unleashed upon him sent a shiver down his spine. A white numeral indicating a staggering 430,000 damage appeared above his head. As a supreme-level boss, the Forgotten Emperor boasted an impressive health pool of 1,400,000. His health bar was densely packed, complemented by a resistance rating of 99, rendering the challenge seemingly insurmountable. Under normal circumstances, even with the capability of dealing real damage via the Imperial City token, one would need at least 3 level 60 SS class talents to have any hope of conquering this dungeon. Yet Zhou Jun, alone, with a single punch, he had already reduced this boss's health by a third. Such a performance was nothing short of miraculous, leaving the Lin family utterly dumbfounded. Heavens, what kind of awakening technique is this? It elevates combat prowess to such an extreme. Young Master Zhou is truly a deity. Everyone was left in a state of numbness. A zhuang, positioned closest to the center of the battlefield, could even feel the scorching winds from the punch whipping across his face, leaving him utterly astonished. What kind of talent is this? The Forgotten Emperor was beside himself with rage. As a supreme-level boss, it exuded an air of mystery and enigma. However, all such grandeur was obliterated before Zhou Jun's punch, which dealt 500,000 true damage. Your talents shall be your demise. Zhou Jun scoffed, his eyes crackling with lightning. A torrent of murderous intent surging forth as he unleashed another punch. Retreat. The Forgotten Emperor, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. As if facing an insurmountable monster. In an instant, its entire form inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving only a whisper of wind in its wake. Invisibility. Zhou Jun observed this spectacle with a slight arch of his brow, yet felt no surprise. After all, even elite-level minions in this dungeon possessed stealth skills. It was only natural for the supreme boss, the Forgotten Emperor, to have such abilities as well. Unlike the lesser minions, however, the Forgotten Emperor's stealth was undeniably superior. Zhou Jun closed his eyes, relying solely on his senses, and could faintly detect the presence of the lesser minions. Yet now, despite his attributes being enhanced tenfold, he could not sense the location of the Forgotten Emperor at all, as if this fiend had vanished into thin air. This is troublesome. In the rear, the observing Elder Lin furrowed his brow deeply upon witnessing this. Having seen much in his lifetime, he was astounded by Zhou Jun's awakening technique that could instantaneously multiply combat power, yet he had already surmised that such an extraordinary ability must have its time limit. The Forgotten Emperor, possessing considerable intelligence, had evidently realized this as well, attempting to stall the battle to wear down Zhou Jun's enhanced power. Grandfather, I will assist the Emperor. Lin Muyao exclaimed urgently, even as several elemental storms began to coalesce behind her. Come back. Elder Lin quickly interjected, saying, you cannot even breach that boss's defenses. Rushing in will only create chaos. For now, all we can do is trust young Zhou. The elder's expression was grave. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture. If Zhou Jun could detect the enemy's presence and finish the fight before the enhancement expired, then clarity would emerge from the fog. But if he failed, their lives would all be in peril. Even with the vortex portal that forcibly exited the dungeon, there was no guarantee that everyone could escape. At that moment, under the anxious gaze of the Lin family, Zhou Jun stood resolute in the arena. Devoid of any worry or fear, he merely scoffed at the Forgotten Emperor's petty tricks. Did he think that by hiding, he could evade death? With a calm voice, Zhou Jun proclaimed, you think that hiding will save you from my wrath. Simultaneously, a terrifying tide of infernal flames surged around him, emanating a colossal and unfathomable aura. An astonishing intent filled the grand hall as his gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, a scream of terror broke out, revealing Zhou Jun and the Forgotten Emperor materializing simultaneously in a corner of the hall. However, the difference was stark. The Forgotten Emperor appeared utterly disheveled, as Zhou Jun bombarded him with a relentless barrage of punches. Each strike unleashed tremendous damage upon him. This is an indomitable melee skill. Elder Lin's eyes lit up. Having lived a life of warfare, his experience was vast, and his insight keen. Zhou Jun's ability to automatically track enemies within a range was unequivocally of indomitable caliber. Only an indomitable skill could be so merciless. As he had anticipated, the technique Zhou Jun employed was the complete form of Purgatorial Flame Fist. Upon activation, it pursued enemies within range with lightning speed, launching a tempest of thunderous assaults. The final strike would unleash a cataclysmic punch, inflicting a terrifying damage of 200 of his total attributes. Such an automatic tracking skill was utterly unreasonable. No matter how one concealed themselves, even if they hid within the void, it would instantly close the distance. Though the Forgotten Emperor was a supreme-level fiend, it was merely level 60 and lacked the ability to truly vanish into the void. It was merely a slightly superior stealth technique, making it an easy target for the Purgatorial Flame Fist. At this moment, only 2 seconds remained until the awakening would conclude. The Forgotten Emperor's health was nearly depleted. In desperation, it unleashed its ultimate skill. From within his very being, several corporeal 5-clawed golden dragons abruptly emerged, each possessing formidable resistance and a staggering health pool of 500,000. Forming a bulwark of flesh to shield the Forgotten Emperor. Do you aspire to be like a turtle? Have I granted you permission? Observing this, Zhou Jun let out a thunderous roar, unleashing 3 consecutive punches in rapid succession. Then, in the fleeting moment before the culmination of his ultimate ascension, a force so potent it seemed capable of rending the heavens erupted from his fist. The sky-rending fist. It was an indescribable strike, exceedingly magnificent. Even the gusts it provoked appeared ready to overturn the entire Golden Luan Hall. The Forgotten Emperor, who faced this blow head-on, was filled with trepidation, for he beheld the golden dragons that had been protecting him instantly obliterated under the weight of this earth-shattering punch. A terrifying white numerical damage appeared in the center of the arena, a figure in the 7-digit realm, nearly 2 million in damage. With this sky-rending fist, Zhou Jun could double his total attributes, and in his ultimate ascension state, his total attributes surpassed the monumental threshold of 900,000. Thus, this strike dealt a cataclysmic 1,800,000 in damage. It was truly terrifying. All who witnessed this scene were left in a daze. The awaken technique that could multiply battle prowess, coupled with an immortal-grade skill, rendered this emperor truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Old Master Lin's heart trembled violently, while a Zhuang felt an icy chill coursing through him, a natural reaction born from the invincible fist intent capable of annihilating all. He was certain that the proud Xuanwu shield he cherished could not withstand even a second against this punch. At that moment, Lin Muyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance as she gazed intently at the figure nearby that radiated an air of supremacy. Her heart raced fervently. Clearly, this scene would be etched deeply into the heart of this divine maiden of the Lin family, never to be forgotten. Bang! Simultaneously, as the punch struck the body of the forgotten emperor, Zhou Jun's ultimate ascension time concluded. He felt a lightness throughout his body as the overwhelming force that seemed capable of rending the heavens receded like a tide. Accompanying this was a profound fatigue that permeated his limbs and bones. Yet Zhou Jun gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Standing in the arena with his hands clasped behind his back, his form resembling a perfectly straight javelin. Before him, the once vibrant Imperial dragon aura that enveloped the forgotten emperor had vanished, replaced by a gaping wound that pierced through his chest. Contrary to expectations, no blood flowed. Only an eerie black mist continuously emanated from the wound, sending chills to the core. The forgotten emperor's health bar had been completely depleted. He looked down at his mortal injury, his lips quivering as he attempted to speak, but ultimately failed to utter a word before collapsing to the ground. Kill LV-60 Supreme Monster Forgotten Emperor. Experience points, 158,903. Loot acquired, X2. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 23. The grandiose system notification reverberated in Zhou Jun's ears. Simultaneously, two radiant white lights flashed around him. Having slain the emperor, he leveled up twice. Chapter 76, Departing the Instance. In the vast hall, Zhou Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the two beams of upgrade light flickering around him. Refreshing his status and completely dispelling the fatigue brought on by his ultimate ascension, he took a deep breath, his gaze turning towards the luminous orb of loot dropped by the slain forgotten emperor. He then reached out to gently caress it, revealing two items before his eyes, a skill book and a bottle of secret medicine. Zhou Jun first examined the secret medicine. He had an inkling that this was precisely what Old Master Lin required. Using the appraisal technique, he looked closer. Name, Sacred Medicine infused with Imperial energy. Grade, Epic. Description, a rare healing potion capable of effectively curing various ailments, especially potent against ominous energies. Restriction, must not be exposed to the real world for extended periods. The sooner it is consumed, the better the effect. Gazing at the detailed information of this potion, Zhou Jun's face showed signs of astonishment. It seemed he had not misjudged. This potion was indeed what Old Master Lin sought. The so-called ominous energy must refer to the toxins left behind by the dark creature's injuries. The very culprits behind the untimely demises of countless human ancestors who once battled across the cosmos. Your Majesty. At this moment, a voice filled with urgency came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Muyao approaching him breathlessly, her expression a mixture of hope and anxiety. As she stumbled to his side, seemingly deliberating on how to speak. Here, Zhou Jun smiled slightly at the sight and, without hesitation, tossed the potion to her. The young lady caught it in a flurry, her heart racing, and upon reading the information about the potion, all her trepidation transformed into unbridled joy. The sacred medicine. It truly dropped. A rosy hue spread across her exquisite face as she looked at Zhou Jun with gratitude, her voice sincere. Thank you. Thank you. No need for thanks. Miss Lin, Zhou Jun replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Muyao swiftly turned and raced back to Lin Chongwa's side. Clutching the precious potion, her eyes brimming with tears of joy as she exclaimed, Grandfather, my dear granddaughter, do not rush. I have seen everything. Lin Chongwa said with a smile, soothing Lin Muyao's excitement while accepting the potion from her hand. Gazing at the displayed effects, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This journey into the hidden instance had indeed been fraught with twists and turns. They had first successfully slain the Lord Boss, believing they were on the verge of completion, only to encounter another despairingly powerful supreme monster. Were it not for Zhou Jun's valiant efforts, the Lin family would have returned empty-handed, and they might have entirely lost hope for his survival. Now, looking at this hard-earned potion, Lin Chongwa was no longer hesitant. He drank it down in one gulp. Boom. In an instant, he felt a gentle, sacred aura rapidly spreading within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. The various ailments and injuries that plagued him began to vanish as if a divine miracle had occurred. A rich joy appeared on Lin Chongwa's usually composed face, as he could distinctly feel his body recovering at an astonishing rate. Before long, he could completely eradicate the ominous energy within him. Indeed, After a period of seclusion and recuperation, restoring his peak strength would not be out of the question. Wonderful. Witnessing this scene, Lin Muyao's anxious heart finally settled. Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, clan leader. The guard Zhuang chimed in repeatedly. Yet, Lin Changhua raised his hand to quiet them. For he was a man who had weathered many storms. After a brief moment of joy, he regained his composure. It is we who should extend our congratulations to young friend Zhou. To challenge a level 60 supreme monster at level 21 is an unprecedented feat. It deserves to be recorded in the annals of human history. Upon hearing this, both Lin Muyao and Zhuang fell silent. Old Master Zhou, too, was taken aback, throwing aside his cane in astonishment as he strode toward Zhou Jun with vigor. Young friend Zhou, with a powerful call, Lin Changhua positioned himself behind Zhou Jun and deeply bowed. This scene left Zhuang in a state of shock, while Lin Muyao covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Her eyes filled with disbelief. The esteemed head of the Lin family, a veteran warrior against the dark creatures, was bowing in gratitude to a mere youth. What an unfathomable sight. Should a photograph of this moment circulate, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the southern territories. And at this moment, as Zhou Jun diligently arranged his harvest, he finally turned his head. After hastily tossing a vial of elixir to Lin Muyao, he had ceased to pay further attention to the affairs of the Lin family. To his surprise, upon being called by a member of the Lin family once more, he witnessed the remarkable sight of the venerable Lin patriarch bowing to him. Instinctively, he reached out to support Lin Changhua's bent waist. You mustn't, esteemed elder. This act would be my undoing, he humbly remarked. In Zhou Jun's eyes, he had merely done what was within his capabilities and felt he did not deserve such gratitude befitting a guardian of the human race. However, Lin Changhua's stance was resolute. Young friend Zhou, this is a matter of life-saving grace, and it knows no bounds of age or seniority. His voice rang with conviction, and his eyes brimmed with determination, leaving Zhou Jun momentarily at a loss for words. He could only acquiesce to the elder's fervent display of gratitude. Once this was concluded, Lin Changhua retrieved a black gold universal bank card from his pocket, stating, Young friend Zhou, in my haste to enter the instance, I did not bring anything of value. Please accept this card for now. As he spoke, he endeavored to place the card in Zhou Jun's hand. What? The family is bestowing a black gold card to Master Zhou as a token of gratitude? In the distance, a Zhuang, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, his face alight with envy. The black gold card, issued in an extremely limited quantity globally, numbered no more than 500. The prerequisites for applying for such a card were exceedingly stringent. One needed formidable financial resources, an S-level talent or above, and a level exceeding 400. Clearly, those who met these criteria were few and far between, primarily comprising the heads of ancient clans and the most powerful elites. In contrast, the privileges afforded by possessing a black gold card were unparalleled. Basic rights included complimentary stays at 7-star hotels worldwide and a 30% discount at major auction houses. However, the most coveted aspect of the black gold card lay in its extraordinary credibility. This card symbolized status, boasting a credit limit of 1 billion, and allowed for loans exceeding 10 billion federal currency from any bank globally without the need for asset verification. It was precisely these factors that rendered a Zhuang so astounded when Lin Changhua presented the black gold card as a gesture of gratitude. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Jun chose to decline such a powerful token. Esteemed Elder Lin, it is merely a bottle of epic-grade elixir, worth only 30 to 50 million in the market. It pales in comparison to the value of a black gold card, he replied with a smile. This was, of course, a polite refusal. For the elixir known as the sacred potion infused with Imperial essence was no ordinary epic-grade remedy. It was invaluable and not easily obtainable. Had it been possible to purchase it for a few million, the Lin family would not have been driven to such desperate measures in their quest for it. Furthermore, Zhou Jun's assistance to Lin Changhua had stemmed from genuine goodwill, and he had never sought any recompense. As a hero who had fought across the stars and devoted his life to safeguarding the human race, Lin Changhua was deserving of such selfless acts. Accepting an expensive gift in return would have led Zhou Jun to disdain himself. At that moment, upon hearing Zhou Jun's sincere refusal, Lin Changhua was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply within. The inability to present the black gold card meant that the Lin family would owe a tremendous debt of gratitude. In truth, his decision to offer such a lavish gift was not solely rooted in genuine appreciation. He harbored ulterior motives as well. He wished to forge a lasting bond between the Lin family and Zhou Jun. For someone as talented as Zhou Jun, today's journey through the instance might merely be a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of his life, soon to fade from memory. However, years down the line, should he still remember the Lin family of Jinling, perhaps a sense of closeness would linger. Thus, if he could gift something precious that would accompany Zhou Jun for a long time, it would serve as a constant reminder of their shared history. This connection, when Zhou Jun had grown immensely powerful, might transform into a fortunate bond, potentially saving the Lin family from peril at a critical moment. Zhou Jun's refusal left Lin Changhua feeling melancholic, and he could only clasp his hands in acknowledgement. Young friend Zhou, Your magnanimity is commendable. I have indeed overstepped. Nevertheless, even if you do not place value on this, the Lin family will eternally remember this kindness. Should you ever visit Jinling, please do not hesitate to seek us out, so we may extend our hospitality. At this juncture, Lin Changhua paused and suddenly beckoned to the young woman behind him. Yao Yao, come over and exchange contact information with young friend Zhou. Huh. Lin Muyao, taken aback by the request, pointed to herself but obediently approached nonetheless. You are both young. Get to know each other better. If you truly visit Jinling, simply reach out to Yao Yao. Lin Changhua said, his face alight with smiles. With Zhou Jun being the foremost on the divine rankings, his future was boundless, and Lin Changhua's granddaughter was exceedingly beautiful. He could not help but entertain the whimsical notion of potentially bringing the two young souls together. In his eyes, while the black gold card might not be feasible to give, gifting it to his granddaughter was certainly within the realm of possibility. Moreover, although Lin Muyao might not shine as brilliantly as Zhou Jun, she was still of SSS grade talent, surpassing countless others in the Federation. The two were indeed well matched, both in status and identity. Lin Changhua felt confident in this course of action. Regardless of whether the two would ever unite, securing their contact information was undoubtedly a wise decision. Then, please, do add me, Lin Muyao said, her cheeks flushed, sticking out her little tongue as she handed Zhou Jun her phone. In Blue Star, the primary means of contact remained through phone calls and social media. Zhou Jun, without hesitation, entered his number into Lin Muyao's phone. After completing this exchange, the forced closure of the instance was imminent. The entire instance space began to tremble violently, as though an earthquake were upon them. Observing this, everyone stepped back, waving goodbye to one another. Young friend Zhou, until we meet again, Your Highness, remember to visit me in Jinling. With a thunderous roar, the space shattered, and the Lin family bid farewell to Zhou Jun. Farewell, everyone. Zhou Jun returned the gesture. And then, as the rifts in space fractured, his figure vanished from the vast hall. In the present world, the 10th forbidden hunting zone remained that familiar forest. Zhou Jun's form suddenly materialized from the sky. The moment he landed, his eyes squinted against the brightness. The sky had already brightened significantly, and nearly half a day had passed since he entered the instance. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was only 7 in the morning. The core skill acquisition ceremony hosted by Flying Dragon Tower was scheduled for 10 o'clock, leaving him with ample time. Without delay, Zhou Jun oriented himself and hastily made his way toward the exit of the forbidden hunting zone. Along the way, he discovered a skill book in his hand, a reward for defeating the Forgotten Emperor. He had only briefly glanced at its information in haste, neglecting to enhance it at the time, especially with the Lin family present. Now, however, he finally had the opportunity to examine it thoroughly. This skill book, of mythic grade, contained a spell-like skill named Dragon Shield of Protection. The name was quite straightforward, yet it immediately conjured in Zhou Jun's mind the ethereal dragon aura that had enveloped the Forgotten Emperor. The memory was vivid, particularly considering the remarkable full-body resistance of 99, which was hard to overlook. Zhou Jun felt a stir of anticipation, wondering if the skill book before him possessed a similar level of resistance. However, upon inspection, he couldn't help but frown in disappointment. The Dragon Shield was nothing short of a severely diminished version of the Dragon Aura Barrier that had belonged to the Forgotten Emperor. With a mere duration of 3 minutes and a resistance enhancement of only 5, it felt rather paltry. Yet, upon reflection, he could understand. The real world and the dungeons were inherently different. Were this skill book to replicate the terrifying prowess of the Forgotten Emperor within a dungeon, it would indeed be invincible. No one in heaven or earth could contend with it. After all, there was no such item as the Imperial City token in the real world to counterbalance its power. With a sense of eagerness, Zhou Jun rubbed his palms together, contemplating the possibility of elevating the skill. He was aware that no amount of enhancement could truly match the effects witnessed in the dungeon, but this skill book, regardless, was of mythic quality. Calculating the typical ascension of a skill book, it was still well worth the effort. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might trigger a special effect and transform it into an immortal level skill. Without further ado, Zhou Jun unleashed the power of enhancement. In an instant, a wave of frailty washed over him. The splendid skill book before him morphed into a peculiar parchment scroll. Congratulations. The Dragon Shield has been advanced to the Imperial Dragon Aura. A grand and resounding notification echoed in his ears. Chapter 77, A Gathering of Talents. Name, Imperial Dragon Aura. Grade, Epic. Type, Sorcery Skill Book. Description, derived from the true dragon aura cultivated by the Forgotten Royal Clan. It envelopes the user for defense during its activation, enhancing all resistances by 30 and granting immunity to a single control effect for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 330 seconds. The ancient parchment scroll shimmered with resplendent light. As the information of the enhancement flooded his mind, a smile of delight graced Zhou Jun's face. Although it was merely a high-level enhancement, falling short of achieving an immortal level, the epic classification was still quite commendable. Compared to the previous mythic quality, it was an immeasurable improvement. A resistance boost of 30 was already a formidable asset among human skill books. In fact, Many prodigies awakened with top-tier tank talents would be hard-pressed to match the resistance enhancement provided by the Imperial Dragon Aura. What thrilled Zhou Jun the most was the additional immunity to control effects. Such a capability could prove to be invaluable at critical moments. As for the duration and cooldown, he felt quite satisfied. Lasting for 5 minutes was not particularly exceptional, but the cooldown was remarkably brief. At 330 seconds, it equated to merely 5 minutes and 30 seconds. In other words, after a mere 30-second interval, Zhou Jun could unleash the Imperial Dragon Aura once more, allowing for nearly seamless transitions. With the Imperial Dragon Aura in hand, his survivability was greatly enhanced. If paired with the Judgment Rhapsody, even a demon-level boss would struggle to contend with him. Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. The Judgment Rhapsody, when activated, provided a 50 damage immunity and had always been his crucial means of survival. Once combined with the Imperial Dragon Aura, the cumulative effect would likely elevate his damage resistance far beyond that of any awakened tank-type talent in existence. At that point, not even the supreme boss, the Forgotten Emperor, would be a source of fear for him, let alone a demon. With such thoughts in mind, Zhou Jun resolved not to hesitate any longer and chose to learn the Imperial Dragon Aura skill book. He abruptly halted his journey, closing his eyes in place. The classical and ornate parchment scroll transformed into motes of light, merging into his consciousness. As it integrated, a soul-stirring dragon roar emanated from within him. Infinite principles and the essence of the dragon surged through his limbs and bones. In that moment, Zhou Jun became extraordinary, though clad in ordinary athletic wear. His aura radiated as if he were adorned in a dragon robe, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. A presence unique to the true dragon sovereign arose within him. After a brief moment, Zhou Jun opened his eyes, having completed the learning process of the skill book. With a mere thought, ethereal golden dragons encircled him, while a dense imperial aura materialized, enveloping him entirely. From an external perspective, he bore a striking resemblance to the Forgotten Emperor. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned his personal panel, filling in the newly upgraded attribute limits. Unbeknownst to him, his physical prowess had surged significantly. The formidable power resulting from the exponential increase in his 4 core attributes flowed ceaselessly within him. His personal panel information had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Zhou Jun. Level: LV 23, 15. Strength: 27, 300, 1, 392. Agility: 27, 300, 958. Mentality: 27, 300, 502. Constitution: 27, 300, 1, 136. Skills: Bone Shatter LV2, Sword Heart Clarity LV1. Judgment Rhapsody LV1, Divine Forbidden Domain LV1, Demon Abyss Flame Fist LV1, Imperial Dragon Aura LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant, Epic, Everlasting Ring, Epic, Dragonstorm Ascendant Set, Epic. Talent: SSS Level Redistribution. SSS Level Infinite Ascension, Unique. Awakening Skill: Ultimate Ascension LV1. Core Skill: None. Weapon Proficiency: Sword and Blade LV1, Unarmed Combat LV1. The panel was truly resplendent. Each attribute had astonishingly reached 27, 300 points. Paired with his skills, which ranged from epic to the nascent immortal tier, Zhou Jun had become increasingly formidable. The SSS level redistribution was indeed a late-game talent, enhancing his combat prowess exponentially with each level gained. Reflecting on his initial awakening, while he had been powerful, he had not yet reached such overwhelming heights. Even facing a level 7 boss monster had necessitated a team-up with Wei Duoer. Yet now, with each step in his growth, Zhou Jun's allocation of attribute points had increased significantly. Each point added resulted in a substantial boost to his combat strength. The only drawback was that his equipment could no longer keep pace with his rapid growth. The Thunderstorm Calamity, which was only usable up to level 20, had long since become obsolete. The Everlasting Ring hovered on the brink of obsolescence as well. The Dragonstorm Ascendant set could be utilized up to level 30. But given Zhou Jun's current rate of advancement, it likely wouldn't last long, necessitating proactive measures to seek new armor sets. Among all his equipment, only the Starfall Pendant bore no level restrictions. Perhaps this was due to its origin as a transmuted item from the Starfall Stone. Of course, while the Starfall Pendant had no level constraints, its base attribute enhancements were rather meager. Zhou Jun retained it for its unique and extraordinary effect, intending to use it strategically against others. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jun organized all his recent gains and found himself largely satisfied. Unfortunately, he had been unable to acquire the Forgotten Emperor's blood after their encounter. This was perhaps his only regret. Zhou Jun had no qualms regarding his own strength enhancement, but he still had a dragon egg eagerly awaiting hatching. Encountering a supreme-level magical creature in the dungeon is indeed a rare opportunity. However, the issue lies with the ineffectiveness of the Lord of Oblivion. Within the spoils of battle, no essence of its blood could be procured. This unfortunate turn of events compelled Zhou Jun to continue his search for other high-tier magical beasts. Nevertheless, the journey is long, and there is no need for haste. The immediate priority is to select a core skill. Shaking his head, Zhou Jun ceased his musings, his figure transforming into a gust of wind as he raced towards the exit of the dungeon. Linyuan City. Flying Dragon Tower. Early in the morning, the parking lot was already dominated by a variety of luxury vehicles. In front of the main entrance of the building, elegantly dressed scions of noble families frequently entered and exited. As the core skill selection ceremony is held only once a year, all eligible prodigies from Linyuan City had gathered. Some even included individuals who had taken the college entrance examination the previous year and were now attending university, who had specially taken leave to return home in hopes of discovering a satisfactory core skill among the advanced leaves. Consequently, today, the Flying Dragon Tower was exceptionally lively, filled with prominent figures, especially on the 29th floor, where the ceremony was to be held. The expansive exhibition hall was gradually filling with young talents and distinguished ladies from noble families. Among them were Zhou Tong from the Zhou family, the eldest son of the Murong family, the contemporary prodigy of the Sun family, the legitimate heir of the Lu family, and the young lady Wang Manting from the Wang family, who had just returned from the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, along with Lung Xiaoxiao and others. It could be said that the talents of this generation in Linyuan City were nearly all assembled. Chapter 78. Who are we waiting for? The 29th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower, also known as the Flying Dragon Hall, is a venue specifically designed for grand banquets. The entire floor exhibits exceptional craftsmanship and unparalleled luxury, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Typically, this floor is off-limits, with the elevator skipping this level. It is only on this significant day of the core skill selection that it is utilized. Those invited into the Flying Dragon Hall are undoubtedly the prominent heirs of the illustrious families within Linyuan City. Before the ceremony commenced, they congregated according to their social circles, engaging in lively discussions, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Xiao Tong, why haven't I seen your family as young master? A young man, possessing an elegant demeanor, approached a circle of Zhou family descendants and inquired. The one being questioned was none other than Zhou Tong, the direct descendant of the Zhou family. He had previously been animatedly conversing with his kin, but upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted to one of surprise. And he quickly replied, young master son, when did you return to Linyuan City? Why didn't you send word? I would have organized a welcome for you. Zhou Tong began with pleasantries, his tone imbued with respect towards the refined young man. This interaction piqued the curiosity of many nearby. The Zhou family is the leading family in Linyuan City, and Zhou Tong, as a direct descendant, typically exudes confidence. Who could inspire such humility in him? Those in the know quickly educated the uninformed. That young man is none other than Sun Wenbin, the prodigy of the Sun family. He had participated in last year's college entrance examination, placing among the top 30 in the entire southern region, and is now an outstanding student at the Taichu Academy. This revelation sparked a flurry of murmurs. Those who were previously unaware widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes towards the elegant gentleman filled with reverence. In Linyuan City, the three most prominent families, Zhou, Wang, and Sun, stand at the pinnacle of power. Each has a rich heritage spanning centuries, with vast assets that render them akin to local sovereigns. Sun Wenbin is the current prodigy of the Sun family, endowed with exceptional talent and possessing a mindset and skills that far exceed his peers, suggesting a potential ascent to the stars. However, he was born slightly earlier than Zhou Wang and Wang Manting, having already taken the college entrance examination last year, and has not shown his face in Linyuan City for over a year. Therefore, many younger members of second and third tier families had only heard of Sun Wenbin's name, but had never encountered him in person. Following this revelation, they were left in awe. The return of Sun Wenbin implied that this year's core skill selection ceremony would indeed be grand. Alas, the World Tree's advanced leaves are allocated only once a year, and the leaves issued last year had come early. At that time, Sun Wenbin had not yet reached level 18, making this opportunity one he could not afford to miss, lest he wait another year. Numerous small circles buzzed with whispers, closely monitoring the movements of Zhou Tong and his companions. At this moment, Sun Wenbin smiled slightly and said, I returned in haste due to numerous matters at school. If Brother Tong truly wishes to host a welcome, let us save it for another time. His demeanor was amicable, and his speech matched his refined appearance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong nodded, and then spoke of Zhou Wang's circumstances. Brother Wang is currently honing his skills in another city, where he has also received an advanced leaf. So he decided to collect his core skill there rather than travel far. Ah, I see. Sun Wenbin's expression brightened. He then surveyed the hall and remarked, it seems that despite my absence for a year, our circles in Linyuan City remain largely unchanged. A glance revealed many familiar faces, from the top-tier families of Zhou, Sun, and Wang to the second-tier families of the Murong and Lu families, as well as various corporate magnates, such as the Lung family, which manages the prestigious Tianji Hotel. Among these families, naturally, Wang Manting represented the Wang family. However, at this moment, she stood alone in a corner, silent and withdrawn, her usual pride completely absent. Even her close friends, with whom she usually mingled, ignored her. Clearly, The events that transpired during her expedition in the Forbidden Hunting Zone had left her considerably shaken. Meanwhile, from the Murong family, Murong Shui trailed behind a tall young man, her focus evidently elsewhere. This young man was her elder brother, the eldest son of the Murong family and a renowned prodigy from the last college entrance examination. He was now approaching Sun Wenbin, and the two peers quickly fell into an animated conversation. Lung Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, exhibited little change, continuing her typical navigation through various female circles, showcasing her leadership qualities. Yet, occasionally, she would cast her beautiful eyes towards the entrance of the hall, seemingly anticipating the arrival of someone. As time passed, the minutes ticked away. The commencement of the ceremony at 10 o'clock drew ever closer. Official personnel from the Flying Dragon Tower appeared, a group of managers following a robust man as they strode into the hall. Among them, Xiao Xingyan was particularly attentive, eagerly trailing beside the sturdy man with obsequiousness. It was Master Yang. Upon seeing the imposing middle-aged man, many were taken aback, and some bolder individuals even took the initiative to greet him. The Flying Dragon Tower has a manager on each floor, alongside 3 stewards, 2 deputy masters, and a principal master. The robust man before them is one of the deputy masters, named Yang Qingyuan. He wields considerable power and, unlike the principal master, who rarely makes public appearances, Deputy Master Yang is well acquainted with the prestigious families of Lin Yuan City, often reaping benefits from these associations. It seems that he is responsible for this year's core skill selection ceremony. Is it nearly time? Are all the guests assembled? Deputy Master Yang, surrounded by a throng, stepped to the center of the venue, glancing at his watch before inquiring of Xiao Xingyan at his side. Manager Xiao then took a small booklet from a nearby staff member, conducted a brief count, and reported, Master Yang, we are still missing one person. Missing one person? Yang Qingyuan's brow furrowed. The selection of core skill books from the advanced leaves differs from the queue system used for the common populace downstairs. Due to the limited energy contained within the leaves, an invitation system is employed. In other words, those who are able to ascend to the 29th floor possess a certain status and have been actively invited by the Flying Dragon Tower, with their numbers duly recorded. This explains the presence of numerous scions of noble families at the scene. Common folk, after all, would hardly attract the attention of the Flying Dragon Tower or receive such a rare invitation. As the organizer of this year's ceremony, Yang Qingyuan has profited handsomely in recent days. Many second and third-tier aristocratic descendants have, in fact, leveraged connections and spent substantial sums to acquire invitations from him. Consequently, the roster of the Flying Dragon Tower merely records the number of attendees, without detailing their names. Thus, Yang Qingyuan remains uncertain whether those yet to arrive have purchased their spots through him or have been genuinely invited as outstanding talents by others within the tower. He can only endure the wait, as his usual impatience would have led him to commence the ceremony long before now. Observing the situation, Xiao Xingyan stands behind Yang Qingyuan, his gaze drifting towards the others, subtly regaining a semblance of his former arrogance. Clearly, among the various stewards present, he is in the most favorable position. Serving as Yang Qingyuan's trusted aide, this has always been the source of Xiao Xingyan's confidence. In the hierarchy of the Flying Dragon Tower, one cannot thrive without some backing. Over the years, he has only faced setbacks at the hands of Su Yuan. The last time, when Master Yang was away on a mission, that little brat, named Zhou Jun, leveraged Su Yuan's influence to best me. Now that Master Yang has returned to the tower, I shall eventually unseat you from your position, Su Yuan, to relieve my pent-up frustration, and that little brat, Zhou Jun, will not escape either. Reflecting on the humiliation he suffered last time, even after many days, a flicker of ire crossed Xiao Xingyan's face, and he thought darkly to himself. As time ticks by, the moment of 10 o'clock draws ever closer. Many of the noble descendants present can no longer suppress their whispers. Master Yang of the Flying Dragon Tower has arrived. Why hasn't the ceremony begun yet? I heard we're still waiting for someone. Who could it be? It's already so late. Don't they realize how crucial the core skill acquisition ceremony is? Must they arrive precisely on the dot? Sigh. We're all waiting for just one person. It's infuriating. Let us wait a bit longer. After all, strictly speaking, they haven't actually arrived late, as the Flying Dragon Tower's event clearly stated it would commence at 10. A crowd of eager onlookers cast their gazes towards the entrance of the hall, and some impatient individuals began to grow dissatisfied. Among the throng, Lung Xiaoxiao also fixates her beautiful eyes on the doorway. Zhou Jun, will you come? She murmurs inwardly, her delicate hands tightly clasped together. Chapter 79, Yang Qingyuan's Dilemma. Within the hall, time continues to tick away, and the start of the ceremony approaches. Excitement buzzes through the various circles of second-generation elites in Lin Yuan City, as they discuss who will grasp a high-grade core skill from the advanced leaves this year. There exists a notion that those with greater comprehension have a higher chance of obtaining advanced leaves. This comprehension is a different matter from innate talent awakened at the onset. It belongs to a rather esoteric domain. Throughout the Federation's millennia-long history, there are numerous instances of individuals with mediocre talents who have nevertheless attained immortal-grade core skills from advanced leaves. Unsurprisingly, such individuals have transformed their fates, soaring to prominence overnight. My talent is average. I hope to comprehend at least a mythic grade core skill this time to solidify my standing within the family. Mythic grade? You are quite greedy. I would be content with merely grasping an excellent grade skill. In my opinion, this ceremony will hinge on senior son Wenbin. He has waited a full year for this opportunity to comprehend core skills and is undoubtedly well prepared. Isn't the eldest son of the Morong family in the same boat? It seems the pinnacle of this ceremony will be contested between these two. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Although the core skill acquisition ceremony does not feature an official ranking event, it occurs only once a year and typically gathers a majority of the city's prodigies on this day. Thus, every year, some enthusiasts clandestinely rank the results to determine which family's descendant truly emerges as Linyuan City's foremost talent. Over time, this has become a tradition, adding to the ceremony's allure, prompting many to vie for an invitation from the Flying Dragon Tower. In their current discussions, the focus of the crowd is evidently on son Wenbin and the eldest son of the Morong family. Both are a year older than the rest and are already pursuing university studies, having awaited this day for an entire year, clearly well prepared. Hence, many speculate that these two are likely to unlock epic grade or higher core skills. Master Yang, there's 1 minute until 10 o'clock. Xiao Xingyan leaned forward to inform Yang Qingyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingyuan's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, has the absent individual yet to arrive? Yes. Humph. What audacity. I wonder which family's disciple dares to be so presumptuous. Yang Qingyuan's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. He waved his sleeve and stood, intent on beginning the ceremony without further delay. At that moment, the grand doors of the Flying Dragon Hall were abruptly thrust open. The onlookers, already attentive to the commotion, turned to see a youth clad in a simple tracksuit, somewhat disheveled from travel, entering with the poise of a drawn sword as he surveyed the room. Who is this? Everyone was taken aback. Within Linyuan City's second-generation circles, there was a degree of mutual recognition, yet few could identify the figure before them. Most notably, the individual was clad in inexpensive attire, exuding the scent of arduous travel, starkly contrasting with the opulent appearance of the aristocratic youths who had arrived in luxury vehicles, leading to speculation that he might have mistakenly entered the wrong venue. Among those present, only a handful exhibited a change in expression. For instance, Lung Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly brightened, all her previous anticipation transforming into delight. You finally arrived, she thought, inexplicably filled with joy. She wished to greet him, but, noticing the setting, suppressed her impulse. Similarly, Murong Shui and Wang Manting reacted with surprise, their expressions shifting dramatically, yet they remained silent, standing still. How could it be him? In the crowd, Zhou Tong's face revealed astonishment as he involuntarily gasped upon recognizing the newcomer. Tong, do you know this person? Sun Wenbin asked, curiosity piqued. Zhou Tong, his expression darkened, nodded and quickly explained, causing Sun Wenbin's face to mirror his shock. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a curse rang out from the elevated platform. It's that brat named Zhou. Unbeknownst to the gathering, Xiao Xingyan had already risen, his eyes twitching with fury, his heart ablaze with rage, as if he had spotted a sworn enemy. The figure that stirred the tempest in the hall was none other than Zhou Jun. He had hurried back from the hunting grounds, and upon entering the city, he had no time to change clothes. Naturally, he bore the residual scent of the beasts he had hunted, giving him a somewhat rugged appearance. Yet, he regarded such trivialities with indifference. All that mattered was arriving on time. Glancing at the clock, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Zhou Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him as he strolled into the hall, unfazed by the gazes of others. Halt! However, before he could take more than a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhou Tong, striding forward with authority, admonishing, Zhou Jun. Is the Flying Dragon Hall a place you can merely stroll into? Why shouldn't I come? Zhou Jun replied, halting his steps and casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Tong, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He was aware that today's ceremony would host many scions from the aristocratic families of Linyuan City, yet he was taken aback to find Zhou Tong among them. This frivolous wastrel, a mere good-for-nothing, had somehow managed to ascend to level 18? Could it be that his previous taunts had spurred him on? After all, in his past life, Zhou Tong had lagged behind everyone else in terms of level. However, Zhou Tong's diligence or lack thereof was of no concern to him. At present, he merely felt displeased, frowning as he regarded Zhou Tong. In response, Zhou Tong, irked by the retort, scoffed, what do you think? The core skill acquisition ceremony at the Flying Dragon Hall is by invitation only. Only those from illustrious families and unparalleled prodigies are permitted entry. What right does a D-class talent, a mere castaway of your family, have to appear here? Or do you mean to suggest that someone has invited you? Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The onlookers were previously oblivious to the palpable tensions between Zhou Tong and the late-arriving youth, but now, it was clear. The figure before them was none other than the once-renowned heir of the Zhou family. No wonder Zhou Tong exhibited such disdain. After all, he was now aligned with Zhou Wang. Moreover, the former heir, after leaving his family, had only awakened a D-class talent? How utterly dismal. If this information were true, such a person was hardly worthy of standing in their presence. A palpable air of derision enveloped the crowd, all eyes now trained on this unfolding drama. Only 3 women, Lung Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and Wang Manting, exhibited discomfort. As those in the know, they were acutely aware of Zhou Jun's true prowess. He was far from a mere D-class talent castaway. He was a singular prodigy capable of suppressing Jin Ling with a mere flick of his hand. Ignorance. Lung Xiaoxiao shook her head, her cold gaze etching the faces of those who reveled in Zhou Jun's predicament into her memory. Vowing to sever ties with these short-sighted nobles in the future. Once she assumed control of the Lung family, she would ensure their business dealings were excluded from the families of these petty scions, placing them squarely on her blacklist. Morong Shui bit her lip, yearning to intervene and correct Zhou Tong's misapprehensions, yet the thought of her dwindling relationship with Zhou Jun silenced her, leading her to sigh in resignation. As for Wang Manting, her expression was a tapestry of emotions, yet she chose to remain focused on the commencement of the skill acquisition ceremony rather than the escalating confrontation. In the center of the gathering, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Zhou Jun remained unfazed, his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Zhou Tong, are you truly so foolish? If I had not been invited, would I stand here in the Flying Dragon Hall? Moreover, what concern is it of yours whether I am permitted entry? His words, devoid of any courtesy, incited another wave of astonishment from the crowd. While Zhou Tong's eye twitched in frustration, observing Zhou Jun's unyielding demeanor, he suddenly recalled the last encounter at Flying Dragon Tower, when Su Yuan had arrived to support him. Could it be that this young man had been invited by Su Yuan? Zhou Tong pondered uneasily, realizing that this scenario did not bode well. After all, Su Yuan was a steward at the Flying Dragon Tower, possessing the authority to extend invitations to others for the core skill acquisition ceremony. If that were indeed the case, it confirmed Zhou Jun's eligibility to be present. His plan to humiliate Zhou Jun before the assembly was swiftly unraveling. Just as Zhou Tong's expression shifted unpredictably, another voice broke through the tension. Zhou Jun, is it? I care not whether you were truly invited, but from this moment forth, your eligibility is revoked. Depart the Flying Dragon Hall at once. The voice was commanding, stripped of any emotion, yet it left all who heard it visibly shaken. As gazes converged, they beheld the imposing figure of Yang Qingyuan, striding with a commanding presence, followed closely by the smirking Xiao Xingyan. What was happening? How could even the master of the hall be stirred into action? Was this not merely an internal feud within the Zhou family? Had this young man offended Yang Qingyuan? Or perhaps Xiao Guanshi? The scions of various families were taken aback, initially dismissing this as a trivial squabble, only to realize that the matter had escalated beyond their expectations upon witnessing Yang Qingyuan's involvement. Yang Qingyuan, radiating an intimidating aura, stood before Zhou Jun, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Xiao Xingyan was his confidant, and their relationship extended beyond mere hierarchy, entwined with mutual interests. Even Xiao Xingyan's sister was one of his lovers, which allowed Yang Qingyuan to overlook any transgressions committed by Xiao Xingyan at Flying Dragon Tower. This pattern had persisted for years. On this occasion, upon Zhou Jun's entrance into the hall, Yang Qingyuan had immediately sensed something amiss with Xiao Xingyan. After a brief inquiry, he resolved to intervene and teach this presumptuous castaway of the Zhou family a lesson. How utterly absurd it was for him to flaunt his authority, merely because he had a connection with Su Yuan. In Yang Qingyuan's eyes, Su Yuan was nothing more than an insignificant figure. Even the combined efforts of the 3 stewards of Flying Dragon Tower amounted to naught. Thus, he spoke without hesitation, his words laced with an implicit intent to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, having heard these declarations, slowly lifted his head. Unfamiliar with the identity of the burly man before him, he felt his fury ignite, provoked once more by the affront. His gaze turned icy as he regarded both Xiao Xingyan and Yang Qingyuan.